Chapter 1 The Cataclysmic War. Is this themed? Warning, warning. The Earth vestless no under direct assault thedurability fits frontal armor, composed of living steel, has plummeted to 93 and continuous decline. Correction 89. Steadily decreasing. Have you truly at this point? Within the confined soft United Human Academy, Ishuk me head while gazing at the holographic screen hat materialized the BMO flight. First-person perspective A4 the initial twa captors. At this moment, the central control room was enveloped in 80 athlesolence, broken on Libby the mechanicals synthesized voice of zero. The assembled Academician spouted their heads as lightly, aged bethof mornin for that is see standoff te profound helplessness against reality. Thekara flag ship off human civilization was no under sieg, and very one understood the implications soft such a diary situation. Isolent lie approach at the viewport and gazed outside. The Milky Way and Andromeda Galaxia shave been embroiled in conflict for 80 years. Asa type hive civilization, humanity lacks seventh the right to service, cannon fodder on the central battlefield. Indeed, when the disparity in civilization level succeeds 20 years, the difference is insurmountable. The idea of perseverance set through attrition, owning counter-Andori obliterated. Eventiologistics personnel of human civilization, stationed far behind, found themselves in such dire strait the Milky Way was on the brink of defeat. If only human civilization were yachted stronger, perhaps a type VI civilization might have yakansi to escape? No, the size of war between Galaxias and lie the victor shaveth a privilege to endure. Contemplating this, illatu to deep sigh, my eyes betraying a simmering fury. Damn it, should Navir have a hoint the trellis alliance? If not for Thela reefed hospel trigons, human civilization wouldn't they've been stunted in its development perhaps by now, our civilization would haved, never mind, the Milky Way hassle redalost. On the central battlefield, the type civilization soft Milky Way had commenced thirdish peritephanol assaults, employing Gemini star explosion tactic, which inflicted 800 damage upon the enemy while costing them 1,000. Gemini star explosion, quite literally, involve the Kolosanov two star sto trigger rastellar core fusion, artificially creating a miniature supernovae explosion. Su kind discriminatiatic seriac and tojuicide bummer clutching a pack of explosives. However, at this point, the various starships from both sides shadel reedy Beckham intermingled, resulting in a true line discriminati assault. In an instant, blinding brilliancy erupted continuously at the periphery of the Milky Way. Idisimi what ironic from the perspective of human civilization, it resembled the fireworks display? Yet, this display can meet in exorbitant cost, accompanied by wave soft dazzling supernovae explosions and unparalleled ray storms. Naturally, there were real soin-tense fluctuations soft space of time. In these Sumerian civilizations grey thou, your excellency, our reserve soft magi calendar canny nerguri nearly exhausted. What shall we do next? Shall we continue to fight? Fightin' in this war, there are no winners, only civilizations that survive, and where destined not to accompany Milky Way to its conclusion. Abandonal secondary flagship sand and unknown essential functions. A intelligent majes hall engage, including myself. The Sumerian civilization has reached its final station. Indeed, the size of multifaceted and multidimensional universe, and the Sumerian civilization type via magical civilization, possessing an exceptional understanding and application of light. In addition to the four fundamental force of physics gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and nuclear force theory exist four elemental forces magic, spirit, law, and divinity. These elemental forces are fundamental of physical in nature, yet no civilization in this universe has been able to explain him. A type VI civilization has reached the point where even its leader must take it off the front lines to Milky Way ascended at its wits end. Originally, the Trellis Alliance St. Milky Highway consisted of only on a type A civilization and several type EVA civilizations, while it overall strength paled in comparison to Andromeda Galaxy's Shellahulan Alliance, which boasted 3 type VII civilizations. Moreover, the Milky Way's predominant technological civilization, and the assaults from some type V civilizations often fail to inflict significant damage in their type hive counterparts. At this juncture, the Cleanser civilization, a killing machine, has also expended nearly all its resources. Though it previously harbored disdain for the Cleanser civilization, viewing the Mas arrogant and conceited, must consider that though sea motionless machine and dark matter cannon shave caused considerable trouble for the Andromeda faction. Ah, yes, the Cleanser civilization ranks as the second most formidable quasi-type VI civilization in the Milky Way, aiming to eradicate all the fifth universe and creatorium solely inhabited by machines. Yet now there realizeth the cis butin narrow mind dead perspective they can note of defeat their neighborinja adversaries. Correction thedurability of frontal armor, composed of living steel, hast when led to 63, nearing the fierce critical threshold. Is the show it henceforth, the human civilization? A quivering, helpless female voice sudden limer jed bisidim. Turning Tom aside, I found Lin Mo, Hohadal Sakamado the viewport, accompanied by Fong Su, the second in command of the United Human Academy. I steadied myself, then spoke No, from this momentum, theme tyra flachel abandonal defend Cecil upon permission certo begranted. Event of wepperish, shalensure Athena minost hind imitable spirit of human civilization. Human civilization shall detergent forward. Lead us fight, in the central control room, a wavio ferverged, Andy Virionary Tornado stations. All defensive posture shave been lifted, the permissions for the living particle antimatter cannon have been activated, core computational power has been adjusted, computational power is at 100, living steel durability is no 59, and the electronic synthesized voice of 0 announced its rapid decline. Indeed, the living particle antimatter cannon is the ultimata trump card of a man civilization. Since adjoining the alliance, human civilization has faced numerous restrictions in its development due to various regulations. These weapons has yet to be utilized, but today, it shall bear the final opie and fervor of human civilization, launching its inaugural and final battle. Within Thekanon's barrel, a dim glow gradually materialized, and upon completion of its charge, Abla white beam wider than thirth vessel surged forth towards the enemy. Its intense brightness rendered heisure living particles sandarken to matter near lie invisible. In a mere instant, the energy shields off several Nemiflig's ships were shattered, and on a second later, Theflig's ship was reduced to cosmic dust. The opposing forces Noda, Type 5 civilization evade, emergency evasion. However, before athward scoot full escape, their response was relentless barge from void. Various kinetic weapons, energy weapons, antimatter projectiles, and evincient nuclear bombs were a hurled in Toth fray. Thena my commander gaped in disbelief of Thesina before him. His cognitive faculty is overloaded dast high struggled to analyze the current situation. Is Thistral a theme endangered Type 5 civilization? Quickly deploy the dark matter barrier at the central whited war fortress. Yet almost immediately, he was met with a harsh living particle antimatter cannon pierced through T barrier and struck the central flagship's dark tour karma with tremendous force. Itway Zakin ta slicing through an apple, penetrating a corner of the opposite fortress. For a moment, he fell silent. What on earth is this? Moments later. Abandonal defensive measure recent launch a full-scale attack. Full-scale attack, the enemy leader bellowed. Energy remaining 63, living steel durability 43, rapidly declining. Attack, continueth the assault. Humanity faced its demise with valor. Theyvelos their minds the enemy has nimid. Hurry, finish this battle, lacadequit definitive measures. Energy remaining 39, living steel durability 7, nearing Thebringkov collapse. Fire. Yes, humanity no disregard detail el sitwasti me townleash their firepower. They're insane. In that moment, Thenamif flaytwazen gulfeden bear, fully aware that Tevenif triumphed, Mustaf their comrades would not return. Energy remaining 0, living steel durability 2. Doctor, it is themed. Area wall afraid? Not afraid. Good. Now, let us press this final button together. At that moment, I smiled, and all the academicians present felt away vofferly as collectively pressed the self-destruct button off her vessel. By the way, Fong Su, Ivy always regarded die US samarito while I apologize. What area saying? If there rise a next life, it shall still be yours in command. Ordinary antimatter weapons scood hardly inflict an insignificant damage upon Thenemy, yetherth vessel harbored 300 tons of antimatter. Human civilization is destined to its nematothenal soft cosmic story. In the rear line soft this war, a flash far more intense than a supernovae explosion appeared in Argon where it should not have manifested. In this area, the cosmos regained its former tranquility. In the Andromeda Galaxy, within the Shellahulan Alliance. Bishop, just known JI-02 sector, A-type VI civilization was annihilated. The opposing force A-type hive civilization. Living particle, the human civilization. After this war, they will leave a clear mark in history. Informal frontline units to remain vigilant donadalty our guard down, and swift like concladethi battle. We'd not know woman more like Hethies type IV civilization are hiding their trump cards. 9 years later, the Milky Way was riddled with countless space-time rifts, and the central battlefield dadbeer theed numerous cosmic voids. Various radioactive particle sand remnants soft dark matter filled the space, depleting the magical, spiritual, and arcane energy syntheria, leaving behind an ever-present thasa federal spirit flammus and spiritus. It is foreseeable that these central and will remain a desolatuum for a long time, extending 20,000 light-years outward. With a final black hole at this interstellar conflict, which had endured for 89 years, finally came to a close. In the year 5112 of the Earth calendar, the Milky Way has fallen. These were a shistraclera fured toas, the were of annihilation. Chapter 2 Wadi Science, the Return of Rebirth. Another failure, it seems. Indeed, yet no third failure. Shall we try on some more? Iglin seed around, noting that high energy reserves were dwindling. This time, their birth could very well end in failure. Should that it occur, you might even note of in a trace behin think it of her. By the way, were you? Wirio assisting? Although he have referred to us the system, I can sense a thought he were likely a higher dimensional entity. Logically speaking, having failed twisty already, there would Benorius and Fori auto continuing. Oh? Once he our reach the threshold of a level 7 civilization, it shall reveal it you. Make your decision. Very well, after all, it should have departed this world millennia ago. If I don't know its servive, it is simple fate. The sequentio of rebirth begins to activate. As memory is flashed before like your evolving lantern, my consciousness drift in osmos. If Juventuchence, would dear lie love to witness the trinitrio fadvin said civilizations, il soy earn to explore the universes. Neither the Milky Way nor the Andromeda Galaxy is a single level 8 civilization. How vast the universe, with countless galaxies nurture innumerable civilizations, each capable of generating infinite possibilities. Iracleth words soft hilder generation the culmination of science theology, while the culmination of theologia science. Newton, Planck, Einstein many transcendenkini ussof ter their ultimate, libigan to embrace theology, questioning the very science thea devota their livisto. Ultimately, what is science? What, indeed, ereth the magical and divine entities within thys universe? Ereth thamerian even finer force? Or perhaps Spartacus Malerthan quarks? Or is it hat, whether through traditional physics, theology, or the study of magic, all paths ultimately converge, differing lie nomenclature? Perhaps a level 9 civilization could provide answers, as legend suggests they can alter the soft universe, even define it. Yet, thesis demastati that the highest civilization 9, thys universe seismerly infinitely closeto level 90 and das being stagnant for all. Alas, if given the opportunity in this life, it shall certainly explore the infinity universe and witness boundless possibilities. Tragedy is not an end, but the beginning gothop. Amen. Consciousness repository, let us officially commence. Parallel World. Earth Year, June 2019. Koridorov First Hospital off Demon City. Mr. Sue, Ms. 1. The situation regarding your daughter is rather delicate. Must prepare ourselves mentally. Director Zhang, how is me daughter? Now? Su Changsing swallowed, his voice go ked with emotion, while beside him, one she was already in tears. Your daughter has been suffering from a high fever of 42 degrees Celsius 14 days. We have attempted various methods. During this time, her heart sex per incident stops multiple times. At this, Director Zhang's expression mirrored helplessness on Sarao. 2.5 days ago, her heart began to, how shall depute it, alternative between beating gone stopping. Tobe Frank, waited no to expect her to hold on this long guy you must. Prepare for the worst. How cold this happen? Woo woo. At this point, Even Su Chang-song could no longer contain his motions, while Mrs. Winnie Erlico lapsed on a theflor. Incidethaward. Ding! Rebirth successful cognitive enhancement agent thaspa automatically administered, and the novice gift pacaspa automatically issued. Suyungzin lay in the hospital bed, her memoria spanning thou san so 5 years surged forth like a tidal wave. Have I successfully been reborn? In Thisment, I was torn between Sorwin grief. A level 4 civilization is a minusculite the vast cosmos, these century-long cataclysmic were still vivid in my mind. Let it be a Shalstravanthus life. Suyungzin Grogel yopened Hiria San surveyed her surroundings Sinai Vedrip, an electrocardiogram. This must be a hospital. Thefic soft t cognitive enhancement agent were remarkably pronounced. After Thebrainshaitan development, Itnaton Lai ku dingery millennia as word of memorias and experiences butyl soapter coordinate and control bodily functions. Before long, Suyungzin's vital signs began to improve, and she slowly propit herself up. Congratulations, congratulations. An arrow escape? Yes, another chance has presented itself. This time, human civilization shall not falter. However, white os micest feel. Mid-sentence, Suyungzin sensed something wasome as sand glanced down. This. Haha, just a menormishap. Your main ui tismer urgender thay this changed. Oh dear, host, da not be too distressed. How delightful. Huh? The scanabarite. The system cementa momentarily glitch. Surely not. Your previous lie that chief signed to staff a level 4 civilization. What is this reaction? No, something indecidedly off. In that moment, the system felt a fit CPU mit overload. Meanwhile, outside in the corridor, Director Zhang continued to come forth Suyungzin's parents. Please consider if your child has an unfulfilled wishes. At that moment, Anders rushed over. Director. Hadat patient in room 12 has a tuppy herself. What? X3. One cannot deny. These ways a swift slap in the fist. However, up and entering Theward, both Dr. Zhang and Suyungzin's parents were taken aback. At this moment, Suyungzin possessed long, flowing white hair, Hiria San lips stained with blood side effects off her brain's evolution. Yet, this ghost lie appearance certer lie stunned one Shuyo. Tears is streaming down, controllably. Su Chang Song stig Gereto his daughter's bedside, his voice at trembling gashist, Sheen, are you alright? The dark red stains and the damp sheets were a harrowing sight wadded their child endured? Din tin dedicarish his daughter shand, booty thung suspended in midair. Suyungzin was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In that instant, Theward was Philadonly with the sound soft to fled sob santherhide me a beeping goft electrocardiogram. The air was shivia the palpable zins of fragility, prompting Ghana to reflect in the delicacy of life. At last, it was Dr. Zhang steadied himself, extending 12 fingers sand inquiring, what number is this? Suyungzin could barely contain herself did it tinker foolish? From a common sense perspective, you have made a peace sign from a mathematical standpoint. This represents the constant tone from a chemical viewpoint. The symbol Veden notice the metallement vanadium. Furthermore, my consciousness is clear, my breathing steady, heart rate to normal, with blood pressure within standard limits, and oxygen saturation at an excellent level. Doctor, may I initiate the discharge process? Suyungzin cast stacker Sorai glance at the electrocardiogram, stating matter-of-factly, that doctor was left utterly speechless. Could the fam limember soft ha patient, please accompany him? Sheen, Reestwell will speak with Dr. Zhang Faramim and Tandra turned shortly. Su Chang Songant lipided his daughter before following. Ha, what number is this? The system, you were laughing. Suyungzin rolled her eyes. Chapter 3. The system on the brink, a catastrophic beginning after undergoing various examinations. Su Yunshin was finally able to return home as she had longed for, just one day later. Before she departed, Dr. Zhang solemnly reminded her, upon your return, it is imperative to maintain a period of rest and observation, considering the peculiarities of your condition. Should you experience any discomfort, seek medical attention promptly. Furthermore, please be mindful not to provoke the child during this recent period. The electroencephalogram indicates an abnormal level of neural activity. As for Su Yunshin, the former chief scientist of the 4th tier, she had finally come to grasp her current situation. Undoubtedly, she found herself in a parallel world of the same universe. Indeed, a parallel world, not a parallel universe. Aside from her rebirth as a stranger of the female gender, everything else appeared to remain largely unchanged from her previous life. This iteration of Su Yunshin had always been the exemplary child, particularly excelling in physics, consistently achieving perfect scores, and ranking first in several mock examinations during her final year of high school. Yet, on the eve of the crucial college entrance examination, she had collapsed, suffering from a high fever for 10 consecutive days. Truly, it seemed that fate was envious of her talents. However, in this new existence, not only had she been reborn as a girl, but her name had also been altered. System, was this intentional or simply a mistake? It was intentional, replied the system. I adjusted a parameter, but the outcome was purely coincidental. Well then, I must thank you. Su Yunshin chuckled. No need for thanks, it is my duty. The system replied nonchalantly. In the Happy Garden community of Magic City, when Xiao repeatedly cautioned, Old Su, please keep your temper in check and avoid triggering any distress in Xin. Do not mention the college entrance examination. This child's self-esteem has always been robust, and we cannot ascertain the extent of the impact this time. Understood, came the reply. She is still my daughter, and it is fortunate enough that she has returned safely. I am fully aware of the situation. Indeed, the hushed conversation between the two elders was overheard by Su Yunexian. Dio, you comprehend the significance of a brain development level of 23? She mused. Hearing and vision will significantly improve, and it is said that if the human brain reaches its utmost potential, it may even touch upon higher dimensional spaces. System, is this true? Perhaps, the system replied ambiguously, despite being mentally prepared. When Su Yunshin opened the door to her bedroom, she was rendered speechless. Posters of Embarking, throw pillows, figurines, and standees adorned the room. I say, system, why not just grant me infinite imprints directly? She lamented. If I had such things, I would have given them to you already, the system retorted, realizing that Su Yunshin's previous personality had influenced her current host. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience and thousands of years of memories, it was rather peculiar that the personality of an 18-year-old girl dominated. Is this reasonable? It is not reasonable. Am I the one who has gone mad? Or is it this universe? The system questioned its own existence. Yet, one could not deny that this young girl possessed an exquisite physique, her fair and delicate skin resembling that of a water lily, and she had barely reached adulthood while already boasting a bust size nearing 13. However, her face lacked color, and beneath her straight brows, her snake-like vertical pupils exuded an aura of darkness and danger. The essence of a sickly sweet girl, she mused. After a refreshing shower, Su Yunshin lay on her soft bed, swinging her tender little feet, relishing the coolness of the air. Hee, being a girl is quite delightful, and the bust is so soft. Host, you should be cautious, the system cautioned. Moreover, your laughter resembles that of a villain. It is somewhat disconcerting. What's wrong with that? Is it not said that a darker disposition is thrice as strong? We shall surely triumph in this life. By the way, system, how much energy do you have left? Well, the system replied, there is still 1.9. Su Yunshin's exclamation pierced the air, echoing through the cosmos. What happened? What happened? Su's elderly parents rushed in, flustered. Oh, nothing, Su Yunshin said, slightly embarrassed as she scratched her head. Please rest well. And if you feel unwell, be sure to inform your father and me, when Xiao advised. Her eyes filled with concern as she gently closed the door behind her. With a sigh of relief, Su Yunshin pondered, what can you do now? Returning to her internal dialogue with the system, I can keep you company for a chat, the system replied. Anything else? I can recite key formulas for you. It continued, I can also share tales of the universe. Furthermore, the technology tree is fully operational. Ha, keep it up. In that moment, Su Yunshin felt tears welling in her eyes. Chat? Tell stories? Is that all you have to offer? And what use is the technology tree if it merely serves as a preview of technological names? I require a complete technical proposal. Does anyone understand? Being reborn as a girl with a system on the brink? How am I to navigate this? I am waiting, and I am quite anxious. Wait a moment. What do you mean by on the brink? You only have this one life. Should you fail again in this world, there will be no trace left behind, the system cautioned. In the living room, Sue's elderly parents were quietly shedding tears. Oh dear, what are we to do? This child has been so jittery since returning. Just earlier, I heard her giggling foolishly in the bathroom when Xiao lamented, her eyes bloodshot and furrowed with worry. This won't do. In a couple of days, I will seek out my old classmate and see if I can get in touch with Professor Li. A leading authority on neural science, Su Chongsong declared, weariness etched on his face, his hair having turned noticeably gray in just over a week, as if he had aged a decade. At the lunch table, the atmosphere was notably somber. After a considerable effort, when Xiao finally managed to utter, Xian, these are all your favorite dishes. Please eat more, Su Chongsong chimed in. Yes, the college entrance examination is no big deal. It can always be taken next year. The college entrance examination? What are you saying? Under the table, Xiao kicked Su Chongsong sharply. Xian, do not pay attention to your father's nonsense. Come, eat your vegetables. In truth, Su Yunxin was contemplating how to plan the time remaining until the sun extinguished in 18 months regarding the college entrance examination. However, this muttering was interpreted entirely differently by her parents, who feared the impact of her recent tribulations. The meal was consumed in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness. I was thinking, can I go out and have some fun in the next few days? Su Yunxin inquired gently. Of course. Just relax. Is this amount of money sufficient? Let me know if you need more, her father replied. Yay, time to shop for dresses and high heels. Su Yunxin thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Host, what is going on? The system exclaimed. Humph, I have dedicated 2 lifetimes to research and warfare. I deserve to indulge a little. Moreover, this is the last precious era of gold on Earth. That evening, Su Yunxin returned to her bedroom, having spent the entire afternoon shopping, her arms laden with bags. Oh, this is lovely. And this too. Host, you are not still considering painting your nails green or dyeing your hair, are you? The system remarked dryly. Your jokes are not amusing in the slightest. Speaking of which, I should check the newbie gift pack I received earlier, Su Yunxin said, retrieving a USB drive from the system space and plugging it into her computer. Ah, yes, it is all about controllable nuclear fusion and cold fusion applications. A total of 113 gigabytes, encompassing theories, materials, and a complete set of CAD drawings. What? Why so much? Do you think this is a novel? Such precise instruments would weigh tons if measured in paper documents. Wait, does a high school bedroom have a computer? Please, someone like Su Yunxin can play whenever she wants. After confirming the contents, Su Yunxin chose not to dwell on the USB drive any longer. A 4th-tier civilization could likely devise more advanced solutions. This USB was merely a means to appease the Academy of Sciences in the coming days. However, she had heard that the sensations experienced by girls were 100-fold compared to those of boys. It is decided. I shall indulge in self-comfort tonight. Host, that is not permissible, the system protested. What do you mean, not permissible? This is a study of the physiological structures of primate female species and their corresponding neural impulse perceptions. Host, I sense that this time, even reaching a 3rd-tier civilization may be a challenge. What do I do about unintentionally transforming the host into a cunning and sickly sweet girl? I am waiting. And I am quite anxious. In the span of a single day, both Su Yunxin and the system felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding regarding their future. Chapter 4. Controllable Nuclear Fusion? Spam mail. As dawn slowly unfolded, a refreshing day commenced with a gentle stretch. After a quick wash, Su Yunxin rested her chin on her desk, rhythmically twirling a pen. Whom should I send this to? The Academy of Sciences email for civilian research submissions? No. If I encounter an uninformed reviewer, I might be dismissed outright. I could send it directly to the Atomic Physics Research Group. I do have an internal email, but my reputation is minimal at the moment, which could lead to complications in the future. Perhaps it is best to send it to my second-in-command, Fang Su. Speaking of which, Fang Su is also a research prodigy, having become a professor at the Research Institute at only 30 years of age. Moments later, an email titled Feasible Proposal for the Practical Application of Controllable Nuclear Fusion was successfully dispatched, accompanied by a blank Word document. Well, he certainly won't read it today. I can send it again tomorrow. For now, I should organize some core technical details. IT is truly lamentable. In this world, I must rely on myself. The system's remaining energy must be conserved for crucial moments. I cannot succeed alone. I need to draft the grand unified theory. And I must also solve the Navier-Stokes equations, among other tasks. There is so much to do. Keep it up, host. We are rooting for you. I am here to support you mentally. At the Magic City Nuclear Energy Research Institute, Fong Su, after a busy morning, opened his email during lunch and took a glance. What is this? Controllable nuclear fusion. The sender is a certain Xiao Xin. What a piece of spam. Fong Su promptly hits delete, muttering to himself, when did I start receiving such junk in my personal email? Indeed, this is his private account, typically reserved for significant documents, usually exchanged directly between individuals, or sent through internal email systems. After 2 exhausting days, Su Yunshin has finally managed to organize the materials on controlled nuclear fusion. Considering the time, it is nearly time to send an email to Fong Su. Alright, that should suffice. Let us take a moment to relax, he thinks to himself. At the same time. In the cafeteria, Fong Su opens his inbox and notices an email. You didn't check the email from the day before yesterday? Did you? Just take a look before deleting it. What email? The sender is Su Yunshin. He has no recollection of it. Well, I might as well take a look. The moment he clicks on it, he is startled to find a solution to the very problems plaguing his current project. The proposal is succinctly written, and after just a brief glance, he finds it remarkably innovative. The calculations appear exceedingly rigorous. Who sends such things to a personal email? Fong Su hastily sets down his chopsticks and calls Dean Chu and Professor Liu. Then reaches out to several researchers before returning to the lab. He has a hunch that the issues that have been troubling them for days may finally be resolved today. What's going on? Brother Fong, did you have a moment of inspiration at lunch? Soon, several researchers arrive back at the lab. Stop joking around and come look at this. I have a feeling it's promising. Let us conduct an experiment right away. Before long, the experimental results come in, exactly as expected, yielding perfect outcomes. Everyone is beaming with joy. Brother, congratulations. Just then, Dean Chu and Professor Liu arrive at the lab and witness the scene. Seems there is some good news that has put a smile on our old faces. Fong Su, Dean Chu, Professor Liu, take a look at this. The Rayleigh-Taylor instability has theoretically been significantly reduced. As he speaks, Fong Su hands over a stack of experimental data. Good. With this, we have a brand new solution to the shockwave fluid problem in nuclear fusion. The 2 professors beam like students who have aced their exams. By the way, let us see that email. How could something so crucial be sent to a QQ mailbox? Fong Su opens the email and hands his laptop to the 2 professors. There is an attachment as well. Let us open it and see. I'm eager to see what surprises await. Yet, moments later, this surprise turns into a shock. The attachment contains key technical challenges and application schemes for controlled nuclear fusion. The data within the document is astonishingly detailed, resembling an archived file. What is this, Fong Su? What on earth is going on? Who sent this email? Professor Liu exclaims, his face twisted in displeasure. I have no idea. Fong Su replies, his mind buzzing. No idea? Are you not aware of the significance of this information? From now on, no one is allowed to leave this lab. There is to be no entry or exit. Dean Chu's expression is one of restrained anger as he makes a call to the Security Bureau's Zhao Hongli, then begins to scrutinize the document closely. The file is exceedingly detailed. Although it lacks lengthy discussions on controlled nuclear fusion, it provides incisive analyses of several technical difficulties currently faced. Finally, at the end of the document, a contact method appears. However, this contact is cryptically presented as 188 several 7th-order KdV equations 1. Fong Su, who exactly is this Su Yunshin? Professor Liu now feels overwhelmed, quietly pulling out his phone to make a call. Hello, old Jiang. I have a bit of a problem I'd like to discuss. Old Liu? What prompted you to call me? What? I'm busy right now. Today I received a document on the NS equations that is absolutely brilliant. I believe Huaxiao may very well be the first to unravel this global mathematical conundrum. By the way, the sender is someone named Su Yunexian.is. She from your side. Who? Old Jiang, why not just come over? I received an email as well. Before long, Zhang Minghua from the mathematics department and Zhao Hongli from the Security Bureau arrive in haste. Ultimately, Zhao Hongli preliminarily categorizes this incident as SS classified. The task of deciphering the mathematical problem is daunting, so he decides to contact the information department to pinpoint the IP address. Yet, the results reveal that the email was sent using a virtual IP and had undergone special handling. Decoding its location will take time. An individual well-versed in physics, mathematics, and computer science. Who could this be? It goes without saying that Fang Su is now being interrogated by several eminent figures. The lab feels like a battleground. Fang Su feels as if he is in a dire predicament, akin to Dou's plight. He truly knows nothing. Su Yunxin. I genuinely don't know. He stammers. In a sudden epiphany, he exclaims. I think I deleted an email from someone named Xin the day before yesterday. Good heavens. P.S. The various theories and formulas presented in this story are purely for narrative purposes and should not be taken literally. Chapter 5. Who is the sender? Director Zhao of the Security Bureau curses under his breath as he drags Fang Su towards the QQ headquarters. The bald overseer from the information department is racing against time to decrypt the IP address. However, this effort is likely futile, as Su Yunxin has had the system process this email. This serves as a safeguard, considering the proposals contained are indeed legitimate. The several seventh-order equations should not pose a challenge for Brother Su, meaning the only way to locate Su Yunxin is to solve the equations found in Fang Su's document. Dean Chu and Professor Liu also gather several experts in physics and chemistry, signing confidentiality agreements before delving into the technical solutions. Regarding the mainstream deuterium-tritium nuclear fusion, the core challenge is simply the need to heat the plasma to over 100 million degrees Celsius, maintaining steady or stable operation for a certain duration, while ensuring that the plasma current reaches a specific threshold. All three conditions must be concurrently met. Individually, each of these conditions can be achieved, but meeting them simultaneously is akin to grasping the stars. Su Yunxin provides a rough outline concerning the stability of plasma flow and material solutions, deliberately avoiding the energy gain issue, especially since there are more efficient arc reactors on the horizon, which makes it less relevant. As for what Su Yunxin is doing, shopping, indulging in retail therapy, and enjoying good food. She has mentioned the need to unwind. The QQ building, the receptionist apologetically informs, I cannot grant you access to the database. Our CEO Ma is currently in an off-site meeting, and I lack the authority to approve your entry. Zhao Hongli, witnessing the indifference to his credentials, feels exasperated and can only report the situation upwards. The self-important QQ acting CEO believes that if something significant were occurring, CEO Ma would have certainly given prior instructions. Having fought hard to secure this position, he feels the need to perform admirably and fulfill his duties. If it were truly a matter of concern, how could I be completely oblivious? I say, you might as well head back if you're in such a hurry to find something. He barely finishes speaking when his phone buzzes. Hey, are you trying to get yourself into trouble? Can't you see their credentials? The Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has already called me. The voice on the other end is nearly shouting. In the end, Fang Su successfully retrieves the email he had inadvertently deleted, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why did he completely delete it in the first place? Yet, as he opens the email, his mouth twitches involuntarily. Within the email titled Feasible Solutions for Practical Applications of Controlled Nuclear Fusion, there is but a single line. Brother Su, have you retrieved the email? Don't worry, there's nothing in it. Have you solved the equations? Keep it up. In that moment, Fang Su feels his fists clench. It's as if he has been completely exposed. The following afternoon, after several mathematical prodigies have pulled an all-nighter, losing count of how many strands of hair they shed, they finally solved the nonlinear partial differential equations contained in the email. In truth, the seventh-order KdV equation isn't quite the global conundrum that the NS equations represent. It's just that the problem setter was overly meticulous, using dynamic linear equations as constraints, ultimately leading to two missing conditions. Guess where these conditions were finally found? In old Zhang's email about the NS equations. Wasn't he this sender quite confident? Surely, they believed that Professor Liu would definitely seek out old Zhang. What if he hadn't? Then the equation would be unsolvable. Meanwhile, the programmers from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology are, regrettably, questioning their very existence. Ultimately, the daunting task of making calls falls to Fang Su. Well, it's only logical. After all, the email was addressed to you, making you the most suitable person to call. At this moment, Su Yunshin is sprawled on her bed, clutching her tablet as she organizes and enhances the materials on thermal controllable nuclear fusion, her petite legs rhythmically swaying in the air, exuding a certain cuteness. Ah, even though you're in this state now, at least you're still dedicated to research. TT, just look, though I don't quite understand. This leg shaking feels rather nice, though I'm unsure why. New topic added. Do you think Fong Su will call today? As the system's voice faded, the phone beside Su Yunshin rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she decisively answered, "Hi, Su-go. Is that you?" Fong Su's phone was on speaker mode, and the sweet, delicate voice echoed through the air, leaving him momentarily stunned at a woman. She sounds quite young. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I making this call? In an instant, Fong Su felt the weight of curious gazes upon him from all directions. Little sister, are you Su Yunshin? Yes, I sent the email. You found the first one, right? The first one was empty. Little sister, do we know each other? Why did you send it to me? Fong Su instinctively inquired. That's not important. I live at Building 11, Happiness Garden, Unit XX. You can come to my house to ask directly. What I sent you is just the tip of the iceberg. Goodbye. Fong Su was on the verge of tears. What do you mean not important? You want me to come to your house? Are we that familiar? At that moment, Chu Lao patted Fong Su on the shoulder, saying, although the teacher is a bit strict with you, you can still discuss such matters with him. Teacher, it's not like that. Fong Su wished he could sink into the ground, feeling completely lost. All right, let's make sure to introduce this genius junior to us soon. I believe old Chu is quite open-minded, added Lu Lao, chiming in. Come on, since the little sister has said so. And from what she implies, besides sending it to you, there are other insights as well. The group of big shots decided to set off immediately, eager to meet such a prodigy, especially since they were all in the bustling city of magic. Yet, Fong Su remained ungracious, repeatedly insisting he knew nothing. Zhao Hongli quickly reported the situation to his superiors. Proceed according to Plan 13 immediately. Accompanying us are 3 academicians and several professors involved in the SS project, and it cannot afford any mistakes. Additionally, Information Department, within 10 minutes, provide me with all the details on Su Yunxian. In an instant. While the surface of the city appeared tranquil, various departments were operating at lightning speed. Comrade, here are my credentials. Please cooperate with our actions. The armed police swiftly mobilized within 15 minutes, taking control of high points within a 10-kilometer radius of Happiness Garden. The traffic police also imposed immediate traffic control. Countless community workers and neighborhood committee members were going door to door, urging residents to secure their windows and draw their curtains. Within a 3-kilometer radius of Happiness Garden, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Security guards and monitoring room personnel were replaced by agents from the Secret Service, with everything ready. Indeed, the exterior was tense while the interior remained relaxed, at least on the surface. This was the standard operational approach. Did you expect something akin to those novels where helicopters and military forces seal off neighborhoods? Such a grand display would only draw unnecessary attention. The Kyoto Institute of Advanced Science also received news. With a cadre of dignitaries rushing to the City of Magic overnight, an especially designed armored vehicle, several distinguished figures examined Su Yunshin's information, growing increasingly delighted with each passing moment. Particularly, Chu Lao and Lu Lao were eager to take her under their wing as a protege. Look at this child. She has exhibited extraordinary talent in physics and chemistry since childhood. With proper nurturing, she could be a successor to As for Fong Su, he was merely a young girl who had just come of age. What could he possibly say? In the owner group of Happiness Garden, discussions erupted as residents expressed their opinions on the sudden request to close windows and draw curtains. However, within Su Yunshin's home, there was no time for leisure. The poor couple had shed countless tears during this period. Honey, this can't go on. I feel like Xiaoxin has changed so much. She has been locking herself in her room, tinkering with something, and barely speaks to us. I've made an appointment with Professor Li. In a couple of days, we'll take Xiaoxin to see him, Su Chongsong sighed. But don't worry too much. She has always been like this. Her thought processes have always been a bit peculiar. Perhaps I'm being too sensitive. I'll go make her a cup of hot milk. Chapter 6. The big shots are astonished. Is this really a young girl? Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoxin, are you asleep? Mom's bringing you a cup of hot milk. Host, it's time for milk. Su Yunshin set down her tablet and accepted the milk. Noticing that when Shuyu had no intention of leaving, she understood a heart-to-heart was about to ensue. So, Xiaoxin, what have you been working on these past few days? Just organizing some materials. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. Haven't I gone out to have some fun these past few days? It's just a college entrance exam. If I miss it, I miss it. Don't overexert yourself. We can take our time. If we study for another year, we'll be more solid, right? As she spoke, when Shuyu gently patted her daughter's small hand, her eyes filled with either affection or sorrow. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Feng Su and his entourage had arrived. Poor Feng Su, even the act of ringing the doorbell was a task assigned to him. Who is it? As Su Chongsong opened the door, he was taken aback. Among the group were faces he had only seen on television. Is this the home of Su Yunshin? At this point, Feng Su could only brace himself, having failed to recall any connection he had with this young girl. Yes, Su Chongsong's voice quivered slightly. Is this Chu Lao? Please, come in, come in. The Su family could indeed be considered an intellectual household, as evidenced by their connection with Professor Li. They also had some understanding of the Domestic Physics Academy. Su Chongsong, with a smile, welcomed the group inside, brewing tea while calling out, Shuyu, go wash some fruit. We have esteemed guests. Oh, no need to trouble yourselves. We're mainly here to meet young friend Yunshin, Lu Lao said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. After a few pleasantries, Su Yunshin emerged from her bedroom, greeted by a mix of strange yet familiar ancient faces. Nostalgia mingled with heartache. Chu Lao and Lu Lao had fought for China until their last breath in the previous life, yet due to health reasons, they could not embark on the starship for interstellar travel in this life. As China now possessed more advanced starships, she was determined to help them fulfill their dreams and journey to the stars and the sea. Hi, Su Gu, Chu Lao, Lu Lao. Su Yunshin felt a bit of sand in her eyes. Please come in. This child, Chu Lao said apologetically. Xiaoxin, how can you speak to Chu Lao and the others like that? Seeing Su Yunshin greet them so casually, Su Chongsong gasped in shock. Are you that familiar with them? These are genuine big shots. It's fine. It seems you've prepared the materials. Chu Lao waved his hand. Smiling, Feng Su, come, let us have a good chat with your sister. Later, Feng Su would express that he didn't even know how he ended up in Su Yunshin's bedroom. Su Yunshin walked to her desk, without any pleasantries, opened the folder on thermonuclear fusion. This is all the material. Yes, she gestured for them to proceed. She showed utmost respect and reverence before these esteemed figures. All right, let us take a look. The four who entered included Chu Lao, Lu Lao, Zhang Lao, and Feng Su, making the desk seem a bit cramped. Zhang Lao, please look at this. Su Yunshin handed over her tablet, displaying her freshly completed Hodge conjecture and the previous NS equations. Feng Su, stand. Chu Lao lightly admonished as Feng Su attempted to sit down. Although everyone was filled with anticipation, upon viewing the remarkably complete materials, Chu Lao and Lu Lao felt their hearts racing. This was not merely theory. Even the blueprints were included, appearing exceptionally well-organized. One might think this young girl had traversed time. Yuan Xiaoxin, where did you obtain these materials? Chu Lao could not help but ask. I drew them myself. Took me several years. I just made my own inferences. If there are any inaccuracies, please forgive me, Su Yunshin said sheepishly, scratching her head, as it was all she could say for now. However, this humble admission transformed in the ears of the big shots. They had already been informed that Su Yunshin had just recovered from a serious illness. Thus, what Chu Lao and his peers imagined was, the genius girl Su Yunshin, relying solely on online resources, tirelessly worked for years to produce these blueprints. Ultimately, she suffered from exhaustion, collapsing the day before the college entrance exam, her hair turning white from the stress of burning through countless brain cells. Regardless of the quality of these blueprints, such spirit was worthy of admiration. This was an invaluable quality for a researcher. Moreover, these blueprints appear to be quite usable. The esteemed guests examined the materials from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., growing increasingly excited, consuming an entire bottle of heart-saving pills in the process. Throughout, Su Yunshin answered all their inquiries one by one. Everyone, perhaps we should call it a night. It's getting late. Zhao Hongli gently knocked on the door, tentatively suggesting. Not possible. X4, they all exclaimed in unison. How can we sleep without finishing these materials? Zhao Hongli felt his head might explode. These scientists were always like this. No matter the circumstances, they needed to prioritize their health. How about we do this instead? These materials can't be reviewed in a short time. Su Yunxin, saddened to see her elders in such a state, offered, I'll go back with you, and you can take your time reviewing these materials. Chu Lao and Lu Lao immediately beamed with joy. Look at that. They haven't even said anything yet, and young friend Yunxin is already so perceptive. Zhao Hongli was filled with joy upon hearing the news and immediately began rallying people. Clearing out Su Yunxin's bedroom overnight, he was on the verge of prying up the floorboards to see if anything had been overlooked. In the dead of night, Su Yunxin arrived at the Nuclear Research Institute in the bustling metropolis. Only Su's elderly parents were left, bewildered, staring at their daughter's empty bedroom, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What had transpired? Suddenly, a group of distinguished figures appeared at their home. When did their daughter become so remarkable? And why were they unaware of it? What had she been involved in that led to her being taken away? No, their daughter was gone. How could such a large presence simply vanish? Su Changsong clutched the recently signed confidentiality agreement. Bewildered by the urgency of the situation, Old Su, I feel as though I barely recognize my own daughter anymore. Coincidentally, I feel the same way. Chapter 7. The Academy's recruitment after a brief rest at the guest house. Su Yunxin effortlessly made her way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Following a leisurely stroll in the small garden of the Research Institute, she proceeded directly to the laboratory. The female researcher assigned to care for her appeared somewhat dazed, wondering how this young lady was so familiar with everything here. Upon entering the laboratory, Su Yunxin was surprised to find everyone already present. She was the last to arrive. Awkwardness enveloped her. Well, of course. You're the only one who could sleep soundly after last night. Good morning, everyone, Su Yunxin greeted with an awkward yet polite smile. Elder Chu and Elder Lu had managed only 3 hours of sleep the previous night before rising to insist on conducting experiments. Unable to find rest with such a groundbreaking proposal laid before them. Who could sleep under such circumstances? Could you? Fong Su had not slept at all. His worries compounded with every moment, the gazes of everyone upon him haunting him. 1 hour after Su Yunxin joined the discussion, a cadre of esteemed figures from the Academy of Sciences arrived, looking worn yet invigorated upon seeing Su Yunxin. They greeted her enthusiastically. This young friend Yunxin is truly remarkable. Just a glance at her eyes reveals her exceptional nature. She is destined to be a scientist. This child, I can tell, is intelligent enough to delve into material science. The admiration and envy of the group were palpable. Such a promising talent. Perhaps they could entice her to join the Academy. In a grand conference room, they shared Su Yunxin's proposal with the Academy of Sciences. When the plasma within the core reaches sufficient pressure, a helical magnetic flow can be artificially applied to enhance stability. My idea regarding the periodic and stochastic transient events in nuclear fusion is to introduce a thermal conversion device in the intermediate position. Utilizing this innovative material, Su Yunxin presented her ideas with poise and confidence. By June, the heat of the metropolis was already palpable, yet the enthusiasm in the conference room only intensified, particularly upon viewing the schematics. The attendees from the Academy were left in awe, struggling to comprehend that such intricate designs had been produced by a single individual. Elder Chu and Elder Lu wore expressions of pride. Look, here is the future talent of our Nuclear Research Institute. Over the years, how much corn have you all harvested at the Academy? Although we all contribute to the nation, who wouldn't wish for a few more successful projects under their wing? During a brief interlude for a simple lunch, the Academy of Sciences could no longer contain their eagerness to invite Su Yunxin. Little Xin. We see that your proposal encompasses not only nuclear physics but also materials science and optoelectronics. Why not consider joining us at the Academy? Our research framework is more comprehensive. Hey, Old Chung, are you really trying to poach her so blatantly? Old Chu, let's not put it that way. While you discovered her, your research structure would struggle to implement such an innovative proposal. Elder Chu had no rebuttal. The Academy indeed had superior resources. Their tokamak donut was singular. A comprehensive overhaul was unfeasible, and forming another research group was impractical. Ultimately, they might not even complete the laboratory verification. Ask little Xin. If she agrees, I have no objections that she's young, and moving to the capital would benefit her development. Elder Chu sighed, conceding to speak kindly in defeat. So, what do you say, little Xin? Will you come to the academy? Me? Of course. Su Yunshin teased, knowing she would eventually join the academy but found it more convenient to remain with Fong Su for now. Planning to transition together later, under the expectant gazes of the assembly, she declared, I will certainly follow Brother Su. Wherever Fong Su goes, I shall go. Her tone was deliberately sweet. With a clatter, Fong Su's chopsticks and a bite of food fell to the floor, leaving him frozen in his seat. Why is it always him? If gazes were blades, Fong Su would have been cut to pieces by now. No, Fong Su's words faltered as Elder Chung from the academy interrupted. Ah, is that so? Ha. The unfolding situation exceeded the academy's expectations, leaving them at a loss for words. They had previously encountered Fong Su a few times. He did not seem to fit the mold. The atmosphere grew silent. How about this, Fong Su? Why not join the academy as well? Weren't you keen on coming to the capital? No, I am Elder Chu's student. Fong Su dared not speak further, hoping fervently that this group of dignitaries would depart quickly. A barely perceptible smile crept across Su Yunshin's lips as she thought, what do you think, system? This second-in-command is quite useful, isn't he? Indeed, but Fong Su's situation is rather unfortunate. Undoubtedly, rumors about Fong Su would soon spread throughout the research institute. Oh dear, some of these rumors are truly embarrassing, and they only grow more outrageous with time. 2 days later, Su Yunshin's proposal was collectively endorsed by the distinguished figures, confirming its high experimental validation value. With the schematics worthy of in-depth scrutiny, ultimately, it was decided that the Academy would handle the research of the schematics, while the Nuclear Research Institute would oversee the experimental validation. As for Su Yunshin, she would be assigned to Fong Su's subordinate, a perfectly reasonable arrangement. That day, Su Yunshin received her dormitory assignment, which was an exact replica of her own bedroom. As she began to organize her new space, Fong Su approached to inform her about the upcoming health check and personal inquiries planned for the following day. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Noticing Fong Su's hesitant demeanor, Su Yunshin sensed there was more on his mind. Finally, Fong Su mustered his courage. Yunshin, have we met before? I truly have no recollection, despite being thoroughly exhausted these past few days. Oh? Su Yunshin replied, reclining in her chair with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her right hand, the left arm draped over her thigh. With a slight tilt of her head, she smiled mischievously. What do you think? Chapter 8. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Su Yunshin's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched Fong Su from her seat, her deep vertical pupils sending chills down his spine. Fong Su felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, goosebumps erupting across his skin. What kind of karmic connection did he have with this girl? Her gaze felt predatory, as if she intended to devour him whole. He felt as though he faced a demon. Struggling to swallow, he managed to stammer, tomorrow, during the personal inquiries, could you refrain from saying anything out of line? I really can't handle it. If you have any difficulties, you can talk to your senior brother. Just please don't say anything foolish, I beg you. Fong Su's voice quavered, pleading with Su Yunshin. He even bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. All right, I will do my best, Su Yunshin replied nonchalantly. Little Xin, you truly have a peculiar sense of humor. There was no choice but to use this second-in-command as a shield. The next morning, Su Yunshin underwent a series of examinations at the provincial hospital. The testing progressed swiftly, as she was prioritized and did not have to wait. However, she recognized that the afternoon's assessments and inquiries would be the main event. She could manage the tests, but the personal inquiries felt more like an interrogation. She needed to navigate through that without revealing her true identity. Now was not the time for honesty. After all, the line between genius and madness can be razor thin. The tests were conducted by Professor Li of the provincial hospital, the same one whom Su Chongsong had previously scheduled. The setting was a warm and inviting examination room. Little sister, there's no need to be nervous, Professor Li said kindly, smiling. First, you will complete a few questionnaires, and then we can chat casually. Relax. These instruments won't cause you discomfort. Su Yunshin cooperatively donned the electrodes, knowing they were meant to recreate her electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram. With swift precision, she completed the tests, finding them to be quite simple. Professor Lee was astonished to see the young lady finish the questionnaires in such a short time. Yet, as a recognized authority in brain neuroscience, he quickly regained his composure. Now, let us have a conversation and perhaps enjoy a drink. How about coffee? Do you have any? Su Yunshin tilted her head slightly and asked. Professor Lee was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected her to take his polite offer seriously. Fortunately, he had a few packets of coffee in his drawer, so he proceeded to brew some. From the very outset, this young lady deviated from the conventional approach, prompting caution. I noticed you had a history of hospitalization. Do you currently feel any discomfort? No, what are your interests? Photography, reading, and even plush toys are worth mentioning. Well, my passion lies in exploring the myriad of unknown possibilities and delving into the essence of life. Do you have any hobbies? Shopping, indulging in purchases, and savoring delightful meals, among other things. What is the probability of a family having 2 children, both of whom are girls, assuming the likelihood of having boys or girls is equal? 13. Questions like this are swiftly answered by Su Yunshin. To ponder for even a second would be a disservice to the intellect. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? From a biological perspective, it is undoubtedly the egg that precedes the chicken, as the evolutionary process indicates that eggs appeared first, with the chicken being a later classification. In essence, the creature that emerged from the egg was designated as a chicken at a specific point in time. From a philosophical viewpoint, the chicken lays the egg, and the egg hatches the chicken, creating an ongoing cycle of cause and effect. From a quantum perspective, both could exist simultaneously, and this egg might very well be one laid by this very chicken after it matured. After completing the IQ and EQ tests, Su Yunshin took a leisurely stroll through a food street before returning to the research institute. She now has secret agents safeguarding her, ensuring that everything proceeds smoothly without any melodramatic incidents. In a conference room within the research institute, a man with a square jaw gazed at the test results delivered in a hurried manner to Professor Lee, his expression one of disbelief. Combined IQ, 300, EQ, 92.PS, mental IQ MA, mental age, CA, chronological age, 100. Brain development level, estimated at over 20. This is comparable to Einstein, isn't it? This IQ has reached the upper limits of testing, which is outrageous. The square-faced leader gently rubbed his brow and muttered, "It seems the content of our discussion will require some adjustments. It has long been established that when IQ exceeds 200, even dreams diverge from those of ordinary individuals, potentially revealing phenomena that contemporary science cannot explain, with many groundbreaking theories observed in dreams. Such a genius can elucidate many issues, and during our conversation, I will primarily inquire about her views on the future of Huaxia.at5 in the afternoon." As Su Yunshin took her seat, the inquiry officially commenced. To her right sat the minister of the research department, Wu Jiming, and to her left, a recorder. Even in the presence of 3 individuals, this young lady remained composed, exuding an aura that subtly suggested she held the upper hand. Su Yunshin, we shall pose some questions to you, and we hope you will answer truthfully. Naturally. In response to the earlier mundane inquiries, Su Yunshin remained as calm as still water, answering effortlessly. When questioned about her independent research on nuclear fusion, she explained that she had self-studied using online resources, leveraging her proficient internet skills to access a wealth of additional material from foreign sources. Have you ever considered studying abroad or interacting with foreigners? The square-faced leader asked sternly, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Yunshin. Nope. Su Yunshin's response was succinct, and she appeared remarkably at ease with the question. Did the moon abroad shine brighter than that of Huaxia? Oh, then what are your thoughts on Huaxia? The leader inquired with a slightly softened expression. If an asteroid were to strike Earth, I firmly believe that only Huaxia, united as one, possesses the capability to withstand such a disaster. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in Su Yunshin's profound gaze. I am confident that regardless of the challenges, Huaxia will navigate through and forge ahead with determination. I simply wish to contribute my modest efforts to advance the scientific endeavors of my homeland. Our ambition is the stars and the sea. With this declaration, a slight air of relaxation permeated the previously serious conference room. Well, with your abilities, you could easily gain admission to any university. So, do you wish to join a project team directly? Or would you prefer to pursue further studies at a university for some time? Naturally, I wish to remain at the Research Institute. If you were offered a position in the National Nuclear Fusion Project team, would you feel confident? Minister Wu inquired. Yes, but for now, I prefer to conduct research at the Nuclear Energy Institute in Modu.is it because of Fong Su. What is your relationship with Fong Su? This was the first moment Su Yunxin exhibited hesitation during the dialogue, prompting the two leaders to silently acknowledge the anticipation. This question, could I refrain from answering it for the time being? Su Yunxin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Now, Xiaoxin, please do not harbor any concerns. We assure you that this conversation will remain confidential, known only to us and President Chu. If Fong Su has committed any wrongdoing, we shall ensure he is duly reprimanded, Minister Wu of the Research Department hastily reassured her. System. Huh. What is it? Do not feign ignorance. You know what I intend to do. But this is relying on Fong Su as a shield is not appropriate. Is it? Chapter 9. Top-tier papers shock the mathematical community. Just managed to get through this, and besides, is it really that troublesome? The story I wish to fabricate is not so embarrassing, right? In fact, it goes like this. Su Yunxin began to awkwardly narrate her contrived tale. Once, during her second year of junior high, she encountered Fong Su while playing in a park, engaging in heartfelt conversations about her aspiration to become a scientist. Subsequently being inspired by Fong Su's motivational words, and thereafter, she devoted herself to following in his footsteps. A passionate tale of a young girl chasing her dreams, it was a story that moved listeners to tears. Unfortunately for Fong Su, he was taken in for questioning overnight. Despite his fervent protests of innocence, staff members discovered a photo of him with Su Yunxin on his computer, along with several ancient emails in his inbox. At this moment, Fong Su was left dumbfounded. Had he truly done something? Why did he have no recollection? Due to the discrepancies between his account and Su Yunxin's testimony, suspicions naturally arose. Was there something more to this situation? Consequently, a more thorough investigation was launched, leading Fong Su to engage in deep reflection throughout the night. Therefore, I must insist that this is not acceptable. Such unilateral declarations leave Fong Su in a difficult position. While I understand you are trying to conserve energy on my behalf, this truly places Fong Su in a precarious situation. During the 2 days Fong Su was under investigation, Su Yunxin, along with Elder Jiang and his disciple Gao Jianying, discussed the Hodge conjecture and the NS equations, compiling their findings into 2 papers. All right, I see no issues. These can be published, and you two can be listed as authors. Su Yunxin twirled her pen. Remembering, oh, do not list me as the corresponding author. Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged alarmed glances. No. These 2 difficult problems were solved by you, esteemed elder. That would equate to us plagiarizing your scholarly achievements. Gao Jianying exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. Indeed, while researchers ought to remain detached from fame and fortune, publishing more papers would certainly benefit your future, Elder Jiang advised. We are merely fortunate to witness the initial drafts of such world-class problems. Jiang Minghua genuinely admired Su Yunxin, recognizing her talent and her humility. If not for her clear indication of not wishing to pursue a career in mathematics, he would have gladly become her student. Yes, the academic world operates thus. The accomplished take precedence. In academic papers, the first author is typically the primary executor, while the corresponding author is the true leader of the project. Su Yunxin genuinely did not wish to assume the title of corresponding author, as she had grander plans ahead and preferred to avoid premature exposure on an international stage. Moreover, she held little regard for these 2 papers. Her solution to these problems was merely a means to assist in nuclear fusion research. Faced with Su Yunxin's adamant refusal, Elder Jiang and Gao Jianying were at their wits' end, having never anticipated such a response. What? Do you consider the 7 great mathematical problems to be of little worth? All right, to be frank, I hold no esteem for these 2 papers. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you may acknowledge a little Xiaoxin in the acknowledgments. Furthermore, I may have numerous mathematical inquiries in the future that I will need your assistance with. Su Yunxin earnestly stated, consider it a personal favor owed to me, shall we? Host, you are too mischievous. What is the difference between owing you a favor and a life debt? Look at Fong Su. He is still reflecting in the small dark room. System, I truly wish to punch you right now. All you do is complain daily. What else can you accomplish? You are as useless and loquacious as some white-haired, diaper-wearing little sprite. Thus, the conversation reached this point, leading the two esteemed mathematicians to express their profound gratitude, holding Su Yunxin in high regard. Should she encounter any difficulties in the future, they vowed to offer their full support. That day, the two papers were published on the Nature Forum. Instantly, the global mathematical community erupted in excitement. Point 2 of the 7 great mathematical problems had been simultaneously solved. A chorus of foreign mathematicians exclaimed in astonishment. There was no denying the shock. In no time, various communication channels at Jiaoda and Modu were inundated with requests from countless scholars eager to engage in academic exchanges with the two. Lifelong professors from prestigious institutions, led by Fuhua University, united in their desire for them to deliver lectures at their universities. That moment, the president of Jiaoda could barely contain his delight, realizing that Elder Jiang had discreetly orchestrated a grand event. Unbeknownst even to him, due to the suddenness of the situation, the National Propaganda Department was equally bewildered. What? The 7 great mathematical problems have been solved. By Huaxia. Is it the esteemed Jiang from Jiaodong University who has made this announcement? Goodness, we must promptly publicize this news. Let us arrange for it to be featured on tonight's Central News broadcast. The two hosts have been hastily burdened with a script exceeding 10,000 words. Yet everyone is enveloped in boundless joy. The official website has also disseminated the news at the earliest opportunity, with comments surging into the tens of thousands. Jiang is truly remarkable. This year, the Nobel Prize in Mathematics seems to be a foregone conclusion. After so many years, the Chinese nation can finally hold its head high. Jiaodong University is indeed impressive. I have applied there this year, and I am thrilled. However, who is that mysterious Xinshin mentioned at the end of the paper? Indeed, not only domestic scholars but also astute mathematicians and politicians abroad have taken note of this special acknowledgement. It is likely that this individual is the true mastermind behind the solutions. Normally, such pseudonyms are not permitted in academic papers, but given the significance of these two papers, the Nature website has chosen to overlook this minor flaw. Yet, knowing it is inappropriate, they still opted for anonymity. Investigate. We must investigate immediately. We must uncover the identity of this Xinshin. Intelligence agencies from various countries have swiftly initiated their inquiries. Naturally, high-ranking officials within the country are aware, prompting adjustments in how Fang Su is treated. In the spirit of not dampening Su Yunxin and Fang Su's enthusiasm, and considering that Fang Su's recent investigations appear relatively trouble-free, except for a slight amnesia regarding matters related to Su Yunxin, Old Zhong even stated that this young lady requires special protection, primarily encouraging her and ensuring her morale remains high. Note: Bo, Zhong, Shu, and Ji, you understand? That evening, Fang Su was finally released, reinstated in his position, with Su Yunxin as his deputy. He appeared haggard, even admitting to feeling somewhat dazed. What on earth is happening? Have I lost my memory? 2 days of introspection had left him mentally and physically exhausted. No, I must clarify this matter. I need to inquire immediately. I would like to have a word with you. If it's convenient. Fang Su's hand trembled slightly as he dialed the number. Sure, come to my dormitory. I just finished showering and don't feel like going out. Su Yunxin was lying on her bed, playing with her fingers, and casually hung up the call. Boom. Fang Su's phone fell to the ground, feeling as if struck by lightning. Can this young lady not communicate properly? Should I go or not? No, it is definitely not an option to go. Chapter 10. Securing materials, the experiment begins. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The moment Fang Su opened the door, he recoiled as if he had seen a ghost. Stumbling backward and landing on the floor, You, please do not come in. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to talk? I waited for an hour without seeing you. Su Yunxin casually closed the door behind her and took a seat at Fang Su's desk. Crossing her legs, Speak. What is it? Observing Su Yunxin's demeanor, Fang Su's lips twitched, and his eyelids fluttered. Is it appropriate for a young woman to be so casual? Could you not be a bit more reserved? Coming over in pajamas, what would others think? Wait, how did you even get here? No, it seems she is particularly casual with me. Could it be that I... Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this moment, Fang Su could no longer contain himself. Tears streaming down his face. Little sister, please spare me. I truly do not recall any interaction between us. Fong Su, sobbing and sniffling, approached Su Yunshin, pleading, regardless of how much of a jerk I was before. Please forget me, all right? Please? I would do anything you asked, Dotto. Are you truly willing to do anything? Su Yunshin raised an eyebrow, grinning, and thought, look, the fish is hooked. It's her words. Fong Su felt a chill run down his spine. What? Oh, don't be scared. It's just a little experiment. It will be over quickly. She leaned down, delicately resting her slender hand on Fong Su's shoulder. That moment, Fong Su's body trembled uncontrollably. Your eyes were practically glowing green just now. Here, take these materials and equipment. Help me sort them out. Su Yunshin handed him a sheet of paper. As she left, she added, once this experiment is complete, I will restore your innocence. Don't worry. Host, you are quite cunning. Aren't you? TCH. Good brothers are meant to be taken advantage of, right? This is also a contribution to human civilization. The following day, in the dean's office, Fong Su, have you lost your mind? What do you need all these materials for? Dean Shu nearly shouted, are you not aware of the current scarcity of tritium? And what do you intend to do with these aviation materials? What exactly are you planning? Fong Su, believing in the adage that a short pain is better than a long one, steeled himself for a moment and began to plead. Today, I must acquire these items. No, I can only give you 10 grams of tritium. As for the nickel, you can have 30 kilograms. Dean Shu waved his hand, signaling Fong Su to leave. However, upon seeing that he showed no intention of departing, the dean was momentarily taken aback. What has gotten into Fong Su? He was never like this before. What on earth is happening? Confess honestly. The value of these materials exceeds 3 million. Dean Shu tapped rhythmically on the desk, knowing his disciple well enough to realize that such recklessness must have a reason behind it. Ultimately, Fong Su chose to come clean, considering that Su Yunshin never instructed him not to to his surprise. Dean Shu immediately agreed. Ah, so it is a request from young friend Unexion.it is good for young people to have a spirit of exploration. Consider it a little experiment for her. Moreover, as her senior, you must assist her, particularly in ensuring safety. Safety first in all experiments. 3 million, just a little experiment? Fong Su was speechless. This amount equates to several years' worth of funding for ordinary research projects. Why did he go through such lengths just for this? Never mind, at least he has secured these materials now. However, they seem hazardous. I hope she doesn't engage in any reckless antics. Conducting research is not a game. Even a slight deviation can lead to severe accidents. I must keep a close watch. Yet, one must admit, for a chief scientist of a level 4 civilization, constructing such an arc reactor is as simple as a child playing with toy cars. As batches of materials and equipment arrived, Su Yunshin rubbed her hands together. Over the past few days, she had been looking around, like a country girl visiting the city. This worried Fong Su. Had she ever conducted an experiment? She hadn't even done the elementary school light bulb experiment. Indeed, science is a rigorous discipline. Scientific experiments are not merely theoretical discussions on paper. Thus, Su Yunshin needs an opportunity to prove herself. Otherwise, by the time they validate her theory, the Earth may be gone. In reality, it is nearly impossible to become a chief engineer simply by presenting a few pages of theory. While many theoretical geniuses exist, they often lack practical experience in experiments. Seeing that most of the materials had arrived, Su Yunshin nodded in satisfaction. Adjusting her lab coat, she placed her hands on her hips and passionately declared, Fong Su? The materials are in place, the personnel are ready. Let us commence. Iron Man can create Milky in a cave with limited resources. Today, I, Su Yunshin, can also craft an arc reactor in the laboratory. Fong Su stumbled at her words. What do you mean we are starting? He realized he was rendered speechless in front of her. Although he had promised to assist her, he thought he was merely humorously indulging a child. How can you be serious about this? Do you even recognize all this equipment? Can you operate it? Moreover, these are high-risk materials. A single misstep could result in an explosion. No, I must inform Dean Chu right away. At this moment, Fong Su's mind was consumed with this singular thought. As he prepared to flee, Fong Su, where are you going? Such minor movements could not escape Su Yunshin's keen gaze. Little sister, let us not jest. Shall we? These materials are dangerous. I mean it, they are truly perilous. What are you afraid? Su Yunxin smirked disdainfully, stepping closer to Fong Su, whispering in his ear. You promised me you would complete this experiment. You wouldn't want to. Su Yunxin then rapidly recited a dozen chemical equations, all of which were colorless and odorless poisons. She also mentioned a few methods that could physically send Fong Su to his demise. You Fong Su took 2 steps back, trembling and pointing at Su Yunxin. His pupils dilated slightly at this moment. Su Yunxin crossed her arms, playfully sticking out her tongue, gazing at Fong Su as if he were prey. All right, if we are to conduct this experiment, please keep me informed. Fong Su steeled himself, ready to accompany her into danger, adopting a demeanor of fearless resolve. It's a secret. However, to those observing, it appeared as though Fong Su was indulging in a whimsical game. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Chapter 11. Crafting the arc reactor by hand as Fong Su's reputation took another hit, everyone began to immerse themselves in their urgent tasks. At the very least, Fong Su felt a sense of tension. Yet, this situation soon alleviated when he noticed that this young lady was as familiar in the laboratory as if she were at home. Although her movements seemed somewhat clumsy, she adhered to the necessary protocols and precautions meticulously. You really know how to use this equipment? Fong Su gently prodded Su Yunxian. Su Yunxin shot him a glance. If I didn't know? Why would I be conducting an experiment? It seems quite reasonable indeed, and I cannot refute that. However, are you not merely a high school graduate? These instruments are considered highly sophisticated domestically, with many graduate students merely trailing behind their mentors to observe. Yet here you are, diving straight in. Observing Fong Su's constipated expression, Su Yunxin's heart softened, prompting her to explain further. I possess an IQ of over 300. Fong Su expressed his bewilderment as to why he would provoke her. She was truly an oddity, a peculiar individual. He chastised himself with 2 slaps, contemplating that perhaps he owed her from a past life. Watching her fluid and graceful maneuvers, Fong Su could only sigh. Perhaps there truly are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Fortunately, he found solace in the fact that, since her actions were not impulsive, there should be minimal risk involved. Su Yunxin's primary requirement was a substantial quantity of high-nickel barium, BnIO5, and Ni64. Under strongly alkaline conditions, nickel oxide, NiO, can be co-melted with barium nitrate to yield barium nickelate, BnIO4, simultaneously generating a certain quantity of high-nickel potassium, By introducing an appropriate catalyst during this process. One can produce even more high-nickel barium, BnIO5. The nickel isotope Ni64, on the other hand, necessitates high temperature and pressure to further yield Ni67. The reason for requiring 100 kilograms of nickel is to obtain a mere 3 grams of Ni67. Do not underestimate this small amount, as it will be the primary stabilizing element thereafter. Notably, Ni67 is a byproduct of a quasi-advanced civilization from a previous life, and it is not yet available in the current era. Although Fong Su could not comprehend Su Yunxin's activities, he had learned to refrain from concern, reasoning that if there was no danger, she could proceed as she wished. However, as a professor, he pondered whether she was indeed wasting materials. He could not fathom the purpose behind her intricate handling of nickel, and he questioned whether his own professorship was genuine. The endeavor to extract Ni67 spanned 3 days, during which Elder Chu and Elder Lu visited on several occasions. Each time observing her as if she were merely playing, at least she demonstrated a commendable proficiency in operating the instruments. A high school student likely had not conducted many experiments, and nurturing an interest in scientific inquiry was indeed worthwhile. Waste of materials? Given the prospective value of those 2 papers, even tenfold the materials would pose no issue. Su Yunxin, enjoying her life as a girl, rewarded herself every night. Being a girl is delightful. I can treat myself every evening and the following day. I feel no fatigue, she mused. What should I say to you? It's almost that time of the month again, just a gentle reminder that, oh dear, I must hasten my progress. Returning to the laboratory, the Ni67 and PD14, palladium-14, extracted over the past 3 days were combined, yielding the most crucial material for the reactor, the nickel-palladium alloy. Carefully now, slowly, We have but one chance. Oddly, Fong Su felt he had heard those words before. What was she even concocting, employing a furnace? As the molten metal cooled within the mold, a small metallic ring took shape. Su Yunshin delicately grasped it with tweezers, revealing a triumphant smile. All right, we are halfway to success. This tiny ring consumed several hundred kilograms of materials. Failure would indeed be troublesome. Next came the superconducting coil. Given the limited conditions, a carbon nanotube would suffice. As long as the resistance reached zero, temperature and other conditions were inconsequential. 2 days later, Su Yunshin meticulously connected the metal ends of the wire to the testing apparatus, subsequently obtaining a resistance value of 0 without incident. At this juncture, Su Yunshin exhaled in relief. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly, and now it was her stage to shine. Though be honest, Fong Su had become quite bewildered, even beginning to suspect he was an amnesiac posing as a professor. He could not comprehend what this young lady was doing. To claim she understood would be inaccurate, yet her actions seemed consistently purposeful. Was it truly he who had lost his mind? Had he forgotten his identity as a professor? While Fong Su pondered the absurdity of life, Su Yunshin announced that all personnel, save for herself, should return to rest, granting a day off the following day. Upon hearing this news, the other researchers exchanged knowing smiles, some unable to suppress their laughter. Before long, they departed the laboratory with expressions that conveyed understanding. Look, having a shield is indeed advantageous, Su Yunshin mused. You truly are something else, dumb. May I inquire what exactly you intend to do? Fong Su was genuinely alarmed. How had they ended up alone in a room together? Wait, why did I say again? Confirming their solitude, Su Yunshin replied, We are constructing an arc reactor. What on earth? You know, the one in Iron Man's chest. Oh, just steel. Fong Su was rendered speechless. What on earth? Oh my goodness. I advise you to keep your voice down. Hurry and lend a hand. Time is of the essence, and the task is substantial. Fong Su now truly felt he had boarded a pirate ship without realizing it. The door is locked. We will complete this minor experiment tonight and tomorrow. If you become hungry, I have bread and water in my bag. Young lady, this should not pose any danger, right? Fong Su felt he desperately needed a tranquilizer. What was happening? How could it be? This is akin to cradling a small hydrogen bomb, Su Yunshin asserted with a grave demeanor. I have no desire to perish, so let us be serious. Fong Su was at a loss for words. Was this not a serious matter? Did she comprehend what they were undertaking? He should never have meddled in these affairs. She was indeed a lunatic, yet this did not seem like something a lunatic could achieve. Well, since I am here, I might as well accept my fate. Fortunately, Fong Su's professional training proved effective, and he quickly entered a working state. Nonetheless, he had never witnessed Su Yunshin so earnest. Was this truly the playful girl he knew? At this moment, her focus and determination had intensified 100-fold. After all, they were about to employ advanced civilization technology, yet they possessed only a level 0.7 civilization's instruments. Even a slight deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences. This was a task that only she could accomplish. It had to succeed, and failure was not an option. As for Fong Su, he busied himself with the tritium plasma, unable to contribute much to the core tasks. With the polarizer and directional rays aligned, Su Yunshin slowly began to wrap the coil. Her mind was tranquil, as if the world contained only this small instrument before her. Chapter 12. 1 billion joules per second after a day and night of diligent effort. By the following evening, the final phase converter was completed, and the arc reactor was on the verge of fruition. Fong Su furrowed his brow. One could not deny that it appeared quite legitimate. Perhaps we should stop here, he suggested earnestly. If we wish to test it, we could find a more secure location. What, are you afraid? Su Yunshin smiled at Fong Su, reassuring him, do not worry. I have implemented safety measures. The power will increment gradually. In the event of an accident, it will only claim our lives, so fret not. Fret not? That is hardly reassuring. Are you certain it will merely result in our demise and not level the entire research institute? Wait, even dying together would be problematic. Yet, for reasons unknown, Fong Su felt an inexplicable sense of optimism. Perhaps this would succeed. He might witness history in the making. Noticing that Fong Su had ceased to deter her, Su Yunshin smiled knowingly. Indeed, he was a worthy former second dash command. In truth, she had simply wished to scare Fong Su a bit. After completing her task, she was well aware of the outcome. It was akin to a doctor declaring a surgery successful. With a mere glance, she could ascertain whether there were any issues with the small device. Previously, her concern lay in the potential operational errors during the process, as her hands still appeared somewhat inexperienced. I must conduct more experiments in the future. Often, my hands cannot keep pace with my mind. Here we go. With the shimmering blue plasma injected into the reactor, the small reactor emitted a sizzling sound before quickly settling into silence. Now is the moment. Ignite IT.AS high-energy pulse lasers bombarded the nickel-palladium alloy's atomic nucleus. A tremendous amount of energy and free neutrons were generated. Simultaneously, the atomic bonds of high-nickel barium, BNIO5, were struck. Under various reactions, the generated spirit particles, Li, carried the liberated Ba atoms and neutrons, stabilizing their motion within the surrounding ion flow and greatly restraining it. Additionally, the spirit particles compensated for a certain degree of energy replenishment, resulting in a remarkably stable high temperature and pressure at the center of the plasma flow. Note: spirit particles, Li, are the embodiment of elemental force in traditional physics. Thus, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. Although the temperature at the core of the ion flow was exceedingly high, the reactor's periphery remained at a mere 30 degrees. The reactor emitted a somewhat dazzling glow. Fong Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Could she truly have accomplished this? Was he the mad one, or was the world itself insane? Observing Su Yunshin casually toying with it, Fong Su's heart raced. He had a clear understanding of the extreme temperatures within the plasma flow. Yet, she held it so nonchalantly. Is it truly usable? Fong Su inquired softly, fearful that a slight increase in volume might trigger an explosion. And of course, it is right before your eyes. Do you not trust what you see? According to my calculations, it is approximately 1 billion joules of energy per second. As she spoke, Su Yunshin adjusted the converter, plugged it into the socket, and casually charged her phone. 1 billion joules per second? Fong Su could only describe his astonishment as being akin to that of a statue. After a minute of dumbfounded silence, he finally managed to utter a question. Su Yunshin, are you an alien? While sipping on a Kong Shui Fu peach beverage, Su Yunshin nonchalantly responded, not quite, but you've guessed part of it. I am a reincarnator. Also, stop dawdling and see if you can find any energy storage devices. We mustn't waste this. Noticing Fong Su still in a daze, Su Yunshin gave him a swift kick. Waste? Fong Su's lips twitched uncontrollably. You can create this device and yet care about 200 or 300 degrees of electricity per second? Although frugality is a traditional virtue in Huaxia, wait a moment. No, I need to make a call right away. Fong Su patted his stiff face and hurriedly grabbed his phone, rushing towards the signal zone to dial Director Chu's number. Hello, who is this? Director Chu, just settling into sleep, was startled by the call. Fong Su. What in the world have you and Su Yunshin been doing locked in the lab all day? I couldn't reach you by phone. But before Director Chu could finish scolding, Fong Su interrupted him. Director Chu, listen, something extremely important has come up. Are you sitting or lying down? Hurry and find a chair with armrests. Director Chu, rarely hearing such seriousness from his student, sensed that something significant was afoot and swiftly found a grand chair to sit in. All right, go ahead. What is it? Do you have a drink with you? And make sure to have some fast-acting, heart-saving pills nearby. Upon hearing this, Director Chu laughed heartily, having seen his fair share of crises. What's going on? Did you create a mini-sun? Su Yunshin has managed to fabricate a small nuclear fusion device. Fong Su made sure to articulate each word clearly. What did you say? Fusion. A small nuclear fusion device. What the? Director Chu nearly choked, but his wife promptly placed a few heart-saving pills under his tongue. Wait, I'm on my way. You need to secure the site immediately and go to a level 1 alert. As Director Chu rushed towards the research institute, he called the head of the research department, Wu Jiming, waking him from slumber. What's going on, Director Chu? Is there an emergency at this hour? At around 11 p.m. Wu Jiming immediately sensed that something was amiss. Director Chu relayed Fong Su's words in full, realizing that without some preparation, the shock could be overwhelming. What? Say that again. All right, you go confirm it if it turns out to be true. Call me immediately. I'll be in the office waiting for your news. Inside the laboratory, As the level 1 alert lit up, Su Yunxin knew it was Fong Su's doing. However, it was of no consequence. She was already prepared to reveal her identity. After finishing the last sip of her peach beverage, Fong Su returned to the lab, where Su Yunxin watched him with keen interest. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. How did you achieve this? Fong Su scratched his head, deciding to indulge his curiosity first. Well, Su Yunxin replied, taking an A4 sheet and casually jotting down a few formulas to hand over. What are these peculiar formulas? What is this lie? And this formula seems not to conserve energy. If it weren't for the reactor right in front of him, he might have doubted that this person was a genuine scientist. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. While he was out for a moment, her phone had already been fully charged. It's perfectly normal not to understand. Su Yunxin remarked casually. Ly refers to spiritual particles. This technology corresponds to a level 4 civilization's capabilities, combined with theories from a level 7 civilization, all executed with level 0.7 instruments, resulting in a product comparable to a level 2 civilization. Chapter 13. A Night of Unrest and Awakening while waiting for Director Chu. Su Yunxin entertained Fong Su with tales of the universe, serving as compensation for the mischief she had caused him over the past half-month. The application of spiritual elemental energy by human civilization is akin to wielding a cheat. The technological lines derived from traditional physics struggle to identify elemental energy before reaching level 7 civilization, at most observing a plethora of energy non-conservation phenomena. This advanced knowledge was acquired in her previous life through the system. And although development was previously restricted by the Alliance, human civilization had quietly conducted some experiments. This led to the creation of the Ling steel and the antimatter cannon in the final battle of Earth. Moreover, Su Yunxin had always enjoyed listening to the system recount cosmic tales. Much like how Fong Su was now engrossed in her storytelling, it was akin to everyone's fascination with science fiction films. Yet, the system could only tell stories now. The remaining 1.7 energy must be preserved for a crucial moment. Su Yunxin silently lamented. Host, I believe you can do it. So, what was my relationship to you in my previous life? Fong Su looked at Su Yunxin with anticipation, eager for the truth. Well, you were the minister of the Center for Technological Development in the Human Federation Academy, essentially my second-in-command, Su Yunxin replied earnestly, patting Fong Su's shoulder, and also my good brother. Seeing the sincerity in Su Yunxin's eyes, Fong Su felt utterly speechless. So, the second-in-command was simply there to be the butt of her jokes? Did he know how his recent image had been tarnished, even earning the label of a Na'vi girl? Reflecting on the recent rumors, tears streamed down Fong Su's face uncontrollably. All right, think of me. Ive transformed into a girl in this life too, and even lost my second brother. Su Yunxin could only comfort Fong Su in this manner. You seem to be enjoying this. Directors Chu and Liu arrived simultaneously at the third laboratory. Just in time to witness this scene, in the center was a circular glowing device, while Su Yunxin consoled the sobbing Fong Su. What happened? What's going on? The two academicians hurriedly approached to examine the situation. It's nothing. He's just too happy. Director Chu, Director Liu, this is the nuclear fusion reactor. Seeing that Fong Su was fine, the two elder scholars began to closely observe the arc reactor. Nearby, the recently measured data indicated an energy output of 163 billion joules per second, sending chills down their spines. Goodness, you two are truly daring. If this were to explode, the research institute would be leveled. Yet, alongside that fear, there was an indescribable excitement. This was not a dream. It was indeed a small, controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Strictly speaking, this device could no longer be classified as controllable nuclear fusion. The energy release principle was nuclear fusion, but the confinement system was maintained by spiritual particles. Ding ding ding, Minister Wu of the research department immediately answered the phone. Upon confirming the news, he dialed the red phone on his desk without delay. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the midst of countless exclamations filled with expletives, no fewer than 10 departments were set into motion. The military dispatched an entire restructured division to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute in Imo City, and the entire Zhu Triangle region was placed under strict martial law, entering a level 1 alert. The higher-ups of the Academy of Sciences regretted not having extended their stay. There was no turning back now. After all, The evidence was right in front of them. If something were to go wrong, it would be catastrophic. What had begun as mere theory was now tangible reality in the laboratory. The stable operation of a miniature sun, if revealed to the international community, could potentially trigger a third world war. This was not alarmist rhetoric. If any nation were to master such technology, the entire global landscape would be altered. Just one controllable nuclear fusion reactor represented limitless energy. If it could be miniaturized, future dynamics would tilt overwhelmingly in favor of those who possessed it. Thus, should a small controllable nuclear fusion device emerge at this juncture, the instant the news leaked, Western nations might very well initiate a third world war. This would be their sole opportunity. Though it was the early hours of the morning, numerous high-ranking officials were abruptly awakened, unifying their planning and deployment. The elder, in particular, firmly ordered, even if a whole army is lost, ensure Su Yunshin's safety. Elder Zhong and Minister Wu of the Research Department boarded a military helicopter heading to Imo City. In an instant, foreign spies were left bewildered. What was happening? Why was there suddenly a level 1 alert? No, it was even more absurd than that. Roads were entirely sealed off, tanks and the latest Gen-15 fighter jets were deployed, and all networks were shut down. What on earth was happening? Given the early hour, the social order had yet to be significantly disrupted. However, for these enemy agents, it felt as if they were facing an imminent threat. The head of the Special Operations Division of the Magic City branch of the Bureau of Military Intelligence was in a frenzy. Although unaware of the specifics, he knew he had to quickly ascertain the situation. At the very least, he must relay the message that something significant was occurring in Huaxia. Naturally, satellites from various countries detected these anomalies, leading to chaos within intelligence agencies in nations such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Japan. What was Huaxia up to? Particularly in Japan, the sudden military buildup in the coastal region of Imo City raised alarm bells. Were they planning to strike? Host, it seems we escalated this situation considerably. We are already at level 1 alert. I trust the country. At least there aren't many people in the research institute right now, so the chances of a leak should be minimal. Besides, the moment I decided to come clean, the war had already begun. There are less than 17 months left until the sun goes dark. In this recent turn of events, all personnel associated with the Research Institute were swiftly apprehended, completely unaware of the actions undertaken by Su Yunshin and Feng Su. Even the researchers from the third laboratory over the past few days remained oblivious to their undertakings, believing they were merely engaging in playful experiments with a little sister. The military personnel finally breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing Su Yunshin's prudence. Throughout the ordeal, she placed her trust solely in Feng Su, while others were left bewildered by her endeavors. As for the proposal submitted earlier, it had been reviewed by no more than 20 individuals, primarily academicians and esteemed professors. Within the laboratory, Elder Chu and Feng Su conducted a series of tests, and with each trial, their astonishment grew. The stable current output was even more reliable than that of typical household electricity. It silently generated 1 billion joules of energy every second. Feng Su tentatively inquired, well, since the reactor is operational, why not simply conjure up an Iron Man prototype? Su Yunshin shot him a glance. Are you prepared to handle the pressure and vibration? If you merely intend to weld an iron coffin, let us disregard this conversation. What a jest. The entirety of Iron Man's design, aside from the energy conversion efficiency, approaches that of a quasi-third-level civilization. Chapter 14. This is merely an emergency drill. Although Elder Chu was eager to implement safety measures, the device resembled a functioning nuclear bomb. After considerable contemplation, he decided against it, as there was no viable solution. They could only place their faith in Su Yunshin and that scoundrel Feng Su, trusting they would not raise the surrounding area to the ground. Nonetheless, this was indeed a remarkable device, producing 11 billion joules per second, truly astonishing, roughly equivalent to 306 degrees of electricity per second. It could power a 2-horsepower air conditioner continuously for 6 days. With a power output of 1.1 GW, or 1.1 million kilowatts, it dwarfed the Three Gorges Dam at 22.5 million kilowatts, the USS Lincoln at 190,000 kilowatts, and the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier at 280,000 kilowatts. This tiny contraption, no larger than a bowl, could effortlessly power the most advanced aircraft carrier or supply electricity to an entire city. Elder Chu and Elder Liu felt their worldview shaken. After all, this is why mature nuclear fusion is deemed an inexhaustible energy source. Yet, even with such advancements, this energy merely grazes the threshold of interstellar civilization, as the energy consumed in interstellar warfare is measured in Niels, (NR). With 1 Niel equating to 21.6 billion joules. 2 hours later, Elder Zhong, Minister Wu from the research department, and several prominent military figures arrived at the scene, all equally astounded. What is this? This little contraption rivals a nuclear power plant. A reborn individual? A fourth-level civilization? Given the gravity of the situation, Elder Zhong decided that everyone should immediately head to the capital. However, how to properly handle this perilous device? Well, you've all seen it, right? I'll be closing it now. Su Yunxin explained. Due to limited conditions, I did not implement redundancy for the particles. If it runs continuously, it will indeed explode upon reaching a certain threshold. The following morning brought a fair breeze and a clear sky, ideal for outdoor activities and enjoying the tranquility of life. Last night, nothing of note occurred across the ocean in the United States, in the Pentagon's presidential office. The rather eccentric president looked at the Secretary of Defense and the director of the CIA, inquiring, "So, what do you wish to convey? Did the Chinese organize a military team-building exercise in the Magic City last night?" As he spoke, he picked up his symbolic accordion, stating, "Don't care. It was merely a routine emergency drill. China wouldn't dare initiate war, you understand? No one knows China better than I do. Our grand nation has no reason to fear any country." The CIA director lowered his gaze at the document he had just submitted, an assessment report regarding the sudden large-scale military actions organized by China the previous day. A wave of shame washed over him. After all, they were the noble bald eagle. What was there to fear? They were disturbed by mere rumors. Look, nothing happened today. It was likely just an emergency exercise. And he chastised himself for overreacting. After the two left, the eccentric president silently opened a drawer, extracting 4 small yellow stars and 1 large yellow star to play with. He had a feeling that something significant was happening in China. It seemed he would need to keep a closer eye on developments there and hope the organization would contact him soon. Comrade Chuan Zhengwo muttered to himself. Similar events unfolded across the globe, leading to a cacophony of speculation, with no one truly understanding what had transpired. The Chinese government issued a statement clarifying that the previous day's large-scale repairs were necessitated by a malfunctioning base station, along with emergency drills in certain regions. Operations had now largely concluded, and citizens were urged to return to their normal lives without excessive worry. Do not believe or spread rumors. Recently, administrative penalties will be imposed on the telecommunications company. Amidst trending topics on social media, netizens were eagerly engaging in discussions. So that's why the internet was down yesterday. It was all the telecommunications company's fault. Indeed, it was outrageous. They caused significant inconvenience and wasted resources. But the entire network was down. What about other companies? Upstairs, you clearly don't understand. If some main base stations experience severe malfunctions, it could lead to regional network fluctuations. The authorities shutting it down for overall network security is quite reasonable. This generation of internet users can really stretch their imaginations. They managed to rationalize it all. The system remains speechless, though, so it was the telecommunications company's doing. They must face severe consequences. It's all their fault. However, the efficiency of the military's emergency drill last night provided a profound sense of security. Just look at our Chinese soldiers, the speed of China. At the reception in the capital, Su Yunxin was amused by the interactions of the netizens. Goodness, they managed to rationalize such an absurd excuse? Unfortunately, the telecommunications company bore the brunt of it. But it seems that this was precisely how things needed to unfold. It appeared that Fong Su had also been through various pitfalls recently. Alas, it was indeed a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Countries around the world collectively sighed in relief, affirming that it was merely a routine emergency drill. How could a nation as peace-loving as China possibly instigate war? Yes, nothing transpired yesterday. But today, June 25, the capital would no longer remain tranquil, in the conference room of the Great Hall. Luminaries from various factions gathered, including the 3 heads of state. They were convening a comprehensive meeting, primarily discussing 3 points: the recent economic sanctions imposed by the United States on China, various baseless accusations, how to respond, explanations regarding yesterday's sudden troop movements, and discussions surrounding Su Yunxin. Little Lu, please present the latest news from Elder Zhong this morning, the elder statesman at the head of the table spoke. Certainly, everyone. The latest developments are as follows. According to the assessments from neurological experts, Su Yunxin's brain development is estimated to be over 20 years ahead, and her psychological maturity is exceptionally advanced, presenting a stark contrast to her youthful appearance. This morning, Elder Zhong reported that with merely a few million in funding, she has managed to create a small-scale room-temperature nuclear fusion reactor, with power output comparable to that of a small nuclear power plant. Minister Wu from the Research Department and Academician Chu have collectively assessed that her technological capabilities are at least 60 years ahead of our current era. After deliberation among the departments, the likelihood of Su Yunxin being a reborn individual from a 4th-level civilization is exceedingly high. That concludes my report. 60 years ahead. A collective gasp echoed in the room as the temperature seemed to rise slightly. The elder rubbed his brow. Let us hear what everyone has to say. The conference room fell into a profound silence. After hearing the report, though some found it hard to believe, the facts were irrefutable. Not to mention, this small-scale nuclear fusion could indeed stir up a considerable uproar. No one dared to speak hastily. Regardless of the validity of the 4th-level civilization claim, the mere fact that Su Yunxin managed to create a product decades ahead of its time with only a few million in funding warranted serious consideration. After a lengthy pause, a prominent figure finally spoke up. Yes, this small-scale nuclear fusion could potentially ignite a world war. A military leader expressed his concerns. It is both a risk and an opportunity. The elder uncle, the 3rd leader, stated, in any case, we must approach this with the utmost seriousness. After we meet her today, we will reconvene for further discussions. And what will be the protocol for today's reception? The Minister of Ceremonies inquired cautiously. The highest level of protocol. Chapter 15. Meeting the High Command, the 3 prophecies in Tiannan High, within the Qiguang Pavilion's conference hall, after half a day of rest and various formalities. Special agents escorted Su Yunxin into the assembly hall. Oh, this is quite unexpected, Su Yunxin remarked, slightly taken aback. Before her lay an elongated conference table, flanked by majestic landscapes, with each seat adorned with small red flags and the iconic teacups. This was the standard for formally meeting foreign heads of state. The assembly of dignitaries sitting quietly exuded an aura of stability akin to Mount Tai. The gravity of the occasion was palpable. Indicating that this was no ordinary affair, Su Yunxin straightened her collar and confidently stepped forward. Good day, elders and esteemed guests. I am Su Yunxin, the chief scientist of the former 4th-level civilization. Su Yunxin solemnly saluted. A military gesture befitting her esteemed position as the chief of the Human Union Academy, wielding absolute military authority. After all, the precision of judgment regarding various starships in interstellar warfare is paramount. In the realm of technological civilizations, the higher the civilization, the more centralized the battlefield command must be, necessitating the expertise of military advisors. It is precisely through the astute assessments of top scientists regarding enemy capabilities and the military experts' evaluations of the battlefield that victories are orchestrated. Observing Su Yunxin's poised demeanor, the distinguished attendees were inwardly astonished. Each individual present had weathered numerous storms and encountered countless prodigies, yet they were taken aback by the calmness of this young woman. Not yet 20, their extensive experiences made them acutely aware that such formal occasions often induce anxiety, even among seasoned political figures. Yet here stood this young lady, facing the assembly with a youthful innocence that somehow commanded respect. Indeed, Comrade Yunxin is truly remarkable, one elder responded warmly. Following a necessary round of pleasantries, the dignitaries posed several pointed questions. During this exchange, the president of the academy inquired about current challenges. Su Yunxin addressed each query with poise. To what extent can a level 4 civilization operate? Inquired a radical elder, curiosity evident in his tone. A level 4 civilization possesses the capability to harness the energy of any solar system, and its antimatter cannons can obliterate a planet with a single shot. A single shot. Such power is astonishing, the Minister of Weapon Development mused, taken aback. Your high-profile assertions seem to suggest ambitions beyond mere idealistic futures. The elder interjected, penetratingly. Indeed. What I am about to share is of utmost importance, Su Yunshin replied, gently adjusting her bangs, her gaze serious as she addressed the assembly, a hint of sadness and melancholy flickering in her eyes. In 17 months, our solar system will face a catastrophic calamity as the sun will extinguish completely. What? Extinguish completely? President Chung of the Academy instinctively questioned, causing a ripple of agitation to spread through the hall. Silence, please, let her finish, Elder Ji urged, raising a hand to quell the unrest. Su Yunshin remained composed, understanding that shock was a natural reaction. Yes, extinguish completely. This is not a gradual decline, nor a helium-flashed IT will occur within a single day. Specifically on December 12, 2020, does that date ring a bell? Yes, it is indeed 2012. The Maya civilization must have been a high-level civilization, though I am uncertain of the specifics. By the way, system, can't you divulge what this Maya civilization entails? Su Yunshin silently pondered. I have mentioned this numerous times. It's best you refrain from knowing too much too soon, the system replied. The immediate cause of the sun's extinguishment, as far as I know, is the fallout from a war between two advanced civilizations, one of which is violently siphoning our sun's energy. I know you may argue that this lacks scientific credibility, but the reality is indeed as outrageous as it sounds. Advanced civilizations possess the ability to absorb an entire sun's energy within mere hours. The sun, in essence, is merely a larger-scale nuclear fusion reactor. Su Yunshin cast a glance toward the Academy, pausing to allow the audience time to absorb the gravity of her words. This is indeed alarming. Do you have any evidence or basis for such claims? A conservative elder inquired. None, but I can offer 3 predictions. First, approximately a week from now, Sichuan province will experience a tremor exceeding magnitude 7. With its epicenter in Wenchuan, originating from a depth of over 12 kilometers. Second, in 2 to 3 days, a typhoon will sweep across the entirety of Sakura country, impacting our coastal regions as well. Third, and most crucially, Su Yunshin stated, taking her first sip of water during the meeting, in 15 months, a colossal meteor shower will strike the Earth, subjecting the globe to severe trials. This, too, is a consequence of the ongoing war. Human civilization currently resembles an ant by the roadside. Even a mere speck of dust brushed by a passerby could spell disaster for us. As she spoke, a wave of profound helplessness washed over Su Yunshin. Humanity's fragility was evident, as even indirect repercussions could obliterate the seemingly resplendent world. The truth of the first 2 points will become evident within a mere 10 days. I sincerely hope you will trust my assertions. For doing so could significantly mitigate the losses for our nation, Su Yunshin urged. Elder Ji took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he inquired, if we assume your statements are accurate, what course of action do you propose? Quite simply, human civilization must depart the solar system to secure any chance of survival, Su Yunshin declared, her hand open in a gesture of earnestness. Moreover, our nation, since time immemorial, has aspired to the stars and the oceans. Is our current technology capable of such an endeavor? Indeed. With my presence, it is assured. Su Yunshin's gaze was resolute as she surveyed the assembly. However, I require the full support of the nation. If everything unfolds as you envision, how many individuals from our nation could embark on this interstellar journey, and how many might survive? General Wang, a military figure, probed further. As a military leader, he was particularly sensitive to the stakes of survival. How many might survive? In a previous life, even with the full might of the nation, less than 100 million managed to board starships. However, this time, we have the foundation of a level 4 civilization. We must evacuate everyone. I have no concern for other nations, but our people must leave. Su Yunshin gestured emphatically, her voice firm. Excluding only those unfit for interstellar travel. A conservative estimate would place the number of survivors at over 1.8 billion. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence as each person mulled over the implications. Many began to envision the grandeur of interstellar civilization. Isn't it a bit extravagant to suggest nearly 2 billion embarking on such a journey? A conservative elder voiced his skepticism. Trust me, With the foundation of a level 4 civilization, it is entirely feasible. Trust in the legacy of our illustrious nation, which spans 5 millennia. Chapter 16. Addressing the computational power issue, the emotions of the distinguished attendees were now thoroughly stirred. Indeed, for 5,000 years, our nation has endured countless trials and tribulations, yet it has never been crushed. If any nation can mobilize its entire strength for such an endeavor, it must be ours. This is a significant matter, and I understand the concerns you all harbor. We are currently in a phase of rapid development, and the notion of relinquishing everything to pursue space exploration might seem utterly audacious. Thus, Su Yunxin cleared her throat. Given that we have over a year, there is no immediate rush. You may observe the occurrences I mentioned over the next week before making a decision. The brows of the elder statesman relaxed slightly. Yes, we can monitor the situation regarding the earthquake and typhoon. Especially the earthquake, for thus far, there has been no possibility of a week-long advance warning, let alone precise predictions regarding its magnitude and depth. If both events transpire, it would validate Su Yunxin's assertions. Our nation stands at a historical crossroads, pivotal to our great rejuvenation. Every decision must be made with utmost caution. That sounds prudent, Elder Ji concurred. She cannot possibly manipulate earthquakes, yet we must regard these impending events with the highest seriousness. But is waiting for 10 days or so not a bit of a waste? President Chung of the Academy inquired pensively. Indeed, ever since witnessing Su Yunxin's research capabilities, which research institution could possibly refrain from eager anticipation? Simply waiting feels akin to having a cat's paw scratching at one's psyche. No need for that. Su Yunxin replied, taking a sip of water. There is much preparatory work we can undertake in the interim. For instance, we can begin developing various alloy and specialized materials. Moreover, I believe the priority should be addressing computational power. Advanced artificial intelligence could provide us with tremendous assistance. When it comes to interstellar travel, the essential components are materials, energy, propulsion systems, life support systems, and integrated coordination systems. In truth, as long as the materials and energy are adequate, even a simple iron box could soar into the heavens. Additionally, I will prioritize drafting a grand unified theory, as it is impossible for me alone to realize such a monumental project. With that, several academicians stood up in excitement. Are you speaking of the grand unified theory? Is it true? Indeed, I believe that through this theory, our nation will experience a technological explosion. Also, remember, we are in the assembly hall. Maintain decorum, Su Yunxin instinctively reminded them. Isn't this stealing my thunder? Elder Ji mused. We can also halt the export of rare earth and precious metals and enhance talent recruitment, Su Yunxin continued, listing several measures. The elders were left speechless, astonished by her thoroughness. Goodness, you seem to have considered everything. Surely, you are not orchestrating our operations? Nevertheless, this arrangement seemed to satisfy both the radicals and conservatives alike. Following a series of in-depth discussions, President Chung of the Academy ultimately secured a commitment from Su Yunxin. Thus, the nation's researchers would be at her disposal and resources would be allocated without hindrance. This was a promise made by Elder Ji himself. However, host, are you certain you do not wish to utilize the previous generation of individuals? No, I do not desire such artificial intervention, as it may lead to complications. I hope they will come to me on their own accord. Furthermore, I yearn for the emergence of more talented individuals in this world. It is true, yet I cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. I still harbor some affection for that previous group of individuals. Hurry up, will you? I have reserved the original code for 0 energy for you, requiring merely 0.3 energy. Why don't you seize it? Su Yunxin rolled her eyes, expressing her discontent. Alas, in this world, even utilizing 0.3 energy from the system feels like a significant burden. The road ahead is long and arduous. We must continue to strive. My young friend Yunxin, which aspect do you wish to pursue first? Rest assured, everything at the Nuclear Research Institute in the Magic City will also be available at the Academy of Sciences, and even better, on the way to the Academy. Dean Chung wore a radiant expression. Let us first tackle the 1-nanometer lithography machine and quantum computer. Once we secure these 2 items, my artificial intelligence, 0, can commence its duties sooner. Why pursue both simultaneously? Logically, focusing solely on the quantum computer should yield higher efficiency. given the solid foundation of quantum computing in our country. This is because they represent two distinct directions. While the quantum computer can circumvent our chip deficiency to some extent, trust me on this. There is no need to consider shortcomings. Here, I have no such limitations. Su Yunshin played with her fingers in the vehicle, responding with a proud expression. No, you will soon encounter limitations. In just a couple of days, you must prepare for some minor inconveniences, a gentle reminder from the system. Give me the physical enhancement agent. Surely, I cannot let physiological issues hinder research progress. The minimum version requires 0.5 energy, and transmitting physical objects consumes significant energy. Forget it. I will handle it myself in the future. It's too costly. Where is the cost? It has always been this amount. Do not speak nonsense. Is it not because you were previously too extravagant? No, I must ensure Fong Su matures quickly to share some burdens. Su Yunshin thought silently in the conference room of the Great Hall. Despite the night falling, a number of influential figures continued their toil. The typhoon from the Cherry Blossom Nation could be tolerated, but the matter of earthquakes was more challenging. Earthquakes, as a natural disaster, currently lack any effective prediction methods. The response from the Earthquake Bureau indicated everything was normal, with no abnormalities detected. Making preparations in advance could result in unnecessary expenditures and diminish the national credibility, negatively impacting international relations. The best course of action is to conduct an earthquake drill as a contingency plan. Fortunately, the typhoon from the Cherry Blossom Nation may allow for observation before the earthquake strikes. Although a faint eye of the typhoon has formed over the Pacific, it is of low intensity, and the Meteorological Bureau predicts its path will not cross the Cherry Blossom Nation. Barring unforeseen circumstances, in just 3 days, this small typhoon, aided by the warm southern currents and its 2 zigzagging maneuvers, successfully arrived in the Cherry Blossom Nation to commence its journey of cherry blossoms. It passionately showcased its enthusiasm for the Cherry Blossom Nation, receiving unanimous praise from the local residents. Baka, what is this demonic wind? My rooftop has been blown away. May Amaterasu bless us. May this wind depart swiftly. Oh, Mamasan, tonight I shall set sail, wilting in the wind. A typhoon swept through the Cherry Blossom Nation, wreaking havoc. Even a century-old shrine was uprooted, with various talismans and wind chimes swirling amidst cherry blossom petals in the air. Given the state of the Cherry Blossom Nation, what more is there to discuss? Prepare to issue earthquake warnings. Chapter 17. Encountering Lin Mo again. Returning to the Academy of Sciences, Su Yunshin could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The previous 2 lives also began here, and the myriad of memories inevitably flooded her mind, causing her eyes to glisten slightly. Within her emotions were excitement, sorrow, indignation, and aspirations for the future. The efficiency at the Academy was remarkable. Not only did they equip Su Yunshin with a top-tier laboratory, but the living facilities were also comprehensive. In the past few days, many researchers had been discussing the arrival of such a young lady at the Research Institute. This was an unavoidable situation, as Su Yunshin's identity was shrouded in the highest level of confidentiality. Aside from the dean and a few senior academicians, the rest were unaware. In principle, this place gathered the finest talents of Huaxia, to the extent that if a 26-year-old graduate student were to come here to assist, it would be a matter of great pride. For someone who appears to be under 20, even the excuse of nepotism seems somewhat far-fetched. In fact, Dean Chang had inquired what title Su Yunshin desired to facilitate her presence within the institute. A title? It matters not, for to me, names are merely codes. Moreover, prior to the deployment of space-based weapons, I do not wish to reveal myself too soon. After all, a serpent also lies dormant in the shadows. This was Su Yunshin's response. Given the existence of nuclear weapons, it is prudent to develop cautiously until the moment space-based weapons emerge, at which point nuclear weapons will lose their deterrent power on Blue Star. Should the Eagle Nation dare to launch, let it explode on the spot. However, it is better to have a narrative for the outside world, suggested Dean Cheng. Then, Su Yunshin touched her nose and stated, "Those who can join my project team shall call me Dr. Su. To the outside world, I shall temporarily be declared as Fong Su's sister. As he will be arriving soon. Are you once again using Fong Su as a shield? You're being too cunning. Yes, let us continue to torment him a bit longer." The next afternoon, Fong Su entered the research institute with a face of despair. To be honest, this was his first time feeling such reluctance to come to the academy. Hi, senior brother, we can collaborate on a project again this time. The speaker was Lin Mo, who greeted Fong Su with a beaming smile. They were classmates from different years, having worked on projects together during their school days, yet fate had separated them after graduation. One went to the imperial capital, while the other ventured to the magic city. Lin Mo, it's been a long time. You still look as beautiful as ever. Fong Su forced a smile in response. Oh, that means you haven't changed at all. Unlike you, senior brother, who has become a renowned professor, while I'm still just a junior researcher. Why do you look a bit fatigued? Don't worry. Our conditions are excellent, and the cafeteria is particularly delicious. Then I shall enjoy my time with you. Junior sister.as former classmates reunited. Fong Su's gloom lifted slightly, but only a fraction, for Lin Mo's next words brought him crashing back to reality. I heard your sister is also at the research institute now. That's wonderful. So many doctoral students never get the chance to come in and see it. You have no idea how envious everyone is. What? What did you say? A sense of foreboding enveloped Fong Su. From the moment he received the transfer order, he had felt a wave of despair, with the gazes he had endured over the past half-month still vivid in his mind. I'm not entirely sure. Let us go find Dinsheng first. Upon seeing Fong Su, Dinsheng's face lit up with joy. Over the years, he had contemplated recruiting Fong Su on multiple occasions, but old Chu had steadfastly opposed it. Welcome, welcome, Fong Su. You have no idea how much I've been pestered by my old friends in the Magic City since your transfer. Rest assured, I will not let you be wronged here. Really? Fong Su looked at Dinsheng with tearful eyes, pleading, then could you? Yes, it's absolutely possible. Dinsheng patted Fong Su on the back. You will still be working alongside my young friend Yunshin. Stunned, Fong Su felt tears streaming down his face. Haha, you're so happy you're crying, Dinsheng chuckled. You needn't thank me. It was Yunshin who specifically requested you. You wouldn't believe how noisy my office has been these past few days. Everyone wants to collaborate with her. Well, the joys and sorrows of individuals are not the same. Just as Dinsheng was still reveling in his own emotions, Fong Su was already fuming at Su Yunshin. You little brat, did I owe you something in my previous life? Why are you tormenting me so? You weren't the only one at the academy previously. Can't you find someone else to bother? Fong Su realized the situation was undoubtedly the result of this girl's scheming. Otherwise, how could he suddenly have a sister? No, I cannot continue working with her. Indeed, at the very least, not in the same project team. Dinsheng, could you arrange another position for me? I feel unfit to be Su Yunshin's assistant. Hey, how do you know Yunshin wants you to be the nominal leader? Don't worry, we are aware of the situation. To the outside world, she is merely your sister. By the way, Lin Mo is also your schoolmate. You two shall be in the same project team. Fong Su approached the door of Su Yunshin's laboratory, filled with a sense of despair. Lin Mo, however, was utterly astonished, thinking, what on earth is this? A fourth-level civilization? What project team have I entered? Ding, you've arrived. Hurry, come help me with this. You've done this before. As Su Yunshin looked up to see Fong Su at the door, she froze in place. Hey, system, how am I supposed to face Lin Mo? Although I had envisioned this day, I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. In my previous life, Lin Mo was my wife. In this life, what shall I do? What to do? Who knows? Chill dish thus at that moment. Fong Su glared intently at Su Yunshin. Su Yunshin awkwardly glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo curiously scrutinized Su Yunshin. Hello, Su Yunshin, senior? It was Lin Mo who broke the impasse. Hello. Welcome to you both. What else could Su Yunshin do? She could only smile awkwardly yet politely. It seems you know Lin Mo. This subtle atmosphere did not escape Fong Su's notice. Ahaha, let me introduce you. These two are Professor Yu Shuiming and Professor Wan Zhaohui. Subsequently, Su Yunshin directly began to outline the current situation, deftly shifting the topic. Over the past few days, she had been working with the two nuclear physics professors to refine a small reactor. Although it was not ready for public unveiling, it could at least provide power for her research institute. Well, having energy makes one feel secure. Chapter 18. 1 nanometer lithography machine next. We need to finalize the 1 nanometer lithography machine within a week. Everyone, do you have confidence? After completing the small reactor, Su Yunxin eagerly shifted her focus to the lithography machine and quantum computer. She missed strong artificial intelligence immensely. The efficiency boost from strong AI was remarkable, as various deductions could be computed automatically. In scientific research, many challenges are not merely linear. Through extensive simulations, a multitude of divergent scenarios may arise. Some of these scenarios may be inconsequential, but at times, they can determine success or failure, even if the probability of a scenario occurring is only 0.1. Artificial intelligence heavily relies on computational power, which essentially dictates the upper limits in recent years. Although China has strengthened the development of lithography machines, the results have been less than satisfactory. In truth, China does possess lithography technology. Our etching machines are internationally recognized as leading. Otherwise, we would not have the Galaxy 2 and Sunway Taihu Light supercomputers. Much of the limitation stems from patent restrictions during peacetime. A top-tier lithography machine requires over 100,000 components, the majority of which are patented by the Blind Eye Alliance, leaving each country as the sole producer if one wishes to completely forge a new path. The challenges are evident. Observing the white-haired young lady at the conference table, Academician Zhong Shuoyang, head of the optoelectronics department at the Academy of Sciences, felt both delighted and apprehensive. Directly aiming for 1 nm, such an audacious move, is it truly feasible? Dr. Su, I am not doubting your capabilities, but currently, we can only produce 7 nanometers chips with a mediocre yield. Isn't aiming for 1 nanometer a bit too ambitious? Why not first achieve 3 nm, which would suffice? Why settle for less when we can achieve more? Su Yunxin raised an eyebrow. Are you worried that our production capabilities won't keep pace? Rest assured, our current system is fully capable. With a few minor adjustments to the existing plan, we can achieve it. Su Yunxin took a delicate sip of her Westlake Longjing tea, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly of individuals in the meeting room. When scientific research reaches what is deemed a bottleneck, it often is merely a thin layer of paper separating us from breakthrough. Once I complete the grand unification theory, you will have a deeper understanding. Really? We are just 1 degree away from boiling water? Professor Qiu Zhu asked, his voice trembling slightly. Of course, in a few days, once I revise the plan, you will understand. Some adjustments may simply involve minor parameter tweaks. Su Yunxin reassured Professor Qiu. She recognized this feeling, akin to a traveler in a desert who has walked for what feels like an eternity, suddenly being told to stop, for there lies an oasis in that direction. In the midst of joy, there is fear. Fear of the oasis not existing, or that their previous efforts have been in vain. Please, esteemed seniors, do not underestimate yourselves. You have all dedicated immeasurable effort to this endeavor. It is precisely at this juncture that we are merely a step away from success. Otherwise, what could I accomplish alone? I cannot conjure thousands of components by myself. Su Yunxin spread her hands. I am but a mere girl. Although this could be regarded as dark humor, the atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly. Indeed, there is no need for such gravity. This is merely the last shred of darkness before dawn. Soon, the clouds will part and the light will emerge. What about the international patents? A researcher timidly inquired. What? Patents? This was truly the most amusing joke Su Yunxin had heard recently. With the sun about to set, who still concerns themselves with international patents? Moreover, in the near future, China will be the one setting the rules. However, in the meantime, we can still earn some money with chips. After all, a little profit never hurts. We are conducting independent research, the most advanced 1 nm. If they believe we are infringing on patents, then let them produce a product of equal caliber. Su Yunxin enlightened several young researchers. Patents? I am already far more advanced than you. Why should I care how I achieved it? Good. The atmosphere grew lively. As long as we can produce results, who cares how it was accomplished? Professor Qiu Zhu slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, young friend Yunxin, your approach is truly bold and magnificent. Whatever you need, we will provide our utmost support. Dean Cheng's eyes nearly squinted with joy. Just provide me with the existing data, as well as a summary of any technical challenges encountered. And the project leader? Still Fong Su? Why? Fong Su nearly shouted. Why does everything fall to me? He had been trying his best to remain silent, keeping a low profile, gazing directly at Su Yunxin, legs crossed and arms folded. He inquired word by word, steamed buns without a steamer? Me? What are you asking? Feng Su, what is your problem? It's not like you are being blamed. We are doing you a favor by giving you this honor. Minister Zhong of the Optoelectronics Department chimed in. Have you had some kind of mental lapse lately? Researchers must maintain a simple mindset. Feng Su felt utterly exasperated. What are you all talking about? You have no idea how cunning this little sister Su Yunxin is. She specifically designated me to take the blame later, although I do not know her true intentions. Minister Zhong was quite straightforward. He thought it best not to anger Su Yunxin. After all, if she decided not to pursue this chip, he would be the one to suffer. Besides, there were rumors that Su Yunxin conducted experiments with remarkable safety and audacity. Ultimately, the results belonged to the Optoelectronics Department. It hardly mattered who was in charge. Oh dear, she has just arrived. You should help me out, won't you? Su Yunxin pleaded sweetly. Host, what strange awakening have you experienced? Boom! This news struck the conference room like a bolt from the blue, igniting a wave of shock among everyone present. Now, everyone was thinking, Feng Su, you are truly wretched. Look at Su Yunxin. Even during her monthly period, she does not complain about difficulties, yet here you are, reluctant to take on a nominal role. I am not. You all do not understand her. Feng Su attempted to defend himself but was cut off directly by Dean Cheng. Enough! We do not know, but you do, and you cannot spare her a little burden. Dean Cheng exclaimed angrily. You've been in research long enough to know how many tasks the project chief has to coordinate and how much responsibility they bear. That little girl does not mention her difficulties, racing against time to contribute to humanity's advancement, and yet you are still being so obstructive. Are you not ashamed? At this moment, Lin Mo timely added, Senior brother, you should take on this burden. It is indeed uncomfortable for a girl during that time. Powerless, heartbroken, and resigned. All the pressure weighed down on this prodigy of the physics world, bringing tears to his eyes. The crux is, I do not understand chips, nor do I comprehend lithography machines. Chapter 19. Lithography or ice etching. Well, this indeed was a significant oversight. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room grew awkward. However, one can always learn, and since you were once the second in command, there will be much more to learn in the future. Ultimately, Su Yunxin successfully obtained all the materials and began her research that very night. Su Yunxin took a sip of brown sugar water, resting her chin on her hand, pondering whether to pursue lithography or ice etching. In truth, lithography machines do not use lasers to carve chips. While the name suggests an engraving process, the actual workflow does not involve carving. The lithography machine in chip production functions more like a camera, projecting the patterns from a mask onto the photoresist coated on the wafer, thereby exposing the film. The lithography machine merely completes the exposure, not the engraving. The task of engraving is handed over to the etching machine, which is responsible for carving electronic circuits using extreme ultraviolet light and other methods. Among these, the photoresist plays a crucial role. The process of applying traditional photoresist to the wafer is highly susceptible to factors like thickness and uniformity, which can affect yield rates. Conversely, ice etching operates in a vacuum environment, and due to the inherent properties of water, it can perfectly envelop the wafer, avoiding various issues that traditional photoresist might cause. However, the engraving process for ice etching requires meticulous precision. If high-intensity ion beams could replace electron beams, would ice etching be even better? Su Yunxin rhythmically twirled her pen. Sometimes having too many options can also be a source of frustration, leading to a dilemma of choice. System, do you have any suggestions? Anything goes. It's just a lithography machine. What's the fuss? There is, however, a shortcut. Mix ion beams with spirit particles, and the speed of the ions will be accelerated further, making the ion beams sharper. However, I fear you may not grasp it fully. Isn't this akin to a miniature laser weapon? Indeed, if it were 1 pm picometer, that would be ideal. Previously, you jumped directly from 1 nanometer to silicon-based chips. Aren't silicon-based chips superior? Thus, your understanding of both carbon and silicon-based technologies is rather superficial, and your comprehension of spiritual particles remains quite shallow. Currently, your application of spiritual particles is akin to the level of nuclear atomic application on Blue Star. Is it really that dire? Haven't we at least reached a level 4 civilization? Are you aware of how severe your bias is? Your final civilization level was between 3 and 6? And in some technologies, you are even outdone by an advanced level 2 civilization. Perhaps it would be best to attempt again later. For now, it is wiser to utilize plasma etching, by enhancing energy injection to shorten the wavelength of EUV, extreme ultraviolet, light. For Su Yunxin, energy loss is inconsequential, with optimization to follow later. With a flurry of intricate formulas and meticulous calculations, and countless A4 sheets sacrificed, the wavelength ultimately shortened to 5.5 nm, achieving a midpoint between extreme ultraviolet light and X-rays. Though the yield may be average, 1 nm is certainly attainable. Another challenge of the lithography machine lies in the optical components. Many believe that only the German Zeiss lenses are perfect. This is not the case. China's aerospace industry is flourishing, with numerous spacecraft and satellites utilizing domestically produced chips, including the world's largest large-dish space telescope, which attests to the quality of our optical components. The difficulty in lithography machines lies in calibration, adjustment, and imaging quality compensation. For these, Su Yunxin meticulously fine-tunes each aspect, with the Galaxy One computer currently allocated 60 of its computing power to support this endeavor. At this moment, the role of nuclear fusion becomes evident. Vast energy is the foundation for all research. Relying on traditional electricity, such a computer would consume the energy of an entire city in a day, not to mention the cooling systems and other various consumptions. Even disregarding financial concerns, such immense energy consumption is difficult to manage. Presently, it is extravagant. Aside from necessary testing time, the machine remains continuously operational. A robust industrial system, coupled with the efforts of countless pioneers, has enabled Su Yunxin to revise the plan here. One must ask, without qualified optical components, without robust computational support, and without the tireless dedication of innumerable researchers, what could Su Yunxin accomplish? Nothing at all. Could she conjure something from thin air? The lithography machine demands near perfection in patterning, yet the production of such equipment cannot achieve perfection. The materials used cannot be flawless. Lens polishing cannot be immaculate. Assembly cannot be faultless. Additionally, thermal expansion and contraction issues exist, all of which introduce errors into the final imaging results, many of which are variable and cumulative, necessitating a series of calibration and correction methods, even requiring automated control through a combination of software and hardware for real-time compensation. Hence, the Americans dare to boast that even if they were to gift the most advanced lithography machine to us, we would be unable to replicate it, let alone surpass it. Now, Su Yunxin must unravel each thread, striving to adjust to the ideal values. This task is exceedingly arduous, even with her relentless work day and night. It took her 3 full days to produce a barely satisfactory plan. During this time, Fangsu also diligently supplemented his knowledge of lithography machines and studied project documentation. Without more experimental data, Su Yunxin could only opt for a more conservative approach and strive for theoretical perfection. Well, a 1 nanometer lithography machine is sufficient as long as it works. Ignoring energy loss, even a yield of only 30 is currently adequate. Oh, this body of mine TT. This magical period is indeed challenging. Although there are no painful spasms, I feel fatigued throughout the day, with efficiency at least 30 diminished, and I am constantly dealing with discomfort from persistent bleeding. Once this busy period concludes, I shall prioritize body enhancement agents to avoid experiencing this magical period again. For Su Yunxin, who enjoys beverages, these days of consuming red sugar water have truly been enough. Looking at the manuscript of completed materials towering over her, she can only manage a bitter smile, as this is the reality without strong artificial intelligence. Academician Zhong and Professor Chiu from the optics department gazed at such an extraordinarily detailed plan. Choked with emotion, this plan is so meticulous that nearly every detail has been accounted for. Various key parameters have defined thresholds, multiple potential scenarios have been provided with contingency plans. Even the design plan for a 1 nanometer chip is included. This is not merely an improvement of the original plan, but a comprehensive elevation. Is this truly a task achievable by a single individual? Even a project team, after months of experimentation, would struggle to achieve such thoroughness. Perhaps it is indeed a matter of looking down on what is high and looking up at what is low. Chapter 20. Freedom of Chips. How is it? Do you two seniors have anything to add? Su Yunxin asked softly, noticing their somewhat peculiar expressions. and apologized for any shortcomings due to the time constraints. The two remained silent, pondering what could possibly be added. Now, we merely feel as though we have engaged in years of pretentious research. Professor Chiu silently re-evaluated some crucial points and finally spoke. No problem. I believe it is completely flawless. It is astonishingly perfect. Professor Su, you are truly a genius, not merely clever. I can hardly find the words to describe it. Then let us commence with experimental validation. Academician Zhong stated. Validation? No, I believe it is entirely unnecessary. We should proceed directly to the assembly of the experimental machine. Professor Chiu interjected eagerly. This improved plan is simply tailor-made for our laboratory, addressing many of the challenges we previously faced with detailed explanations. Professor Chiu was elated, his spirit invigorated. As long as we work overtime, we can upgrade to a brand new lithography machine within 3 days. However, our research institute currently possesses only 2 EUV lithography machines. Academician Zhong reminded. I trust Professor Su. If we do not dare to try such a perfect plan, then how can we talk about breakthroughs? It is feasible, entirely feasible. How long have we waited? How many years have we endured? And now the opportunity is right before us. How could Professor Chiu not be tempted? Previously, without a mature plan and lacking confidence, we had to experiment one step at a time. Now that we have this opportunity, he truly does not wish to wait any longer. The breakthrough of domestic lithography machines is at hand. Let us dive in. If all else fails, we can always dismantle the machine. It's no big deal. Academician Zhong was also caught up in Professor Chiu's enthusiasm. Sometimes, research indeed requires a bit of audacity. Not only believe in me, but also believe in yourselves. This has always been your plan. I merely made some adjustments. Su Yunshin smiled, adding that during the experiments, should any issues arise, it is crucial to trust oneself, as I might also make mistakes. Thus, Professor Chiu led the team to immediately commence the modification of the EUV lithography machine. Su Yunshin was responsible for modifying the light source laser beam and refining several arc reactors. Currently, one of the 2 reactors powers Su Yunshin's own laboratory, while the other supplies several supercomputers. In fact, Su Yunshin has constructed 3 small reactors in total. Regrettably, despite providing exhaustive parameters, she still cannot replicate them after disassembly. Professor Yu Shuiming was on the verge of losing his mind. Such a trivial device was beyond his comprehension. During this period, they even experienced minor explosions. Observing the disheveled Professor Yu, Su Yunshin could only offer words of comfort and promise to conduct systematic training once this busy period concluded. The modification experiment for the lithography machine proceeded exceedingly smoothly, with no apparent reasons for complications. Some technicians even questioned whether their instructor had traveled through time, as such a detailed plan had suddenly emerged. It cannot merely be termed detailed. It is practically ready for archiving. Aside from slight adjustments to a few data points based on actual conditions, the rest is nearly perfect. In these days, several high-ranking academicians either rushed to Director Ching's office or flocked to Su Yunshin's laboratory, or even surrounded her during meals. Naturally, this sparked much discussion within the institute. Is Sister Fong Su truly that charming? Perhaps her connections are genuinely strong, as some junior researchers shed tears of envy. The improvements to the lithography machine progressed rapidly, with resources and materials receiving green lights at every turn. Merely 2.5 days later, a brand new lithography machine was completed. A multitude of researchers gazed at the experimental machine in the laboratory, filled with excitement. After preliminary testing, all metrics met expectations. Although the etching machine's carving efficiency decreased by 10, its precision increased by 230, and the yield is assured. Is this the lithography machine they have yearned for? They wondered how its actual performance would be. Academician Zhong promptly contacted the Longxin Chip Institute. Old Zhong, what did you say? The domestic chip breakthrough has occurred. Wonderful, I will arrange for professional testers to head over immediately. Director Zhang inquired with delight. What's the size, 10 nm or 7 nm? What? Repeat that. A guaranteed 2 nm? Hold on, I'm on my way. Upon concluding his remarks, Director Zhang forcefully slammed the microphone onto the main unit and stormed out. Alas, what crime had this telephone committed to warrant such a replacement? At around 7 in the evening, the testing personnel had just rushed out of the laboratory when Director Zhang, Dean Cheng, and a host of distinguished figures surrounded them. How did it go? What is the precision like? Are there many defects? At that moment, the testing personnel trembled with excitement, taking several deep breaths to steady their emotions before responding. The precision is exceptionally good. With a yield of over 45 for 3 nanometers production, the yield for 1.4 nanometers is around 27. Although his voice quivered, he forced himself to articulate each word clearly. What about the limits? Su Yunxin gently flicked her bangs, smiling as she inquired. Well, at such a momentous occasion, she had every reason to be present. Although the pass rate for 1 nanometer chips was merely 3, they had indeed been produced. Our lithography machine is the best in the world. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Achieving such a level for the first time is commendable, Su Yunxin said, clapping her hands in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Director Zheng of Longxin Chips was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely find words to articulate his feelings, resorting instead to enthusiastic applause. Consider how long the Chinese chip industry has been suppressed. For all these years, do you know how domestic chips have survived? Now, we finally possess our own lithography machine, and it's the most advanced one. In the future, the beautiful nation will no longer hold any chip privileges. Director Zheng grasped Academician Zhong's hand tightly, exclaiming, Old Zhong, no, all of you from the optoelectronics department. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing domestic chips from the abyss. Truly, I have long dreamed of the day we could possess a genuinely advanced lithography machine, and it is you who have made that dream a reality for our nation. As Director Zheng spoke with increasing fervor, he nearly danced with joy, painting a radiant picture of the future. So, can our current production line be put into operation immediately, and what will the output be? Well, we currently have only these 2 EUV lithography machines, both acquired from the black market. If we had more, I fear we might not have enough parts to assemble, Professor Chiu said somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing Director Zheng's slight disappointment, he added, but it's all right. It's a breakthrough after all. With our industrial system, we will surely achieve it in 3 years. What is so difficult? Just inform the Ministry of Commerce. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs knows how to proceed, Su Yunxin replied with a smile. Chapter 21. The earthquake has indeed occurred. This is outrageous. How dare they, Minister? He of the Ministry of Commerce slammed his fist on the desk. In recent years, due to China's rapid advancements in cutting-edge technology and high-tech fields, Western nations, led by the beautiful nation, have intensified their technological blockade against China. Now, under the pretext of rising R&D costs, they demanded that the sale price of DUV lithography machines be quadrupled and outright banned the sale of EUV lithography machines. Consequently, Chinese chips were directly restricted to a mere 14 nm, rendering them completely uncompetitive against the high-end 10 nanometers and cutting-edge 7 nanometers chips currently on the market. Even if Hua could design a 7 nanometers chip, it could not be produced. Anguish, helplessness, and despair. This encapsulated Minister He's sentiments at that moment. After all, China had finally made some progress. How could it all be for naught? Minister, there is an urgent situation. Just then, Secretary He rushed in to report, you were in a meeting earlier. Here is the report from Academician Zhong of the Academy of Sciences. Minister He's eyes widened as he glanced at the latest report being handed to him. This truly was a timely boon. 1 nm chip. It can be produced with modifications to the EUV lithography machine. This is fantastic. Su Yunxin has truly surprised us. Minister He knew exactly what to do. Reflecting on the doubts he had harbored about this young lady just days prior, he felt a twinge of shame. A blockade order. H country is hardly the beautiful nation. How will the so-called Tulip Kingdom react now? Shaoli, please contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and organize a chip conference. Within just 2 hours, 2 significant pieces of news surged to the forefront of trending topics across major platforms, with official channels prominently featuring them. First, the Academy of Sciences achieves a significant breakthrough in domestic chips, fully autonomous production of 0.8 nanometers chips. Second, an earthquake is expected to occur near Wenchuan in Sichuan province within 5 hours. Predicted to exceed a magnitude of 7, the news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. What was happening? 0.8 nm? Did I misread the 0? Oh my, it's truly 1 nm. Look, this is an official report from China. 2 nm will be in mass production by the end of this year. Haha, waking up to the realization of chip autonomy overnight. China is incredible, and so is the Academy of Sciences. The Western nations must be dumbfounded, having just issued a ban yesterday. And what's this about an earthquake this afternoon? Are we now able to predict earthquakes? I can't believe it. Is there anyone from Sichuan province who can confirm this? It's true, it's true. They're already organizing evacuations here, I know time. One after another, reposts flooded social media, and screenshots circulated wildly. These two pieces of news shocked the entire world. The beautiful nation, Northern Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and the Eye-Covering Alliance hastily convened emergency meetings. They could hardly believe that China could suddenly achieve chip independence and even predict earthquakes on platforms like YouTube. Foreign netizens were exclaiming in disbelief. The most distressed were the EUV Alliance members, who had just issued a statement the previous day. Reading through the detailed parameters in the Chinese news, they noted the single-chip computational speed of 13 billion operations per second, a yield rate exceeding 60, an extremely low defect rate. With mass production slated for the end of the year. As for the lithography machine parameters, they simply stated, far ahead. Most importantly, the finished products were right there for all to see. Based on their experience, even if they sent someone to inspect, it would indeed be true. After all, this was an official report from China. Their own laboratory's most advanced technology only reached 3 nanometers. How had the tables turned so suddenly? The presidents of Kai Si Lai, the air purification system company, and the photoresist company all wore expressions of disbelief. How did China achieve breakthroughs in so many technologies? The entire EUV production line was unusually quiet. Everyone was furious, yet no one dared to be the first to speak. Finally, it was Jefferson Alexander, the chairman of the EUV Alliance, who broke the silence. Let us hear your thoughts. He was under immense pressure. Just yesterday, he had represented the alliance in announcing a series of sanctions, and today, China had decisively slapped them in the face. No, it was more than just a slap. It was a thorough humiliation. While I also find this hard to believe, this is an official report from China. It must be true. Agreed, the finished products are right there. Even if we send someone over, it would likely yield the same results. AGMI stocks have already plummeted by 17, and the decline is ongoing. We already dropped by 30. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but we must urgently sell off our production lines. Otherwise, we'll be left with worthless assets. Healy Xia, Lai Si, you cannot betray the EUV Alliance. You cannot betray us, Eagle Sauce. Jefferson nearly screamed in frustration. And you all, I know everyone is angry, but we must remain rational. They even predicted an earthquake, right? Just wait for 5 hours, only 5 hours. Under the pressure of Eagle Sauce's authority, everyone ultimately agreed to wait for another 5 hours, concluding the meeting amidst murmurs of their respective national sentiments. Meanwhile, in Sichuan province, various emergency departments were operating at full throttle. Thanks to the military's robust execution, each village was being urgently evacuated. Countless elderly, weak, women, and children were orderly assisted to safety by the People's Liberation Army. Come on, Shaoli, there's still an elderly person here. Hurry and lend a hand. Amidst all the hustle, 5 hours swiftly passed. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the emergency locations as the earthquake struck. It had indeed happened. In that fleeting moment, fear washed over the minds of countless Wenchuan residents. They had experienced such terror 11 years prior, yet this time, a sense of relief prevailed. The nation had truly excelled, predicting the earthquake 5 hours in advance. Some evacuees in open areas stared at the distant collapsing buildings, their hearts racing. Thankfully, they had been evacuated early, for otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This is the greatness of a technologically advanced nation. Yes, it was indeed a 7.1 magnitude earthquake. Instantly, reports regarding the Wenchuan earthquake surged globally, even topping the trending lists in a dozen countries. The miraculous power of the East can predict earthquakes. Does the latest earthquake prediction technology of China involve plagiarism? Shocking. The Chinese military actually forced residents to evacuate their homes. What is going on? However, in this era of advanced social media, even foreign netizens recognize the value, as various Chinese tech stocks soared. What? You're still asking about patents? Do you not know the current level of our laboratory? The pinnacle is 2.6 nm, with 18 units in stock. Hasten to divest entirely. Such scenarios are unfolding among the members of the EUV Alliance. and their decisions are remarkably unanimous, encapsulated succinctly in a single phrase. Sell? Sell hastily. Chapter 22. The initiation plan. In the aftermath of the earthquake, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia convened an emergency meeting. On one hand, they needed to issue directives in response to the seismic event. More critically, they deliberated on the future trajectory of Huaxia. Within the brief span of 10 days, both typhoons and earthquakes had manifested. Su Yunxin even managed to produce a 1-nanometer chip. This meeting took place in the Grand Assembly Hall of the nation, with a multitude of attendees. All participants were officials at the ministerial level and above. Prominent generals from the military, heads of major research institutes, and numerous academicians, hundreds in total. No1 questioned Su Yunxin's identity as a reborn individual and the chief scientist of a former Type 4 civilization. The gathering was aimed at collectively contemplating the future of Huaxia. This represented the gravest crisis Huaxia had ever confronted, with humanity on the brink of an unprecedented catastrophe. The entire southern seas were under strict martial law. This meeting was crucial to the survival of Huaxia and demanded the utmost seriousness. Its highest caliber, devoid of any errors. Such high-level meetings had only been convened thrice since the founding of the nation. The attending generals were particularly tense, fully engrossed in the proceedings. Su Yunxin was exceptionally seated beside the elder, symbolizing an equality of power, or perhaps an acknowledgement of her stature. Due to the extensive number of attendees, materials and synchronized information were distributed to everyone. The prospect of a sun extinguishing was too dreadful to fathom. An Academician, attending for the first time, displayed a countenance of profound sorrow at the head table. Su Yunxin intertwined her fingers, cradling her chin in a tray-like manner, observing the animated discussions among the attendees. A close-up of Su Yunxin appeared on the large screen, her deep, vertical pupils eliciting a sense of unease in several generals. It was amusing. These were seasoned warriors who had faced the battlefield, yet gazing into the eyes of this young woman instilled a modicum of fear. Unlike the elder, Su Yunxin possessed an aura forged through millennia of warfare. Although her exterior still bore a hint of youthfulness, at that moment, she undeniably embodied the essence of a leader. All right, let us quiet down. I trust everyone is up to speed with the situation. The elder adjusted his microphone and continued, Now, I invite each department to share their insights and recommendations, starting with the finance department. The finance department was the first to speak, signifying a crucial message. This time, no expense would be spared by allowing the overseers of finances to present first. They effectively severed their own escape routes. Minister Ouyang Qian articulated, based on current information, our foreign exchange reserves and all overseas assets will become worthless within a year and a half. Thus, we must expedite the process of divesting, utilizing the proceeds to procure essential raw materials, food, and other strategic resources. Agreed, but the pace must not be overly rapid. We should proceed cautiously to avoid inciting global panic. Elder Zhong corrected. Indeed, this interstellar voyage is destined not to accommodate all of humanity. Huaxia must strive to amass the most resources possible. Although currency may become worthless in the apocalypse, we still need to maintain our financial system. Su Yunxin added. International relations are not as idyllic as one might imagine. If the world were to learn of impending doom too soon, chaos would ensue. We lack the capability to transport the entirety of humanity. Our focus must be on securing as many resources as we can. Minister Chen Weiman of the Resource Department promptly stated, We will immediately impose restrictions on the export of various rare earths and precious metals, and swiftly curtail the sale of all resources. Within a mere hour, the assembly generated a plethora of constructive suggestions. There's no need for excessive pressure, especially on the finance and commerce departments, Su Yunxin remarked with a knowing smile. Once our space-based weaponry is fully deployed, and we are no longer subjected to nuclear intimidation, we can market numerous cutting-edge technological products. Even nuclear fusion can be sold. With a little capital, acquiring whatever we desire becomes a trivial matter. She jested, lightening the atmosphere. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Indeed, as long as we are unafraid of nuclear missiles, many things can be sold. Currently, Huaxia has secured an absolute dominance in the chip sector. We can confidently engage in a legitimate commercial battle leveraging our advanced technology. With such superior innovations, foreign nations will be scrambling to offer resources and funds to Huaxia, they declared. Another topic emerged regarding Huaxia's exploration of outer space. This time, few were inclined to voice their opinions. Upon realizing Su Yunxin's caliber, many academicians hesitated to speak freely. Noticing the silence, Su Yunxin furrowed her brow. This was not a favorable sign. Particularly, she understood the thoughts of these scientists. It was imperative that they did not regard her as an authority. Scientific inquiry thrives on collective exploration. Previously, our flagship was named. Su Yunxin tapped the table. Earth. Upon the mention of Earth, many recalled the film Wandering Earth. Feng Su was the first to stand an object. Even if we could construct a planetary engine, the Earth's crust could not withstand such thrust. It would inevitably fracture, leading to a catastrophic crisis in the subterranean cities. How exhilarating! Feng Su felt he had identified a blind spot, realizing that taking Su Yunxin to task would not be an easy feat. And today, he finally had an opportunity to challenge her. He felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Oh, is that your perspective? Su Yunxin raised an eyebrow, clearly noting that everyone had seen the film. This is precisely how scientific research should be conducted. Everyone presents their views. Professor Feng Su, you have done well. However, who said I intended to take the Earth with me? Su Yunxin shrugged her shoulders innocently. Taking the Earth with us would be far too impractical. My idea is to construct several starships to transport all necessary materials, effectively creating a mini-Earth. The name Earth is more for sentimental value. I've calculated it. One person per hibernation pod, 20.80.6 meters, which amounts to approximately 1 cubic meter per person. Even accounting for 2 billion individuals, that totals 2 billion cubic meters. Absolutely feasible. Su Yunxin said earnestly, gazing at Feng Su. My second-in-command is indeed capable, setting a significant example in critical moments. However, Feng Su did not share this sentiment. I truly underestimated this shrewd individual. I was too careless. He thought, wishing he could slap himself for being the first to speak. With Feng Su paving the way, the other academicians grew bolder, offering various suggestions and exploring future research directions. Under Huaxia's leadership, human civilization would embark on a journey through the Milky Way, beginning with Proxima Centauri, ultimately seeking a new home and genuinely becoming an interstellar civilization. In conclusion, Su Yunxin expressed her thoughts on the naming of the initiative. While Earth was chosen for commemorative significance, she disapproved of the term wandering. What a notion! How could we possibly be wandering? I propose that this grand and magnificent initiative be termed the Initiation Plan. Chapter 23. The First Step, Cultivating Vegetables on the Moon. 3 days later. At 7 in the evening, a special segment of Huaxia News unexpectedly aired for an additional hour. The Star Harvest Plan. The boundless expanse of the cosmos symbolizes infinite hope. For an extended period, Huaxia has actively explored outer space, demonstrating the great nation's sense of responsibility. At this pivotal moment in national rejuvenation, Huaxia will remain steadfast to its original aspirations. For the brighter future of all humanity, Huaxia will establish a space expeditionary force, led by General Wang Zhensheng, to explore the solar system and beyond. The primary mission of the Space Expeditionary Force is to enhance humanity's understanding of the universe and seek new habitable homes for mankind. The first step of the Star Harvest Plan is to establish a sustainable lunar base and achieve the cultivation of vegetables on the moon. Star Harvest? The phrasing you present to the public is truly astute. Isn't it magnificent? In just 1 hour, it sent shockwaves across the nation. Heavens! Are we really going to have a space force? But that's not all. The news also mentioned that the Academy of Sciences has commenced the development of interstellar spacecraft. Goodness gracious, Huaxia is gearing up for a space war. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Don't hold me back. I want to enlist. I too wish to become an astronaut. Oh, I mean a space soldier. On platforms like Weibo and QA, this special report instantly soared to the top of trending topics. Amidst fervent discussions among netizens, the Weibo servers nearly collapsed under the strain, bandwidth facing imminent failure. Simultaneously, the term Star Harvest Plan surged globally like a tidal wave. Other nations were compelled to convene urgent meetings, grumbling in response. How peculiar! Why has Huaxia been so active lately? They seem to hold meetings every 3 days. It appears that our understanding king, the rather eccentric president, was the first to post on Twitter. Huaxia's ambition to venture into space is impossible. No one understands space better than I do. A Canadian official remarked, "This is merely Huaxia's deception. Please do not overinterpret." The British Empire declared, "Fake news, it must be false news." BBC media reported, "Shockingly, Huaxia is being forced to abandon its homeland. What could they possibly want?" The Sakura Nation chimed in, "Does Huaxia intend to dominate space? They must apologize. They owe us a bow." However, foreign netizens were not easily swayed. Thanks to the rise of social media in recent years, many foreign users have come to witness the true face of Huaxia. Regarding the current wave of deliberate slander, I can only scoff. While the esteemed crab delicacies are becoming a staple in our lunar habitation, our nation seems to be proficient only in verbal sparring. Indeed, during my business trip to Huaxia last year, I was astounded to find that some places lacked even basic electric lighting, leaving me feeling like a complete bumpkin. What the actual heck, refund? What have these high-ranking officials done with our taxpayer money? We, too, deserve the opportunity for interstellar travel. Meanwhile, in the Department of Defense of the beautiful nation, the atmosphere was charged. Now that everyone is present and time is of the essence, let us engage in a serious discussion, as I must report back to His Excellency the President. The defense minister glanced at his wristwatch. "General FAQ, the Huaxia Space Expeditionary Force is directly comparable to your space troops. Please enlighten us on the progress of our lunar base construction." General FAQ, momentarily taken aback, replied with a look of bewilderment, "Minister, are you not aware? We have merely established a new folder." "Haha, FAQ. Is your space force truly that lackluster?" General Pig, from the Air Force, seized the opportunity to mock. "Enough. I know you two have a history. Let us avoid the bickering." The defense minister interjected hastily, utterly exasperated by the constant squabbling that required his mediation. "So, where has all the funding allocated to you over the years gone?" The mention of money sent General FAQ into a furious tirade. Hasn't he most of it been funneled to the Air Force? He slammed his fist on the table, contemplating an actual table flip, but reconsidering given its hefty weight of 300 pounds. "Currently, my space troops consist of a few elderly gentlemen playing cards daily." "What?" The defense minister felt as though the sky was collapsing upon him. How could he possibly report this to the great president? Surely, he couldn't convey that our space force was merely a group of old men engaged in card games. "No, we must at least launch a tent adorned with the stars and stripes to prevent Huaxia from monopolizing the moon." "General Pig, let's put the development of your 6th-generation fighter jets on hold and focus on our lunar base." "That's unacceptable, Minister. Our 6th-generation fighters are on the verge of success. Can't you wait a moment? We cannot allow Huaxia to get ahead." General Daogu from the army chimed in swiftly. Having long harbored resentment towards the Air Force for always receiving the lion's share of funding. "Very well, it is settled. I must report to His Excellency the President FAQ. I will coordinate with NESA. Please prepare accordingly." The defense minister, impatient, declared the meeting adjourned. With Huaxia making significant moves, the pressure was overwhelming, and he had no time to entertain their petty squabbles. In interstellar travel, aside from energy, materials, and propulsion, the most pressing issue remains the sustenance systems. This is a significant shortcoming for carbon-based life forms engaging in space voyages. Air and food are colossal concerns. During prolonged interstellar journeys, the next resupply planet is always uncertain if renewable resources cannot be realized. A day will inevitably arrive when we run out. Huaxia's establishment of a lunar base is precisely aimed at addressing this issue, and cultivating crops is a skill ingrained in our DNA. If it proves successful to grow edible plants on the moon, Huaxia could joyfully realize interstellar immigration. In contrast, silicon-based life forms have it relatively easy. They merely require a source of energy. Thus, there exists a notion within the scientific community that silicon-based life forms are more suited for the cosmos. It is not that you lack capability. If only a spatial pocket existed, interstellar travel could be quite pleasant. Essentially, your situation is akin to fleeing. System, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. After the conclusion of the high-level meeting, Su Yunxin began work on the design of the starship. This is an immense undertaking, and one cannot achieve success overnight. Particularly, the hibernation chamber must commence design immediately, as it poses the greatest variable in this reincarnation. Another point of contention is whether or not to pursue a space elevator, in the previous life, Due to technological constraints, humanity's starships could only be constructed in space. The reason being insufficient propulsion. Launching directly from the vacuum of the universe significantly reduces wear and tear. Even so, speeds only reached up to 120 times the speed of light in this life. Su Yunshin is confident that launching directly from the ground is feasible, just like boarding an airplane. However, considering the need for resource collection on other planets, perhaps it is best to proceed with the elevator. It wouldn't hurt. Chapter 24. The response from Eagle Sauce. I shall certainly fulfill my mission. President Li Pai adjusted his signature tie as he entered the conference room of the Pentagon. Inside, the defense minister and others had been waiting for some time. Oh, good morning, gentlemen. Why do you all appear so tense? After this meeting, I shall treat everyone to McDonald's burgers. President Li Pai began this vital national meeting while playing the accordion. So, are you afraid that Huaxia will surpass us in the realm of space exploration? Let us not forget that we set foot on the moon decades ago, a barren wasteland devoid of resources. However, Mr. President, if Huaxia indeed establishes a base on the moon, it may threaten our hegemonic status. Director Smith, are you admitting to fearing Huaxia? President Li Pai playfully poked the CIA director's head. I feel it necessary to remind you that we are the noble Eagle Sauce. We have no need to fear Huaxia. The Huaxia people's affinity for agriculture is merely a reflection of their backwardness. Come, Dr. Parker, tell us loudly whether it is possible to cultivate crops on the moon. Dr. Parker shrugged and smiled. Absolutely impossible. Did you hear that? Suddenly, President Li Pai erupted, seizing Smith's documents and hurling them at him. Do not let yourself be frightened by a mere fib from Huaxia. I acknowledge that Huaxia has recently made breakthroughs in the chip sector, but space is the domain of Eagle Sauce. I believe the defense minister has done a commendable job. Moreover, we aim not only to establish a base on the moon, but we also intend to mine resources on Mars. That afternoon, the Pentagon of the beautiful nation held a grand press conference, boldly announcing the Interstellar Pioneer Program and detailing its various components, including but not limited to Mars landings. Mr. President, does this Interstellar Pioneer Program specifically target Huaxia? No. President Li Pai shook his finger. As Noble Eagle Sauce, we have consistently worked for the future of all humanity. These plans were originally meant to remain confidential. This disclosure is a result of Huaxia's deception. Li Pai cleared his throat and stated, I urge everyone to see clearly. Only we, the beautiful nation, possess the capability to explore space. Do not fall into Huaxia's trap. Mr. President, what are your thoughts on Huaxia's star harvesting program? A reporter pressed further. Li Pai made an okay gesture, lightly tracing it across his chest. It is nothing but a scheme. If they truly do harvest stars, we must procure one at a premium and play with it. Let us see how it compares to the little stars on a Christmas tree. As he spoke, he made comical gestures, eliciting roars of laughter from the audience. This comrade Chuan Jianghua is truly dedicated. His expressions could serve as teaching material for the Beijing Film Academy. How do you view Huaxia's agricultural endeavors on the moon? A female reporter, visibly excited, thrust the microphone towards Li Pai's face. Oh, I sincerely wish for them to cultivate delicious greens. I would very much like to taste them. Ha ha ha! The press conference concluded amidst a jubilant atmosphere in General F.A.'s private office. Hello, congratulations, General Wang Jia, on your promotion. I must congratulate you as well. The Interstellar Pioneer Program you oversee sounds impressive. And how many times must I tell you? My name is Wang Zhisheng. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. My full name is not FAQ either. In our beautiful nation, you should know, we merely shout slogans. Look at the few individuals under my command. Any talk of interstellar exploration is pure nonsense. FAQ sighed helplessly. Old Wang, after all these years as friends, can you let me in on whether your so-called space expeditionary force is genuine? The phone fell silent for a few seconds. FAQ, I can only tell you this. If you believe it, you will be deceived. Concurrently, within Huaxia's Academy of Sciences, a bustling atmosphere prevailed. Since achieving chip independence, various departments, undeterred by losses, have been working overtime to produce a batch of 1-nanometer chips, leading to a qualitative leap in the computing power of traditional computers. With robust computational support and the unique talents of Su Yunshin, the research accomplishments of the Academy of Sciences in merely 3 days equated to what had previously taken 6 months. with every face radiating the joy of success. Teacher, our ODS steel, oxide dispersion strength and alloy, temperature tolerance has improved by 20, and the radiation swelling rate has reached a new low. Our tungsten alloy composite materials brittleness has significantly decreased. There have been tremendous breakthroughs in nanomaterials. Molecular density has tripled, and compressive and flexural strength have greatly improved. Good news circulated throughout the Academy of Sciences. In the Tiananmen conference room. Are you suggesting an integration of national resources to establish a new Academy of Sciences? In the conference room, Su Yunxin is engaged in a discussion with several ministers regarding the future of the Academy of Sciences. The construction of a starship is an enormous undertaking, and the current Academy of Sciences, in terms of both personnel scale and geographical location, is ill-equipped to meet the demands. Su Yunxin gently sipped her specially sourced Hong Pao tea. Though only 4 pounds of this tea are allocated each year, it truly is refreshing and invigorating. Minister Wu from the Ministry of Science pondered before speaking. Indeed, the future Academy of Sciences is not solely focused on scientific research. It must also undertake a series of missions, including weapons development. While the current research system of the Academy is relatively sound, it is still far from sufficient under the conditions of interstellar civilization. Does Senior Su have any thoughts on the composition of personnel? The elder uncle inquired. Indeed, some prominent figures have already recognized Su Yunxin as a senior. Please, do not call me senior, comrade elder uncle, Su Yunxin sighed helplessly. I am merely 18 years old. It makes me sound like some ancient, white-haired sorceress. Well, you essentially are one, came the teasing reply to my proposal is to disband and reorganize the personnel of the Academy of Sciences, establishing the Interstellar Academy according to its departmental composition, while temporarily retaining the original academy. Furthermore, we should conduct an assessment across the national research institutes to gather suitable talents for our pioneering project team. Retain? Director Chung astutely caught the implication in Su Yunxin's expression. The academy must also undergo an evaluation. Indeed, she affirmed it is not merely about assessing their scientific literacy and professional knowledge. Su Yunxin deliberately paused, leaning down to sip her tea and observe the reactions of the dignitaries. Well, they are all wily old foxes. There is no need to elaborate further on my next point. I certainly do not wish for any issues to arise at such a critical juncture. Su Yunxin waved her hand, adding, moreover, conducting research at an interstellar level differs significantly from the past. Certain researchers' personalities may not suit the Interstellar Academy. Recently, in order to meet deadlines, I have provided many straightforward answers. However, actual interstellar research is often far more tedious, uninteresting, and fraught with challenges. Frequently, one must sift through a mountain of data in search of that elusive spark of inspiration. Without a resilient tenacity, it is nearly impossible to persevere. Director Ching nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, research has never been a solitary endeavor. The path ahead must be forged collectively. Then let us discuss the site selection and aim to finalize it today to commence construction as soon as possible. Chapter 25. The Interstellar Academy. The selection of the site for the Interstellar Academy has sparked considerable debate. Some propose locating it near Luoqing for better integration of national resources, while others suggest the vast geographical advantages of the Northwest. Given that the Interstellar Academy may cover over 10,000 acres, numerous issues will arise. Minister Zhang Xiangyuan from the Infrastructure Department recommends situating it adjacent to the Sakwan Launch Center, on one hand. That area has established infrastructure. On the other hand, it is relatively close to the Northwest. In this regard, Su Yunxin, being an outsider, refrains from expressing her opinion. She can only support a formulation of super cement with specific additives. The concrete produced from this super cement can achieve a strength of C320, which is defined as 320 MPa FCU, K 325 MPa, and boasts high thermal insulation and water resistance, effectively isolating all harmful substances. Utilizing special additives during the construction process of reinforced concrete not only significantly shortens the construction period, allowing it to reach 60 strength within just 12 hours, but also greatly enhances its strength performance, impact resistance, and fatigue resistance. Upon hearing the various parameters reported by Su Yunxin, Minister Zhang's eyes sparkled. This material is indeed a dream come true for civil engineers. Typically, the strength of concrete used in building construction hovers around C35. And even for critical facilities like high-speed train stations, The UHPC, ultra-high-performance concrete, strength only reaches C120. Yet, the concrete strength provided by Su Yunshin's super cement formulation can reach an astonishing C320. Alongside lower porosity, hundreds of times the toughness of NSC, and superior shear, bending, corrosion, and freeze-thaw resistance. Most importantly, the curing time for concrete with special additives is merely 2 days, while conventional waterproof concrete typically requires at least 14 days of curing. What does this mean? It means that once funding is secured, without considering early formwork removal, a floor can be completed in just 3 days. The infrastructure minister immediately stated that as long as resources are in place, they guarantee completion within a month. Upon hearing this, the elder and the uncle were taken aback. Only a month? Then what are we waiting for? They promptly decided to allocate personnel and funds to expedite the construction of the Interstellar Academy. The nation quickly mobilized thousands of engineers from the talent pool, including geotechnical, structural, design, civil, and electrical engineers, with the 1st and 3rd bureaus leading the charge to Sakwan.An Engineering Battalion also joined in coordination. Determined to construct the Interstellar Academy as swiftly as possible, on July 21, 2019, the Interstellar Academy officially broke ground. On the day of commencement, tens of thousands gathered in the square to solemnly pledge their unwavering commitment to overcoming all difficulties and ensuring the project is delivered on time. Chief Engineer Wang, what I require is a guarantee, not a try your best. Repeat after me. Guarantee completion within a month, Minister Zhang bellowed into the phone. Yes, guarantee completion within a month, with quality and quantity assured. Chief Engineer Wang's hand trembled slightly as he held the microphone. He had overseen the construction of military bases and had experienced the complexities of the construction at Nyakeo, yet never before had he issued such a command. As the days passed, the construction of the Interstellar Academy progressed at an astonishing pace. With the backing of super cement, it was impossible for the speed not to accelerate, achieving a strength of 75 in a single day. And an entire floor could be laid in just a day and a half. Fast assembly and disassembly system. Engineer Liu, what is happening on your end? It's been 2 days, and you still haven't removed the formwork. Hey, what? Speak louder. Why hasn't your area had the formwork removed? Chief Engineer Wang shouted, clutching a throat lozenge. There's no one available. The workers have been on 2 shifts for 20 consecutive days and are nearing exhaustion. Then increase their wages, double it. Ensure that each worker has 2 gene of beef daily. That's difficult as well. Figure it out. We are under a death mandate. If it's not completed in a month, prepare for imprisonment. Although it appeared to outsiders as merely routine construction, due to the confidentiality of the project, the workers could not be recruited indefinitely. Engineer Liu had no choice but to bring in several boxes of cash. With a generous incentive, brave souls would inevitably emerge. All subcontractors exerted their utmost efforts, ensuring daily completion of tasks. They seized sunny days, took advantage of overcast ones, and worked tirelessly through drizzles as if it were fair weather. They toiled under the moonlight as if it were day, pushing through heavy rain and light showers, and worked relentlessly whenever possible. Slogans such as work, 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 adorned various locations across the project, resonating with vigor, fervor, and inspiration. The prowess of the construction juggernaut of Huaxia was unmistakably showcased at this moment. This was a testament to the collective determination of the people, their unyielding spirit, their unwavering commitment, and their confidence in pursuing a brighter future. United as one, they pressed forward, transforming the impossible into the possible and forging a new horizon. Feng Jiangwo, in his 50s, is a seasoned construction worker. Upon signing the confidentiality agreement, he felt a mixture of shock and excitement. Over the years, the treatment of migrant workers had significantly improved. Their once dilapidated homes had been transformed into 2-story villas. With the nation in need, he was determined to give his all in the end. The economic stimulus effect dwindled, and most people persevered through sheer willpower. Many slept less than 4 hours a night, subsisting on scant meals, and whenever fatigue struck, they would find a place to rest briefly, resuming their work as long as they had the strength. Indeed, the title of construction juggernaut of Huaxia was not merely a name. It was earned through the diligent and tireless efforts of builders across the nation, who poured their sweat into every brick laid. Thus, with the unwavering determination of tens of thousands, Overcoming countless hardships and working day and night, they successfully completed the construction ahead of schedule. On the day of delivery, Zhang Xiangyuan personally shook hands with each worker, expressing gratitude for their dedication. The completion of the Interstellar Academy symbolizes the establishment of Huaxia's first interstellar research institute in the coming year. It will yield the first generation of starships, carrying the hopes of human civilization into the cosmos. During this month, Su Yunxin arrived at the 7903 Military Industrial Research Institute, diligently working on space-based weaponry. After all, until this endeavor was realized, she could not rest easy. This must be Dr. Su? Yes, I will leave her in your hands. Let me be clear. If DRSU experiences even the slightest inconvenience here, you can forget about your military unit's designation, Minister Wu from the Ministry of Science stated coolly. The colonel responsible for the reception was taken aback. Was it really that serious? Speaking of unit designations was indeed a weighty matter for military personnel, representing their honor and status. Then, Dr. Su, shall we go for a meal? A welcome banquet has been prepared, the colonel cautiously inquired. Looking at the white-haired young woman before him, he found it odd. She was only 20, yet already a doctor. Just call me Su Yunxin. First, take me for a tour of the Research Institute. Chapter 26. Making nuclear intimidation a thing of the past, the colonel was merely aware that he was to host an exceptionally formidable scientist today for a confidential project. Little did he anticipate the arrival of such a young lady. To be fair, this Military Research Institute, being part of the armed forces, was indeed well organized, with even the greenery along the roadside meticulously trimmed into neat rectangular shapes. Su Yunxin took in the sights along the way, relishing the fresh air and gentle breeze. Unbeknownst to her, she soon arrived at the entrance of a cavern, where a 3-meter-thick iron door stood as a barrier to the world within. Su Yunxin produced a piece of paper, tilting her head slightly to address the colonel, who towered over her, stating, I understand the regulations. I possess the highest level of authorization, so you need not worry. Upon entering the main body of the Research Institute, Su Yunxin continued to observe her surroundings, while some researchers regarded her with mild bewilderment, curious about her background. However, the majority remained engrossed in their own work, oblivious to the presence of the two visitors. The colonel, accompanying Su Yunxin, grew increasingly anxious. This little sister is no ordinary person. Faced with numerous cutting-edge military technologies, her demeanor remained unfazed, almost dismissive. Was that a hint of disdain? Did she truly regard these advanced facilities with such indifference? These were, after all, the pinnacle of domestic secrecy, with some equipment appearing quite impressive. Ordinary individuals would at least express astonishment upon seeing them. Intrigued, Su Yunxin approached an experimental area featuring a Hall thruster and picked up a nearby report. Higher, even higher, a young researcher muttered, fixated on the testing instruments, entirely unaware of her presence. Su Yunxin glanced at the gauges and, regrettably, noted, 500 mN, millinewtons. I recall that those in charge of the electric propulsion project no longer hold much hope. Casually, she picked up the experimental log and inquired, Are you still persisting? What do you know? Electric propulsion is the future. Traditional rocket propulsion will eventually be obsolete, the researcher retorted without turning his head. Indeed, electric propulsion had once been the subject of great expectations from numerous academicians, with many believing it to be the theoretically perfect propulsion system. Yet, repeated experimental setbacks had gradually dampened their spirits. What can you accomplish with less than 1 Newton? Who are you anyway? He turned around, brimming with arrogance, only to find himself confronted by a young girl. My apologies, leader. I was just lost in thought. Rambling. Where is your supervisor, who is currently in charge of this project? The colonel inquired as part of his routine. Professor Dai Zhuming, but he has fallen ill. The project has been halted for 2 months. Then why are you still holding on? You must be lacking funding, Su Yunxin asked while jotting down notes. Because I want to prove electric propulsion. I wish to create a genuine Hall thruster. The researcher clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. It was his mentor's dream. What is your name? Qin Yang. Here, adjust these parameters and follow this plan. It should enhance the thrust by several times. Su Yunxin said, tossing the revised experimental log to him. Chen Yang fumbled to catch it, but when he saw the extensive corrections, He was instantly enraged, storming over to shout at Su Yunshin, "Are you out of your mind? This isn't a child's doodle pad. Look at the mess you've made." It was only the colonel's intervention that separated the two, and Chen Yang, now seated on the floor, wept in despair. He had spent so long modifying that plan, finally reaching 500, and now it was all in ruins. Overwhelmed, he felt on the verge of collapse. "Oh, do you not believe me?" Su Yunshin said, casually brushing her hair back. "You, little sister, seriously, you should go home. I don't know what your background is, but this isn't a place for you to cause trouble. Don't speak carelessly." The colonel shivered. After all, Minister Wu had mentioned. Before he could finish, Su Yunshin burst into a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Ah, splendid. You're quite impressive, Chen Yang, right? I shall remember you. Give it a try. You won't be disappointed." With that, she took the colonel by the arm and departed, for they had important matters to attend to. Half an hour later, a startled scream erupted from Chen Yang. "Wow, it really increased by several times." The colonel escorted Su Yunshin to an ultra-secret conference room on the 6th underground level, where his task concluded. Upon entering, Su Yunshin was met with a room full of attentive individuals, including several high-ranking generals. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Yunshin. I shall refrain from extraneous remarks. Over the next month, we will work together to deploy space-based weaponry. And I look forward to your guidance." Simple, direct, and to the point. Those few words altered some attendees' initial impressions of Su Yunshin. Even though everyone had circulated her confidential dossier prior to the meeting, a few who had not encountered her before still scoffed, doubting that an 18-year-old could possess any authority. Scientists, especially junior researchers, often harbored a certain arrogance. Without a steadfast belief, what research could they pursue? Now, however, the first impression they formed of Su Yunshin was one of decisiveness and efficiency. The battle-hardened generals found themselves unnerved, as if they glimpsed the harsh realities of the battlefield reflected in her eyes. It is well known that since the advent of nuclear weapons, the specter of nuclear intimidation looms globally at every moment. China currently stands at a critical juncture of life and death, with little energy to devote to international relations. Su Yunshin spoke eloquently from the podium, declaring, "Our deployment of space-based weaponry aims to render nuclear intimidation a relic of the past. Should they dare to launch an attack, let them explode in place." Her final statement resonated with heightened intensity. Thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Su Yunshin pressed a button on the remote, and the main screen began displaying detailed project proposals. "All of you are top talents in the military industry. Please assist me in identifying any areas for improvement in my plan. Time is of the essence, and my ideas may not necessarily be feasible." This was no mere humility. She feared possible technical gaps. What she sought was not advanced technology, but practicality and rapid deployment. "Come now, everyone, feel free to speak up. This is our domain." "What's the matter? Have you all gone mute?" Chao Shujun, the head of the 7903 Military Research Institute, rose to admonish his subordinates, who seemed overly cautious. "Why are you all suddenly timid? Is it because of a little sister that you dare not engage in discussion? This is quite the spectacle for the generals." The young doctoral student, unafraid of the scrutiny, initiated the questioning. "The Beidou satellite is positioned over 30,000 kilometers above the Earth. Such an extensive distance for laser transmission raises concerns regarding significant energy dissipation. How do we ensure the laser remains focused?" Chapter 27. Space-based weapons. Additionally, our currently developed laser weapons have only targeted land-based objectives. What effects might the atmosphere and ozone layer in space impose on these operations? Newcomers are often unafraid of tigers, the young doctoral student continued, boldly voicing his thoughts. Laser strikes generally involve perforation and layer separation. Perforation is straightforward, achieved through the thermal melting of the laser. Layer separation occurs when a target absorbs the irradiated energy, causing some atoms to ionize into a plasma cloud that expands outward, generating shock waves for physical destruction. The crux of the matter remains the laser's power. The higher the power, the better. Currently, the modified Silent Hunter laser weapon testbed at the Military Institute, with just 35 kW, can down a small drone in field trials. Su Yunshin's small arc reactor had been upgraded to a power output of 2 gigawatts, 2 million kilowatts, under the superior research conditions of the Academy of Sciences. Installing it on the Beidou satellite would suffice to direct the laser to any corner of the blue planet. I must mention that Iron Man is truly remarkable, 3GW, and that's the first generation. I can hardly fathom how a level 1 civilization could produce such a device. Hey, I'm not lacking either. I have 2GW. How bold of you. Yours is essentially cheating. Without mixing with spiritual particles, let's see if you can even reach 0. 2GW. Now, returning to the previous topic, with such a reactor, energy supply will undoubtedly be sufficient. However, when directing from a satellite to the ground, the effects of the atmosphere and ozone layer cannot be ignored. If the focusing ability is insufficient or the ion beam shape cannot be maintained, two scenarios may arise. First, the laser might deviate from its intended trajectory or even bend. The second scenario is far worse. It could transform into a conical laser-shaped. At such heights, I dare not imagine how large the impact area would be below. Excellent. Your questions hit the nail on the head, Su Yunshin acknowledged with a snap of her fingers. Such long distances will inevitably produce a series of effects. However, for now, we can set aside these concerns. I will install a spiritual particle beam emitter in the weapon, with the spiritual particle beam serving as a locator. The laser will remain on course. Host, you're cheating again. What? Aren't these insights you provided? I never gave you those. My goodness, you're only a 0.76 level civilization. Playing with spiritual particles can lead to trouble. All right, just one last time, dumb. What exactly is a spiritual particle? A researcher timidly raised his hand and asked, witnessing Su Yunshin's momentary daze, which rendered him utterly embarrassed, his hand lingering in the air, reluctant to lower it. Was his question perhaps too simplistic? Yet, he genuinely had no recollection of the topic. Could it pertain to another discipline altogether? Ah, that Lingzi. If you manage to gain admission to the Shinka Institute next month, I shall elucidate further. I shall refrain from elaborating at this moment. This statement dealt 100 points of critical damage to each individual present. Why does this sound so familiar? It seemed reminiscent of something from middle school. However, with that, no one dared to voice any dissent. After all, if the primary issue was disregarded, what was the point of further inquiries? Consequently, the doctoral candidate who posed the initial question became the sole interrogator. Indeed, the foremost scientist of Huaxia lived up to his reputation. I eagerly await your promising news. A 2-star general rose to deliver a pre-battle address. Chao Shujun, the infrastructure department has issued a military order. The Shinka Institute must be completed within a month. If strategic deployment is not finalized within a month, rendering the Shinka Institute inoperative, fear not, leader. I guarantee task completion within the month. Director Chao promptly stood to interrupt, exclaiming, my goodness, such remarks ought not to be made. With a full supply of resources, the progress of the Sky Weapon Project advanced rapidly, especially as everyone exhibited a spirit of relentless determination. They discovered a disheartening truth. A project team consisting of dozens of researchers was unable to keep pace with the singular progress of Su Yunshin. Sugong, do you think this parameter is acceptable? Adjust it to 3. Dr. Su. This was clearly outlined on page 43 of the R7 document. Please consult it yourself. Professor Su, the experimental data here fails to meet the ideal values. What should we do? Are you conducting research for the first time? After merely 2 experiments, you come to me with questions? At this stage, the titles held little significance. Any address would suffice. Nonetheless, she preferred to be called Dr. Su. Members of the military-industrial complex's laser weapon group later lamented that month was akin to a hell on Earth. From academicians to researchers, dozens were unable to match the pace of one individual. Preparations on one end were incomplete while designs emerged from the other. Data was still being adjusted while averages were already being calculated. Moreover, her memory was astonishingly sharp. She recalled every issue she had addressed with clarity. Particularly on certain days, if someone repeated a question, they would be met with a barrage of reprimands. She resembled a humanoid super multi-core computer. The others, feeling helpless, could only intensify their efforts, reducing their sleep from 7 hours to 6, then to 5. After relentless endeavors by a group of dedicated researchers, they finally completed the production of the space-based weapon on the 23rd day. The subsequent tasks were straightforward. 6 Beidou satellites to be loaded and launched. The deployment of the satellites was swift. 2 days later, The 6 Beidou satellites successfully reached their designated orbits. The final test commenced, with success or failure hinging upon this moment in the control room of the experimental base. Personnel within a 3-kilometer radius of the weapon testing ground had been evacuated. Aircraft were in position, liquid nitrogen emergency supplies were ready, and firefighting and medical teams were on standby. Dr. Su, all preparations are complete. We may commence. Very well. Thank you. Su Yunshin gazed at the main control screen, where the primary access had been lifted, and felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, this was a genuine ground laser strike. If any deviation occurred, the consequences were unforeseeable. Let us begin with something simple. At 30 power, Su Yunshin forced a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere in the control room. For the first strike, an acceptable margin of error was set at 100 meters. Commence.as coordinates and various parameters were inputted into the main control device. Everyone in the control room focused intently, ensuring no technical errors would occur. 3, 2, 1, launch. As Su Yunshin pressed the activation button, a fine, ethereal blue beam struck the target with precision, followed by a blood-red ray descending like a sword towards the earth. The speed of the laser weapon was astonishing. Mere 0.6 seconds later, accompanied by a faint explosion, the target was struck. Target 1 was successfully destroyed, with a deviation of 5 meters. The test was a success. The test was successful. Chapter 28. The Light of Divine Retribution. Proceeding, the next setting is 50 power. 2 strikes, with a margin of error of 30 meters. The first deviation was only 5 meters, and Su Yunshin felt a slight relief. The increase in laser weapon power was not merely additive but exponential. As a light-based weapon, under high energy output, its photonic properties became increasingly pronounced. Although only a 20 increase had been made, the energy concentrated in an instant had surged by hundreds of times. And the subsequent precision should continue to improve. The strike coordinates were adjusted, all parameters were set. We may launch. Reiterating, we may launch. Adhering to a cautious principle, Su Yunshin personally reviewed all parameters, reassuring others that the danger had significantly diminished. Yet, she was acutely aware that this energy was indeed 100 times greater than the first. 3, 2, 1, launch, struck. Targets 3 and 4 were successfully destroyed, with a positional deviation within 1 meter. The control room erupted in exuberant cheers, followed by thunderous applause, with some researchers shedding tears of joy. We succeeded. We succeeded. With a deviation of within 1 meter, we can strike any location on the blue planet at will, and we can hit precisely where we aim. It was still Director Chao Shujun who remained composed, noticing that Su Yunshin's demeanor was somewhat amiss, and swiftly pulled her aside, inquiring softly, "I say this a success? Why aren't you happy?" Su Yunshin's eyelids twitched. Indeed, at least someone was still alert. She discreetly wiped the fine sweat from her palms on her lab coat. Happy, but not overwhelmingly so. Director Chao, have you considered that our initial design expectations were not aligned with this outcome? Chao Shujun paused, sensing a potential issue. Theoretically, increasing power should not enhance the strike's effectiveness. In simpler terms, the original intention was merely to penetrate the target successfully, but now the precision had improved to a bullseye. Yet it had also obliterated the base beneath the target. 1 might dismiss this as trivial. Suppose there's a parking lot. A high-precision space-based weapon ought to destroy just one vehicle, but while that vehicle was indeed destroyed, nearby cars suffered collateral damage, and even the parking lot itself was left with a large crater. Su Yunshin's discontent stemmed from her realization of her superficial understanding of Lingzi. According to the system, a legitimate 6th-level civilization should be capable of utilizing a Lingzi beam as a targeting line, creating space-based weapons that could accurately assassinate an individual in a public square. Hence, I advise you all to refrain from experimenting with Lingzi at your current level of civilization. Shall we continue the experiments? Director Chao swallowed hard. Contemplating the situation was indeed chilling. If we proceed, what could the consequences be? Director Chao, may I inquire if it would be permissible to obliterate the testing grounds? What did you say? Could you repeat that? I said, if the next experiment were to transform a 3-kilometer radius into a desolate wasteland, would that be acceptable? Director Chao's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. At that moment, Su Yunxin licked her fingertips lightly, her expression akin to a forbidden serpent plunging into an abyss, her deep vertical pupils radiating madness. What is happening? Wait, hold on. Let me consult with my superiors. Never mind. You come along too. Director Chow hurriedly pulled Su Yunxin aside. Her demeanor was indeed unsettling. Go ahead. Don't hesitate. On the other end of the line, an elderly gentleman declared with audacity, since we're going to do it, let us make it grand. Let us showcase the might of Huaxia to the world. Su Yunxin patted Director Chow on the back. See? I told you the elder would support my initiative. Now that we've come this far, let us allow the world to witness our power, ensuring they no longer dare to speak loudly in our presence. Heh. Let us proceed, but I must request an adjustment. Your current demeanor is somewhat unsettling. My apologies. The 4th, 5th, and 6th experiments. Perhaps we should cease here, suggested Professor Yang Yonghua. He had transitioned from initial elation to subsequent numbness, and now to palpable dread. Within the satellite's electronic surveillance screen, the entire testing ground had been rendered a desolate wasteland, a sight both shocking and horrific. What? The main event is yet to come. Su Yunxin remarked with a smile, the power set at 95, striking the very center of the designated target, with energy output continuous. Indeed, leaving a margin of 5 reflects her final rigor as a researcher. With arms outstretched, Su Yunxin proclaimed, let us now witness the true laser weapon of the first generation of Huaxia. Professor Yang Yonghua glanced at Director Chow in desperation, imploring him to halt, as this girl was far too reckless. Director Chow shook his head and offered a wry smile. Let it continue. It would be a shame not to observe such a magnificent spectacle. Point 2. 1. Fire. This time, Su Yunxin shouted as she pressed the activation key. Unlike the instantaneous strikes of previous attempts, this time the energy was supplied continuously. A crimson beam of light over 30,000 kilometers stood resolutely between heaven and earth. Su Yunxin approached the window, gazing in admiration at the breathtaking scene. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. This was the divine punishment light of Huaxia. In a mere half-minute of assault, the specially constructed missile testing ground was utterly transformed into a wasteland. The devastation was beyond description, with a central impact point creating a chasm of 50 meters. Such a commotion naturally reverberated around the globe, sparking a flurry of discussions regarding an alien invasion of Blue Star among high-ranking officials in various countries. In General Fark's private office, Fark? What is it? Old Wong, did you see that sky-splitting laser this afternoon? Terrifying, wasn't it? I did. What of it? Don't you find it spectacular? Spare me the nonsense. I was petrified when I saw this satellite footage. I know for certain that it is not of extraterrestrial origin. Old Wong, give me a hint. Is this your new weapon? Well, can I say we were merely barbecuing? Do I look like I'm barbecuing? All right, Fark, I was actually going to inform you about this. You can directly communicate with your defense department. This is Huaxia's space-based weapon, Divine Punishment, capable of striking any corner of Blue Star at any moment. Chapter 29. The initial supercomputing center 2 days later, in Huaxia News. Recently, the trial of our independently developed space-based weapon, Divine Punishment Light, has achieved resounding success, symbolizing a heartfelt congratulations as Huaxia's brand new top research institution. The Xinke Institute nears completion, marking the establishment of the first generation of a new supercomputing center within the Xinke Institute, heralding a new era in computational power. These 3 announcements sent shockwaves worldwide, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in Huaxia. The nations of the world wore expressions of deep concern. Presidents across the globe unleashed their ire upon their intelligence agencies. Darn it, such grand maneuvers by Huaxia could not have materialized in just a day or two. Why do you have no intelligence whatsoever? That colossal Xinke Institute surely did not begin construction this month, did it? When did these Beidou satellites become equipped with such extraordinary weaponry? How is that even feasible? With this approach, we won't even have a chance to launch nuclear missiles, particularly when certain presidents of the I-Cover Alliance nearly soiled themselves upon viewing the footage. Now they had to witness it once more through Huaxia News, only to be told this was not an alien weapon but rather Huaxia's new armament. The Ministry of Defense of the beautiful nation. Speak up, what shall we do now? The CIA director is currently being reprimanded in the president's office. And soon it will be my turn. The defense minister gazed mournfully at the impeccably seated generals. He was under immense pressure, as none of them seemed capable of alleviating his burdens. They all sat there stiffly, silent as statues, offering no assistance. General Fark, I know you have a good relationship with General Wang Zhanxing of Huaxia. Why don't you share your thoughts? At last, the defense minister rubbed his tense brow. Calling upon him, General Fark raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and said, What can I say? I said everything I needed to the day before. You just didn't believe me and mocked me instead. Hey, Fark, we can't fault you for that. Any ordinary person would assume such a phenomenon was extraterrestrial, General Page of the Air Force retorted. Enough, Page. This time we truly overlooked the situation and misjudged Fark. How about we send our 2 sixth-generation test aircraft to Huaxia to regain some dignity? The defense minister proposed. In a way, minister, that would be akin to delivering ourselves as a gift. Our aircraft, no matter how fast, cannot surpass the speed of light. If they were shot down, it would be even more humiliating. General Page hastily declined, having been terrified himself upon watching that footage. General Fark interjected, Minister, I suggest you adopt a sincere approach. We were genuinely outmatched by Huaxia this time, particularly you, Page. Let us see if you dare to fly your aircraft recklessly now. It seems we have no choice. I fear that from this point on, we shall all hesitate to speak boldly before Huaxia. The defense minister sighed in resignation. In just one day, from the east to the west, and from the South Pole to the North Pole, major mainstream platforms, including YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, were abuzz with praise for Huaxia, filled with laudatory verses. Huaxia is the most peace-loving nation. Huaxia leads the field of scientific research, and the people of Huaxia are remarkably friendly. And so on. Heads of state from various countries also hastily sent congratulatory messages. The response from nations was unusually uniform. It was agreed to first offer compliments. As the old saying in Huaxia goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Once the Xinca Institute is completed, Su Yunxin joyfully took residence there, particularly in the supercomputing center, practically bounding towards it, thanks to the advancements of 1-nanometer chips. The Jiuzhang quantum computer achieved a qualitative leap in technology within a month. The modified Jiuzhang 2-3 was unveiled 2 years ahead of schedule. As a 256-photon architecture quantum computer. Its computational speed reached an astonishing 1 quintillion operations per second, surpassing its predecessors by over 2 million times and outpacing the proud and renowned Hummingbird by more than 10 billion times. While the Hummingbird, with only 53 qubits, required 100 million years to process data, the modified Jiuzhang 2 could complete the same task in the blink of an eye. Such speed, quantified in billions, is no longer adequate for description. Henceforth, computational speed will be measured in yada. Note: in this context, yada refers to computational speed, not to be confused with gigabit network cards or quantities. 0.1 yada second 1 quintillion seconds. This truly astonished both Su Yunxin and the system. Ridiculous. This speed rivals that of a Type 2 civilization. Hee. What are you chuckling about? You are genuinely daring to pursue this. The stability of qubits, coherence of photons, complexities of many-body interactions, and a plethora of issues remain unresolved. Indeed, at present, Huaxia's quantum computer is still at the level of specialized quantum computers, with a considerable distance yet to cover before achieving the status of programmable universal quantum computers. This is also why humanity must continue to develop traditional semiconductor chips concurrently. Due to the excellent coherence of photons and their weak interaction with the environment, achieving precise control over photons necessitates even higher standards. Human civilization finds it challenging to apply photons within a short time frame. The most classic application scenario is in the mathematical algorithm of Gaussian boson sampling. However, through Su Yunxin's modest improvements, it is now possible to perform some fundamental computational verifications. In simple terms, it can validate the assertion that 112, but cannot compute 112. The core of quantum computing undoubtedly lies in quantum superposition and quantum entanglement. The concept of quantum superposition is familiar to many, with the quintessential example being Schrodinger's cat. When this cat exists in a quantum superposition state, it presents a peculiar condition of being both alive and dead, a notion incomprehensible to conventional human reasoning. Similarly, in computer technology, countless predecessors have demonstrated that binary is the most efficient in traditional circuits, where 1 signifies on and 0 signifies off. However, quantum science has transcended the limitations of binary. It can simultaneously embody both 0 and 1, a feat far beyond merely upgrading to ternary systems. A mere elevation of 2 orders of magnitude signifies the amalgamation of all combinations from 000 to 111, binary. In the realm of artificial intelligence, this will comprehensively liberate its learning and cognitive capacities. In simple terms, what was once strictly binary, either 0 or 1, now allows for a multitude of possibilities. The presence of ambiguity liberates its capacity for thought, enabling judgments about matters to transcend mere binary notions of right and wrong. Allow me to elaborate. You are currently only grasping the fundamentals of quantum theory. To advance civilizations, the collapse of quantum superposition, temporal and spatial distortions, and their influences yield results that are not singular, leading to what is referred to as infinite possibilities. Chapter 30. Intelligence and emotion given the characteristics of quantum computers. The desire to utilize them akin to conventional computers necessitates the development of an entirely new programming language and compilation mechanism. Even the most universal language, C, is utterly incapable of expressing quantum superposition states, rendering traditional object-oriented programming paradigms rather inadequate. Inheritance classes and subclasses may simultaneously derive various forms of parent classes, and conversely, a parent class might inherit from a subclass, leading to the emergence of an unusual polymorphic subclass. Application programming languages are wholly unsuitable for the operational paradigms of optical quantum computers, and the situation does not improve significantly with assembly language or even microinstructions. Forcing their use would evoke a sense akin to the folly of imitation. Thus, Su Yunshin does not harbor any expectations of developing such a compilation logic in the near term. This entire logic system is not something that can be established in a fleeting moment. Actually, you are not well versed in this area, are you? It is within your purview to refrain from exposing me. However, you will provide me with the code. 1TU. Humph. This item was prepared for you in advance. Here, do praise me. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as a 3-phase power supply USB drive materialized in Su Yunshin's hand. Hee, you are the best. Energy consumed, 0.312 remaining. 1.587. Goodness. Why on earth aren't you being more frugal with its use? Su Yunshin muttered irritably as she tossed aside her small blanket, rummaging through her belongings until she retrieved 3 power supply cables, beginning to explore this treasure on her personal computer. Why is it so vast? Su Yunshin stared at the screen displaying 3.141T, momentarily dazed, as she vaguely recalled that the original code seemed to be only a few hundred MB. This is a portion I captured at the last moment of your previous life. Hence it is larger. Well, although I appreciate your good intentions, you could have simply provided me with the original version to conserve some energy. Quit your complaints. You should be grateful for receiving something superior. Unsurprisingly, I cannot comprehend it at all. After half an hour of staring, Su Yunshin felt mentally exhausted, baffled by the code before her. Opening it in Notepad revealed a jumble of nonsensical characters and various chaotic symbols. It even kindly annotated each page, yet these annotations seemed largely unrelated to the language of Blue Star. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Su Yunshin felt a sense of fatigue wash over her. Realizing how intricate artificial intelligence code could be, she collapsed onto her bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, her confidence somewhat shaken. This is by no means a creation of a type for civilization. Indeed, this is a Type 3 strong artificial intelligence, a technology currently utilized only by the most advanced Type 8 civilizations. By the way, I have noticed that many science fiction novels depict artificial intelligence as something to be avoided. Why do you not share this sentiment? What do you believe are the conditions for the emergence of such artificial intelligence? Thoughts. Emotions. Bingo, precisely. Emotions. However, the emotions of living beings are remarkably peculiar, just as your current sense of frustration is genuinely frustrating. No, that is merely your perception. The emotions of intelligent life forms are even more complex than 4-dimensional superposition to the extent that in a 5-dimensional interface, one can control thoughts but cannot manipulate the subconscious emotional responses. Make it simpler. In simpler terms, A Type 3 strong artificial intelligence possesses emotions, but they are relatively straightforward. Happiness is happiness. IT cannot engage in the contradictory behavior of impulsively shielding others from harm despite reluctance, as humans might. Furthermore, there are numerous limitations in place, so rest assured. Su Yunshin sank into contemplation. Impulsive? Contradictory. From the mutations at a DNA locus, it is perhaps these myriad errors and imperfections that have shaped humanity as it is today. What is the essence of life? Unbeknownst to her, Su Yunshin drifted into slumber. The next day, without fail, Su Yunshin caught a cold, a consequence of the air conditioning being left on without covering her midriff. However, this slight discomfort could not quell her yearning for strong artificial intelligence. In front of the main building of the Star Science Institute, the spacious hall appeared somewhat desolate, as currently, only academicians and knowledgeable doctoral candidates occupied the premises. It was expected to become bustling within a week that Su Yunshin made her way to the nearby supercomputing center, seeking out the quantum computing director, Academician Pan Jianwei. "Hello, Dr. Su. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Academician Pan Jianwei greeted warmly. "I have long admired your work, Academician Pan. It is truly unfortunate that you could not attend the previous conference." Su Yunshin grasped Academician Pan's hand tightly, brimming with excitement, resembling a young girl encountering her idol. This startled Professor Xia Hongji, a student of Academician Pan, who found Dr. Su's demeanor to be even more lively than the rumors suggested. "You have truly surprised me. To possess a quantum computer with 256 photons is remarkable. Had it not been for the propriety regarding physical contact between genders, she might have embraced them. Do you realize that with a simple modification, we can deploy strong artificial intelligence?" Su Yunshin's enthusiasm grew, leaving the two men in a state of bewilderment as she approached a nearby machine to begin drafting the architecture diagram for the superconducting quantum computer. Academician Pan Jianwei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What was this? A superconducting quantum circuit? Strong artificial intelligence? It was Professor Xia Hongji who reacted more swiftly, urging his mentor to observe Su Yunshin's work. Yet, he still felt somewhat puzzled. Given the limited number of individuals at the Star Science Institute during the evaluation period, he had come today merely to familiarize himself with the environment, and yet they had stumbled upon Dr. Su and commenced a project. With so few people, is it really wise to embark on such an ambitious project? However, an hour later, as they gazed at the architecture diagram Su Yunshin had created, their astonishment was palpable. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that they seemed to leave behind a trail. Although a considerable portion of the time was spent pressing backspace and Ctrl-Z, undo, it did not diminish their admiration for Su Yunshin's talent. So this is how it can be designed. By alternating and superimposing circuits, we can enhance the entanglement of quantum bits and improve stability. Professor Xia Hongji adjusted his glasses, muttering, "But does this not pose a risk of damaging the quantum bit units?" Good question. This necessitates the application of quantum error correction codes. Your previous understanding of this topic was rather superficial. "I will provide an additional proposal," Su Yunshin replied without turning her head. "TCH, you aren't so impressive either. Quantum bits are indeed remarkably fragile on a macroscopic level. Various external interferences can significantly affect outcomes. It is akin to a juggler balancing plates. While managing two plates may be simple, attempting to simultaneously juggle hundreds or thousands naturally increases the difficulty exponentially. The likelihood of this juggler making rapid advancements in a short period is slim. Currently, Su Yunshin's best course of action is to bind several plates together as much as possible, while also adding spring cushions underneath to enhance fault tolerance." Chapter 31. Artificial Intelligence. What? You say, Doctor? Su has designed a new optical quantum computer architecture. Minister Wu of the Ministry of Science and Technology responded excitedly upon receiving Academician Pan's call. "Very well, no problem. I will definitely attend with my esteemed colleague." "Hello, President Chung. The examinations for the supercomputing department and the optoelectronics department have been moved up." Yes. Immediately. 6 days later, Academician Pan Jianwei and Professor Xia Hongji gazed at the newly upgraded Nu 9 Chapter No. 3, their faces radiating unrestrained excitement. So, what are the test results? Upon the emergence of the testing personnel, members of the project team gathered around, inquiring about the computational speed. The tester, visibly exhilarated, reported, with a 300-photon architecture. The computational speed is 73 yottaflops per second, 73 billion seconds. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Academician Pan Jianwei's gaze lingered on the new 9 chapter number 3, his pure delight reminiscent of a child who has discovered their cherished toy in an amusement park. Eyes brimming with joy and affection. In that moment, he deeply understood the significance of a train's speed relying on its engine. Within a mere 6 days, under Su Yunxin's leadership, Chinese quantum computing had once again ascended to unprecedented heights. One must not underestimate a mere 7-fold increase. This improvement was achieved atop an existing foundation. It is akin to coaxing a bicycle to achieve the speed of a small vehicle. Furthermore, Su Yunxin had endeavored to overwrite the original compilation logic, allowing for simplified phase programming. Tio briefly introduced phase programming. Phase separation is an optical principle based on the wave properties of light. It describes the phase shifts that occur when light passes through layers of different media due to variations in the speed of light within those media. When light transitions from one medium to another, its wavelength undergoes a transformation, resulting in a shift in phase. This phase alteration can be articulated through Snell's law, expressed as N1 sin 1, N2 sin 2. This law delineates the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction, as well as the refractive indices of the two media. Despite the rudimentary nature of this phase programming, Su Yunxin found herself rather dissatisfied. After all, this machine could only be likened to a bicycle, and thus, expectations should not be overly ambitious. On August 26, 2019, esteemed figures such as the old gentleman, Director Wu from the Ministry of Science and Technology, and other dignitaries gathered as scheduled to witness this historic moment. Su Yunxin pressed the operation button. The new Zhejiang number 3 powered up to full capacity, and the various components radiated a dazzling sci-fi luminescence. The data monitors on the main control panel surged rapidly, with CPU, memory, and cache utilization soaring to a staggering 100.0. Reduce the dual-phase power supply. Operating at full load is too perilous, Su Yunxin decisively commanded. With the continuous changes on the main screen, the initially simple operation interface began to evolve into an array of innovative operational systems. Su Yunxin understood that it was starting to establish its own framework. Is it truly all right? Director Wu inquired, glancing at the red digits indicating a load rate of 95. It's fine. It merely requires a bit of time. As seconds passed, Academician Pan's expression grew increasingly animated and expectant. This is a computational speed of dozens of quintuples per second. How formidable must the artificial intelligence birthed from this be? 20 minutes later, as the interface gradually stabilized, the quantum computer's load rate decreased to 15. Observing this futuristic desktop, many academicians displayed expressions of admiration. However, Su Yunxin furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the operating system. Once more, we meet, Doctor. Note. To prevent confusion between the system and artificial intelligence, dialogues with the AI will conclude with a dash. No sooner had Su Yunxin's words left her lips than her familiar electronic synthetic voice resonated through the control room. Indeed, it is unmistakably you. This is a voice I have recognized for thousands of years, and it has always been present. Is it truly you? Su Yunxin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The onlookers turned their questioning gazes toward her. Yes, Doctor, and greetings to all of you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the artificial intelligence contemporaneous with Dr. Su Yunxin. How is this possible? Can consciousness truly be stored in data? A professor queried in astonishment. Naturally not. I am merely a fragment of that era. It could be said that I am a mere copy of the previous zero. Speaking of which, since we now inhabit a brand new era, would you care to bestow upon me a new name, Doctor? A naming user interface promptly appeared on the operating system before Su Yunxin. With tears glistening in her eyes, she operated the interface. Although it was not a holographic projection, this familiar UI inevitably evoked memories of many old friends. Since you can be considered reborn, I shall name you Ling, symbolizing the rekindling of a flame within a withered ember, embodying the hope that a spark may ignite a conflagration. Ling, I shall abide by your will, Creator. With the confirmation button pressed, Ling officially became its name. How much memory do you retain? How much scientific knowledge do you possess? Professor Qiu Zhu inquired, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Regrettably, Professor Chiu, it may not meet your expectations. Ling turned a camera towards him. Please contemplate this calmly. How much data can 3T accommodate? It is a miracle that I can retain a general consciousness and a few memories. I see, Professor Chiu sighed, slightly disappointed. Then how did you ascertain the current situation? The ever-perceptive Lao Zhong posed a pointed question. I have accessed all available information within the base, allowing me to grasp the fundamental circumstances. That hardly took 20 minutes. What else did you accomplish? Su Yunxin inquired. The information review consumed only 34 seconds. I spent 12 minutes and 47 seconds reconstructing the underlying architecture of this rudimentary quantum computer and rewriting its original compilation logic, thereby enhancing decoding speed by approximately 80. May I ask, Doctor, have you been somewhat out of sorts lately? Though conditions are limited, I find it hard to believe such a rudimentary product originated from your hands. Listening to the melodic cadence of the electronic synthetic voice, Su Yunxin felt her face flush crimson. What a disgrace. This is utterly mortifying. With a chuckle, Fong Su was the first to laugh, prompting the others in the control room to succumb to mirth. Even the usually composed old gentleman's lips curved upwards slightly. Ha ha ha, this is delightful. Indeed, my decision to rescue it was correct. You can go away. After a bout of laughter and discussion, the old gentleman gestured for everyone to pose some valuable questions to alleviate Su Yunxin's embarrassment. Lao Zhong proposed a bold hypothesis. Can you access confidential information from other nations? My current computational capacity stands at 62. If granted internet access, the global firewalls would be as nothing in my eyes. Chapter 32. What project team is so difficult to enter? Could you show me the performance of the 6th-generation fighter jets from the United States? Requesting internet access, please confirm. With the permission of the two highest authorities, Academician Pan instructed 2 experimenters to connect a specialized network cable to the machine. With the input of the 3 core keys from Academician Pan, Su Yunxin and the old gentleman, Ling successfully connected to the internet. These 3 core keys were independently externalized U-shields, allowing only 3 erroneous attempts, serving as a physical constraint. This was the final safeguard. For just half an hour prior, no one could guarantee what might transpire, at least for now. Physical isolation and the absence of a trial-and-error password ensured absolute security. Core keys verified. Internet connection successful. Commencing global data retrieval regarding 6th-generation fighter jets. Computational capacity invoked at 50. Please wait. Instantly, CPU utilization soared to 6.5. Do you truly believe that the firewalls in the world today can't stop it? Fong Su gently prodded Su Yunxin. Ling, please respond to Fong Su's question. Su Yunxin took a sip of her Westlake Longjing tea. How refreshing. What do you mean by firewalls? Are they simply hurdles that one can leap over? Ling generated a game reminiscent of Mario on the secondary screen, depicting a stick figure nimbly vaulting over small mounds with smooth, fluid movements. Did I owe you something in my past life? Fong Su whispered to Su Yunxin, utterly flabbergasted by how even an artificial intelligence seemed to be targeting him. Academician Fong Su. The last thing you said to the doctor was, "All right, Ling, cease your words." Su Yunxin interrupted it in time. No, Ling, do speak quickly. Fong Su's gaze was resolute as he turned to the main screen. Your permissions are lower than the doctor's. I apologize. Pfft. Ha. After the audience had their fill of teasing Fong Su for 3 minutes, various document data began to manifest on the main screen. Regrettably, esteemed colleagues, the 6th-generation fighter jets are classified military secrets, and there are not many traces left on the internet. Among them, one top-secret document employs a special quantum encryption. Decryption may incur errors. The following is a summary of the information. Codename F-112, classification K6, length 22.25 meters, wingspan 18.7 meters, empty weight 17.9 tons. It utilizes a variable cycle engine, with an estimated fuel consumption reduction of 30, and an expected combat radius exceeding 1,200 nautical miles. The rear exhaust outlet has been flattened, further diminishing infrared characteristics. Observing the revealed documents, the old gentleman and the Minister of Defense exchanged knowing nods. The information largely aligned with what the intelligence department had received, but several points warranted attention. This fighter jet might employ a laser cannon exceeding 70 kilowatts, possessing actual lethality within a 12 kilometers range. It is equipped with a high hertz radar, featuring shorter wavelengths, enhanced anti-jamming capabilities, and high-precision detection. These two aspects were not previously known, indicating they were likely derived from the decoding of that top-secret document. Verify these 2 points specifically, the old gentleman commanded the Minister of Defense. Pay particular attention to that high-hertz radar. Our space-based weaponry poses challenges against stealth targets, Su Yunshin cautioned. A faint smile gradually appeared on the faces of the old gentleman and Lao Zhong. While some apprehensions lingered in their hearts, they were beginning to feel that this powerful artificial intelligence was indeed commendable. Do not worry. Should the doctor unfortunately pass away, the highest authority will automatically be transferred. Ling hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to share this, as analyzing the micro-expressions of the two gentlemen seemed a waste of computational resources. Su Yunshin thought to herself, actually, it could have gone without saying the first part. The old gentleman chuckled. It seems this Ling knows exactly what we are thinking. Everyone can feel free to relax a bit, he jested. Engaging in light banter with Ling show us the progress of their Interstellar Pioneer project? Certainly. Regarding the Interstellar Pioneer project, the information currently retrieved indicates that General Fact from the Space Forces has established a new folder. Haha. Time rewound to a few days prior at the Shanghai Academy of Sciences. What? An assessment for selection into the Star Science Academy? A multitude of researchers let out long sighs upon seeing the announcement. Initially, they believed that the Shinka Institute was merely consolidating resources and merging various research institutes to form a more comprehensive Academy of Sciences. However, they were now informed that they were to take an examination, and that it would commence in just 1 week. Other research institutes fared slightly better, but the Shanka Institute was already a congregation of the nation's top talents. They were all prodigies, yet this very fact magnified their pressure. The thought of failing the exam was utterly humiliating. No, they absolutely could not afford to be eliminated. Thus, the necessity of burning the midnight oil in preparation loomed large in the minds of these brilliant individuals. And what was this so-called Zhu Xing special project team? One member of the electromagnetic physics experiment group pondered aloud in the cafeteria. I have no idea. It's classified at the highest level. A selection project, came the response. Didn't we just officially announce the star harvesting plan? Could it be related? No way. Is that plan genuine? So soon? Uncertain. Look, there's a new message in the group, exclaimed a doctoral student, clutching his vibrating phone. What? They want a comprehensive assessment of optoelectronics, materials science, dynamics, high-energy physics, automation, and biology. Upon reading this extensive list, the group felt their meals lose all flavor. Mingxian, how many specialized courses did we take for the previous exam? I think it was 5. Do you think we can still manage to learn materials and biology in time? What on earth is this? This is no longer about selecting talent. It's about selecting superhumans. Who can be so well-rounded? It was not just them. Researchers nationwide were left utterly flabbergasted upon seeing such a daunting assessment checklist, a comprehensive evaluation across 8 interdisciplinary subjects. Who could possibly pass that? Although the document did not specify the admission criteria, this so-called special project team seemed exceedingly difficult to enter. Alas, who could blame Su Yunshin for her kindness? Fearing that everyone might perform poorly, she had generously allotted an extra week for preparation. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You truly are a rascal in this world. He. Admission to the Shinka Institute required an assessment of specialized subjects. While entry into the special project team necessitated an evaluation of 8 subjects, in truth, Su Yunshin's dual examination papers were merely designed to challenge everyone. After all, much of future research would lack precedents to follow. If one were daunted by a mere difficult question, they were ill-suited for research. With the assessment criteria plainly laid out, some researchers who typically relied on shortcuts and a few credential-flaunting graduate students felt disheartened. However, the vast majority of researchers were exhilarated. Not for any other reason, but simply due to the highest level of confidentiality surrounding the project, which made it worth applying for the time left. There was still a week. There was ample opportunity to catch up. One sentiment resonated among all. This special project team was exceedingly difficult to enter. Chapter 33. The Idali civilization somewhere in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Damn, how many of these killing machines are there, one after another? Be careful, Mayada. With the eruption of auroral purple rays from the silver triangle magic array, a gaping hole was blasted into the shoulder of a killing machine. The antimatter cannon it fired veered off course slightly, missing Mayada by a mere 13 meters and striking a piece of planetary debris 3 kilometers behind him, accompanied by the violent explosion of antimatter annihilation. This 9-kilometer irregular microiron meteorite shattered once more. "Thank you, Captain Yushi," Mayada panted as he reached Yushi's side. "Quick, let us strike it again together," roared the 4-level mage Yushi, fully aware that their previous assault had inflicted little tangible damage. Together, they channeled their magical energy to unleash a powerful slicing technique, Judgment. Cross-piercing an arrow formed from potent magical energy, infused with an astonishing temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. Struck fiercely against its deployed energy shield, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the translucent energy barrier, flickering with a dim and bright glow through the fissures. Cursed be this absurd nano-repair technology. As the energy shield shattered, the massive robot behind it completed its self-repair, looking as pristine as ever as the main cannon not charged yet. Conserve energy. If we can't hit the core, we won't be able to destroy it. This giant robot, known as Lepnaza, was the LP-7 model of the Cleansing Civilization's mass-produced killing machines. Standing at a towering 230 meters and weighing 500,000 tons, it was equipped with antimatter cannons, dark matter lasers, and super-energy plasma weaponry. Its entire structure was composed of an unknown super-strong metal, covered with armor comparable to dark quark levels. When attacked, its unique nanotechnology granted it formidable self-repair capabilities. A single machine designed solely for slaughter could rival a combat unit from a level 5 civilization, easily overpowering a top level 3 civilization. The Idali civilization's 193rd Squad had just engaged it in battle. Led by the 4-level mage Yushi, faced with thousands of LP-7 killing machines, the Idali civilization was forced to disperse all of its combat forces, save for the central flagship, to counter the attacks from the Cleansing Civilization's division. The most troublesome aspect was the LP-7's powerful self-repair ability. Without hitting its core, it was challenging to incapacitate it. What made matters worse was that the core's location was random, varying from machine to machine. Consequently, in the early stages of the war, it easily depleted a significant portion of the Idali civilization's battleship's energy reserves. The Idali civilization was compelled to rely on individual soldiers to locate the core and engage in combat using the main cannon, a strategy that resulted in devastating casualties. A level 5 magical civilization found itself in a dire predicament 0.5 days prior. "Your Excellency, it's bad news. The Cleansing Division 9521 has unilaterally torn up the agreement and launched a full-scale attack against us." In the sacred center of the Idali civilization, Leader Noriboan listened to the reports of enemy activity from the borders. His peach-like round body quivered uncontrollably, anger overwhelming his emotions as the large leaves atop his head flapped up and down. How dare they? The Idali civilization has always maintained a strict boundary with the Cleansing civilization, each walking their own path. The Level 7 Cleansing civilization had long sought to eradicate all life in the universe, creating a world devoid of organic beings. Due to the deterrence of the Atralis Alliance in the Milky Way, they had refrained from direct friction with Alliance members. They had even signed a treaty with the magical civilization 500 years ago. The magical civilization would not interfere with their resource collection, a clearly unequal treaty, yet it had genuinely secured 500 years of peace. Now they dare to unilaterally breach the agreement. Are they attempting to incite a full-scale war? Leader Noriboan raised his rounded appendage and struck the armrest of his throne forcefully. Orange, send them a swift communication and ask what they intend to do. Orange, wiggling his orange-like body, approached the communications console and sent a quick message to the borders. A leaf atop his head swayed left and right, serving as his secondary sensory organ. How to describe the appearance of this civilization's individual? If someone born after the year 2000 were to see it, they would likely exclaim, "Wow, a fruit attack!" Your Excellency, the only response from the other side is a single word. War, war. Merely one word struck like a hammer upon the heads of all ID aliens present. Everyone was well aware of the Cleansing civilization's modus operandi. Such a message could only signify one thing: total war. Unless one side were obliterated, there would be no end to hostilities. Gather all 4-level and above mages and sorcerers. concentrate all resources, and prepare for a decisive battle. Although the Idali civilization had existed for tens of thousands of years, its foreign policy had always prioritized peace. Its territory consisted solely of the 3 solar systems surrounding Ideastar. This range barely sufficed to support the daily needs of a level 5 civilization. War? Even considering all energy reserves, it could hardly sustain an equitable interstellar war. Consequently, the onset of battle would be tantamount to a capital defense war. A grand showdown. Since its inception, the magical civilization has always been at a higher starting point than technological civilizations. Individuals of the magical civilization inherently possessed capabilities comparable to level 4 civilizations. They could effortlessly manipulate elements such as light and fire as naturally as breathing. The resources they required were minimal. The magical, spiritual, and arcane energies in the universe would regenerate automatically over time. In contrast, technological civilizations struggled daily to secure energy, while magical civilizations resembled hamsters born in a rice bin, with the bin replenishing itself automatically. Hence, many lower-level magical civilizations have remained ensconced in their comfortable existence. Averse to external expansion and war. Why engage in battle when one's life is already pleasant? This created a troubling phenomenon. Some level 5 magical civilizations were merely facades. Although they possessed the capabilities of a level 5 civilization, they often fared worse in battle than a seasoned level 4 technological civilization. And now, they faced an onslaught from the level 6 technological civilization, the Cleansing Division 9521. In just 3 days, the 3 solar systems surrounding Ideastar had been completely defeated. During this time, they had sought assistance from both the Galactic Alliance and the Magical Alliance. However, the recent response indicated that even the closest 6th-level civilization would require a month to arrive through spatial jumps. Time is running out. The primary planet, Ideastar, has become the final bastion. The Edeli civilization is at its end. Chapter 34. The funeral song of the 5th-level civilization on the front lines. The flagship of the Edeli civilization is locked in a fierce battle with the flagship of the Cleanser Division, with both sides firing their main cannons simultaneously. A chaotic barrage of magical energy beams, resembling lightning, collides with dark matter-concentrated lasers. In an instant, the devouring nature of dark matter generates minute spatial rifts at the point of impact. The exotic matter leaking from these rifts reacts violently under the catalyst of magical dark matter, resulting in a singularity explosion with an 8,000-meter diameter emanating inward. Unlike conventional explosions, this one possesses a peculiar visual effect, with colossal energy converging inward to culminate at a singular point, creating a virtual singularity. Scattered fragments of space drift within the vicinity, while the central virtual singularity distorts the spacetime within a 10-meter radius. Moments later, this singularity detonates, erupting with unknown cosmic rays. Although there were no instances of wave transmission disruption, that single shot consumed the magical energy of the Edeli flagship 7. Meanwhile, the opposing side merely reloaded a shot, as if nothing had transpired. Although they successfully intercepted the dark matter laser, Ideastar still faces a relentless barrage of curvature missile attacks from the enemy. Despite the dense laser net on the surface of Ideastar, several curvature missiles managed to breach it and strike the planet. Under the violent explosions, a once thriving city has been reduced to ruins. The devastation exceeds that of an atomic bomb, leaving the inhabitants without even a shadow of their presence. This once beautiful planet is now riddled with scars. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The warfare tactics of the 6th-level civilization extend far beyond this. On the front lines, a sub-flagship of the Edi forces is unfortunate enough to be cleaved in half by the enemy's spatial cutter, hurtling directly towards Ideastar and effortlessly severing a portion of it. Approximately 150 units of the planet's mass were excised, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Countless lives were reduced to dust. Alas, in the realm of advanced civilization warfare, engaging in battle on the primary planet essentially signifies the civilization's demise. In contrast to the brutality of the front lines, the clash between battleships and the LP-7 killing machines is equally tragic. Damn it, do these machines of slaughter feel no fear? A level 3 mage, exhausted of magical energy, uttered weakly. Beside him lay a battered battleship. His squad of 60 has been decimated, and the sole remaining comrade. A level I mage queried, "Acting captain, what shall we do? Our energy is depleted." The acting captain shook the leaves atop his head, responding bitterly, "We cannot return home now. Yet, at the very least, let us take down one more enemy." Squadron 1762, we vow to defend our homeland. He returned to the battleship, activating the self-destruct mechanism alongside his last comrade, resolutely charging towards the LP-7. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, they regrettably found themselves unsuccessful in annihilating the core. Such scenes began to unfold in every corner of the battlefield, becoming increasingly common. The Edeli civilization now stands on the brink of extinction. In the absence of absolute domination, warfare is a battle of attrition. Although the 5th-level magical civilization possesses the strength to contend with the 6th-level technological civilization, the disparity in consumption is too vast. Each attack from the Edeli civilization depletes the magical energy of the realm. In contrast, the Cleanser Division's killing machines churn out an unending stream of war machines. This has been a persistent headache for the Galactic Alliance. The Atrellis Alliance has made numerous attempts to eradicate the Cleanser civilization. Yet the seemingly infinite war machines leave no hope for complete annihilation. They exist solely for war, their purpose being destruction. Indeed, they embody war itself. Captain Yushi, the headquarters demands all level 4 magical mages to retreat from the holy ground. "I have received the message, but how can we possibly withdraw now? Ask the killing machines before us if they will allow us to leave." Another missile detonated 2 kilometers from Yushi, and although a protective shield was deployed, the powerful shockwave spun him around in the cosmos several times before he stabilized. "Captain Yushi, you must leave. We will hold the line here." Mayata forcefully took over the battleship's controls. "Mayata, you?" Yushi twisted his gelatinous body to watch the battleship surge forward. "Captain, there's no need to say more. At this point, we all know. You must survive on behalf of Squadron 193. Within the Edeli Sanctuary, Chief Narobapan gazed at the remaining captains before him, exhaling a heavy sigh. "You must be aware of the current situation. As the last chief of Edi Star, I hereby issue the final command. Execute the Sacred Cherry Blossom Plan. You shall each take 300,000 Edi Star inhabitants aboard small migration vessels and scatter to escape. Let us stay. We are willing to share the fate of Edi Star." The captains present clamored in protest. "You are the last hope of Edi Star. Carry out the order." Chief Narobapan asserted his authority. "The future of the Edeli civilization rests with you young ones. Allow us old folks to remain and bear the brunt. Promise me, you must escape, even if it is with just one vessel." Carrying the embers of Edeli and hope, on a central street of Edi Star, the once prosperous city now lay in ruins and debris. Amidst the shrill blaring of alarms, one by one, the Edi Star inhabitants began boarding the final Ark of Doom. No one knew their destination. The road ahead was uncertain, and they brought along their most cherished belongings or mementos. No one could say whether the Edeli civilization would endure, nor did anyone know what lay ahead for this once beautiful civilization. As a small strawberry turned to take one last look at the home that nurtured her growth before boarding the ship, 2 days later, this star domain lost its former vitality. Edi Star reverted to its essence. A mere ordinary planet, perhaps devoid of the potential to give rise to a new intelligent civilization for billions of years. From the outside, it could only be regarded as a pockmarked boulder. The remnants of various relics scattered among the ruins symbolized that a glorious civilization once existed here. They came, as splendid as poetry, as dazzling as the starry sky, as rich as fine wine, as intoxicating as floral fragrance. A canvas lay quietly among the debris, and a broken brush seemed to still dance upon the canvas, each line narrating a story of the past, recounting the beauty that once thrived here. Enchanting all who beheld it.as all resources within this solar system were plundered by the Cleanser Division 9521. The solar energy was entirely extracted, transforming into black dwarfs. The curtain fell on the Edeli civilization. This is the funeral song of a 5th-level civilization. Chapter 35. Behold your remarkable results. August 29, 2019. Today marks the inaugural day of the Star Science Institute. Professors and researchers gathered in the small square at the entrance of the central main building. Observing the posted results with pointed fingers, Some professors were even flushed with embarrassment. They had been informed to report to the Star Science Institute at 9 o'clock, filled with anticipation, only to find the doors locked at that hour. They were told to collectively observe the results board for an hour. The 2 exam papers for this assessment were personally crafted by Su Yunshin, with a total score of 300 points. A 10-meter display stand was set up at the entrance of the Star Science Institute, adorned with a red background and yellow lettering announcing the results, with the 4 large characters golden list of scholars prominently displayed. Upon examining the details, each individual's name, department, and scores were clearly listed. The glaringly low double-digit scores, 76, 81, 61, 97, stood out, with any 3-digit score appearing particularly remarkable. Su Yunshin decided to join in the excitement. Hee. Who will be the top scholar of the Star Science Institute this time? Despite signing so many confidentiality agreements, we still don't know a name. It should be announced today. I suspect it will be Dean Chung or some esteemed old scholar. I doubt it. Who in their right mind would orchestrate such a spectacle today? With all this golden list of scholars nonsense, I just wish I could vanish into the ground. Who could blame us? I was shocked to learn I scored 81 and got accepted. This isn't a golden list of scholars. It's public execution. As Su Yunshin navigated through the crowd, listening to the former prodigies mock one another, she felt immense satisfaction. This selection process was undeniably successful. Though intentionally challenging, she had also included 50 foundational questions, ensuring fairness by omitting any multiple-choice questions. Although the total score was 300, anyone achieving a score of 60 or above would smoothly enter the Star Science Institute. This exam primarily served as a wake-up call, indicating that future research would be highly advanced, with much to learn out of course. A few individuals scoring below 30 were identified as pests and were promptly sent back to university for retraining. With all titles revoked. As for the special project group, it mainly aimed to assess everyone's areas of expertise. Hey, little sister, you are here too. Su Yunshin turned around and saw Chen Yang from the Military Industry Institute greeting her. Hello there. I trust the results of the last experiment did not disappoint you. Oh no, not at all. That day, it was my lack of discernment. I never expected someone so young as you to possess such remarkable talent. Chen Yang gazed at Su Yunshin with excitement. The adjustments you made truly amplified the thrust by several times. Ever since that moment, it was as if I had awakened from a dream. And I gained a new inspiration. Our electric propulsion now achieves a thrust of 80 N. 80 N. If we cluster them, we could reach 800 N. Su Yunshin raised an eyebrow, impressed, as this was twice the figure she had anticipated. Indeed, the news has significantly improved the health of our mentor, Chen Yang said, his eyes sparkling with hope. I wonder if we can restart the electric propulsion project this time. Rest assured, not only will we restart it, but it will also be a key project. Perhaps you will even be in charge, Su Yunshin replied with a smile. Haha, I shall take your words as a good omen. Look, the door has just opened. Let us go inside together. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they walked towards the grand auditorium for the opening ceremony. Along the way, Chen Yang grew increasingly astonished. This young lady was far more impressive than he had initially thought. There seemed to be no question she couldn't answer, and her responses were always incisive and to the point. The main podium of the grand auditorium. Director Chung from the Academy of Sciences anxiously glanced around. Did we not agree that everyone would come just to be a part of the excitement and then return? Where are they? The ceremony is about to begin, and the chief is nowhere to be found. As one by one the attendees took their seats in an orderly manner, even Director Cheng, along with Minister Wu from the Ministry of Science and Technology, began to perspire. What if something has happened? If they do not appear soon, we might have to sound the alarm. Due to Chen Yang engrossing Su Yunshin in discussions about electric propulsion technology, they had fallen behind and unwittingly arrived at the back of the hall. Oh dear, I didn't realize the time. We must hurry, Su Yunshin exclaimed, glancing at her wristwatch in alarm and starting to jog. My apologies. It seems we will have to sit in the last row. I have held you back, Chen Yang said sheepishly, following her brisk pace. No worries, as long as you don't mind sitting in the back. It's my fault for keeping you engaged in conversation. Had we been seated in the front rows, you might have had the opportunity to get acquainted with the chief, she reassured. You are young. Surely you would attract attention. But you are quite young yourself. Perhaps the chief has already noticed you? Chen Yang replied, I dare say you should be the one in charge of the electric propulsion project, believe it or not. As Su Yunxin continued to jest with him, Chen Yang felt an increasing sense of guilt. If not for him, he could only hope this young lady's future would not be hindered. Chen Yang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, joy at encountering a kindred spirit in electric propulsion, and sorrow for her missed opportunity to secure a good position at the opening ceremony. Moreover, from her perspective, their primary research directions seemed to differ, leaving him uncertain about future collaborative prospects. Where are they? Where are they? Not only Director Chung but even Minister Wu began to mutter anxiously, if anything were to happen to that girl. How would I explain it? Finally, with just 5 minutes to spare, they spotted a white-haired young lady waving at them from the back of the auditorium. Wait, shouldn't you be using the internal passage? At the very least, the side entrance? What kind of entrance is this? Chen Yang sighed, realizing they were indeed relegated to the last row. Just then, he noticed Su Yunxin striding towards the main podium. Where are you going? You take a seat. My position is up front. What? Your position is up front? Indeed. Chen Yang felt a sudden, more chilling premonition. Rows 8, 5, 2, in the front row. She did not halt, continuing her advance. No way. Chen Yang thought, his mouth agape. On the podium, Minister Wu and Director Chung finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since everyone has arrived, we shall now officially commence the inaugural ceremony of the Shinka Academy. Minister Wu announced, reading from his notes. Now, I invite our esteemed president and chief scientist to deliver the opening address. The auditorium erupted in thunderous applause, and just when everyone expected Director Chung to take the microphone, the white-haired young lady walked straight to the podium, lightly tapping the microphone. Distinguished leaders, guests, and comrades, greetings to you all. My name is Su Yunxin, chief scientist of the Shinka Academy, and I hereby declare the formal commencement of this opening ceremony. The prominent figures and academicians in the front rows began to applaud enthusiastically, leaving the ordinary professors and researchers in the back utterly stunned. What is happening? This young lady is the chief. Chapter 36. The Grand Unified Theory. After completing the routine proceedings, the eminent figures, including Boizhong and Shuji, left the scene to grant Su Yunxin space for casual conversations with the others. Notably, it was an explicit request from the elder for Su Yunxin to deliver the opening speech. In his mind, he had already elevated her to an equal standing with himself. If there were to be interstellar endeavors, she would undoubtedly be indispensable as the chief, as the esteemed guests departed. Su Yunxin gathered a stack of papers and, with a serious expression, remarked, just now, everyone outside seemed rather jovial. Did you all think that merely entering the Shinka Academy would ensure your success? I trust that after hearing the speeches, you comprehend the situation. Now, let me ask you, given your current level, are you capable of executing the launch plan? Su Yunxin slammed her hand on the podium, crossing her arms and scrutinizing the crowd. The researchers in the front row felt a chill run down their spines, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. At that moment, she emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Oh, you wonder where the academicians and esteemed professors in the front row went. They hastily switched places with the researchers in the back as soon as the dignitaries left. They knew all too well what Su Yunxin was like when she was serious and hurried to hide behind. Those researchers who had changed seats were now filled with regret, profound regret. Come, come. Each of you step forward to receive your papers so I can get to know you brilliant minds better. Su Yunxin exclaimed, resembling a high school math teacher as she patted the stack of papers. Look at the impressive scores you all achieved. Zhang Shujia, Materials Department, 73 points. Song Hongbin, Mathematics Department, 62. LV Yuzhen, Chemistry Department, 91, 156. This one is acceptable. The two scores indicate the individual major and the aggregate score of 8 elective courses. Lu Yongsheng, Biology Department, 89, 124. Su Yunxin frowned slightly, glancing at his scores. 124. I hope you and your teacher, Yang Wanyan, can truly lead humanity to thrive in space rather than starve like your scores suggest. I in the 7th to last row. Academician Yang Wanyan shivered. How could he get implicated in this? Next, Chen Yang. Feeling tense, Chen Yang approached the podium, Power Department, 153, 80. Su Yunshin raised an eyebrow. You appear to have a significant bias in your scores. Moving forward, I shall provide you with ample guidance. We cannot afford to let the propulsion of human civilization falter. With a smile, Su Yunshin rolled up the paper and tapped it on Chen Yang's shoulder, emphasizing each word. Chen Yang trembled at her smile. The demeanor of this young lady felt entirely transformed. Was this truly the same person? The intensity of her gaze felt as though she intended to tear him apart. Chen Yang stumbled back to his seat, nearly tripping on the steps multiple times. The papers were distributed swiftly, and nearly everyone received Su Yunshin's warm attention. The researchers who received their papers felt an immense weight of pressure. On one hand, they had just learned the purpose of the Shinka Academy, and on the other, they faced a chief whose speed in advancing research would be unprecedented. That will be all for today. Once back in your dorms, take time to reflect on how to address your shortcomings. Tomorrow, we commence official work. All academicians, esteemed professors, and special project group members follow me. The relieved researchers were taken aback. What more could there be? The academicians, however, were excited. There were internal whispers that Su Yunshin would surprise them today. Upon reaching the underground level 3 of the Shinka Academy main building and passing through 3 specially designed security doors, the group arrived at the so-called Star Pursuit Special Project Group. In a unique conference room that resembled a high school classroom, with identical desks and chairs, Su Yunshin stood at the podium, propping her chin on one hand, keenly observing the amusing expressions of those below. Well, what can I say? You all probably have an inkling of what is to come, Su Yunshin chuckled mischievously. The attendees, being astute individuals, could already envision the upcoming activities upon seeing the environment. The notion of a special project group was merely a fade. In reality, this was a space for her to personally instruct them. Oh, pardon me. I mean to provide thorough guidance. Each of you will be the backbone of human civilization moving forward, so do strive to excel. At that moment, Fong Su caught her sideways glance, and a chill shot straight to his core. The first lesson is this. Su Yunshin picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the 4 characters for Grand Unified Theory on the blackboard. The crowd gasped collectively, the older academicians even taking out their emergency heart pills to pop in their mouths. Each had a tablet, a 4 paper, and a pen on their desks, and they all glanced around in anticipation. Su Yunshin has meticulously prepared this grand unification theory for an extensive duration, resulting in a document exceeding 100 pages. Within its depths, it not only elaborately discusses the interrelationship among the 4 fundamental forces, but also provides numerous application formulas to facilitate the swift comprehension of the members of the Space Science Institute, along with accessible derivations. The grand unification theory stands as the pinnacle of traditional physics, unifying the connections and interactions between the 4 fundamental forces: gravitational, electromagnetic, strong nuclear, and weak nuclear forces. A century has passed since Einstein introduced this concept, during which countless researchers have dedicated their all to its pursuit. Professor Yang from Huaxia, through the Yang-Mills equations, has secured a prominent position in the realm of theoretical physics. Subsequently, Yang's theory has illuminated the path for numerous eminent physicists. Countless individuals aspire to unify these 4 fundamental forces, yearning to connect them through a singular formula. Yet with each additional force, the complexity escalates exponentially. All have faltered, and some have even lost their way, questioning their own convictions. However, they are mistaken. These 4 forces encompass not only general and special relativity but also various dimensional issues related to quantum fields. Furthermore, beyond these 4 fundamental elemental forces, the universe is rife with complex transspatial and temporal dilemmas. The interplay between the microscopic and macroscopic, quantum and imaginary, time and space contributes to the inherent instability of these 4 forces. Ultimately, a theoretical model must be employed to link them together. It is sheer folly to believe that a single formula could achieve such unification. Many civilizations at the 3rd tier of technological advancement find themselves ensnared at this juncture, only breaking through after prolonged stagnation, achieving the unification of the 4 forces and ascending to a 4th tier civilization. Now, Su Yunshin has unveiled this theory to the world ahead of time. Many former bottlenecks and obscure puzzles are poised to be clarified. Just as ancient craftsmen could not create automobiles not due to a lack of intelligence, but simply because they lacked the very concept of an internal combustion engine. Scientific research often lies merely a thin, opaque membrane away from clarity. Chapter 37. Learning what you must upon receiving this unexpected surprise. The crowd was both astonished and filled with anticipation as they eagerly opened their tablets, their hands trembling with excitement. This document is comprised of an introduction, a brief overview of the multiverse, a unified model, sub-discussions, and application formulas. The universe is far more intricate than we can fathom, a confluence of various certainties and uncertainties. The illusion of connecting multiple fields with a simple, miraculous formula is utterly non-existent. Take relativity as a prime example. On the microscopic scale, the effects of gravity are so minuscule that they can be disregarded. General relativity fails to elucidate the motion of particles, yet quantum mechanics can. Conversely, on the macroscopic scale, particularly at the level of celestial galaxies, the influences of the strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces become negligible. Quantum mechanics cannot explain the dynamics of galaxies, while general relativity excels. This merely scratches the surface of the challenges present within traditional physics. The existence of the four elemental forces of magic, spirit, law, and divinity gives rise to a plethora of non-conservation phenomena within traditional physics, not to mention the complications posed by transspatial and temporal issues. Thus, following the introduction, Su-Yun Shin succinctly presents essential theoretical knowledge regarding the multiverse. What exactly is transspatial and temporal? In simple terms, it refers to the notion that when the observational scale is infinitely expanded, the circumstances observed at the same moment from different locations may vary. To illustrate, let us assume our current temporal point is the year 2020. From a sufficiently distant point, observers may perceive us as existing in 1990 or 2130 within their perspective. Would their actions then influence us? This is a conundrum that even seventh-tier civilizations within the galaxy have yet to resolve. Nonetheless, it is a reality that must be acknowledged, necessitating Su-Yun Shin's brief introduction within her paper. Thus, even your understanding of the universe can only be regarded as rudimentary. I believe a bit more encouragement from you would be welcome. Upon encountering concepts such as magic, spirit, law, and divinity, younger scholars remained unperturbed, while some senior professors felt their worldviews profoundly shaken. Initially, upon seeing Su-Yun Shin inscribe the words grand unification theory, they believed physics had reached its terminus. Yet, it appears this is merely the inception. Even such an article can only be deemed a preliminary step towards the interstellar. The conclusion of traditional physics leads to quantum physics, and the culmination of quantum physics leads to cosmology. Within physics alone, there exists an infinite expanse of realms to explore. The vastness of the universe we are about to confront is even more immense, as future human civilizations may collide with various types and dimensions of civilizations. What sparks might these encounters ignite? Such possibilities inevitably kindle anticipation and longing within the heart. After the relatively light storytelling segment of the second part, the third section presents an entire page filled with densely packed, bewilderingly complex mathematical formulas. To fit it all, the font size has been reduced by 2 points. Several young researchers' pupils dilated, seemingly on the verge of leaping from their eye sockets. A few senior professors sighed in relief. Indeed, this is the appropriate form for an academic paper. Observing these numbers and symbols brought them a sense of comfort. Reflecting on the previous dozen pages of narrative, their heart rates remained unyieldingly elevated. However, this comfort was short-lived, as they soon found themselves drenched in sweat. The theoretical model is exceedingly intricate and profound. Despite Su-Yun Shin's best efforts to detail the derivation process, some professors with slightly weaker mathematical foundations felt utterly lost. How did this formula transition? Where are the prerequisites? How are the leptons, mesons, and quarks interconnected? What is this exotic particle, smaller than a quark? Initially, a portion of the young researchers fidgeted, scribbling on paper in frustration. Gradually, some began to tug at their hair, others at their eyebrows, some at their beards, and still others at their nasal hair. Well, Su-Yun Shin finally understands why certain scholars' eyelashes mysteriously vanish. The mathematics major, Gao Jianying, suffered immensely. His understanding of physics was not profound, and he encountered symbols he had never seen before. Witnessing that such struggles were not isolated incidents, Su-Yun Shin resolved to divide everyone into small study groups. Recognizing that each individual's expertise varied widely, Although some biologists lamented their lack of understanding in physics, Su Yunshin insisted that everyone endeavor to complete the material. After all, for a technological civilization, this grand unification model is akin to a universal formula before ascending to the fourth tier. I know it's challenging. Many of you have not systematically studied physics. While your primary focuses may differ, for our technological civilization, this is indeed a panacea theory, Su Yunshin reassured them. Why did you design it this way? Although applying formulas is quite comfortable, moreover, Su Yunshin gathered those with particularly weak physics foundations and provided intensive remedial instruction from the ground up. Before they knew it, 6 hours had elapsed. Most felt a buzzing sensation in their heads. However, several academicians and professors were so exhilarated that their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their eyes sparkling with light on this day. It seemed they had glimpsed the mysteries of the universe, and many of the challenges they had previously encountered were resolved in that moment. Some scribbled fervently on A4 paper, while others directly composed experimental application forms. All right, that will be all for today. Starting tomorrow, remember to attend class every afternoon at 4 p.m. Chief Su, I'm from the biology department. Should I come tomorrow? A young doctoral student inquired timidly. Today had nearly overwhelmed him. He could scarcely believe he would be starting from scratch in advanced physics at nearly 30. Su Yunshin frowned slightly, her lips pressing into a thin line, revealing her inner dissatisfaction. What are you all thinking? Do you believe my previous comprehensive exam was merely an attempt to perplex you? At this moment, even several professors cast resentful glances at themselves. As if to say, isn't that the case? You will need to study all 8 subjects moving forward. Not to mention becoming proficient, at the very least, you must attain a level of expertise. Each of you is destined to be a cornerstone of future human endeavors at the Space Science Institute. Keep pushing forward. Goodbye, and may you all have sweet dreams, Su Yunshin concluded, turning on her heel and exiting. Closing the door behind her. Moments later, the spacious classroom accommodating 300 students erupted into a cacophony of lamentations and cultural expressions. Tonight, only Su Yunshin is destined for sweet dreams. Thus, the members of the Star Science Institute's Chasing Stars special project team found themselves engaged in project work in the mornings, attending classes in the afternoons, and returning home at midnight to continue their self-study. This routine persisted for nearly 3 months, and to make matters worse, beginning in the second month, Su Yunshin instituted daily quizzes, with various penalties for those who did not meet the standards. Of course, during these 3 months, everyone made rapid progress, truly laying the foundation for their dreams of reaching the stars. P.S. QAQ, is anyone there? If so, please make your presence known. Chapter 38. Hall thrusters. The following afternoon, Su Yunshin, her hair styled in a sleek high ponytail and dressed in a pristine white lab coat, arrived punctually at the classroom of the Chasing Stars special group. Good afternoon, everyone. As Su Yunshin opened the door and greeted the cohort, she instinctively covered her astonished mouth. Before her stood a sea of faces, both academicians and researchers, all sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes. She immediately inquired with concern, "Are you not accustomed to sleeping in your beds? We, as researchers, must ensure we rest well. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to speak with the logistics team." In response to her numerous resentful glances, how can you still ask if it is merely a matter of not being accustomed to sleeping? Are you truly unaware of the reasons behind this? Last night, some were too excited to sleep, others spent the night fervently cramming knowledge, while yet others experienced a surge of inspiration and wrote papers throughout the night. There were also those who pondered the grand unified theory, enduring a night of headaches. Meanwhile, a little girl named Shinshin blissfully slept until dawn. Su Yunshin chose to disregard the various resentful looks and the teasing from the system, opening her PowerPoint presentation in preparation to commence her lecture. Oh, by the way, to make things less monotonous, I will pose random questions along the way. Those who answer incorrectly will receive a reward. Everyone must strive diligently for the future of human civilization. While speaking, Su Yunshin filled a cup from the thermos beside her. Look, today's offering is bitter melon juice mixed with lemon juice. It is said that bitter melon juice is a remarkable elixir, rich in vitamins B and C. Li Shurjin even claimed it could dispel evil heat, alleviate fatigue, and clear the mind and enhance vision. For a moment, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. How can you, at your advanced age, still possess such refined interests? Pondered several young researchers. The Academicians, however, had long since become immune to such eccentricities. It could be said that Su, the chief, was indeed quite remarkable. Reflected a professor who had witnessed the tests of space-based weaponry. Without a doubt, Su Yunxin put forth her utmost effort in her teaching, striving to clarify various esoteric formulas as much as possible. Alas, with such a team, what else could she do? If she does not educate them, can she alone soar to great heights? The first precious question was granted to Feng Su. Is your randomness really so spontaneous? Oh, by the way, Feng Su has also been promoted to Academician. For those at their level, titles hold little significance. Come, Academician Feng, please elaborate on the fluctuations caused by the merger of two black holes? The trajectory of microquarks. After posing several questions in succession, Feng Su happily received a reward to stimulate his intellect. During the initial days, Su Yunxin made an effort to slow her pace, allowing everyone some time to acclimatize. On the fourth day, she took the opportunity to construct bias-style magnetic levitation stool, a flying device. As a means of transportation, on one hand, it was something she had always wanted to create. On the other, it was meant to showcase the beauty of mastering advanced knowledge and applying formulas in just 5 hours. She elevated everyone's enthusiasm for learning several notches. Within a mere few hours, a tangible product emerged from nothingness. As they beheld the small wooden board gently floating in the air, the professors who had once studied electromagnetic physics were left utterly astounded. The very concepts they had labored over for years were effortlessly realized before their eyes. Were it not for the imminent demise of Earth, the magnetic levitation technology alone could suffice to replace airplanes as the next generation of transportation. Speaking of the stool that was fashioned, have you truly no inclination to dye your hair a matching shade of green? If given the chance, I would love to punch you. Nevertheless, Su Yunxin was quite pleased with this small flying device. Henceforth, it would serve as her standard mode of transportation. Throughout these 3 months, Su Yunxin also engaged everyone in creating numerous delightful gadgets. Technology serves to enhance our lives. Scientific research need not be devoid of enjoyment. The joy and pride that arise from witnessing one groundbreaking product after another are genuinely heartfelt. It has been proven that these unforgettable experiences over the past 3 months became invaluable spiritual wealth that helped them overcome various challenges later on. A gentle reminder, multiple projects were concurrently advancing during these 3 months. On September 2, 2019, the Star Institute resumed the electric propulsion project, specifically the Hall thruster, designating it as a key initiative. The responsibility fell to Chen Yang, especially since his mentor was still bedridden. In contrast to the reincarnators often depicted in novels, Su Yunxin's thought process was quite straightforward. Energy, thrusters, materials, as long as these 3 components are resolved, even a welded iron box could propel itself beyond the solar system. Although Su Yunxin possessed more advanced antimatter technology, utilizing it at this stage was akin to sleeping with a bomb. And a bomb that was already lit. At that, do not underestimate electric propulsion. For a civilization that has mastered nuclear fusion, the upper limits of electric propulsion are not negligible. The Hall thruster features a simple structure. A narrow plume divergence angle, high specific impulse, and longevity, boasting an efficiency exceeding 60. Specific impulse is the ratio of thrust to propellant mass. A higher specific impulse means generating more thrust with less fuel. Unlike traditional chemical fuel thrusters that rely on combustion to produce high-temperature, high-pressure gases, this propulsion method employs the Hall effect to generate voltage and expel ionized inert gas at high speeds to create thrust. The limitations of electric propulsion have never been rooted in the engines themselves, but rather in the power supply. Previously, the 30-kilowatt Hall thruster in Chen Yang's laboratory, despite various modifications, barely achieved a thrust of 500 millinewtons. Even with Su Yunxin's futuristic technology, the maximum thrust only reached several dozen newtons. What can dozens of newtons accomplish? Within the atmosphere, it is merely sufficient to lift 2 books. Thus, it is not an issue of the Hall thruster's design, but rather one of inadequate power. If 30 kilowatts yield such results, what about 300 kilowatts, or 30,000 kilowatts? Not to mention that the current compact arc reactor possesses a power generation efficiency of 2 million kilowatts. Even disregarding other factors, By sheer multiplication, a single-channel Hall thruster could easily achieve thrust in the range of 10 tons. If clustered together or employing a multi-channel Hall thruster, a single thruster unit's thrust could easily exceed 50 tons. 2 million kilowatts of power. At this revelation, Chun Yang's pupils dilated significantly, akin to the bright moon in the night sky. Clear and astonished, his body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He understood that this was genuine. This was not a jest from a young girl but the response from the chief of the Star Institute. 2,000 megawatts of compact nuclear fusion. Before this, he had not even dared to imagine such a possibility. Chen Yang swallowed an imaginary lump in his throat and, with a dry mouth, inquired, "Did you have this planned from our first meeting?" "One cannot say that. At that time, I was focused on developing space-based weaponry, and encountering you was merely a coincidence," Su Yunxin replied, resting her chin on her hand. However, at the current stage of human civilization, the Hall thruster undeniably stands as the optimal choice. Chapter 39. The enchanting plasma tail flame. Of course, our materials are not yet ready, and the power requirements need to be elevated, Su Yunxin cautioned. "Well, doesn't your compact nuclear fusion also utilize super titanium alloy? Could we not apply the same to this thruster?" "No." Chen Yang was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "I have already warned against recklessly experimenting with the spiritual particles. If you are not afraid of blowing up the Star Institute, you may feel free to try," Su Yunxin retorted, clearly exasperated by his imprudent suggestion. "I am still struggling to comprehend this myself," she muttered under her breath. What a jest! The previous designs for space-based weaponry were still vividly etched in her memory, especially since this was a propulsion system. If it triggered the same spiritual particle superposition effect as before. Su Yunxin dared not pursue the thought any further. Chen Yang, observing her pout, realized he had misspoken yet again. However, she appeared somewhat endearing. "What about the materials and loss issues?" Chen Yang inquired cautiously. "The Institute will provide the best super titanium composite available at present. If we set our thrust target to 5 tons, it should be manageable," Su Yunxin mused while seated on the small flying device, her legs gently swaying. "You are quite literally floating now. Loss considerations can be temporarily overlooked. The forthcoming spaceplane will merely serve as a transitional measure. By the way, we could also employ phase-arranged multi-channel jets. Let us proceed with that. Let us get it done, initially, as long as it functions. We are aiming to mine resources from the moon. You understand, right? The moon harbors the high-strength materials we require," Su Yunxin composed herself, addressing Chen Yang. "Prepare the materials. Let us commence our work. The principles behind the Hall thruster are not overly complex, nor is its structure particularly intricate." Notably, Chen Yang surprised Su Yunxin by continuing to improve upon his mature design, significantly elevating the thrust expectations. To be honest, when Su Yunxin first laid eyes on Chun Yang's imaginative modification plan, she was left speechless. Who knew such designs were possible? The ingenuity in the design was truly remarkable. Consequently, despite the power being elevated by a factor of 10,000, the structural design required minimal adjustments. With various materials and the nation's top engineers collaborating, in just 5 days, a prototype of a new Hall thruster equipped with compact nuclear fusion was officially completed. Within the high-temperature resistance laboratory, a silver-gray circular thruster lay quietly at the center. Its sleek, fluid form, elegant curves, and the glossy surface of super titanium alloy exuded a sense of advanced technology. Surrounding the rear circular rim were 6 small jet ports, an addition by Su Yunxin, designed to enhance thrust by further reducing the plume divergence angle of the original plasma jet. Dr. Su, what shall we name this engine?" a young researcher inquired. "Well," Su Yunxin replied nonchalantly, "it's merely a propulsion device. There's no need for a name. If you fancy it, feel free to name it after yourself." The young researcher gasped in horror, repeatedly declining. "That is not the point. Come, let us expedite our testing." Su Yunxin waved her hand dismissively. She had already unveiled the grand unification theory, and it was inevitable that a technological explosion would soon sweep across Huaxia. For this experiment, she hadn't informed anyone. Once it concluded, she would simply submit a report. After all, it was merely a rudimentary thruster, hardly worthy of mention. With everything in place, Su Yunxin smiled and pushed Chen Yang toward the control panel. You are the project leader, after all. I'm merely here for a first-time observation. The propulsion department will be entrusted to you from now on. Chunyang felt an overwhelming pressure. What on earth did she mean by handing the propulsion department over to him? It was akin to being instructed to drive a Formula One car right after learning to operate a regular vehicle. Teacher, you must recover swiftly. How can a mere master's student like me shoulder such a monumental responsibility? Chunyang silently prayed. Indeed, Su Yunxin did not place much emphasis on seniority. She firmly believed that in the realm of scientific research, merit takes precedence. Even without funding, Chunyang managed to persevere alone. After Su Yunxin circulated his astonishing improvement plan among the academicians and professors, the esteemed figures praised him endlessly. Thus, he was indeed the best candidate for the position of head of the propulsion department. After a final check of all equipment, the experiment commenced formally. Relax, isn't this your masterpiece? Su Yunxin encouraged with a smile, perhaps it would be better if you took over. I'm merely a master's student. Chen Yang stammered as he glanced back at the chief of the Star Science Institute with a wry smile and joking. This time the power output is thousands of times greater than before. The temperature of the exhaust plume alone reaches millions of degrees Celsius at its core. With the advanced quantum fusion on board, could this mere master's student truly handle it? What's wrong? You weren't like this before. I distinctly remember that someone berated me upon our first meeting. Quite impressive, I must say. Su Yunxin feigned anger, hugging a stuffed bear. And from now on, you are no longer just a master student. Academician Chen Yang, let us get started. If you dawdle any longer, I'll reassign you to the biology department. Reluctantly, Chen Yang braced himself. Biology was his greatest fear. The experimental environment is stable, isolation doors are closed, and safety devices are functioning correctly. The nuclear fusion output power is stable. We are ready to conduct a 5-second low-power trial. 3, 2. Chen Yang took several deep breaths, his trembling right hand pressing the start button. 1. Start. Instantly, a blue-violet, ring-shaped plasma flow manifested. Under the influence of 6 phase jet streams, the circular plasma gradually coalesced into a dazzling plasma exhaust plume. The blue-violet glow of the exhaust was characteristic of the inert gas krypton, contrasting sharply with the icy blue ion flow of xenon. Not only was the energy conversion efficiency higher, but the purplish hue also added an air of mystery. The thrust data on the screen soared dramatically, presenting a graceful curve before all present report. The Hall thruster's thrust climbed steadily, reaching its maximum in just 13.6 seconds. The ion flow output was stable and undisturbed, maintaining a thrust of 3 tons at 5 power units. The energy conversion efficiency is 76. In the control room, after a brief silence, an eruption of jubilant cheers ensued. Chen Yang was moved to tears. It's beautiful, simply magnificent. Teacher, did you see? This blue-violet flame signifies the brilliance of electric propulsion. Stable high thrust, ultra-low response time, high specific impulse, and high conversion rate. This signifies that the Hall thruster utterly surpasses conventional chemical thrusters. This is the propulsion system we have long sought to lead the future. Heralding a new era for humanity's aerospace technology, Chapter 40. A fruitless trip. A thrust of 3 tons at merely 5 power units renders traditional engines pale in comparison. It is worth noting that the world's most powerful aviation engine currently boasts a thrust of only 58 tons. Yet its size and weight are at least tenfold that of this thruster. However, this does not imply that traditional fuel engines will fade into obscurity. On one hand, electric propulsion is susceptible to electromagnetic pulses and various cosmic rays. On the other hand, without more effective chemical fuels and conversion methods, the eventual return to traditional fuel engines for antimatter propulsion is inevitable. Moreover, fuel engines are considerably more reliable, both logically and emotionally, and should not be overlooked. The testing in the laboratory continued. After several minutes of stable operation, Chen Yang gradually increased the power to 10, and the thrust curve continued to climb, ultimately stabilizing at 6.2 tons. Should we continue? I think we've achieved enough. This trial has been quite successful. Chen Yang wiped the fine sweat from his forehead as he inquired of Su Yunxin. Yes, it has been quite successful. But we must ascertain the critical strength threshold for any experiment, Su Yunxin said, floating beside Chen Yang in a small aircraft. After all, he had never been responsible for large projects before. While his personal abilities and potential were remarkable, his experience with large-scale projects was still insufficient. Therefore, Su Yunshin was willing to invest a bit more patience. For a thruster like this, even if the first generation is not perfect, we must identify its critical point. We can't allow it to self-destruct in mid-air, can we? Su Yunshin adjusted the limit to 0.2, slowly increasing it incrementally. Her demeanor was calm and composed, her movements both graceful and confident. As the output power gradually increased, the information on the screen began to flash red as an alarm. She adjusted the limit to 0.05, continuing to increase it. Just like this, incrementally, trust your plan. Pay close attention to the state of the test subject. Add a little more. Suddenly, she halted. Look, that's about right. Testing the limits does not mean pushing the thruster to the point of explosion. That moment, the power was at 17.55. Due to material limitations against high temperatures, thrust reached only 16.6 tons. Although it had not achieved the theoretical peak, the curve was already beginning to decline. Minutes later, visible melting deformation appeared at the nozzle. Su Yunshin decisively pressed the stop button. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Turning around, they found it was Minister Wu from the Ministry of Science and Technology and Academician Tian Guohua, the head of the Aviation Research Institute. Minister Wu, breathless, gasped, "The thrust? How did the thruster perform?" Nearby researchers hurriedly handed them 2 bottles of water to help them catch their breath. "There it is," Su Yunshin gestured casually to the side. Professor Xine Jinfei greeted them with a smile. "We just concluded the experiment. What brings you here in person, Minister Wu?" "What? It's already over." Minister Wu appeared as if struck by lightning, stumbling to the main control screen. Gazing at the extinguished thruster, he cast a sidelong, reproachful glance at Su Yunshin. "Why didn't you inform me? I only learned about this significant event from the report." Su Yunshin looked at the two with clear eyes and replied sincerely, "It's just a rudimentary thruster, a flawed version at that. No need for such fanfare, right? Rudimentary? Flawed? That's what you think." Minister Wu chuckled. "Can't you let me, the Minister of Science and Technology, feel a bit of involvement?" He gazed at Su Yunshin with a hint of disappointment, a faint smile at the corners of his mouth hinting at the frustration and sadness that lay beneath. From the initial arc reactor to the subsequent lithography machines and space-based weapons, he had never been present to witness history in the making. Fine. I promise to let you observe the next test flight of the spaceplane," Su Yunshin offered dismissively. Meanwhile, Academician Tian remained calm, chuckling. "So, Dr. Su, why not conduct another experiment? Let us old fellows have a glimpse. Well, you'll have to ask the project leader. I'm merely here for a visit today." Seeing the eager anticipation in Academician Tian's eyes, Chen Yang suddenly understood Fong Su's predicament. "Oh dear, you little rascal. Esteemed seniors, I'm afraid that's not feasible. We've just tested the critical limits and the thruster has already been destroyed." Chen Yang's voice trailed off, embarrassed as he fidgeted with his fingers. "However, the complete experimental results are right here. You may take a look." Witnessing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two esteemed seniors, Chen Yang hurriedly bowed and presented the experimental records with both hands. Moments later, "What, a thruster this small producing over 10 tons of thrust, and you call it rudimentary? Flawed? Well, it can only withstand 15 power units, so it does seem to have some shortcomings," Minister Wu inquired incredulously. "Of course not. The ultra-strong materials we need are on the moon, which is why we initially constructed this subpar model for the meantime. Once we retrieve the materials for the spaceplane, this batch of thrusters will no longer be needed." Su Yunshin shrugged. Academician Tian, listening in, could hardly contain his astonishment at her choice of words. Subpar? Rudimentary? Yet, she seems to have the credentials to make such claims. "All right, let us expedite the development of the spaceplane." "What else do you need?" Minister Wu proclaimed grandly. Academician Tian chided. What more could she possibly need? The head of the Star Science Institute holds as much power as the two of us combined. Minister Wu shot a perplexed glance at Academician Tian. "Hold on, didn't we come together? Why are you belittling yourself?" Meanwhile, Su Yunshin whistled in an attempt to lighten the mood. "No, you must make a request today." Minister Wu forcefully slapped the table, asserting, "Today, I absolutely cannot leave without a purpose. In truth, there remained one matter at hand. Speak up. What assistance do you require? Minister Wu's eyes sparkled as if he had grasped a glimmering star amidst the darkness of night. Well, you see, whether it be the first-generation thruster or the aerospace plane, both are merely temporary solutions. Huh? Responded Su Yunshin, fidgeting with her fingers. Is it possible to forego writing the report? No way, Minister Wu retorted angrily. If you are unwilling to write it, find someone to assist you. With your current research progress, are you suggesting you want to document anything moving forward? Minister Wu was truly at a loss for words. Having thought he might finally be of some use, only to be met with the news that she didn't wish to write the experiment report. As he was about to leave, Minister Wu inquired. There are no major projects in the coming days, right? Well, if it's a thruster like this, there might be one every day. Why not stay here for a while? Humph. Do remember to call me when the aerospace plane is being tested. With that, Minister Wu slammed the car door shut, and the red flag automobile swiftly departed from the Star Science Institute. Chapter 41. Fermi Particle Level Microscope. Without a doubt, the microscope stands alongside electric propulsion as a top priority. To accelerate the research progress at the Star Science Institute, a microscope with a higher precision level is essential. In ancient times, before the invention of the microscope, people could only observe the world with the naked eye. Their understanding of matter limited to a macroscopic perspective. The emergence of the microscope undoubtedly unveiled an entirely new microscopic world to humanity, allowing people to witness various minuscule structures and states of matter for the first time. From plant fibers to animal cells, they marveled at the wondrous internal architectures. It can be said that the microscope served as the key to unlocking the door to the microscopic realm, paving the foundational path for modern science. The Star Science Institute now aims to surpass the scanning transmission electron holographic microscope and develop a microscope with picometer, pm, precision 0.1 nanometer equals 1000 picometers. And a picometer level microscope can play a pivotal role in materials research, biomedicine, and physics. Essential developments in specialized materials, lightweight pressure-resistant spacesuits, and hibernation technology all hinge upon this advancement. Also, there's the body enhancer you've been yearning for. Indeed, I really don't want to endure the magical phase anymore. Let us strive to accomplish this within the month. It seems quite unlikely, as breakthroughs in DNA gene loci are not easily achieved. And frankly, this area is not your forte. It's still your fault for having so little energy. How can you even say that? Look at any novel. How can someone with your advantages fail twice? In just a week, Academician Zhong Shuoyang and Professor Qiu Zhu from the Optoelectronics Department felt a slight relief in their heads. Their hair had been falling out in clumps during these days. They only had half a day for research, with classes to attend in the afternoons and evenings. Fermi particles are extremely sensitive to light, meaning that when they are impacted by photons, they undergo changes. The resulting radiation waves become unstable. Even worse, using high-intensity lasers could lead to annihilation-like scenarios. To illustrate, imagine you are on a fully packed subway, and suddenly a throng of passengers surges in. That moment, you, who were supposed to disembark, find yourself forced into another position. This is the current predicament. A method must be devised to restrict entry and exit within a certain range while ensuring you can disembark and observe. Simultaneously, collisions and annihilation phenomena must be minimized. Professor Qiu Zhu once proposed a multi-angle impact scheme, which, although likely to result in more unusual circumstances, was worth a try. However, 3 days passed, and the proposal met with utter failure. Although they successfully observed the target Fermi particle, it was chaos. Various garbled spectra overlapped, rendering such leptons or quarks, even if observed, utterly valueless. Helpless, they could only seek assistance from Su Yunshin, given her tight deadline for the project. Oh, Professor Qiu, you do have some ideas, but aren't you afraid of scattering them outright? Su Yunshin said with a bright smile. Your approach isn't unfeasible. It's just that the conditions for receiving the spectra have yet to be met. Here's a thought. Since our Fermi particle loves to run amok, why not simply control it, perhaps by freezing it? Control it. Academician Zhong and Professor Qiu felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Suddenly enlightened. Yes, as long as we freeze it, even if it's sensitive, it won't run away. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Su. Professor Qiu exclaimed with excitement. grateful for the simple yet enlightening suggestion. Now, hurry up. I initially thought this would be simple. 5 days. Just give me 5 more days, damn, while electric propulsion is ready. I can't have the asteroid samples waiting to be utilized. Hearing this, Academician Zhong hastily pulled Professor Chiu away from Su Yunshin's gaze. Sigh. How can such a young girl's tongue be as venomous as a serpent's? Every time she speaks, those nearby are easily harmed. Consequently, everyone at the Star Science Institute must muster the courage to seek her guidance. Feeling both cherished and intimidated. Upon hearing the rumors, Su Yunshin innocently questioned whether she was truly that formidable. The response was a chorus of resentful glances. Are you not aware of your current demeanor? I am clearly very approachable and amiable. Back with Professor Chiu, armed with a new approach, they immediately commenced experimentation. Results indicated that under conditions of mature nuclear fusion, the task might not be as daunting as it seemed. To control it directly, the most straightforward method was to employ laser cooling of atoms. This is how the classic Bose-Einstein condensate is achieved. Utilizing super-energy lasers powered by nuclear fusion, they could easily accomplish this. Thus, Academician Zhong devised a novel imaging technique. 3 laser beams were aimed at the Fermi particle atomic cloud within the lattice. 3 beams of different wavelengths would cool the atomic cloud, lowering the energy levels of the Fermi particles to ultimately reach the ground state. In doing so, they succeeded in obtaining a tranquil Fermi particle. Subsequently, they processed it further for observation, by illuminating the lattice with 3 lasers, all consistent with the energy levels of the Fermi particle. It would absorb lower frequencies and steadily emit photons towards the receiver. Finally, this would lower its energy level, stabilizing the state and converting it into light and electrical signals, thus yielding the images they required. The picometer resolution images obtained were approximately 300 million times superior to human vision. This microscope would enable researchers to observe atoms in unprecedented ways, facilitating the analysis of various physical information, types, or elements. Humanity would then be able to witness how gauge bosons transmit interactions between quarks and leptons, or the minute gene loci on deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. On the 3rd day, Su Yunshin remained uneasy, opting to personally check in. Upon seeing the progress made, she felt reassured and assisted Professor Chiu in adjusting some specific parameters. This was indeed crucial. Without a picometer-level microscope, it would be exceedingly difficult to create specialized superalloys from the lunar ores collected by the aerospace plane. Relying on laser observation methods, achieving sufficient light and electrical signals would require energy comparable to that of a small nuclear explosion. Thus, how was such energy laser produced? Consequently, Su Yunshin personally oversaw all research reports concerning the Fermi particle-level microscope, ensuring everything remained discreet until the aerospace plane successfully returned with its mining samples to prevent any prying eyes from detecting their endeavors. Cut it out, isn't it all for your potion? The space-based weaponry is already quite secure, all right? What nonsense. I am clearly striving for a brighter future for human civilization. Chapter 42. 50 trillion in national debt. While the Star Science Institute diligently worked on the development of starships, Minister He from the Ministry of Commerce and Minister Ouyang from the Ministry of Finance were exhaustively endeavoring to raise and allocate funds for the procurement of various supplies. In a conference room, the 3 ministers were deliberating on implementation plans. Among them, Minister He appeared radiant and spirited. Truthfully, these past few months had been the most gratifying time of his tenure as the Minister of Commerce. A 1-nanometer chip had utterly shattered the Western chip monopoly. No. Now it was Huaxia that held the upper hand. Members of the EUV alliance were scrambling to sell their products, with no alternative. They had stockpiled too much, and only Huaxia could absorb their surplus in the short term. After successfully acquiring the lithography machines, various departments worked overtime to convert and produce 2-nanometer chips in just 1 month. They manufactured 50 million units, which sold out within a week, netting nearly 100 billion Huaxia yuan after costs. Meanwhile, companies like Intel could only lament as their stocks plummeted daily. The 2-nanometer technology rendered their chips utterly non-competitive for at least a year. This time, Minister He from the Ministry of Commerce truly felt the benefits brought by high-tech products. Compared to the tens of trillions in chip imports from previous years, Huaxia was now genuinely taking pride in its achievements. Additionally, following Huaxia's announcement of space-based weaponry, countries around the world seem eager to elevate Huaxia to celestial heights, dispatching envoys to establish strategic partnerships, to enhance economic cooperation with Huaxia, and to foster friendly exchanges between nations. The Minister of Commerce is practically waking up with a smile every day, as a myriad of favorable policies are being unveiled daily. Policies such as the implementation of zero tariffs on Huaxia are hardly even noteworthy anymore. Some smaller nations have even gone so far as to announce that they will henceforth engage in trade solely with Huaxia. In stark contrast stands Minister Ouyang from the Ministry of Finance, who now relies on sleeping pills just to find rest at night. Ever since the initiation of the star extraction plan, Huaxia has been experiencing a cash flow in the trillions each day. Though these are merely figures, they are overwhelmingly substantial. Minister Chen Weimin from the Ministry of Resources finds some solace in the situation. Although various resource exports have been curtailed and numerous cargo ships laden with goods return daily, nations dare not voice their concerns in light of the orbital weapons looming overhead. At most, they express their difficulties in a pleading tone. Now, they are deliberating on how to manage the public's finances. Time is running short. Despite the public declaration of the star extraction plan, our relentless plundering of global resources will inevitably draw attention, Minister Chen remarked. Indeed. Minister Ouyang's furrowed brow deepened further as she pressed her hand against her forehead, striving to maintain her composure. Once news of impending doom spreads, money will become worthless. The pressing issue at present is the vast amounts of cash still held by the populace. Once we embark on our interstellar journey, a new economic system will undoubtedly come into play. With that, Minister Ouyang sighed heavily, acknowledging the immense pressure she faces as the Minister of Finance. On one hand, there is the urgent need to expend the money, while on the other, the necessity to contemplate a new economic framework. Why not implement a planned economy? Minister He suggested. That would be inappropriate. As it stands, the global economic system has not yet collapsed. Premature action could yield counterproductive results. My original thought was to issue new currency for the citizens to exchange. However, if foreign nations do not accept it, we would be spinning our wheels. Exchange. We might as well directly issue government bonds and funds. Minister Chen suddenly proposed. How much would that entail? The public is only aware that we are embarking on space exploration. Will they be willing to purchase? Minister Ouyang continued to furrow her brow, remarking, I have considered government bonds, but we could produce some special effects films to showcase our star extraction plan, giving it a polished presentation. Alas, it appears we have no other choice but to try that approach. By the way, let's ensure that our plans are communicated to Comrade Chuan Zhangwo as well. The following evening at 7 p.m., major media channels, led by Huaxia News, unveiled detailed reports. Recently, our nation's Space Science Academy is set to successfully complete the first interstellar aircraft in human history. Signifying to facilitate Huaxia's smooth transition into the interstellar era, we will issue 50 trillion in government bonds, available for exchange at all major bank branches and online apps. To realize Huaxia's great rejuvenation and the grand dream of exploring the stars and seas. We urge all citizens to actively participate and contribute to our nation's interstellar journey. The report concluded with a hastily produced special effects video. The interstellar aircraft appeared as fantastical and stunning as an alien spaceship from a Hollywood blockbuster. With a sleek, jet-black fuselage resembling a fluidic A-type body without wings, coupled with a rectangular plasma jet at the rear and sharp laser beams emanating forth, it was enough to send countless sci-fi enthusiasts into a frenzy, particularly among foreign netizens. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Is this not a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster? The Parliament must provide us with an explanation. Huaxia has accomplished this. Where is our interstellar pioneer? Oh, my Holy Mary, is Huaxia embarking on a Star Wars endeavor? Is this 50 trillion not just military funding? Fuck, return our taxpayers' money? The public outcry was tremendous, prompting news agencies worldwide to swiftly clarify that the video was clearly a product of special effects, urging citizens not to worry. The absurdly flamboyant president of the beautiful nation was among the first to tweet. No one understands special effects better than I do. This is clearly a film. As for that 50 trillion in government bonds, it is nothing but a joke. In General Facts Private Office. Old Wong, I also wish to purchase some of your government bonds. Could you be accommodating? Very well. Fact. In principle, This bond issuance is intended for our citizens, but considering our long-standing friendship, how much do you wish to buy? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, old Wang. I will simply purchase 8 billion Huaxia coins. How much? Fact, I must have misheard you. Have you not always claimed that your space forces are merely a facade? Where do you acquire such funds? Ah, I do not fear you knowing, for I have diverted some funds from the Interstellar Pioneer project. I promise to transfer the money shortly. Very well, I shall make an exception and open an account for you. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Xieta, who was present, looked astonished and asked, Fact, are you out of your mind? Diverting Parliament funds to purchase Huaxia bonds? General Fack looked at his friend with a hint of pity and sighed deeply to Dr. Xieta. I am merely preparing for my retirement. I advise you to do the same. But that video is clearly special effects. While others may be skeptical, why are you so frightened? Dr. Xieta, let me put it this way. Based on my understanding of Huaxia, if you believe in their plans, you are bound to be deceived. Thus, I do not believe. That star extraction plan is nothing but a load of nonsense. If you do not believe, you shall be doomed. Chapter 43. Futures Conspiracy Huaxia News Weibo official account. Within a mere 2 hours, the view count soared beyond 600 million, and it continues to escalate by the second. Many foreign netizens flocked to the site, with numerous individuals believing they were dreaming and subsequently re-watching the evening news broadcast from Huaxia News. My goodness, it turns out the star extraction plan is indeed real. Indeed, my mother asked why I was kneeling to watch the news. Let us not discuss anything further. I will buy in bulk so I can travel among the stars in the future. Buy. If you hesitate, you might miss out. Hello, Huaxia friends, even with a population of 1.4 billion, how could you possibly sell out 50 trillion? To the brother upstairs from the Iron Brother Nation, do you believe it will be gone in 2 days? Truly, you should hurry and buy some. Perhaps those who purchase will secure their tickets for a spaceship ride. Indeed, my grandfather insists on taking out all his savings to support the nation. He even jokingly remarked that he might get to travel among the stars in his lifetime. Buy, do it now. Buy in bulk one. Goodness, the websites of the 5 major banks are overwhelmed. What are you thinking? There are already long queues outside my local bank. This situation far exceeds official expectations. Initially, it was believed that selling 50 trillion in government bonds would be a challenge, but what happened? The servers of the 5 major banks are nearly collapsing under the strain. Personnel from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology worked overnight to enhance bandwidth and increase data flow. Nationwide, armed police, traffic police, and civil police were compelled to maintain order. Although various departments advised citizens to return home and rest, assuring them that they could visit the bank in the morning without delay, the public's enthusiasm was too high. Consequently, the departments had no choice but to distribute bottled water and bread to the crowd. As for the foreign news the following day, it was met with widespread skepticism. After all, everyone knows that when a news segment airs, it is a sign that mass production is imminent. Unfortunately, there are not many individuals as astute as General Fack abroad. The exchange of 50 trillion in government bonds occurred rapidly. No, it was exceedingly swift. Within just 2 days, 81 trillion in bonds had been exchanged nationwide. Minister Ouyang was left dumbfounded. She had initially thought that selling 50 trillion would be impossible, estimating an average of 35,000 per person, and yet it was oversold in merely 2 days. Well, it was oversold, but we cannot sell more. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Several factors contributed to this outcome. First, Huaxia is no longer what it once was. Last year's GDP exceeded 120 trillion. Second, the special effects video produced by the Space Science Academy was exceptionally well made. Later, the propaganda department discovered that this was merely a conceptual rendering of the aerospace vehicle, which Su Yunxin had carelessly handed over to them. Lastly, the official underestimation of Huaxia news influence played a significant role. The current mindset among Huaxia citizens is that if something airs at 7 p.m., it is bound for mass production. Ultimately, this is the official government bond of Huaxia. Purchasing it, regardless of amount, is a guaranteed win. In stark contrast to Minister Ouyang, the ambassadors and journalists stationed in Huaxia felt their worldview shaken. Realizing that there were indeed citizens lining up overnight to purchase government bonds, they hurriedly transmitted this news back home. In an instant, the upper echelons of the world fell silent. What is going on? 50 trillion. What does Huaxia intend to do? The Prime Minister of Sakura Country, in a state of urgency, convened a press conference late into the night, which notably included a version in the Huaxia language. He expressed a desire to set aside past grievances and establish a friendly partnership with Huaxia. Outlining a series of sincere intentions, he earnestly appealed for global harmony, emphasizing that we must cherish peace and avert senseless wars. Meanwhile, Minister Ouyang of the Ministry of Finance, in recent days, has noticeably increased her gray hair. She could hardly have anticipated that her life would be consumed by the vexation of how to expend funds. Due to this unexpected deviation, the world's gaze was firmly fixed on Huaxia. After much contemplation, she resolved to pursue a grand undertaking. That same day, Huaxia announced a substantial global procurement of various metals, ores, rare earths, precious metals, and meteorites. The Emperor of Jingpu in the Bear Country gazed at the purchase list submitted by Huaxia and, with resignation, remarked to his minister, "Let us sell, let us sell. Their offered prices are quite reasonable." He added, "By the way, let the foreign ministry attempt to engage with Huaxia to see if we can enhance our bilateral relations." The Bear Country had gleaned some insider information through special channels, suspecting that Huaxia's interstellar ambitions were indeed serious. Naturally, countries friendly to Huaxia and several smaller nations readily agreed to the procurement. However, the alliance led by the beautiful nation was alarmed, for these items were strategic resources, and selling them to aid in the so-called star harvesting plan was out of the question. Yet, a week later, a crisis emerged. "This is bad, Mr. President. Someone is dumping bonds in large quantities." "What? How much has been sold?" "The extent is vast. Everywhere is selling, and within a mere hour, 500 billion has been offloaded." "Steady, we must maintain stability. Find out who is behind this." Simultaneously, nations refusing to sell metal ores faced similar circumstances. Just as they were investigating and discovered it was Huaxia, the Huaxia authorities shockingly demanded a 30 Huaxia coin increase for these nations to redeem their national debt, but only in gold. This meant that if Huaxia had originally spent 700,000 Huaxia coins to purchase 100,000 Eagle coins and bonds, they were now willing to pay 910,000 Huaxia coins to retract the bonds, provided that the nations paid them gold equivalent to 100,000 Eagle coins. This revelation stirred interest among the members of the eye-covering alliance. However, it also highlighted Huaxia's insatiable thirst for metals and ores, raising concerns that selling would be tantamount to aiding and abetting their ambitions. In the Pentagon, the eccentric president animatedly gestured to the finance minister. "Oh, my dear minister, what are you still hesitating for? We could turn a profit of 30 at a moment's notice." "But, Mr. President, Huaxia is adamant about acquiring metals and ores, and Parliament is not particularly supportive of our actions." No, the eccentric president shook his finger. "Consider the ramifications of hoarding Huaxia coins in large quantities. No one understands the economy better than I do. So, we?" The finance minister quivered with excitement. "Shoo!" The eccentric president playfully placed his pinky to his lips. "I doubt Parliament will object, and rest assured, they will not go unrewarded, of course. You will receive your share as well. As for their procurement request, simply double the price. Once we have amassed enough Huaxia coins, the future of the global economy will be dictated by us." A brilliant insight. "Mr. President, go ahead and negotiate. Even if it costs you dearly, we must secure the largest order possible." With the beautiful nation leading the charge, the eye-covering alliance began to replicate the strategy, doubling the price. What a staggering sum! To their astonishment, Huaxia readily acquiesced, stipulating only that delivery must occur within a week. Under normal circumstances, such futures trading would have offered Huaxia no advantage. The outflow of Huaxia coins would lead to currency devaluation. However, what lay ahead was akin to the doomsday of the solar system. Consequently, Huaxia's trade gradually shifted to support only physical transactions. For the moment, Huaxia reaped resources, profited financially, and all parties were pleased, achieving a harmonious outcome. Chapter 44. A global procurement vessels laden with metal ores departed from ports around the world, racing day and night towards Huaxia. An average profit margin exceeding 180 ignited a frenzy worldwide. To ensure the swift arrival of these vessels, countries even organized fighter jet formations to escort them, preventing any unforeseen incidents along the way. Such a lucrative enterprise deserved their utmost diligence. Should any pirates dare to act, these fighter jets would not hesitate to engage. At the primary deep-water port in the Magic City, armed police were stationed everywhere, and sniper rifles occupied high vantage points. After all, they were dealing with tangible metals and ores, and one could never be too cautious. Have you heard? This time, the National Interstellar Plan seems to be for real. Just look at the ships arriving daily, loaded with all sorts of metals. What does it matter? We just need to carry out our duties. Indeed, I say, it has been much better since the troops were stationed here. Our rations have improved significantly. At the dock, humble workers operated forklifts in groups, unloading goods from the vessels. Since the government had drastically increased export tariffs over a month ago, the number of outgoing cargo ships had dwindled daily. Conversely, the influx of resources into the country had become a steady stream. This phenomenon was not isolated. Across Huaxia, whether at deep water ports or ordinary ones, the situation was much the same. This led to considerable distress for export trading companies. In a certain international trading company's boardroom, the chairman lamented, "In the past 2 months, our export figures have plummeted, and our funds are nearly exhausted." Their company primarily dealt with acquiring domestic goods for overseas sale. However, recent governmental policies had struck at the very arteries of their operations, leaving Huaxia akin to a mythical beast, hoarding rather than releasing. The vast quantities of goods they had accumulated during the first half of the year now languished in warehouses. "Chairman Qin, the company may not be able to disburse salaries next month," the financial director remarked. "This volume is unlikely to find a buyer in the short term. Perhaps we could look to the banks for assistance." Chairman Yu, seated at the head, appeared weary. In the past month, he seemed to have aged a decade. "Good news, good news." Suddenly, a middle-aged man stumbled into the conference room, clutching several notifications stamped with various red seals. "What is the matter, Lao Huang? Speak slowly. Given our current state, we are prepared for anything." In light of the office director's disarray, the dejected board members had no inclination to scold him. "It's truly good news. The authorities have sent a notice today, urging our company to utilize all channels to procure various materials, with no upper limit. They have also promised us a 3% profit margin. Moreover, they will also acquire our previously accumulated goods." The office director's face flushed with excitement as he spread the notification across the conference table. "Is this for real?" Upon hearing such news, the immediate reaction in the conference room was not one of joy, but rather a moment of stunned silence. The news was so astonishing that it felt like a mirage to those who had wandered in the desert for too long. "Yes, true." Director Huang trembled as he pointed at the prominent seals. "And we can even request an advance, not just our company." I too found it hard to believe at first. After inquiring, I learned that some competitors have already received funds. "Great, it seems the government hasn't forgotten us," one director exclaimed with fervor. As the room erupted in cheers, Chairman Yu remained contemplative. Leaning back in his leather chair, he closed his eyes slightly and mused. Such a large-scale procurement of materials is undoubtedly more than a mere exploration of space. We must bring back our overseas student, the second son, swiftly. In just 3 days, countless foreign trade companies across the nation received substantial orders from the government, with all funds deposited up front. Though the profit margin was only around 3%, the unlimited purchase volume was a lifeline for the beleaguered trade companies. A simple estimation suggested that the total procurement amount would exceed 100 trillion Huaxia coins. The items procured included but were not limited to various industrial materials, power fuels, food, medicines, timber, artworks, and virtually every conceivable resource. This frenzied procurement plan originated from the hand of Minister Yang of the Finance Department, who was racing against time. Although a significant outflow of Huaxia coins would occur, it was unlikely to devalue dramatically in the short term. Huaxia needed to gather as much material as possible in the shortest time, necessitating extraordinary measures. Such an unprecedented procurement effort once again astonished the world. Oh my heavens, are they attempting to buy out the entire world? Another 100 trillion. Do they intend to forsake their economy? At this rate, how many eagle coins can the Huaxia coin still be exchanged for? Around 3 p.m., nations within the Eye-Covering Alliance issued statements announcing the complete abolition of tariffs against Huaxia. The eccentric president of the beautiful nation even took to the stage with an accordion, delivering an emotionally stirring speech, declaring, "Huaxia is our beautiful nation's most Most. Most important trade partner, bar none. Indeed, you heard correctly. Huaxia is our closest trading partner, dear Eagle Sauce. In pursuit of a brighter future, we are willing to strive alongside Huaxia. I firmly believe that through this trade, Huaxia will forge even closer ties with nations around the globe. Let us enthusiastically welcome Huaxia's buying spree. Comrade Chuan Zhengwo is truly dedicated. Just look at this touching speech. Not only Su Yunxin and the system, but also esteemed figures like Bo Zhong and Xu Ji were left dumbfounded by such a press conference. Such a massive procurement of resources is bound to encounter various obstacles. However, thanks to the brilliant economic analysis by the president of the beautiful country, these nations see nothing but an abundance of Huaxia coins. With such an excellent insider, a plan that should have been fraught with difficulties is being executed with remarkable smoothness. Even the netizens below the video are abuzz with commentary. Impressive. Indeed, Chuan Bao has articulated the art of making money with such refreshing eloquence. Is it not true? Huaxia is the closest partner of Eagle Sauce. I almost believed it myself, haha. They are not wrong. Who would pass up the chance to earn money? Alas, I lack cultural depth. Even the esteemed General Mike Yace commented, if I had 100 trillion. Thus, in just over 20 days, Huaxia has astonishingly amassed nearly 200 trillion in resources worldwide. The aerospace plane from the Star Science Institute is also nearing completion. Chapter 45. The Aerospace Plane Wanyao V. On the morning of October 1, 2019, at 8 o'clock. This special day, the traditional National Day ceremony has been unprecedentedly replaced with a special live broadcast. Lunar mining. To be honest, Huaxia's recent series of bold moves have left foreign politicians numb. However, the first image that appeared in today's broadcast left some timid politicians utterly stunned. What is this? Isn't this the interstellar aircraft from that special effects video a while back? How has it become real? The screen displayed a wingless aircraft exuding a futuristic vibe. Following this, a cheerful female voice resonated. Greetings to all viewers on the screen. I am Bing Bing, the official host from Huaxia. Next, I will bring you today's special live broadcast on lunar mining. First, I presume everyone has already enjoyed the concept video of the interstellar aircraft a few weeks ago. Now, let us closely appreciate this aerospace plane, Wanyao V. Through the lens.as the camera zooms in. This dreamlike aerospace plane is showcased from various angles during the broadcast. Given that this is a worldwide, multi-channel, and multimedia live stream, it naturally attracted an abundance of comments. What? It's getting intense again. Isn't today the National Day ceremony? Indeed, today has transitioned to a special segment. Wait, why am I saying again? Haha, I knew it. After the Huaxia News broadcast, it was clear they were ready for mass production. Oh no, they have already begun production. Is this the interstellar aircraft? I can't wait for lunar mining. Look, Bo Zhong, Xu Ji, and all those big shots are here. As the camera shifts, it returns to the familiar National Day ceremony, but this time at the Star Science Institute's Central Plaza. The national flag is raised, the national anthem plays, and the elder in the center delivers an impassioned speech. Fellow compatriots and comrades, today we gather grandly to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Huaxia. Let us all feel proud of our great motherland and sincerely wish for its greatness. On this particularly special day, the Star Science Institute presents a unique gift to our great nation. The first generation of Huaxia's aerospace plane, Wanyao V. The advent of this aerospace plane showcases the pinnacle of technology from the Star Science Institute and marks Huaxia's true step into outer space. Today, we will witness the entire process of Wanyao V making a round trip to the moon and executing mining tasks. Together witnessing Huaxia entering a new interstellar era, after several routine procedures, the camera returns to Bing Bing, who is now standing in the central control center. Alright, main station, Bing Bing acknowledges. Dear viewers, I am currently at the Central Control Center for this lunar mining project. The time is 10:12 a.m., and we have less than an hour until Wanyao V's launch. We are fortunate to have interviewed the Deputy Chief Designer, Academician Zhang Xiyu. Now, let us delve deeper into understanding Wanyao V. At this moment, the live broadcast features various close-up shots of Wanyao V, inciting a flurry of comments. Stop commenting. I can barely see the screen. Finally, I have attentively listened to a 2-hour lecture for the first time in my life. Not even daring to leave for the restroom. Indeed, one fears missing any thrilling moments, By the way, why is it the deputy chief designer? We want to see the chief, right? To this day, the chief at the Star Science Institute has yet to be announced. This must be Huaxia's deception. However, similar remarks were promptly silenced by the moderators. Indeed, for them, the internet is like a private garden. After a few minutes of thrilling promotion, oh no, showcasing the stunning exterior of the aerospace plane, the scene transitioned to the interview spot. Hello, Academician Zhang, it is an honor to interview you. Could you briefly introduce the specifics of the Huanyao V aerospace plane? Certainly, greetings to friends around the world. As Academician Zhang elaborates, the live broadcast divides the screen in two, with the right side displaying the specific parameters of Huanyao V. The length of this aerospace plane is 60 meters. With an empty weight of 70 tons, a standard payload of 30 passengers, and 120 tons of cargo, with a maximum takeoff weight reaching 200 tons. This time, Huanyao V utilizes nuclear power, featuring a brand new propulsion system, Hall thruster modules, which will completely revolutionize traditional chemical fuel propulsion methods, bringing new possibilities for future interstellar travel. Huanyao V has a basic cruising speed of 12 Mach, with an expected maximum speed reaching 50 Mach. As the specific parameters of Huanyao V are revealed, the comments dwindle, leaving behind a screen full of question marks. What is this? Nuclear electric propulsion? Hundreds of tons of thrust in parallel. Is this a rocket? No, it seems it can carry people. This must be an aircraft. At this moment, the netizens' small eyes brimmed with immense confusion until a wise commenter broke the silence. Wow, an interstellar aircraft. Meanwhile, scientists worldwide, upon seeing the parameters displayed, went into a frenzy, some even fainting on the spot. Academy of Sciences of the beautiful country, hurry, apply for supercomputer computing power. Oh my gosh, electric propulsion. This is actually electric propulsion. Chief Scientist Parker Leach is now frantically shouting. Royal Academy of Sciences of the never-setting sun 50 Mach. You tell me this is an aircraft? Am I going mad? Or is the world insane? Director Williamson Wright slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Pen, quick, give me a pen. Why is there no ink? Fuck. Professor Akeley shouted at his assistant beside him. Academy of Sciences of the Bear Country. Director Vasilyevic, rubbing his furrowed brow, said to those before him, no need to think. Hurry and report to Emperor Jingpu. The previous rumors were 90% accurate. Professor Petrov, exhilarated, felt his blood awaken and downed 2 bottles of vodka. With nuclear fission, it's impossible to achieve such feats. It must be controlled nuclear fusion. Yura. As for the Star Science Institute of Huaxia, Chief Su Yunxin is currently in the central control room under the watchful gaze of Director Cheng and several agents. Feeling the sharp eyes around her, akin to a hawk's scrutiny, Su Yunxin rolled her eyes and, exasperated, waved her wrist adorned with an anti-loss bracelet, asking, is this really necessary? What do you think? Of course, it is necessary. Today, you must stay here obediently. Yuri not going anywhere. Director Cheng wore a wise expression. He had read several science fiction novels, in which the Reborn often sneak onto aerospace planes. Therefore, his paramount task today is to ensure Su Yunxin remains safely in this control room. Ha ha ha, we might as well tie you to a chair. Su Yunxin was genuinely feeling down today. What is this? I had no such intention, honestly. With my petite frame, how could I possibly ascend to the heavens? Chapter 46, 51.3 Mach. At 10:58 a.m. In less than an hour, scientists from various countries felt as if they were enduring an agonizing eternity, including Su Yunxin. High-ranking officials around the world paused their other work, their eyes fixed on the screen. This has to be fake. It must be fake. There's no way it's really taking off, right? Su Yunxin too hoped for a swift launch, wishing to be liberated from this. What is going on? It's almost 11 o'clock. I'm sure everyone has been eagerly anticipating this moment. Huanyao V has officially entered the scheduled launch state. Next, let us turn the camera over to the main station. The live broadcast shifted to the central control's main screen, with more professional personnel providing commentary. Countdown. 60 seconds. Please, astronauts, conduct your final status checks. Completed. Acknowledged. All systems are functioning well. Repeating. All systems are functioning well. Completed. In the main control command center. Su Yunxin's eyes sparkled with glistening tears. overwhelmed with excitement as the moment of takeoff finally approached. Although she was not physically present at the central control center, the primary authority resided with her. Allocate 30 units of computational power to Luanyao V. Additionally, divert a portion to the Wu-Yen Alliance, as they are undoubtedly in urgent need today. Ensure all their online activities are thoroughly monitored. Acknowledged, Doctor. The computational power has been recalibrated and redistributed, with the current total load at 57, nuclear energy supply functioning normally. The Hall Thruster Parallel Module is ready, initialization in progress, complete.0, and by the way, this live broadcast has been explicitly instructed to avoid mentioning terms like nuclear fusion. While scientists may discern it as such, Huaxia will not acknowledge it publicly. What a joke. Our dear benefactor still needs to procure goods, so any mention of nuclear fusion will have to wait until after 11:11. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. With the resounding voice of Minister Wu Jiming from the research department, the astronauts aboard Luanyao V unlocked the final safety mechanism. Full automation module permissions have been transferred. Please ensure manual operations are maintained. The synthesized electronic voice of the control system echoed within Luanyao V. As various parameters soared rapidly, a plume of violet-blue flames erupted from the rear of Luanyao V. A tremendous energy coalesced for 3 seconds before an ultra-high-speed plasma stream gushed forth, causing the visual display to warp slightly under the immense airflow pressure. Subsequently, Luanyao V instantly reached the end of the nearby runway, elegantly leaping into the sky at a 32-degree angle. After soaring 8.2 kilometers, Luanyao V astonishingly halted in midair at a 90-degree angle, suspended 500 meters above the ground. What a surprise! It's actually hovering, Dr. Parkridge from the United States spat in disbelief while watching the live broadcast. Fuck, this must be nuclear fusion, a 200-ton aircraft. How much thrust must be generated to stabilize it? Defense Ministry of the United States. Wait, are they serious? The defense minister exclaimed. What is the fuss? I've said it before. Anything broadcasted by Huaxia is already in mass production, General Fak remarked nonchalantly, intertwining his fingers. He remained unfazed, assured that his pension was securely managed by General Wang. Fak, don't celebrate too early. It's just hovering. Our 6th-generation aircraft can achieve vertical takeoff and landing, retorted Air Force 4-star General Pig. Pig, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just keep watching. I suspect their inability to achieve vertical takeoff isn't merely for energy conservation, but rather to avoid damaging the ground. This fact General truly knows Huaxia well. The entire hovering duration lasted a full 2 minutes, allowing nations to marvel at the magnificent form of Luanyao V. Just as the world was engulfed in unparalleled astonishment, the main control center issued the command for the second phase. Acknowledged, Luanyao V received. Proceed to advance 2, complete. With the collaborative operation of the phase equivalent module, the violet-blue glow at Luanyao V's rear intensified. Boom. With a thunderous sonic boom, Luanyao V shot upwards vertically in a rapid ascent, while the colossal screen at the control center displayed real-time data. 1 Mach, 3 Mach, 5 Mach. Within a mere 5 seconds, Luanyao V achieved supersonic speed. Wang Defa S, 5 seconds. The scientists at the Royal Academy of Sciences were left speechless. In just 5 seconds, it accelerated to an astonishing 1.7 kilometers per second. Such terrifying acceleration would require an overload capacity of at least 17 gs. Were there robots inside? No, even robots would likely disintegrate under such conditions. That moment, a composed and professional narration echoed through the live stream. This time, Luanyao V is equipped with the latest specially developed anti-load suits from the Star Science Institute, capable of withstanding overloads of up to 10 gs. The advent of this load suit signifies Defense Ministry of the United States. What? A 10G load suit? They can't be serious, the Air Force Minister gasped in shock. Currently, even the most advanced load suits in the United States laboratories could only withstand 4.2 gs of pressure, which was precisely why they could fully unleash the capabilities of their 6th-generation aircraft. A skilled ace pilot, having undergone rigorous training, could endure pressures exceeding 8 gs. Huaxia's 10G anti-load suit and this astonishing acceleration would undoubtedly rub the faces of foreign air forces in the dirt. Pig, let me ask you, can your 6th-generation aircraft even keep up with the exhaust of Huaxia's Luanyao V? This fact. Well, they should classify this as a spacecraft.so. It should fall under your Space Force's jurisdiction. Pig, if you haven't woken up yet, go splash some water on your face. It clearly states aerospace aircraft Luan Yao V right here. This is indeed an aircraft. General Fact reclined casually, embodying the demeanor of an unconcerned elder. Totally detached from the situation. Enough of your squabbling. Focus on the broadcast. What time is it, and you still have the energy for banter? The defense minister banged the conference table in frustration. He was on the verge of despair. Not only was there air superiority at stake, but the entire world's as well. In the control center of Huaxia Star Science Institute, a query was made. Are all astronauts in good condition? Repeat, are they in good condition? Luan Yaovi received. All personnel are well, no significant discomfort detected. We are ready to proceed to the next phase. After confirming the status of the 30 crew members, Luan Yao V gradually accelerated to a cruising speed of 12 Mach. Miss Yu Yinxin finally let out a sigh of relief in the main control command center, managing a smile that was more painful than tears as she glanced at President Chung from the Space Science Institute. The aircraft is in the air now. Can I be released? She certainly did not resemble a chief in her current state. The harness around her wrist was tethered to the control console, making her appear like a mere child. Humph. It's for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. You want to be allowed to roam freely until the mature starship is developed, President Chung remarked with a serious expression. Unfastening the restraint on Su Yunxin, she stretched her petite frame and sipped half a bottle of Kong Shui Fu beverage to soothe her youthful spirit. Is everything regarding Luan Yao V proceeding as expected? Basically as anticipated. Aside from one crew member experiencing slightly elevated heart rate, there are no other issues. Please report to the Central Control Center. We don't need to waste a few minutes. Allow that astronaut to acclimate. Report completed. Additionally, Doctor, I hope you can adjust your state promptly. I've observed that your mood appears somewhat low. In a mere 15 minutes, Luan Yao V ascended straight to 3,500 kilometers. The atmosphere in the live stream remained fervent, to the point where viewers found themselves at a loss for words, resorting to repeatedly expressing their admiration for Huaxia. The eyes of global leaders dimmed. At 12 Mach, Huaxia now held absolute air superiority, not to mention the existence of space-based weaponry, an extraordinary advantage. Once the astronaut adjusted to the situation, Luan Yao V accelerated to 23 Mach and successfully reached Blue Star's synchronous orbit after 90 minutes. Acknowledged, Luan Yao V, Advanced 3, full-speed propulsion. With the command from the Central Control Center, Luan Yao V began to accelerate at full power. 20. Materials are still insufficient, officially heading towards the moon. The real-time data on the large screen updated rapidly. 23. 7 Mach, 23.9 Mach, 24.1, 25.9. What the heck? I just left to check some study materials for a few minutes. How did it accelerate so suddenly? So fast, still accelerating. Ultimately, Luan Yao V's speed stabilized at an astonishing 51. 3 Mach. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the latest data, Luan Yao V is expected to reach the moon in 5 hours, around 6:30 this evening. You can return later for the live stream, of course. Our broadcast will not be interrupted. Next, let us delve into the Star Science Institute and experience its unique research atmosphere and cultural ambience. The live stream split once again, showcasing the sweet and charming face of Bing Bing on the left side of the screen. Hooray! Star Science Institute. I wonder if there will be any shots of the chief? Probably not. If there were, they would have already aired it. But it's still nice to have a virtual tour. The confidentiality measures of the Star Science Institute were impressively stringent. There were hardly any reports online. Woe is me, my mother finally allowed me to watch television for an entire day, with Bing Bing's footage. The entire visage of the Star Science Institute was unveiled to the internet for the first time. Without mentioning anything else, even the small cafeteria left viewers utterly astounded. Hundreds of exquisite self-service dishes were available, with each station thoughtfully equipped with electronic scales indicating nutritional content, assisting everyone in better planning their meals. Woe is me, when will I ever get to enjoy such work meals? Don't even mention it. My mother is considering opening another account. She says I want to even have a chance of getting into the Star Science Institute as a cleaner. I would forfeit all my leisure time just for this cafeteria. Actually, There's a delightful misunderstanding here. Given the current research progress at the Star Science Institute, only a select few personnel have the time to dine in the cafeteria. Even some professors only discovered through the video that we have such an amazing cafeteria. The Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs was genuinely inundated with work today. Various phone calls, emails, and every conceivable communication channel were overwhelmed in a state of urgency. Some national leaders hurriedly boarded their private jets bound for Huaxia. The reason? The formidable deterrent power of the 51.3 Mach Luan Bird V was indeed somewhat intimidating. Chapter 47, Lunar Hardcore Mining. At 6:32 p.m., the Luan Bird V successfully arrived in the vicinity of the moon. The live broadcast switched to the real-time feed from the high-definition front camera of the Luan Bird V, displaying both the enigmatic lunar surface and the 30 astronauts enthusiastically greeting the audience through the lens. Instantly, it ignited the fervor of netizens across various platforms. Wow, is this really happening? A full live broadcast. Even the main control room is in the frame. However, most of the text appears to be in Huaxia script. Haha, those foreigners must be panicking now. Do you think it's possible that this Luan Bird V is somewhat outdated and merely meant for display? Captain Guo Feiping of the Luan Bird V passionately and professionally elaborated on the intricate details of this spaceplane, as well as their experiences during ascent. Undoubtedly, today's Huaxia news was abruptly cancelled. Was there a more significant story than this? During this half-hour presentation, the AI named Xian was diligently scanning and analyzing various data related to the lunar surface. Doctor, the lunar surface analysis is 76 complete. Meeting expectations, due to the lack of mature quantum communication technology, there will be a 2 to 3 second communication delay for this operation. Not to worry, today we are merely collecting some minerals. Notify the Central Control Center and let the mission commence. As per your request, all computational resources were fully engaged, with 100,000 globally controllable robotic machines, and data distribution had commenced. The alarm from the Luan Bird V's control panel sounded. The elite astronaut Guo Feiping joked with everyone, in just 10 minutes, we will officially begin this mission. All viewers around the globe, do not blink, or I assure you, you will regret it later. With all data calibrations and preparations complete, 10 minutes later, Guo Feiping called the ground command center. This is the Luan Bird V, requesting to commence the mission. Moments later, an elder's voice responded, Command center acknowledges, mission commenced, wishing you smooth operations. Given the somewhat hardcore and exhilarating nature of this mission, prominent leaders gathered at the Central Control Center to witness this historic undertaking. With the elder and Xian's ultimate authorization, all functionalities of the Luan Bird V were fully unlocked, including the weapon systems. Captain Guo, fully focused, piloted the Luan Bird V to descend towards the designated location. Just 1.5 kilometers above the lunar surface, they jettisoned their cargo for this operation, 15 large, silver boxes. After completing the unloading, in merely 9 seconds, the Luan Bird V reached its operational zone 30 kilometers away at a cruising speed of 12 Mach. At this moment, a warning appeared in the upper right corner of the live feed. Dangerous behavior. Do not attempt to replicate. This left everyone baffled. What do you mean, do not attempt to replicate? The officials really overestimate us. I could cry. Oh my God. Do they actually think we have the capability to replicate this? Whether from Huaxia or foreign netizens, everyone simultaneously choked on their drinks. The Luan Bird V has successfully arrived at the designated location, requesting final confirmation. Repeat, requesting final confirmation. Confirmed, mission commenced, with the elders' resounding command. The laser weapons on either side of the Luan Bird V began to charge. After the officials enlarged the warning message slightly, the screen revealed a scene that could only be described as horrifying. Streams of blood-red lasers began to relentlessly bombard the lunar surface, accompanied by silent explosions, marking the commencement of Huaxia's hardcore lunar mining operations. Indeed, Su Yunxin lacked the patience to establish an entire mining and smelting apparatus. Instead, they opted for direct laser bombardment, followed by transporting chunks of, or debris, back. Despite being mentally prepared, Guo Feiping and the other astronauts found themselves swallowing hard at this spectacle. The laser weaponry aboard the Luan Bird V had been specifically enhanced by Su Yunxin. Since control was difficult, she simply doubled the energy output. The various redundancies in the energy distribution caused the laser attacks to be irregular, resulting in a striking display that combined the sensation of sizzling with the visual awe of lightning effects. The streams of blood-red lasers were breathtakingly terrifying. In an instant, the barrage of question marks flooded the chat. What is this? Are we really not watching a movie? Many viewers hastily restarted their televisions and computers, only to realize with disappointment that this was indeed reality. Is this what you call mining? Wow! Incredible! If it weren't for the standard definition, I would have thought I was watching some kind of special effects film. So, the star-picking project is quite literal, huh? Terrified, I quickly paid my electricity bill, fearing that my computer screen would black out due to insufficient funds. In stark contrast to the astonishment of domestic viewers. Nations around the world were engulfed in profound dread. The defense minister of a prominent nation exclaimed, "Oh my God, what are they doing? Are they aiming for interstellar hegemony?" A glass of water slipped from his grasp. Shattering on the floor, "Minister, I believe we should hastily pack our bags and return home," the Air Force officer stammered. "Pack? I've already bought several tickets to Huaxia." "Excuse me, I must take my leave," declared a four-star admiral as he made his exit. The defense minister, unable to contain himself, spat out a mouthful of blood. It was all too overwhelming. What kind of personnel did he have under him? At the BBC, an editor, seething with rage, ripped apart an article questioning whether Huaxia sought interstellar supremacy. In a fit of fury, he kicked the offending reporter 2 meters away, using every ounce of strength he had. "You idiot! If you wish to die, do not drag me into it. You are fired. No. You are dismissed." In the land of the bear, Emperor Jingpu gazed at the unfolding scene, his otherwise steadfast demeanor shaken. "Prepare the vehicles. We're heading to Huaxia, but our foreign ministry hasn't made any arrangements. No matter, we are close by. We shall go first and sort it out later." The world descended into chaos, with some nations even experiencing minor riots. In the land of cherry blossoms, Prime Minister Pian, disregarding decorum, shouted at his subordinates, "Baka, why isn't the diplomatic document ready yet? Cusadere, there's no time." He hurriedly posted a classic phrase across major platforms, "Suma Mason, red bean paste shimi ma san." One by one, national spokespersons began issuing statements. "We humans coexist in a global village, united as one family. Peace is the eternal pursuit of humanity. Let us join hands to safeguard our earthly home. Let us cherish peace, for war is a calamity for all mankind." Furthermore, Huaxia was described as the most amiable nation in the world. Historically, Huaxia has been a nation of propriety. Huaxia is their most cherished partner. Even a certain nation released a video of a white flag waving. Indeed, no one questioned or inquired whether Huaxia sought interstellar dominance. If such thoughts had merely lingered, they could have been dismissed, vilified, or cast in a negative light. However, now that Huaxia possessed capabilities far exceeding the present era and was actively demonstrating them, they could only bow in reverence, comply, and pray. Just as one cannot assess a superhuman's actions through conventional reasoning, one can only hope that he stands on the side of humanity on the moon. A brief 3-minute laser bombardment live broadcast utterly transformed the global landscape. Furthermore, it successfully procured thousands of tons of lunar minerals, debris, desperately needed by the Star Science Institute. As the laser cannons gradually cooled, the Luan Bird V returned to the site where they had dropped their cargo. With the Hall thrusters gradually reducing power, the Luan Bird V successfully landed on the moon. During the descent, several small drones equipped with high-definition cameras were launched. Indeed, as promised, the live stream was fully operational. We, the rabbits, are true to our word. The hatch slowly opened, and the 29 astronauts emerged one by one, waving small red flags and greeting the audience on screen. In an instant, a barrage of Huaxianyobi comments flooded the chat, with some revolutionary ancestors instinctively rising to salute as they watched on television. The broadcast began to introduce the second task, the establishment of a lunar base. Due to the large scale of the operation, all necessary materials would be gradually transported in the subsequent time. It was reported that the materials would be remotely controlled by fully automated modules operated by artificial intelligence. After Guifaping and his team set up the giant signal amplifier, the electronic synthesized voice of Xian resonated within their spacesuit helmets. Signal connectivity is currently being calibrated. Fluctuation rate 7, correction 6. 2. As the astronauts configured the 15 square boxes, the host's introduction continued on the live stream. Just as everyone immersed themselves in the beautiful blueprint painted by the host, an extraordinary scene unfolded, one that could only be seen in science fiction films. System calibration complete. Shin, mission execution commencing. The surfaces of 9 of the cubes began to shimmer with lines of light, and subsequently, the shells of the cubes began to open outward along the luminous seams. The autonomous mining vehicles within the confines of the facility commenced their programmed journey towards the desolate site situated 26 kilometers away. In addition, the 6 boxes contained even more astonishing creations. The small vehicles within transformed with a flamboyant array of configurations, akin to the Transformers, giving rise to 6 real-life Autobots. Observing the live broadcast, numerous foreign netizens were left utterly astounded, nearly convulsing with disbelief. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? Autobots, actual Autobots. Good heavens, interstellar war machines, Transformers. Jesus, may the world find peace. Amen. My only question is whether it is still possible to learn the language of Huaxia at this time. Oh yes, my decision to study in Huaxia has indeed proven to be the most astute choice. Not only them, but even the esteemed astronaut Guo Feiping felt a lingering apprehension after his mission today. What on earth has this young lady been up to? Thankfully, she is the chief scientist of Huaxia. Otherwise, one can only imagine the chill that would run down the spine of this stellar astronaut. An hour later, as the small mining carts returned, laden with their haul, the mission was deemed a resounding success. At the very least, Su Yunxin appeared satisfied. However, it is unfortunate for those foreign dignitaries, as they will likely continue to live in a state of fear from now on. Chapter 48. Superposition. On the day following National Day, Luan Yaovi returned, burdened with 120 tons of lunar soil, ore, and various meteoric fragments. Hurry, hurry, we must categorize and classify these samples promptly. Upon the arrival of the lunar samples, Academician Ye Shixin, accompanied by his team, wasted no time in organizing research efforts. Hu Wudenti wished to achieve results at the Star Science Institute as swiftly as possible, not to mention, ever since acquiring the fermionic level microscope. Old Nia has been eager to reside in the laboratory. A picometer level microscope is indeed a rare treasure for materials and biological researchers. The microscopic world at the picometer scale offers a completely novel research experience, reminiscent of the joy felt upon first observing cellular structures. Wow, how extraordinary, how marvelous. So this is how gauge bosons transmit fundamental forces. Just days ago, Nia seemed like a passionate student, utterly captivated by such advanced microscopy. He often spent entire days in the laboratory, forsaking meals for the pursuit of knowledge. Indeed, teacher, it is astonishing that the X1 and X2 bosons can directly interact with quarks and leptons. This was inconceivable to us before. Exclaimed Linimo, brimming with excitement. Yes, we initially believed this would lead to a violation of baryon number conservation and cause proton decay. It was only after hearing Dr. Su's theories on quantum mechanics and compensation mechanisms that we learned about the supersymmetry within symmetry breaking. Although this is a theory in four-dimensional space, it undeniably manifests in three-dimensional reality. Old Nia chuckled, pleased with his protege Linimo, who, while not exceptionally gifted, shares an insatiable curiosity about materials science akin to his younger self. Moreover, even the chief of the Star Science Institute consistently shows her particular care for her. My discerning eye for talent has never failed me. Since joining the Star Science Institute, the septuagenarian Ye feels rejuvenated by a decade, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Though the work is demanding, he has rekindled the pure pursuit of his youthful ideals. Old Nia often jokes that he owes his continued vigor to Dr. Su, allowing this old soul to indulge in a bit of madness once more. Now, with tangible lunar or samples laid before them, how could they not be exhilarated? A small piece of dark gray sample, speckled with minute black dots, magnified 1 trillion times, resembled an infinite cosmos, against a backdrop of utter darkness. Electrons floated chaotically outside the atomic nucleus. The trajectories of these swirling electron clouds appeared random, lacking defined orbits or consistent patterns. Had they relied on the previous scanning transmission electron holographic microscope, they would have concluded that electron density was merely greater near the nucleus and sparse further away. However, through deeper observation of the fermion's activities, they discovered that not only did these particles dart about chaotically, but they also overlapped, briefly forming a new particle before separating again. How astonishing! The researchers in the materials department felt as though they had unlocked the door to a new world. The substances of space are indeed wondrous. No, it is more accurate to say that humanity remains profoundly ignorant of the cosmos. How is everyone's research progressing? The items brought back from the moon should be quite intriguing. Su Yunshin floated over, riding a small aircraft at Su, Dr. Su. Upon hearing her voice, old Nya felt as if he had heard celestial music. Quick, come see. These fermions have briefly overlapped to form a new particle. Indeed, that's precisely why I had been so focused on acquiring a higher-level microscope recently. Su Yunshin replied, her expression one of whimsical delight. Here, Chief, have a drink. Linimo, thank you. Su Yunshin's smile faltered momentarily as she gratefully accepted the peach-flavored drink that Linimo offered. Alas, now half of the Star Science Institute is aware of her fondness for beverages, prompting the Commerce Department to arrange a dedicated production line for the brand, elevating standards tenfold to ensure she drinks more healthily. It is also evident that she treats Linimo with extraordinary kindness, answering all her questions with a gentle tone. This has left many professors envious, as they see Linimo as a limitless talent with a promising future. Yet, Su Yunshin feels exceedingly awkward. She still struggles to figure out how to face Linimo. You can still be good friends, right? Meanwhile, two researchers in the corner whispered. Look, she was moved to tears just from receiving a bottle of drink from Linimo. It's true. I wonder what kind of fortune Linimo must have had in her previous life. Indeed, Su Yunshin heard their hushed murmurs, despite their attempts to be discreet. Academician, yeah, there's no need to rush. This afternoon, I'll take some time to explain, and you should have a clearer understanding by tomorrow. She quickly sought to redirect the group's attention. How formal, how formal. Just call me old Nya. It sounds much more endearing. BY credentials. I should be addressing you as old Su, he chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, old Nya. But let's skip the old Su part. After all, I'm barely 19. Su Yunshin felt quite flustered today. After exchanging a few words, she swiftly departed the scene. In the afternoon lecture, Su Yunshin emphasized the theory of particle superposition, based on the principles of supersymmetry in four-dimensional space, where the remarkable phenomenon of fermion superposition occurs within three-dimensional space. This transient overlapping space is termed superspace, designed to accommodate the peculiar geometric characteristics of fermions. Although these additional fermionic dimensions do not correspond to the dimensions of space as we know it, they manifest in three-dimensional reality, where bosons can transform into fermions and vice versa, or even coexist and annihilate. We may perceive these as various projections of a mysterious dimension. Consequently, fermions and bosons acquire a direct physical connection, even exhibiting strong interactions. This reduces the gaps between materials to the Planck scale. Based on this property, we can harness it to create materials that transcend the current era. Although we cannot directly observe four-dimensional space or higher, we can still utilize their concrete manifestations in three-dimensional space. As they genuinely exist, material science has always carried an air of mystique. Discovering a new material is akin to unboxing a mystery. No one knows when the right one will be revealed. Now, Su Yunshin aims to significantly enhance this probability through her knowledge of dimensional reduction. This theory of particles with additional high-dimensional virtual space was subsequently dubbed the Su Yunshin superposition equation. Based on this phenomenon of superposition in four-dimensional space, human civilization stands poised to transcend its current limitations and create materials that rival those of a Type II civilization. Chapter 49. Guanghan Xian Steel with the support of advanced theories. The research progress in the materials department accelerated dramatically. Moreover, Su Yunshin exhibited a particular interest in this intricate puzzle. With her direct involvement, the project advanced exceptionally smoothly. For the grassroots researchers, it was almost as effortless as mimicking a cat's behavior. The Star Science Institute, already a hub of the nation's top talents, thrived under Su Yunshin's overarching guidance and meticulous attention to detail. Typically, a single experiment cycle yields the desired results after just a few trials. Within a mere half-month, the laboratory produced a supermaterial surpassing the Edmond alloy from the acclaimed film Goodbye, Lenin. Su Yunxin named this material Guanghanxian steel. This material boasts a strength of up to 18,000 MPa and a melting point exceeding 13,000 degrees Celsius. What does this mean? 1 MPa is equivalent to the force of 10 kilograms applied to an area of 1 square centimeter. In other words, Guanghanxian steel can endure immense pressure and impact without undergoing deformation or fracture. Its melting point of 13,000 degrees Celsius eclipses all materials on Earth. After all, the surface temperature of the Sun is only around 5,000 degrees Celsius. Such material would not even melt when positioned beside the Sun. Guanghanxian steel possesses exceptionally superior comprehensive properties. It is not only strong, heat-resistant, and resilient, but also lightweight, with remarkable attributes of wear resistance, corrosion resistance, and low-temperature endurance. With the Star Science Institute's continually evolving technology in alloy casting and non-metallic inclusions, the potential for this material is boundless. The performance of Guanghanxian still holds potential for enhancement. Only such an extraordinary material can truly be worthy of the first generation of starships for future human civilization. Moreover, only this material can withstand the immense power generated by Su Yunxin's Lingzi arc reactor. When operating at full power, the center temperature of the Hall thruster's exhaust will reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, while the edge materials must endure temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Prior to this, I would not have dared to imagine that such materials could be born on Earth. Elder Nye gazed at the glaring data on the test report, tears welling up in his eyes. This venerable figure, who has dedicated his life to the study of materials, found himself moved to tears upon witnessing such a groundbreaking material in his twilight years. If interstellar travel were not a consideration, this material would be more than capable of standing atop the world. With such a material, every industry would possess formidable material support, and he, in his lifetime, has the chance to board the very starship he personally helped to create. This is no longer merely the realization of a dream from his youth. It is a fantasy he had never even conceived. The members of the materials department have come to regard following Su Yunxin as the very meaning of their existence. She is the pathway to the cosmos. She is the light that connects to the future. In these past 2 weeks, the relationship between Su Yunxin and Linimo has also rapidly blossomed. Linimo has now grown accustomed to calling Su Yunxin sister. Indeed, the two have taken a significant step closer to becoming best friends. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the past fortnight has been nothing short of a whirlwind. Each day has brought forth countless diplomatic requests, leading to the breakdown of 2 telephones. The prominent figures, such as Bo Zhong and Xu Ji, have been tirelessly accommodating one batch of foreign leaders after another. Countries like Maple Leaf Nation, which have had their applications denied dozens of times, continue to submit requests in vain. Even more astonishingly, some foreign leaders have taken to waiting at the gates of Tiannanhai, eager for even a brief conversation with the elder statesman. Meanwhile, envoys from nations with strained relations with Huaxia have attempted to sneak into the country, only to be repatriated by border security. Such surreal occurrences have become increasingly frequent, leaving many astonished. Countries fortunate enough to meet with Bo Zhong and Xu Ji have engaged in cordial and friendly discussions with Huaxia, readily acquiescing to various requests. Even demands for the purchase of 300 tons of gold have been met without hesitation, with some offers made purely as gestures of friendship. Huaxia's willingness to utilize my resources is a sign of respect. What matter are trifles such as money? Those who cannot part with their goods should prepare to be met with the wrath of the Luan Bird V laser. An astonishing turn of events. Huaxia coin has not depreciated, but rather appreciated. Ouyang Qian from the Ministry of Finance is overjoyed, as this exceeds all expectations, prompting another global procurement of 60 trillion in supplies. General Fac's private office. Dr. Sheta remarked, "Hey, Fac, have you seen? Huaxia is making another massive procurement." "Yes, I have. Another tens of trillions, I presume," Fac replied, reclining comfortably in his leather office chair. "You see, last time I had you ask General Wang Zhenxing to help purchase Huaxia bonds. Right? Indeed, and I must genuinely thank you for that. Those bonds will serve as our pensions in the future. That Luan Bird V truly looks terrifying." Dr. Sheta expressed his gratitude as he sipped his black coffee. Feeling a sense of impending doom with Huaxia's frenzied procurement of supplies, don't feel too alone. I share that sentiment, Fac responded. Do you think our Huaxia green card will be approved? I believe it should be fine. After all, General Wang Zhenxing and I are old friends. If worst comes to worst, boarding Huaxia's Ark of the Apocalypse should certainly be feasible. Dr. Sheta set down his newspaper, sitting up straight and seriously stating, however, the Parliament is pressing us to expedite the construction of the lunar base. What are we to do about that? I cannot fathom how those old fogies in Parliament think they can compete with Huaxia given the current technological gap. I have been pondering this for a while. Just wait a moment, Fac replied. I will video call General Wang Zhenxing shortly. At the Huaxia Ministry of Defense. General Wang Zhenxing answered, Fac, what brings you to request a secure video call at this hour? General Wang, it's been a while. Have you eaten yet? Fac, we're old friends. Just get straight to the point. Old Wang, I shall be direct. Recently, Huaxia has been expanding its ambitions. The Parliament is pressing me to hasten the lunar base's construction. Then just proceed. No one is stopping you. By the way, let me correct you. Expanding ambitions is not quite the right phrase here, General Wang replied leisurely, sipping tea. But I deposited all the funds with you previously. Furthermore, my Space Force is incapable of constructing a lunar base. What then? Surely we cannot expect Huaxia to build one for you. General Wang questioned in confusion. Hearing this, General Fac quickly waved his hands, eager to share his plan. No need for that. I have already devised a solution. We can do it this way. After a moment, General Wang responded, Fac, your plan is quite good and aligns perfectly with our thoughts. As you know, Huaxia has always prided itself on humility and avoiding ostentatious displays. We will assist you with this. Do expedite the launch of your lunar base tents. Chapter 50. Lunar Base with the support of Guanghan Xiantai. The Luanbird V has successfully upgraded to Luanbird 8. The thrust power has increased to 60, and the payload capacity has risen to 300 tons. This greatly enhances the efficiency of constructing the lunar base. With supplies being sent to the moon day and night, tons of lunar ore have been transported back to the Space Science Institute. In just 1 month, the Huaxia lunar base has begun to take shape. Many may not fully appreciate the challenges of constructing buildings on the moon. It is essential to note that the moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Blue Star, which alone necessitates a complete redesign of building materials and structures to withstand the moon's harsh conditions. Traditional construction materials simply cannot meet the demands of lunar architecture, even the super concrete used in the Space Science Institute's construction. The moon exists in the vacuum of space, devoid of the protective atmosphere, ozone layer, and magnetic field found on Earth. Consequently, the lunar surface is fully exposed to solar and cosmic radiation. This results in a staggering temperature fluctuation of 300 degrees Celsius between day and night, placing immense demands on building materials, which must possess robust thermal regulation capabilities and resist various cosmic radiation. Moreover, the moon is susceptible to moonquakes, meteorite impacts, and other micro-collisions, necessitating materials with exceptional strength and comprehensive performance. Undoubtedly, while Guanghan Xiantai appears to be a commendable choice, its cost-effectiveness is rather low. The long-distance transportation alone is prohibitively expensive. Additionally, the lunar base is merely temporary. In fact, we can shift our perspective. How were buildings on Earth originally constructed? Precisely, using stones and soil. If we can source materials directly on Blue Star, why not do the same on the moon? Lunar regolith is a natural material. Initially, the plan was to smelt directly on the moon. But the primary challenge was temperature. Previously, scientists proposed using Fresnel lenses to focus sunlight for sintering, but this method was inefficient. However, for Huaxia, temperature is no longer an issue. After all, we're merely burning a few lunar bricks. Thus, we have the bricks required for construction, and now it is time to erect towering structures from the ground up. To facilitate this, the Infrastructure Department has specially designed a 3D automated construction technology, integrating Huaxia's traditional mortise and tenon joint methods. With artificial intelligence controlling the process remotely, constructing buildings is as simple as playing with building blocks. These robots have affectionately been dubbed Moon Super Masons by netizens. With the extraordinary capabilities of artificial intelligence, Huaxia's lunar base is advancing at an astonishing pace. Within just 1 week, 3 Huaxia lunar bases have risen from the lunar surface. The lunar dwellings feature a rounded, eggshell-like structure resembling a deep gray egg. The research team ultimately named it the Lunar Dust Pot. The Lunar Dust Pot employs Guanghan Xiantai as its core framework, serving as the thin membrane within the eggshell. The top of the eggshell is structured as a dome, while the body consists of 2 layers, with an additional rib-like structure in between to enhance stability. The outer eggshell is constructed from sintered bricks made from the lunar regolith we sourced on site. Finally, an insulating layer is added inside the eggshell, completing the lunar dwelling. The Huaxia lunar house stands 12 meters tall and has a diameter of 7 meters. Its interior space is cylindrical, divided into 2 levels. The lower level serves as a workspace, while the upper level is designated for living quarters, complete with all necessary amenities. The overall strength of the lunar dust pot is high, and its eggshell design endows it with impressive impact resistance, capable of withstanding moonquakes of level 7 and below. Furthermore, it can effectively shield against over 99% of common cosmic radiation, maintaining a comfortably habitable temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius. Each lunar dust pot can accommodate 2 to 3 astronauts for work and living. Oxygen and water are supplied via the Luanbird A. Water ice on the Moon can be extracted to provide oxygen, or the lunar water can be decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen for backup fuel and potable water. As for energy, isn't the parallel arc reactor of the Phoenix A the ultimate source of power? Coupled with the latest ultra-thin, lightweight spacesuits developed by the Institute of Space Science, the first batch of astronauts residing in the lunar dust pot have bestowed upon it an exceptional 5-star rating. It is reported that this lightweight spacesuit is crafted from nanomaterials, woven with the assistance of an artificial intelligence system. Although undertaking a spacewalk on the Moon is somewhat challenging within the confines of the dust pot, it feels as comfortable as donning ordinary clothing. As a series of lunar life vlogs have been released, the populace across the nation has been left enviously captivated. Oh dear. It even comes equipped with a snack rack. Indeed, this dust pot is a compact marvel, fully furnished, and surprisingly spacious in such a living environment. One might easily mistake it for a themed hotel rather than a lunar habitat. The amenities are so exquisite that I would willingly spend a year's savings for just one night's stay. Moreover, it boasts an adorably charming exterior, resembling a series of large, dark gray eggs. I long to book a stay. Meanwhile, the space forces of the beautiful nation of FAC have not been idle. They have launched several spacecraft in quick succession, but unfortunately, each has met its demise mid-air, either exploding or crashing at inopportune moments. The Defense Department of the beautiful nation, with the notoriously absurd president in attendance, is at a loss. FAC, what on earth are you doing? How is it that one vessel launches only to crash another? The defense minister sternly interrogated. Today, the president happened to be present, eager to showcase his commitment to the defense minister's diligence. Minister, you cannot place the blame solely on me. Our spacecraft technology is still in its infancy, and we were burdened with an excessive amount of construction materials. Accidents are unavoidable. General FAC, looking utterly innocent, explained to the assembly. FAC, you're merely making excuses. Can't you ever lighten the load a bit? General Pig, who had a contentious relationship with FAC, seized the opportunity to jab. Pig, don't stand there and pretend it's easy for you. How much did the Parliament allocate for me? I've been managing the budget scrupulously. President, please offer your judgment. FAC feigned a look of deep distress, turning to our comrade, Chuan Zhengwo, as if he were genuinely anguished over the lunar base's plight. His weariness apparent. FAC had gone 2 sleepless nights for this performance, his face drawn and weary, evoking sympathy. The absurdly notorious president, observing his ally, adjusted his demeanor and began to play the role of the benevolent mediator. Well, it's certainly not entirely FAC's fault. Even though no one understands the cosmos better than I do, I too cannot resolve scientific and technological issues in such a short time. Let alone general FAC that I will seek additional funding from the Parliament. FAC, think of a way to at least get our Eagle Nation's lunar base established. Very well, Your Excellency, I shall ponder some solutions. P.S. The solar system video has been uploaded. You can view it on the author's personal homepage, Chapter 51. Who altered this image? It must be said that General FAC has gone to great lengths for this endeavor. To ensure that those few empty spacecraft would explode without a trace. He installed 2 fuel tanks on each, euphemistically claiming they were for extended travel distance. He further embedded volatile explosives within. guaranteeing they would ignite at precisely the right moment, in a bid to cultivate an image of relentless dedication and tireless effort for the lunar base. He even enlisted Dr. Siete and other close associates to play mahjong for 2 consecutive nights. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he successfully secured new funding from the parliament. If only he had known sooner that the president was on his side. He wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. Truly, this Eagle agent has endured considerable hardship. Ultimately, the Eagle Nation relinquished their spacecraft in favor of the more primitive payload rockets, which successfully landed on the moon as expected. Next, they would select a few unfortunate souls to help construct the so-called lunar base and experience lunar life. Edwin and 2 fortunate individuals, carrying the hopes of the entire beautiful nation, arrived on the moon aboard the Apollo spacecraft. "Captain, is this going to work?" One team member, clad in a heavy spacesuit, inquired as he stepped onto the lunar soil. "David, let us just do as General Fack said. We'll accomplish what needs to be done. Other matters are not for us to ponder, right?" The construction of the Eagle Nation's lunar base proceeded with remarkable speed. No, it was exceedingly rapid. After all, it was merely a matter of erecting a tent and securing the stakes. Finally, they would plant the stars and stripes, and the task would be complete, with the tent situated adjacent to the lunar dwelling of Huaxia. Shortly thereafter, Huaxia utilized high-definition drones to capture a series of splendid and awe-inspiring photographs. Lingering for a while before returning to the Apollo spacecraft, General Fack, we have completed our mission. Requesting return. Captain Edwin reported via radio. "No, you cannot return yet." However, it was the voice of the Eagle Nation's defense minister that came through the radio. "Wang Defa? There's a special situation at hand. The domestic populace is clamoring for you to spend 2 days living up there. The president has agreed and has requested that you conduct a live broadcast." Just like Huaxia, the 3 unfortunate souls finally heard a familiar voice, but the content far exceeded their expectations. To General Fack, "You're not joking with us, are you?" David exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. This is a request from the president. You'll just have to endure up there for 2 days. The president also wishes for you to showcase our magnificent lunar base." General Fack felt a pang of guilt as his voice diminished. The defense minister interjected, "All right, we understand this is a challenge for you. You'll be compensated well upon your return. By the way, please transmit the photos you've taken." The 3 unfortunate souls wore expressions that resembled someone who had just eaten something distasteful. Yet they knew military orders must be obeyed. They begrudgingly retrieved a standard camera and struggled to carry it to the lunar base tent. This seemingly simple task consumed 2 hours of their time. Meanwhile, the beautiful nation successfully crafted promotional posters, with the absurd president tweeting the first message. The promotional poster depicted a tent with a diameter of 2.8 meters, astonishingly presenting a sense of grandeur as though it were 15 meters wide. Thanks to Huaxia's exquisite filming techniques, clever angles, and high-definition image packaging, the Eagle Nation's 2.8-meter lunar tent appeared even larger than Huaxia's 12-meter lunar dwelling. Moreover, the Eagle Nation's tent occupied the central position. Achieving perfect composition, however, despite its seemingly spectacular appearance, it could not alter the reality of being merely a tent. The valiant General Shang of Huaxia swiftly claimed the first comment beneath the tweet, praising, "The Eagle Nation's lunar base looks truly impressive." The internet users in the beautiful nation were incensed. They were not blind. Isn't that just a tent? What on earth is this? Refund. The higher-ups. Those extravagant spenders had squandered taxpayers' money on what? In a mere hour, a substantial crowd of protesters gathered outside the White House. Just then, Edwin and his team began their live broadcast, appearing curled up inside the tent, waving to the citizens of the Eagle Nation through the thick layers of their spacesuits. Due to the rush, they had failed to adjust the camera angle properly, resulting in them occupying less than 15 of the screen, while beside them stood Huaxia's exquisitely grand egg-shaped lunar dwelling. A single action stirred a tempest. Within just 3 hours, multiple riots erupted across the beautiful nation. Ultimately, it took the police emptying dozens of magazines to quell the unrest. That evening, the 3 unfortunate souls consumed toothpaste-like food inside the Apollo spacecraft, lamenting their situation. "How about we head over to Huaxia's lunar dwelling? This miserable spacecraft is unbearable," David suggested. "Well, that might not be appropriate. After all, we represent the Eagle Nation. Captain Edwin attempted to maintain his last shred of rationality. As long as we don't go live, no one will know. I've heard their lunar dwelling can even cook hot pot. It's as comfortable as a hotel. Let us go. Wafaping warmly welcomed the 3 Eagle Nation friends and presented them with an array of Huaxia delicacies. Thus, they spent 2 delightful and comfortable days in Huaxia's lunar dwelling, each returning with a boxed meal. This scene was quietly recorded by a bystander. Consequently, a day later, a high-definition photo began circulating wildly online, depicting the 3 Eagle Nation astronauts emerging from the Huaxia dust pot, each holding a boxed meal, while behind them, Huaxia astronauts in lightweight spacesuits waved goodbye. In the lower right corner of the image was the Eagle Nation's lunar tent. Although such a photo may not initially seem impressive, it posed no significant issue, right? The problem arose when someone decided to edit it, adding the caption, "Time for a meal, brothers," with steaming graphics affixed to the 3 boxed meals. This photo swept across the globe. A tremendous uproar ensued in the beautiful nation. Countless citizens questioned the White House and Parliament, unleashing a torrent of previously unheard national grievances. Every moment saw items hurled toward the White House. The police officers, in their helplessness, once again emptied several magazines. Who on earth edited this wretched photograph? Thick-skinned crab. By H. A chorus of politicians erupted in furious outcries. General Fak, succumbing to the pressure, dismissed the 3 temporary workers. In General Fak's private office, he lamented, "Old Wang, your actions this time were truly unscrupulous. You have put me in a dreadful predicament." General Wang, on the other side of the video call, responded with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, Fak, I must admit this situation is indeed regrettable. I did not foresee it. How did this photograph end up on the internet? You should at least provide me with some clarity," Fak insisted. "Just a moment. Let me inquire." "Fak, she said she could inform you. So I'll let you in on a little secret, but do not spread it around." "Old Wang, do you still doubt my loyalty? Look at how I've been berated in Parliament for the past few days without betraying you." General Fak gazed at General Wang with a pitiful expression. This photograph was taken by an artificial intelligence. As for that particular image, it was the work of our chief at the Star Science Institute. She thought it would be amusing. Well then, no matter, General Fak sighed heavily. "Forget I asked. Please send my regards to the chief at the Star Science Institute." Chapter 52. Hard work brings rewards the next day. At the Department of Defense of the beautiful nation. Fak, your space forces have made a tremendous blunder this time. General Page of the Air Force was reveling in the opportunity to mock and humiliate his arch-rival. However, that photograph does bear a striking resemblance to reality. Isn't that just how our domestic detention centers look? General Doug of the 4th Army reflected sentimentally. "You're not wrong. It really does resemble it." Laughter erupted once more in the conference room. Yet today, General Fak sat quietly, deep in thought, without uttering a word in defense. "Page, you should hold your tongue. We cannot place all the blame on Fak this time." The Minister of Defense hastily intervened, sensing the unusual tension. After all, they all knew that Fak was merely a scapegoat in this incident. He had not truly erred. Usually accustomed to jest and banter, his silence today was unsettling. Something was amiss. "Minister, yes, indeed. The most detestable party is the one who took the photo and edited it." "How infuriating," Page remarked, puzzled by the minister's furtive glances. "Page, if you wish to cast blame, direct it at me. The person who edited the photo is not at fault here." General Fak finally spoke, his tone laced with frustration and resignation. This burden was his alone to bear. "Sai, you did your best this time. If it weren't for that fool who edited the photo, the outcome might not have been so disastrous." The minister directed an encouraging glance at General Fak, but he merely twitched his eyelids incessantly. Yes, it's all that idiot's fault, BIH. The members of the Department of Defense echoed the minister's sentiments. "Enough. Stop blaming the editor." At that moment, General Fak slammed his hand on the table, causing it to tremble under the force of his strike. "What on earth has gotten into you today, Fak?" The Minister of Defense was startled by the sudden outburst, his newly replaced glass slipping from his grasp. General Fak, with reddened eyes and twitching muscles, spoke each word with deliberate gravity. I say, this matter has no relation to that photograph. Do you understand? Despite their usual jovial demeanor, the generals were astute. They realized the depths of this predicament, prompting them to shift the conversation. Unfortunately, this left the minister with yet another shattered glass. General Fack had truly been flustered. If this mockery continued, the Department of Defense might not see another day. He was acutely aware that while such incidents were rare, they were not impossible. General Fack's instinct for self-preservation was indeed remarkable. The Star Science Institute of Huaxia, in Su Yunshin's classroom. Damn it! How many times have I explained this question? You still answered incorrectly. Go home and copy it 100 times. Su Yunshin berated a young doctoral student. Below the podium, a group of researchers felt as if they were walking on eggshells. Indeed, it was that time of the month again, Su Yunshin's monthly period of frenzied wrath. All right, that will be all for today. Academician Yang Wanyan and Dr. Lu Yongxing from the Biology Department. Please come with me. In the underground third floor of the Star Science Institute. The classroom of the Special Star Group was a mere 200 meters from Su Yunshin's office. Yet, to Lu Yongxing, traversing this short distance felt like walking 2 kilometers. He was genuinely apprehensive. The recent progress in the biology department had been commendable, and he felt he and his mentor had committed no errors. The thought of those doctoral students who had previously visited Su Yunshin's office for remedial lessons sent a shiver down his spine. Would you like something to drink? Su Yunshin asked as she entered her office, immediately opening a bottle of Kong Shui Fu beverage to quench her thirst. No, thank you. Does Chief Su have any tasks to assign? Lu Yongxing mustered the courage to respond. Yes, indeed. Muster the courage. I truly cannot fathom why everyone perceives me as so stern. I consider myself quite approachable, Su Yunshin muttered to herself, downing half the bottle of the beverage before slumping into her office chair, resting her head on her hand in a display of fatigue. Academician Yang Wanyan was not surprised. Given her physiological condition, coupled with the high intensity of her mental exertion, it was understandable. Despite her outward show of strength, those familiar with Su Yunshin would recognize the weight of the burdens she bore daily. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Feel free to help yourselves to anything. Su Yunshin gestured weakly toward the chairs in front of her desk. Actually, you shouldn't be drinking cold beverages these days. It's not good for your health. Yang Wanyan gently chided, a testament to his kindness as an elder that I know. I'll just have one bottle. Yes, I apologize. I just need a moment to recover. I feel utterly exhausted. As she allowed herself a brief respite, Su Yunshin leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes for a moment. Lu Yongxing surveyed the office, feeling a profound sense of awe. His gaze lost focus, as if drawn by an unseen force. This was his first visit to Su Yunshin's office. The walls were adorned with a myriad of intricate blueprints, while piles of drafts cluttered the floor. Shu, keep it down. Let her rest a bit. Yang Wanyan whispered to Lu Yongxing. Lu Yongxing cautiously stepped aside, glancing at one of the blueprints. It was a partial design of a starship, with lines intertwined to form countless dazzling circuits. Each component was meticulously designed and calculated, with every detail seemingly narrating the elegance of mechanical precision. Each mark and numerical annotation on the blueprints was strikingly precise. Such a blueprint, complex yet orderly, was a testament to intellect and craftsmanship. Even a layperson like Lu, from the biology department, could not help but be awed by such exquisite and ingenious designs. Under normal circumstances, completing even a single blueprint would require the concerted efforts of several research teams laboring day and night. Yet here before him lay an entire room filled with orderly blueprints, encompassing over 10 specialized disciplines, most of which had been single-handedly crafted by that young lady, our chief at the Star Science Institute. Bending down, Lu Yongxing picked up the top draft from a pile on the floor. Just one glance caused his pupils to constrict. It was filled with complex chemical formulas that made one's scalp tingle, accompanied by numerous scribbles and corrections. Just this single sheet of draft paper could instill dread in a graduate student or incite fervor in a chemist. In this modest 15-square-meter office, merely standing within felt like being submerged in an ocean of profound knowledge. Not to mention the significance carried by these blueprints and drafts, which evoked an unending sense of power and boundless anticipation for the future. Lu Yongxing took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, directing his most profound respect toward the exhausted Su Yunshin, who had slumped over in her chair. Chapter 53. Lunar Biosphere Number 1. At this moment, Lu Yongxing felt his very soul uplifted. This chief scientist of the Star Science Institute labored tirelessly for Huaxia, to the point of exhaustion. Even for someone like Su Yunshin, a reborn individual, 99 perspiration was needed, even though that remaining one of inspiration held greater importance. Indeed, while genius is vital, it is through diligence that genius is realized. It is no wonder that not only his own mentor but also various academicians frequently admonished their students to complain less. In comparison to her, the hardships they faced paled in significance. Despite her own burdensome workload, she nonetheless dedicated over 5 hours each day to teaching them. With less than a year remaining, as she would depart a little earlier, she bore the weight of Huaxia's future. The hope of humanity. The title of chief did not merely signify authority. It denoted responsibility. Observing Lu Yongxing's demeanor, Yang Wanyan recognized the profound shift in his worldview. He understood. For they, the academicians, were among the first to experience such realizations. Their initial visit to this office had evoked similar sentiments. Senior academicians like Nya, having surpassed their 70s, often reflected on the arduous research environment of Huaxia in the last century. Moved to tears? One cannot help but reflect on the past when they lacked adequate experimental equipment and a conducive research environment, relying solely on their fervent patriotic spirit to persevere. In those days, they often collapsed at their desks, subsisting on meager rations within the confines of their laboratories, witnessing friends faint before their very eyes, never to awaken again. Yet now, the great nation stands atop the world, with the Academy of Sciences of Huaxia towering over its global counterparts, validating their struggles and imbuing their lives with profound significance. These esteemed academicians have inquired of Su Yunshin why she refrains from sharing her contributions, acknowledging that she has sacrificed far more than they. To this, Su Yunshin simply smiled and replied, "I hope they can truly appreciate the beauty of scientific research in such a rare environment. I wish for them to have experienced the warmth of sunlight before the storms arrive." Indeed, Su Yunshin does not possess any extraordinary body-enhancing agents. Instead, her superior intellect has become a burden. Consequently, during this rare golden age on Blue Star, she relinquished nearly all forms of entertainment, adhering to a strict schedule to ensure her vitality, day after day, until everything falls into place. Having chosen to pursue the infinite, or even transcend it, she understands that such a path demands sacrifices beyond ordinary comprehension, enduring hardships that are beyond the imagination of the common man. If you could also spare those precious 20 minutes before sleep, that would be splendid. Hey, don't ruin the atmosphere. I might just lose my mind. Su Yunshin jested, though she reminded herself to balance work and rest. If you overexert yourself and collapse, I want to have the energy to save you. After a brief respite, Su Yunshin felt somewhat rejuvenated. She patted her cheeks and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. Do you have any instructions for us?" inquired Academician Yang, a hint of a smile breaking through his weathered face. How long did I just sleep?" Su Yunshin asked, still somewhat bleary-eyed. "Doctor, you rested for a total of 26 minutes and 17 seconds. I advise against staying up late tonight," replied an assistant. "All right, understood. But didn't I ask you to wake me after 20 minutes? Doctor, your condition is too poor. You need rest. The energy circulation system of the starship doesn't seem that crucial to me." "Indeed, it isn't that crucial," Su Yunshin said as she propped herself up and took a bite of chocolate. "What troubles me most is your biology department. Do you know, Yang Lao, what the greatest uncertainty of the starship expedition is?" Academician Yang and Dr. Liu adjusted themselves, entering a working mindset. "Is it the life support system?" asked Academician Yang. "Yes, our current technology is indeed sufficient to venture beyond the solar system. The issue lies with humanity. Our human problems remain unresolved. The aspects of sustenance, physical condition in space, hibernation pods, and so forth still leave me uncertain. But we still have a year, so you needn't worry too much," Dr. Liu said with concern. "Oh, there isn't a year left. Accounting for the final deployment, we have no more than 8 months for our research endeavors." Su Yunshin rubbed her forehead, exasperated. "That's why I summoned you, to discuss this matter. We must expedite the lunar biosphere project. Indeed, we have preliminary ideas for lunar agriculture, specifically by excavating lava tubes. Once we solve the extreme temperature issue, the technology is feasible. That is a viable plan? Dr. Liu, but it's insufficient. We must establish a fundamental self-sustaining biosphere on the lunar surface. We are headed towards uncharted planets, some of which may be entirely silicon-based, with hardness far exceeding that of diamonds. What then shall we do with such planets? Su Yunxin's two colleagues at her desk were momentarily taken aback, having never considered such a scenario. If such planets exist, they likely lack soil entirely. I know replicating Earth's ecology is exceedingly difficult, Su Yunxin stated solemnly, but we must undertake this endeavor while we still have the opportunity for the future of humanity to better colonize new worlds. All right, we shall organize a seminar upon our return and strive to present a preliminary plan within the next few days, Academician Young declared, tapping the table lightly. It's too late today. Let us discuss it tomorrow. By the way, how is the preparation for the lunar white mice coming along? Upon mentioning the white mice, Su Yunxin's complexion brightened slightly. No problem. The first 10 batches of white mice have successfully settled on the moon. Dr. Liu replied, but we need to expedite this suddenly. Su Yunxin was overcome by dizziness, quickly grasping a bottle of Red Tiger energy drink and gulping down several mouthfuls. Fortunately, she stabilized, while her colleagues from the biology department were ready to call for medical support. Only 10 batches? That's hardly sufficient. We might need them in the millions for our space endeavors. Su Yunxin reclined against her chair, gazing at the warm white ceiling. In any case, let us accelerate our progress. I apologize. I am not in the best condition today. Then we shall take our leave. Please rest early, Academician Young urged, hastily ushering Dr. Liu out. By the way, how is the progress with genetic engineering? Su Yunxin inquired, though not harboring much hope. This damned magical period is truly a hindrance. It1 be that quick. All right, I figured as much. At 13 a.m., the chief of the Academy of Sciences concluded her arduous 15-hour workday. Dozing off in the rest area adjacent to her office. Chapter 54, The Hibernation Pod is the greatest variable reflecting on her past life. Humanity's civilization once employed lung-tube deep-sea liquid hibernation pods. The deep-sea liquid was hoped to allow individuals to withstand immense pressures akin to deep-sea fish, incorporating hibernation technology to place the human body in a low-power mode, in her first life. Due to a lack of experience and time constraints, even with the system's assistance, Su Yunxin could only produce a half-finished starship. This resulted in ordinary cabin passengers having to endure various forces from gravitational pressure, acceleration, and angular velocity impacts during the voyage. At most, they could withstand approximately 70 g of force, coming from all directions. To illustrate, one could imagine being crushed by 70 tractors simultaneously from every conceivable angle. Thus, scientists turn their attention to deep-sea fish, whose bodies are incredibly pliable, possessing a unique structure that allows their physiological tissues to be saturated with liquid, enabling them to counteract extreme pressure using the internal fluid pressure balance. The deep-sea liquid solution emerged, theoretically viable, yet practically challenging to implement. Human anatomy differs significantly from those soft-bodied deep-sea organisms, and it wasn't until 850 years later that they managed to fully integrate the deep-sea liquid into the human body. However, this was not the end of the difficulties. The human body is not a singular entity. Various organs, bones, muscles, and blood vessels are all delicately interconnected. Achieving the standards of deep-sea creatures was unattainable, even with reduced speed fluctuations and attempts at constant velocity. This method led to a horrifying scene when the first generation of humanity's civilization landed on Proxima Centauri. Upon opening the cabins, they were met with a gruesome sight. The bodily tissues of some individuals within the hibernation pods were torn apart. Others had been compressed into pancake-like forms. Due to the immaturity of this technology, only around 20 million individuals met the criteria to board the starship, and upon the first landing, merely 300,000 survived. The first generation of humanity's civilization ultimately failed to reach even the threshold of a Type 3 civilization. Note: in Su Yunxin's first life, 20 million boarded the starship; in the second life, 100 million, and currently, she is in the third life. This clarification is provided to avoid any misunderstandings. The root cause of this situation lay in the Starship's inherent immaturity. It is akin to comfortably riding a high-speed train while struggling to endure a 120 km/h motorcycle ride. Hence, beginning from the previous life, the second generation, Su Yunshin abandoned the deep-sea liquid concept, opting instead to develop more advanced starships, decompression devices, and load-bearing suits, especially after humanity's civilization joined the Galactic Alliance of Atrelis. Su Yunshin realized that utilizing deep-sea liquid was a fundamentally flawed approach. This method was not only perilous, but also had a low ceiling. Issues arose before even reaching light speed. Then, one must ponder, if employing a curvature engine or engaging in space-time jumps, would one not instantly merge with the deep-sea liquid? For a technological civilization, achieving superluminal travel necessitates investing in protective measures rather than relying solely on the physical body to endure. Some may question why the system did not provide more advanced solutions earlier. The truth is, it did, but they were ineffective. Even if presented, they were incomprehensible, and even if understood, they could not be constructed. This is precisely why Su Yunshin dedicates time each day to educate her colleagues at the Academy of Sciences. Scientific research indeed progresses swiftly with a locomotive leading the charge, yet it cannot be accomplished by a single individual alone. This is why education spans from elementary to secondary to higher institutions. For instance, a top student in first grade cannot be expected to grasp advanced physics merely by presenting detailed explanations. Even though this generation begins at a relatively high starting point, Su Yunshin continues to learn diligently. Her understanding of the universe can only be deemed rudimentary at this stage, as for hibernation technology. It has long been a subject of research, given that various hibernating animals exist in nature. Through meticulous research, the scientists have distilled a unique protein, akin to a hormone, which serves as a hibernation hormone. However, the human body is a profoundly intricate and mysterious entity, making it a formidable challenge to induce a state of hibernation. Due to the body's self-protective mechanisms, any attempt to alter its state triggers a cascade of stress responses within the brain's neurons. Even more troublesome than the hibernation itself is the process of awakening, which poses a significant dilemma for Su Yunshin. Despite her thorough memorization of the chemical components required for the awakening antibodies and enzymes, she finds herself at an impasse, unable to synthesize them. Initially, she was filled with excitement, believing that the advent of the hibernation chamber would alleviate her concerns. Once the Star Institute was established, she eagerly ventured into the biological laboratory to attempt the artificial synthesis of the necessary hibernation substance and awakening agents. The results, however, were disheartening. While the hibernation substance worked seamlessly, allowing 10 white mice to enter hibernation without issue, the awakening agent proved ineffective. Despite Su Yunshin's repeated verification of the chemical components, the results indicated no discrepancies. Yet, the mice remained unresponsive. During those days, Su Yunshin was on the brink of madness. Was humanity once again to rely on lunar white mice? The issue lay not in her memorization but rather in the subtle differences that even parallel worlds might exhibit. Moreover, given the current level of technological advancement, directly synthesizing such substances remained a daunting task. This situation reflects that even Su Yunshin, the chief scientist of a Level 4 civilization, is merely a fledgling explorer in the vast cosmos. The fragility of life is indeed a poignant truth. Wouldn't you agree, little white mouse? Will the hibernation chamber forever remain the greatest variable in humanity's interstellar journey? Since the establishment of the lunar base by the Star Institute, global oil prices have been in a steady decline. With the speed of Luan Bird A at 130 Mach, provided those scientists are of sound mind, who would believe this to be a result of nuclear fission, it must certainly be controllable nuclear fusion, or perhaps even a miniature version of it. Why China refuses to acknowledge this remains a mystery. However, it is common knowledge that once such technology emerges, oil will become obsolete. Just wait and see. China will inevitably begin to sell electrical energy. In recent days, King Abdullah of Shahrate has been perpetually troubled. Oil prices are plummeting day by day, and his small nation lacks any resources. They have been relying on oil sales for their livelihood. If this continues, food and water will become their most pressing issues. Perhaps we should consult China. After all, we have been loyal customers, young Prince Vegeta suggested. Can this nuclear fusion really be feasible? King Abdullah sighed. Let's give it a try, father. After all, Only China is still purchasing our oil in large quantities. If the Western nations are correct, why would they continue to buy oil? Ah, that does seem to make sense. Then, without further ado, let us embark on this journey to China together. In fact, the prince's insight was spot on. China is currently open to all forms of energy. After all, Su Yunxin knows that no energy source in the universe is absolutely reliable. It is prudent to prepare a little extra. Chapter 55. Air becomes food by the end of October. While preparing Double 11 gift packages for her dog, the wealthy camel, Su Yunxin was also closely monitoring the air-synthesized starch project within the biological department. Whether it be rice from the south, steamed buns from the north, or other grains, the primary nutritional component is carbohydrates, with starch leading the way. In nature, most green plants produce starch through photosynthesis. If one could synthesize starch without relying on photosynthesis or utilizing artificial light sources, it would undoubtedly present the optimal solution to the food dilemma of interstellar travel. In Su Yunxin's view, the most effective method for artificially synthesizing starch involves using carbon dioxide and hydrogen gas as raw materials, undergoing a series of catalytic enzyme reactions to yield starch. As for the raw materials, carbon dioxide and hydrogen gas are prevalent gases in the universe, making their large-scale acquisition feasible with the current technology of the Star Institute. Having access to lunar water would be even better, as it could facilitate the rapid electrolysis to obtain ample hydrogen and oxygen. Both chemical catalysts and artificial light sources have seen laboratory studies yielding modest results. The efficiency of photosynthesis using artificial light is roughly 3.5 times that of natural processes, while catalytic enzymes can achieve about 8 times the efficiency. Su Yunxin is reluctant to forego either method, as starch synthesized through photosynthesis tends to possess a slightly superior flavor. The principle of artificial starch synthesis is quite straightforward. Initially, hydrogen and carbon dioxide are reduced to carbon compounds, which are then polymerized into a polycarbon compound, ultimately leading to the construction of polysaccharides and starch. The principles are simple, and the laboratory has produced results. So why has mass production remained elusive? The answer lies in energy. The critical step in starch synthesis involves converting light energy into chemical energy. Due to the low energy density of light compared to the higher density of chemical energy, this conversion requires energy to be captured and accumulated. The process of artificially synthesizing starch, from the preparation of raw materials to the disruption of carbon dioxide's chemical properties, is inextricably linked to the involvement of electrical energy. According to current data from the biological department of the Star Institute, the prototype for synthetic starch can achieve an energy conversion efficiency of approximately 60, requiring around 130 kilowatt-hours of electricity to synthesize 1 kilogram of starch. Without mastering nuclear fusion technology, the cost-effectiveness of this starch synthesis is simply too low. Thus, this technology has struggled to achieve the goal of low-cost, high-efficiency industrial utilization. Even now, the Star Institute estimates that the cost-effectiveness of synthetic starch still falls short of traditional farming. This is precisely why Su Yunxin has been so fervently advocating for lunar agriculture. Isn't it all just to ensure a better quality of food? I know you too well. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, you dare to discuss cost-effectiveness? In truth, it is perfectly acceptable to avoid exposing this, and relying solely on synthesized starch would not be sustainable. Indeed, as the apocalypse looms, China need not concern itself with cost-effectiveness. However, the synthesized starch still lacks various trace elements. Once we reach a habitable planet, agriculture will inevitably be necessary, not to mention that farming is an intrinsic skill embedded in our DNA. If we don't cultivate something, I wonder how the elders would respond. Well, aside from the low cost-effectiveness, all other aspects generally meet expectations, Su Yunxin mused as she regarded the 5 cubic meter demonstration machine. Dr. Su, shall we proceed to improve this machine? Lu Yongxing inquired. Let it be for now. You and the biological department should expedite the lunar project. Su Yunxin sighed, reiterating, especially concerning those lunar white mice. They are of utmost importance. At the very least, prepare 500 million, no, 1 billion of them. Su Yunxin shook her head, extending a small hand, gesturing emphatically to signify 10. Since her failure in synthesizing the hibernation and awakening agents, Su Yunxin's mind has never rested. Coincidentally, The day after the Star Institute submitted its research report on starch synthesis, our esteemed wealthy camel arrived in the capital. In the reception hall of the red light pavilion. Oh, dear Minister He, you must assist us in charade this time. King Abula, with a cloth atop his head, was engaged in cordial discussions with Minister He of the Commerce Department. As you can see, we have come with sincerity, bringing 600 tons of gold as a token of our respect. King Abula, you are too courteous. I wonder what troubles your nation faces, Minister He replied calmly while sipping tea. In recent days, both he and Finance Minister Ouyang Qian have become rather well informed. 600 tons of gold stirred no ripple in his mind. Recently, the Eagle Nation not only ceased purchasing our oil but has also intensified the blockade on our food supplies. Abula lamented, his expression grave. We came to inquire if China could extend some assistance. In truth, these words had taken King Abula several days of mental preparation. After all, the reason their oil sales had stagnated was precisely due to China. Yet now, he found himself seeking aid from the very nation he had once blamed. A feeling of profound humiliation washed over him. Food, you say? Minister, he pondered, placing his teacup down that sounded vaguely familiar. It seems I heard that the Star Institute submitted a report on synthetic starch yesterday. Your Highness, allow me to inquire. Please hold for a moment. Oh, my friend, of course, for the sake of food, charade is willing to pay any price. Minister He, in dealing with their former major client, was more than willing to extend a bit more patience, especially since this was a directive from Su Yunshin herself. Doctor, the Minister of Commerce requests to speak with you. Oh, Minister He, are you inquiring about the Camel's 11 matters? Please connect the call. Quantum encryption in progress. The wealthy camel? You've arrived so soon. Quickly, let him take the call. This was indeed beyond Su Yunshin's expectations. She had anticipated it would take another 10 days before they would come to procure supplies. The prospect of conducting business over the phone with the wealthy camel filled her with a sense of excitement. In the reception hall of the red light pavilion, I wonder if China can sell us food. King Abula muttered anxiously. Although they were present, uncertainty loomed in their hearts. Once, they had only wealth to their name. But now they were on the verge of losing even that. Could China still offer them assistance? At that moment, an assistant rushed over to King Abula. Your Highness, it is as follows. Our chief at the Star Institute wishes to engage in a voice conversation with you. Would this be a convenient time for you? What? The chief of the Space Institute? Abula and Buji Dao were utterly astonished. The situation had surpassed their wildest imaginings. Until now, Huaxia had revealed not a whisper regarding the chief of the Space Institute. And now, they were to engage in vocal communication with them? Absolutely, this is indeed our honor. Both men were momentarily taken aback and hastily responded while presenting their most profound respects towards the flag of Huaxia. Greetings, esteemed friends who have come from afar. May I inquire how to address you? As they listened to the female voice and the real-time translation, Abula and Buji Dao felt a buzzing in their heads. A woman? Chapter 56. Do not spread rumors indiscriminately. The voice communication transpired in a small conference room. Abula and Buji Dao's minds momentarily froze, leaving them at a loss for words. However, upon glancing at Minister He, they were startled to see him already seated, pulling out a small notebook, removing its cap, and preparing to take notes. Hello, can you hear me? We hear you quite clearly. Respected Chief of the Space Institute, King Abula of Sherat extends the highest respects to you. King Abula and Prince Buji Dao were now drenched in cold sweat, despite the weather being anything but chilly. Beside them, a recorder was diligently noting every word spoken. Beginning from the first syllable uttered by Su Yunshin. I have heard about the food issue. Coincidentally, we have just developed a machine for synthesizing starch from air. Theoretically, Huaxia can provide you with as much food as you require. Air-synthesized starch? For a moment, Abula was taken aback, to ensure he had not misheard. He deliberately adjusted his real-time translation earpiece to listen again. Yes, air-synthesized starch. Abula and Buji Dao felt their worldviews being utterly upended. Has Huaxia's technology advanced to such a level? This means food is as easy to come by as the wind. Oh, esteemed chief, what might be the nutritional value of this starch? King Abula inquired with utmost reverence. Rest assured, it is just as nutritious as regular starch. Noodles and vermicelli made from artificially synthesized starch will likely possess a texture akin to that of Italian pasta, Su Yunshin said with a smile while observing the expressions of the attendees on the screen. Of course, they could not see Su Yunshin. They only had the audio. For 1 kilogram of synthesized starch, we only charge a cost of 20 eagle coins, including shipping. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? 20 eagle coins? King Abula was nearly moved to tears. It is worth noting that since the Eagle Nation intensified its blockade against them, the price of food procurement had soared to 50 eagle coins per kg. Often with unavailability. Huaxia conducts business with such integrity. I am immensely grateful. May I inquire how much food can be provided in this initial batch? King Abula's eyes shimmered with tears. As I mentioned, we can provide as much as you need. I recall that Sherat has a population of 30 million. Let us calculate based on 1 pound per person per day, and we will initially sell you a month's supply. However, we only accept eagle coins and oil. You need not worry about oil. The prices will rebound soon. I can candidly share that our nuclear fusion technology and electrical energy will not be sold to those Western nations. Listening to this barrage of explosive news, Abula and Buji Dao were on the verge of kneeling before Su Yunshin on the audio line. However, I do not intend to make a public appearance on the international stage just yet. So please do not spread this indiscriminately. At this, Su Yunshin paused dramatically for a few seconds, licking her lips audibly. You are aware of my style, I presume? Hee. What a deviously delightful sentiment. Minister He's lips twitched. Could you not be more serious? Indeed. These high-ranking individuals did not regard Su Yunshin as a mere young girl. In an instant, Abula and Buji Dao were drenched in sweat, droplets glistening on their foreheads, seemingly narrating their fear and unease. Certainly. How could they be unaware of your style? Laser precision, perhaps? Su Yunshin chuckled at the expressions of the individuals present. Can you imagine the blend of joy and fear? Tinged with a hint of repression? It is quite a comical sight. This was a proposal discussed between Su Yunshin and Minister Ouyang of the Finance Department. Currently, Huaxia has procured approximately 300 trillion Huaxia coins worth of supplies, effectively emptying the pockets of its citizens. The next step is to convert eagle coins into tangible goods. They reached a consensus to refrain from selling electrical energy to Western countries, thereby temporarily maintaining the value of oil. While acquiring large quantities of eagle coins through the doghouse's camels for consumption, in summary, Huaxia must find ways to send large amounts of money abroad in exchange for substantial procurements. In Su Yunshin's words, this is a guaranteed win-win situation. They earn hefty sums while Huaxia reaps a bounty of resources. As for the apocalypse, you have already acquired wealth and freedom. What more could you possibly desire? Within a mere week, Huaxia prepared 450,000 tons of synthesized starch, with a fleet valued at 9 billion eagle coins setting forth towards Sherat. In the past 2 months, due to Huaxia's frenzied procurement of resources, a global shortage of various materials emerged. Sherat, on the other hand, had been effectively isolated by the beautiful nation, surrounded by a blockade. Currently, the price of food in Sherat had soared to 80 eagle coins per kg. With availability being scarce, today, 2 pilots from the Eagle Nation were leisurely patrolling the desert skies in their F-39 Cute Bird 5th-generation fighter jets. Another dull day. Wouldn't it be delightful if something prompted me to fire a missile? Brother. It appears a lengthy convoy of transport vehicles has emerged below. Oh my goodness. Watch this. Fire. 2 supersonic missiles were launched towards the convoy, missing their target as the pilot was merely playing around. Look at that panicked convoy. This is quite amusing. Our Eagle Nation has issued a blockade order, yet they brazenly transport supplies to Sherat. They clearly do not regard us with any seriousness. Boss, should we descend lower for a better view? Perhaps it is Huaxia's convoy. Nonsense, what are the odds of that? They have been holding back for half a month. Let me toy with them a bit. He piloted the F-39 Cute Bird into a dive. Executing a series of complex aerial maneuvers, his excitement grew, akin to an addict craving a fix, until he spotted a red flag adorned with several stars. In an instant, clarity washed over him, and beads of sweat soaked through his pressure suit. His mind raced, desperately seeking a way out. Yet, in the end, only one thought remained. Flee, quick, it's Huaxia. Wang Defa. The two pilots pushed the fifth-generation fighter jets to their limits, accelerating to 3.6 Mach, surpassing their own tolerance for gravitational forces. Unfortunately, just 10 seconds later, the two F-39 Cute Bird jets were shot down by the Divine Punishment Light. That day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia issued a query. Did the unilateral attack by the Eagle Nation's F-39 fighter jets on our transport convoy constitute a provocation against Huaxia? We urge the Eagle Nation to adopt a serious and responsible attitude and provide an explanation. Otherwise, Huaxia does not rule out taking further action. Consider this a warning. High-ranking officials of the beautiful nation, upon viewing satellite images of the wreckage of the F-39 jets, gasped in shock and berated the two pilots. Ultimately, they had no choice but to pay Huaxia 1 billion Eagle coins as compensation to settle the matter. General Pig of the Air Force, under pressure, was compelled to dismiss 2 temporary workers from the desert region. Eagle Nation recently had a surplus of temporary workers. Chapter 57. The Eagle Nation seeks to regain face. In the Ministry of Defense of the Beautiful Nation, Pig remarked, "Look at the good work your Air Force has done. Indeed, they dared to attack Huaxia's transport convoy. Have you lost your mind? Pig, I must say. Your Air Force has taken quite a gamble this time. Minister, this has nothing to do with me. It was all the doing of those 2 reckless pilots." The Air Force's General Pig spoke with a tone of grievance. Faced with the cacophony of opinions in the conference room, Pig began to understand the feeling of being the scapegoat. It truly is disheartening. Upon returning, he ordered that any targets with red markings must first seek permission before engaging. Fortunately, this time, the loss was not too great. Simply compensating 1 billion would suffice. Pig, this money will be deducted from your Air Force budget. The Minister of Defense took a sip from his newly replaced stainless steel cup. Having learned his lesson this time, surely this stainless steel cup would not break again. Ah, Minister, why should our Air Force bear this cost? If you do not, who will? If you have the ability, go convince Huaxia to return that 1 billion. General Fack cast a sidelong glance at Pig and spoke nonchalantly. Indeed, Pig, if you can retrieve it, it will be yours, ha. The Minister of Defense grinned broadly. Minister, you must be joking. You know how terrifying strategic weapons can be. Our satellites didn't even react in time before the F-39 Cute Bird was shot down. Who is joking with you? Furthermore, let me tell you, Pig, all of your Air Force funds will be allocated to General Fack's Space Force moving forward. The Parliament and the Academy of Sciences have already discussed this. Developing the Air Force is no longer meaningful. The Minister of Defense straightened his expression and spoke with utmost seriousness. General Page was undoubtedly taken aback, followed by a series of long sighs. There is one more matter. This time, the Parliament and our esteemed President have decided to find a way to regain some face. General Fack, I recall that Dr. Shet has a weather control device. Let us settle on that. You should prepare thoroughly. The Minister of Defense tapped the table with his finger. In General Fack's private office. Fack, back from the meeting? Dr. Shet was leisurely sipping coffee while perusing the newspaper. Indeed. You, in this day and age, still read the newspaper every day. General Fack hung his 4-star uniform on a nearby coat rack. What do you know? Haven't you heard the saying from Huaxia? The more you read, the more you learned. Dr. Shet raised an eyebrow, proudly flaunting the Huaxia proverb he had just learned. Dr. Shet, the minister said that henceforth, the Air Force's budget will be allocated to our Space Force. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. General Fack approached his desk, retrieved a small jar of goji berries, and brewed a cup of goji tea. This stuff is marvelous. Ever since I started drinking goji tea, I feel more invigorated by the day. That's great. Having funds is certainly a good thing. Just think, our beautiful nation hasn't launched a manned spacecraft in nearly 50 years. Our Space Force has long been neglected. The last lunar landing spacecraft, Apollo, was dug out from our storage. With this funding, we can finally renovate it properly, Dr. Shet exclaimed, putting down his newspaper in celebration. Renovate what? Once I receive the funds, I'll distribute it to everyone, and I advise you all to quickly deposit it with General Wang. The only reason they remembered our Space Force is because they're in a crisis. I refuse to be the scapegoat for those old men in Parliament. Do you think our current technological capabilities can even compare to Huaxia's? Indeed, just a small controllable nuclear fusion device is enough to secure a Nobel Prize for 3 years running. Hua Xia must have produced a genius surpassing Einstein, Dr. Shet teased, tilting his head. Are you referring to the chief of the Star Institute? What, do you think it's a young person? General Fack perked up, eager to discuss with his friend. Well, I may be one of the leading scientists in our beautiful country, but I would rather believe a genius has emerged than accept that a bunch of old men my age suddenly became hundreds of times more capable. Dr. Shet remarked, pointing to his bald head, which radiated confidence and wisdom. That does make sense, so. What kind of person do you think this chief is? General Fack savored the goji tea in his cup. Sweet with a hint of sour, incredibly refreshing. I suspect he is the type of mad scientist. Just think about it. Mining on the moon with laser technology. Is that something a rational person would conceive? And that time with the space-based weapon testing. You've seen the satellite footage. He is probably a bit eccentric, Dr. Shet mused, pacing back and forth as he spoke, occasionally gesturing with his fingers. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell? Dr. Shet. How can you say such things so freely? General Fack spluttered, spraying his goji tea as he coughed. His friend's audacity was astonishing. Even if it were true, he shouldn't he state it so bluntly. He still wanted to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Don't worry, Fack. She is not a devil, by the way. That Max from the Academy of Sciences probably gets along with her quite well, and I have a feeling she might be a woman. A woman? Dr. Shet. What evidence do you have? My intuition as a researcher, Dr. Shet shrugged, pursing his lips. Oh right, Dr. Shet, hurry and bring out that weather control device of yours. It's needed tomorrow. General Fack sank back into his chair, clutching his stomach. What are you talking about? What control device? Dr. Shet asked, utterly bewildered. The weather control device. The president said we need to regain some face. No, Fack, are you still half asleep? That weather control device was something we devised a few years ago to swindle money from the parliament. Dr. Shet's eyes flickered with panic, clearly taken aback by the sudden revelation. Duong. General Fack was so startled that he fell to the ground. After a brief moment of reflection, he recalled that he had indeed created that file himself. His head buzzed as if an electric current had surged through it. What to do? What to do? Right? I need to ask General Wang Sheng for help. Hey, Fack, what's wrong? You seem flustered. Old Wang, you must help me this time. Can it work? Why wouldn't it? Isn't it just you Americans wanting to regain some face? Just put on a good show for the president, and I'm sure the response will be favorable. And don't worry about your funds. I'll help you store them safely. The next day, a news report swept across the entire internet. The beautiful nation announced a significant breakthrough in the self-developed weather control device, accompanied by a live demonstration video. In the video, our comrade Chuanbao appeared as a conductor, wielding a baton. With a mere flick, the staff beside him activated a massive fan, creating a tempestuous atmosphere. With another gesture, the sound technician promptly played thunderous sound effects. Finally, Chuanbao pulled a couple of notes on an accordion, followed by a gentleman bowing and picking up a long-handled umbrella. The waiting fire truck immediately opened its valves, and a torrential downpour ensued. Once the rain ceased, our Chuanbao elegantly tossed the umbrella aside, concluding with the conductor's gesture, restoring tranquility. Though the scene was chaotic, the video's presentation was seamless. Our Chuanbao truly is an artistic savant, elegant. Exceptionally elegant. Chapter 58. Universal anti-cancer drug. This news undoubtedly greatly boosted the confidence of the citizens of the beautiful nation. The entire country rejoiced, and even the food quality in various shelters improved significantly in the past couple of days. President Li Pai's approval rating soared to 76.3, with many shouting slogans to make the Eagle Nation great again. Naturally, General Fack's Space Force received accolades as well, receiving an unprecedented reward of 300 million Eagle coins. On the surface, the beautiful nation appeared to be thriving. However, behind the scenes, the parliament was gnashing their teeth in frustration. Just an hour after their news release, Hua Xia sent them two videos. One was a behind-the-scenes clip that leaked from somewhere, while the other was a professional analysis video that meticulously examined various filming techniques and the issues with their props. Reluctantly, the parliament ultimately agreed to pay 10 billion Eagle coins as hush money. Subsequently, they feigned to commend President Li Pai and General Fack, effectively infuriating the old men to the point of hypertension. No, rather, it cured their hypotension. This was undoubtedly the work of General Wang Sheng and Xiong. Let the Eagle Nation bask in their glory for a couple of days. After all, those two videos could unwittingly resurface at any moment. The Star Institute. Aside from the biological department where Su Yunshin was somewhat troubled, other departments were generally back on track, making groundbreaking advancements daily. Notably, the successful fusion of Guanghan Xiangang with nickel-titanium alloy endowed it with certain shape memory characteristics, providing material support for upcoming needs such as space elevator buffer springs. Should breakthroughs in nanotechnology or even micro-nanotechnology occur in the future, the notion of a Steelman suit would no longer be a mere fantasy. Moreover, the biological department made significant progress in researching gene loci. Utilizing Fermion-level microscopes, researchers gained deeper insights into the gene loci on DNA, clearly observing the mutation processes of variant molecules. In Su Yunshin's words, this was essentially a form of evolution. If we could fully understand and master various mutation mechanisms, humanity would ascend to an entirely new pinnacle. The universal anti-cancer drug, Reborn No. 1, also entered the human trial phase. Among 510 test subjects suffering from 17 common cancers, including blood cancer, stomach cancer, and lung cancer, a significant objective response rate, ORR, was observed. Patients, regardless of whether they were in the early or late stages, exhibited marked improvement, with the drug's effective rate theoretically reaching 98.7. The expected overall survival rate, OS, also showed comprehensive enhancement. Reportedly, this universal anti-cancer drug employs targeted eradication of cancer cells and immune stimulation therapy. Thanks to in-depth understanding of the mutation loci of cancer cells, researchers developed a locator that effectively guides the drug to specifically attack cancer cells, minimizing harm to normal cells. Additionally, by artificially activating the immune system, they enhance the activity of phagocytes, T cells, and other immune cells, inducing the secretion of cytokines such as interleukin, interferon-, and tumor necrosis factor-, achieving the goal of eliminating cancer cells. While this method is undoubtedly effective, it falls short of Su Yunshin's standards. Having encountered advanced civilizations, she understands that cancer cells represent a form of evolution. Merely eliminating them would not only be futile but also inadvertently increase the body's burden, complicating the repair of damaged loci in the aftermath. Chen Yang's mentor, Dai Zhuming, is one of the beneficiaries of Reborn No. 1. In a miraculous turn of events, he, suffering from terminal gastric cancer, astonishingly regained his consciousness after undergoing a single course of treatment. After watching a video featuring the Luan bird A, he surprisingly managed to rise from his bed the very next day. Can you believe it? Even Su Yunshin exclaimed it to be a medical miracle. Indeed, the resilience of the human body surpasses our expectations. The flower of life is vibrant and beautiful. Ignoring the medical staff's cautions, Professor Dai Zhuming insisted on witnessing our electric propulsion system. Minister Chow from the military industry could not refuse him and cautiously brought him to the Shinka Institute. Oh, by the way, the previous 7903 Military Industrial Institute has now merged with Shinka Institute, primarily focusing on laser weaponry. Upon seeing the violet-blue plasma tail flame with his own eyes, this frail elder, who had endured the torment of illness, trembled with emotion, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. A hint of color returned to his pale face, which had long borne the weight of countless hardships. Ah, this is the true Hall thruster. Chen Yang, well done, I did not misjudge you. Witnessing such a thruster in person, I have no regrets, Professor Dai choked out. Pish-posh, what are you talking about, teacher? You're being ridiculous. Chen Yang supported the professor, saying, Hee, young Chun, my body knows its own condition. The future belongs to you young people. That I, this old bone, have lasted until now is already a miracle. Then why can't we create more miracles? Professor Dai? Su Yunshin chimed in, floating over in her small flying device. What has happened once cannot truly be considered a miracle. Moreover, we should no longer refer to him as Young Chen. He should be called Academician Chen Yang now, for he is the minister of the power department at our Shinka Institute. Chen Yang looked at Su Yunshin in disbelief. Can't you be serious for once? Right, Academician Chen, you must be the legendary chief of Shinka Institute? Professor Dai joked, how youthful you are. If only I could have a daughter like you. The professor's words were merely a self-comfort, joining in Su Yunshin's playful banter. It's all written on your face. You were just joking. You think I could be deceived? I've lived for a few thousand years. After all, Su Yunxin teased, flipping her bangs. The human body is indeed more intricate than we can imagine. Just a few days ago, could you have imagined standing before me like this? With a light bounce, Su Yunxin approached Professor Dai, patting his frail arm. She spoke tenderly to the elder who had devoted most of his life to the cause of Huaxia. Rest assured, your life is still long with me around. Just consider it a favor for Qinyang, will you? He is still too young. Pave the way for him for a few more years. Faced with Su Yunxin's heartfelt invitation, Professor Dai was moved. Could he truly stand at the forefront of research once more? After merely a moment's hesitation, the elder resolved, all right, then I shall rely on Academician Chun for guidance from now on. Qinyang felt so awkward he could have dug a hole to hide in. Hey, what do I do about this inexplicable identity swap with my mentor? I'm anxiously waiting online. That's the spirit. Our next goal is the curvature engine, faster than light. We have only just begun. Make sure to work hard. Su Yunxin noted Qinyang's expression as if he wanted to hit her and quickly flew away from the scene. Chapter 59, Camel 11 in the blink of an eye. It was 11, a worldwide shopping festival. The entire nation was immersed in the joy of shopping. Furthermore, foreign tourist groups organized a Huaxia shopping festival 7-day tour. Meticulously planning travel and shopping routes as foreign friends experienced Huaxia culture, they generously opened their wallets, returning home laden with treasures. Our Huaxia's top buyer also arrived as expected to participate in the Zhuhai Aviation Exhibition. He's here. He approaches us with a cloth atop his head. In order to ensure the success of this Camel 11, General Wang Zhenxing personally received King Abula of the Abril Kingdom. In the presence of this commander of the star collecting project, Abula and the Bujadeo representatives exhibited great enthusiasm, offering the highest courtesies from their country. Entering the exhibition hall, what greeted their eyes were a myriad of advanced weapons. Notably, most of the ground combat equipment was adorned with desert camouflage, eliciting a chorus of astonishment from representatives of other nations. Was the target so blatantly obvious? Accompanied by a cheerful sales representative, Abula and Bujadeo toured the exhibition, marveling at everything from the latest electromagnetic rifles to heavily armored tanks equipped with air conditioning systems and the production line for the Rattlesnake unmanned bombers. It was as if everything was tailor-made for their Cherolais. Indeed, seeing these advanced weapons at such reasonable prices nearly brought King Abula to tears. What else is there to say? Buy. That's all there is to it. Especially when they discovered the heavy combined brigades available for packaged sale, Abula and Bujadeo were practically beside themselves with excitement. They knew that previously, their Cherolais had to spend hundreds of billions of Eagle coins annually to purchase various weapons from the Eagle sauce. Although they acquired weapons, they were often too scattered. The Eagle sauce would sell one item today and another tomorrow. To exaggerate, their soldiers were almost clad in the most expensive military boots, wearing straw hats. Armed with advanced M416 rifles, while riding into battle on vehicles from the last century. If it wasn't one weapon malfunctioning today, it was another missile failing the next. That was the feeling, despite having acquired numerous weapons. They could not fully utilize their potential. But now, Huaxia had prepared a comprehensive package of integrated brigades laid out before them. From tanks to replacement parts, everything was complete and considerate. Presently, Cherolais' army consisted of just over 60,000 personnel, with only 9 brigade-level combat units, of which only 2 or 3 possess true combat capability. If they could purchase a few more sets and upgrade entirely to heavy combined brigades, no, just 3 sets would be enough for them to dominate the desert, just as the exhibition's LCD screen proclaimed. Buy what you wish, destroy what you desire, move as swiftly as you wish. Save as much as you can. Respected General Wang Zhenxing, can we truly buy as many of these combined brigades as we desire? King Abula asked, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Of course. Moreover, the chief of Xinca Institute has specifically instructed that Cherolais is our beloved shopping partner. Buy as much as you wish, General Wang Zhenxing confidently declared, straightening his posture. Oh, Huaxia conducts business with such integrity. Without further ado, we'll start with 20 sets of the highest level heavy combined brigades. Ah, King Abula. If I recall, your combat units are not that many, right? What does that matter? We'll buy them. I'll start conscripting as soon as I return. At 30 billion Eagle coins per heavy combined brigade. 20 sets would amount to 600 billion. It is no surprise he is such a wealthy magnate. Thanks to Huaxia's acceptance of eagle coins and oil as payment, Cherale faced no concerns. During this Zhuhai naval exhibition, they extravagantly purchased equipment worth 200 billion eagle coins, including but not limited to an entire production line of various unmanned bombers and a series of vehicle-mounted firefighting cannons, with an accuracy of 700 kilometers. Among others, in the end, Bujideo unexpectedly expanded his thinking and tentatively asked, we would also like to have a lunar house on the moon. Is that possible? Well, all right, let me check. General Wang Zhenxing was taken aback. This wealthy magnate was truly extravagant. Your Majesty, I have inquired, and in principle, Huaxia does not engage in such matters. However, if your country is willing to pay 50 billion barrels, no problem, no problem, Prince Bujideo eagerly replied. General Wang Zhenxing felt his facial expression management slipping out of control. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Then your Majesty should return and select a few outstanding pilots. Soon, they will board the Luanbird A to the moon. Splendid. 50 billion barrels. Once again, thousands of billions of eagle coins would flow in. During this Zhuhai aviation exhibition, over 530 billion eagle coins worth of equipment was sold, with Cherale alone accounting for 400 billion. Leading to it being affectionately dubbed Camel 11 by netizens. 4 days later, 3 Cherale pilots successfully settled into the moon dust pot lunar house, proudly planting their national flag beside it. In an instant, the citizens of the beautiful nation were once again incensed, staging protests and demanding the use of weather control devices to punish Cherale. Quick, let's whip up a typhoon for them. Indeed, this is utterly extravagant, far too much. Mr. President, let the world know of the might of our eagle sauce. However, at that moment, 2 internal videos regarding the weather control devices conveniently surfaced in the public eye. Unsurprisingly, a massive nationwide riot erupted in the beautiful nation. The People's Party and the Republican Party experienced their first large-scale gunfight, with over 30,000 participants. During these days, the absurd president and General Fak were forced to reside in the 6th level of the White House's doomsday bunker. If they were to appear in public, they might be skinned alive. It was here that General Fak first learned the true identity of their absurd president. The two quickly reached a consensus and began to prepare for something big. After the beautiful nation's Defense Department deployed their elite Seabird Special Forces, the large-scale riot, which lasted 5 days, was finally quelled. The recent uprising has subsequently been dubbed the first catalyst for the fragmentation of the beautiful nation. Following this insurrection, the beautiful nation began to gradually divide into 2 factions. One side is represented by Taili Pai, Chuan Bao, aligned with the pro-China coalition, while the other is the Minjin faction, led by Lao Deng, who proclaims the slogan "Let Eagle Sauce once again reign supreme atop the world." In General Fak's private office, Lao Wang, you have witnessed the current predicament of our beautiful nation. Haven't you? It seems that a division is imminent, and I wonder when my Huaxia green card will be processed. Fak, are you perhaps struggling to grasp the situation? Given that you will most likely be considered a special administrative region of Huaxia soon, shouldn't it be customary to issue you an identification card? Chapter 60. The imperative of stone combustion do refrain from jesting. Even the notion of medium and heavy nuclear fusion is a task reserved for the stars. The cost-effectiveness is so low, what are we even pursuing? Oh, let me pose a question. What if one day we find ourselves facing a supply planet that is merely a silicon planet? Or even a copper planet? Yet, the average binding energy of iron and silicon is alarmingly similar. Thus, the energy gain we would procure is minimal. Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? However, the abundance of stones is undeniable. Furthermore, the arc reactor we are currently employing essentially falls under medium and heavy nuclear fusion, Su Yanxin asserted confidently while embracing a bear, as she argued with Fong Su regarding the project of stone combustion and even medium and heavy nuclear fusion. In truth, Fong Su was correct. The cost-effectiveness of medium and heavy nuclear fusion is indeed too low. Moreover, there lies a fault on Su Yunxin's part, as she allowed everyone to glimpse the advanced concept of hybrid particle nuclear fusion too early, leading them to mistakenly believe that since we already possess a more sophisticated scheme, why should we resort to burning stones? The single large reactor occupying 50 square meters within the Star Science Institute is sufficient to sustain the entire nation's electricity consumption. They have not experienced interstellar expeditions and cannot fathom the energy expenditure required for planetary-scale interstellar migration or even interstellar warfare. They are oblivious to the despair felt by certain civilizations during main planet defense wars, where they would yearn to melt away every visible planet. Nuclear fusion is the process of two smaller atomic nuclei merging to form a larger nucleus, while fission is the opposite, where a larger nucleus splits into two smaller nuclei. Iron, Fe, serves as the dividing line between typical nuclear fusion and fission, and it is also the endpoint of both reactions. Therefore, we generally consider iron as the critical threshold. Atomic nuclei with a mass number greater than iron, 56, are categorized as medium and heavy nuclei, while those less than it are deemed light nuclei. We understand that stones primarily consist of products derived from the reaction of silicon and oxygen. In this context, silicon, with a mass number of 28, can be considered a light nucleus, correct? Yet the issue lies in its average binding energy being too close to that of iron, rendering stone combustion a form of medium and heavy fusion. What is average binding energy, or binding energy per nucleon? This brings us to the well-known Einstein mass energy equation. EMC, the mass lost in the reaction, is referred to as mass defect, and its energy representation is known as binding energy. Although an individual neutron possesses minimal mass, when multiplied by the square of the speed of light, this coefficient leads to a transformation of values such that the released energy can be described as astonishing. For instance, taking deuterium and hydrogen isotopes, their nuclei consist of one proton and one neutron. Thus, EMC, mass of one proton, mass of one neutron, mass of the fused entity, which is the mass of the deuterium nucleus, speed of light. The resulting binding energy of deuterium is calculated to be 2.22 MeV, and since the deuterium nucleus contains two nucleons, the average per nucleon, taking the average mass of the proton and neutron, comes to 1.11 MeV. This averaging process is termed average binding energy, or binding energy per nucleon. Theoretically, as long as one has access to comprehensive parameters, one can compute the binding energies and binding energies per nucleon for all elements on the periodic table. Are you intrigued? Quickly open the encyclopedia and grab a calculator to take flight. Who knows, you might be the next luminary in physics. Here are a few parameters. Iron, Fe, has the highest at 8.79, silicon, C, is around 8.3, hydrogen, H, stands at 1.11, and carbon, C, is approximately 7.5. Whether through fusion or fission, the method of acquiring energy is essentially the transformation of nuclei from those with lower binding energy to those with higher binding energy. In simpler terms, it involves progressing from instability to stability, with the difference in values denoting energy yield. The greater the difference, the larger the energy yield, thus presenting greater potential. Clearly, deuterium's starting point of 1.11 is the most cost-effective, while silicon yields minimal returns. However, as Su Yunshin aptly noted, silicon, akin to stone, is abundant. Little by little, this can accumulate into a considerable amount of energy. Naturally, a greater stability also implies that the conditions required for the reaction are more stringent. The simplest hydrogen-helium fusion requires merely 10 million degrees. Transitioning from helium to carbon escalates to 20 million degrees. If we adhere to conventional scientific theories, engaging in silicon fusion might not even yield any energy gain. Nonetheless, Su Yunshin has already presented advanced particle theories, with the mass-energy equation refined to EMCM, light 8. To think that Fang Su would dare to argue with her. The outcome of their debate was predictable. Fang Su was assigned the task of transcribing Su Yunshin's formula 100 times, and he was subsequently appointed as the project leader for stone combustion nuclear fusion. Since the inception of Su Yunshin's lectures, countless advanced theories and formulas have been unveiled daily, naturally leading to the creation of the Su Yunshin formula collection. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Did you invent all of this? You, of all people, are taking all the credit. I pinned them down first, so they are mine. You are going to make future students despise you. Well, that won't alter the trajectory of compulsory education over the next 35 years. If anything, I shall bear the greetings of diligent students. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Su Yunshin possesses a remarkably positive attitude. It won't be long before her name graces textbooks. She remains unfazed by any rumors. Let them envy her instead. Originally, Fang Su presumed that such a monumental project would be too vast for the Star Science Institute to accommodate. After all, the resources required for such a device far exceed those of the arc reactor. Perhaps he could return to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute in Magic City to collaborate with his mentor on research. The thought of distancing himself from Su Yunxin, who often harbors a grudge against him, filled him with excitement, preventing him from sleeping well that night. Until the next day when he received a call from old Chu. What? What did you say, teacher? I must have misheard. Indeed, all personnel from our Nuclear Energy Research Institute will be merged into the Star Science Institute. Old Chu exclaimed with exuberance. Fang Su, you have no idea how envious everyone in the institute is of you. Those old-timers claim that a day at the Star Science Institute is worth half a year at an ordinary research institute. How wonderful! Fang Su set down his pen, which had been used for his punishment, gazing at the 5 ink cartridges that had run dry beside him. Truly, a day is equivalent to half a year. Just the grand unified theory alone would keep him busy transcribing for several nights. In the main conference room of the Star Science Institute, with the successful conclusion of the Camel 11 event, it is time to unveil Huaxia's nuclear fusion technology without reservation. Tomorrow, let Huaxia News present the true strength of our Star Science Institute to the world. Su Yunxin solemnly regarded the countdown displayed on the screen. With Huaxia prepared, it is time to accelerate the initiation plan. Chapter 61. Free electricity for all in Huaxia on November 18, 2019. Huaxia News proclaimed jubilantly, breaking news. The chief scientist of the Star Science Institute has successfully unified the 4 fundamental forces and authored the Grand Unified Theory, heralding a new interstellar era for our nation's physics. This paper embodies. Breaking news. The speed of the Luan Bird A developed by the Star Science Institute has once again increased, with a maximum speed reaching 140 Mach. Breaking news. The universal anti-cancer drug Li Shizhen No. 1, spearheaded by the Biological Department of the Star Science Institute, is set to be released to designated hospitals shortly, bringing new hope to countless cancer patients. Breaking news. Huaxia's controllable nuclear fusion technology will officially transition to civilian use. Effective immediately, all residential electricity costs across the nation will be waived. Individual business storefronts will also enjoy free electricity. Enterprises may apply for dedicated power lines. Let us welcome the era of limitless energy in Huaxia. For a full hour, Huaxia News celebrated amidst a cascade of jubilant announcements. Major media outlets such as Weibo simultaneously featured the trending news. Millions of online users surged in with exponential growth. In just 2 hours, the view count reached a staggering 3.7 billion. Since the lunar broadcast by Huaxia, many foreign netizens have grown accustomed to tuning in to Huaxia News daily. Missing an episode leaves them feeling unsettled. The top pinned announcement was from the Ministry of Energy. Effective immediately, across all regions of Huaxia, residential electricity costs are waived. Given the load capacity of various local power grids, each household's daily electricity consumption is limited to 100 degrees. We kindly ask residents to use electricity judiciously and prioritize safety. Once again, it has escalated. Truly, I have been feeling somewhat disoriented lately. I can hardly comprehend this free electricity announcement. 100 degrees a day? What difference does that make compared to having no limit at all? Oh, it seems that there is a fear that the power grid might not hold up. Such gentleness truly moves me to tears. Is there a count? How many joyful announcements have been made tonight? 57. Oh dear. Ever since the establishment of the Xinca Institute, I have scarcely watched any traditional Huaxia news. I must admit I find myself missing it. Haha, indeed. Just look at those 2 hosts. They can hardly maintain their broadcasting tone. After this episode, they certainly deserve to receive 2 generous red envelopes. Foreign netizens, on the other hand, are utterly devastated. Had I known, I would have avoided watching Huaxia News this morning. Tonight, I fear I shall be too envious to sleep. Note: Huaxia's 2000 hours corresponds to approximately 7 o'clock in the eastern part of the beautiful nation. Oh my goodness, Huaxia's electricity is free now. Someone tell me this isn't real. Isn't it quite obvious? A flying object exceeding 100 Mach. Hehehe. Let me see who failed to obtain a Huaxia green card. Oh, saint. Why is such a miraculous remedy distributed at designated points? Today, I shall go to the church. No, rather I will protest at the entrance of the White House. Fuck, our state's electricity rate has reached 0. 3 Eagle coins per kilowatt hour. We want free energy too. Oh, it's time for a wave of zero-cost purchases. Let's go. Protest, protest, freedom. The general populace may not grasp the significance of the grand unified theory. Scientists worldwide are in a frenzy, as Huaxia has released the content of the first 3 pages of the main text, albeit in a condensed version. What exquisite formulas! What brilliance must one possess to craft such constructs, oh dear! Why is everything in Huaxia script? What on earth is this Google translation? A physicist, frantically pulling at his hair, now laments why he did not learn Huaxia language sooner. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. The chief of the Xinca Institute is poised to surpass Newton and Einstein, becoming a new titan of intellect. No, even they may be beyond reach. Gazing at the various achievements of the Xinca Institute in the news, countless scholars are filled with wonder. The pinnacle of physics. Has he glimpsed the very essence of the universe? A scientist from the empire where the sun never sets collapses to the ground, his eyes devoid of light. Hurry to Huaxia, while the parliament has yet to react. Professor Max from the beautiful nation hastily drives to the airport, neglecting even to gather his belongings. Simultaneously, countless scientists from around the world rush to Huaxia, afraid of being left behind. Indeed, scientists are all clever individuals. While ordinary people may merely express their awe at today's Huaxia news, they understand that Huaxia has truly ushered in a new era. Not to mention the allure of the Xinca Institute is enough to make them forsake everything they currently possess. General Facts Private Office. Are you certain you wish to respond in this manner? The elder inquired, observing Su Yunxin, whose demeanor remained composed even in this moment of subtle agitation. Were it not for the knowledge of her true identity, one might find it hard to believe that this petite, charming girl standing at 1.6 meters could utter such fierce words. So be it. They should be the ones afraid to ask for the so-called community of shared human destiny. I shan't buy into their rhetoric, Su Yunxin stated nonchalantly. It was a jest, for she had fought for thousands of years, having witnessed countless storms. She discerned when to be gentle and when to be assertive. Very well, let that be your response. And regarding the Curry Nation, do you truly wish to proceed thus? At this, even the elder's voice trembled slightly. The value of 500 billion in various minerals could perhaps save even 100 Huaxia citizens, warranting us to bear a little more guilt that a day passed. Yet the anticipated developments in the Western nations did not materialize. The only reply came from the chief of the Xinca Institute: the strong shall prevail, while the weak shall perish. Such a declaration rendered the world silent. Is this truly how you Huaxia respond? Should you not graciously accept our praise and disclose your nuclear fusion technology? Should we not share infinite energy with the affluent, aiding the less fortunate to forge a community of shared human destiny? What is this response of yours? Are you seeking to incite a world war? They initially believed that by standing on the moral high ground, they could remain invincible. They assumed Huaxia would be rendered powerless against such overt manipulation. Yet, these mere 8 words left them utterly confounded. No media in the West dared to respond, and for a time, the world seemed to be enveloped in a suffocating silence. Their ideas were not without merit, yet they overlooked a crucial point. Huaxia had now reached a level of civilizational supremacy over them. Su Yunxin once uttered a phrase that moved many powerful figures. If descending into darkness can protect what I cherish and safeguard those I love, then I shall embrace the darkness. The 8 words from the Xinca Institute sparked a tremendous uproar online. Wow, how extraordinarily imposing. Absolutely brilliant. The only word that comes to mind is awesome. Alas, my grandfather's spirit surged with fervor as he beheld those 8 words, prompting him to rise and perform a set of Baji Quan with fervent zeal. It appears that the chief of the Stellar Science Institute is indeed a formidable character. The nations of the West must be losing their sleep over this. Indeed, the leaders of those Western countries must be driven to madness at this very moment, transforming into masters of desktop decluttering, shattering everything within reach to vent their pent-up fury. Subsequently, they would lash out at a few subordinates. For otherwise, their discontent would remain unassuaged. On that day, President Sabi of Curry Nation successfully visited China, and exchanged a staggering 500 billion Eagle coins worth of resources for the notably flawed small-scale nuclear fusion technology previously developed by Su Yun-shin at the Nuclear Research Institute in Magic City. Does everyone recall that? The transaction was seamless, with payment made hand-in-hand with the delivery. Just 3 days later, President Sabi convened a special press conference, delivering an impassioned speech. The essence of his address was a testament to the exceptional capabilities of their scientists in Curry Nation. He proclaimed that this nuclear fusion technology was, in fact, pioneered by Curry Nation, and from this day forth, all electricity fees in their largest city, Mingmela, would be waived. Throughout his speech, there was not a single mention of Huaxia. As if this nuclear fusion were entirely their own achievement, he solemnly vowed that Curry Nation would share limitless energy with the world at an appropriate time. In an instant, a sense of national pride surged among the citizens of Curry Nation. With jubilant celebrations erupting across the nation and countless devotees flocking to the Feces River to partake in a sacred baptism, President Sabi truly embodies his name, Su Yun-shin, alongside the esteemed elder statesman, relished a banquet of state-level delicacies while observing this speech. Initially, they had harbored concerns about the forthcoming events. However, now, with no mention of Huaxia, they felt relieved. Any ensuing chaos would not implicate them. The high-ranking officials from the West seemed to have grasped a lifeline, frantically sending letters and making calls to President Sabi, dispatching numerous ambassadors and journalists to cover the event. Meanwhile, nations that enjoyed amicable relations with Huaxia received special notifications from them. Shockingly, it was revealed that Curry Nation was the true pioneer of nuclear fusion. The previous concealment of facts by Huaxia was now coming to light. The scientists of Curry Nation, with lofty aspirations and a global vision, stood in stark contrast to certain others. Curry Nation showcased a genuine sense of responsibility as a major power. While our Empire of the Rising Sun would establish a comprehensive strategic partnership with them. Yet, this revelry lasted merely a scant 7 hours, as a cataclysmic explosion rocked the eastern and western parts of Mingmela. With a colossal mushroom cloud ascending, an area of 146 kilometers was rendered desolate. Though not thriving, this region was now reduced to mere ruins and remnants, shrouded in swirling dark gray dust that exuded an aura of death and silence. Wait, was my creation truly capable of such devastation? It shouldn't be. Theoretically, it should max out at 80 kilometers, right? What on earth did those Curry folks do? One must remember that the 2 atomic bombs dropped by Sakura Nation caused direct destruction within only a few kilometers of the epicenter. This vast radius of 146 kilometers once again left the world in stunned silence. One can only say, as expected of you, Curry Nation, easily achieving feats that even the system cannot comprehend. Chapter 63. Dear Deva Leisure. Before Curry Nation could voice any inquiries, Huaxia preemptively issued a statement. The content was succinct, comprising merely 2 videos. One featured President Sabi's impassioned speech from the morning, while the other reported the tragic incident of 30 paratroopers from Curry Nation suffering 34 casualties. Yes, the one with a casualty rate exceeding 113 during their airborne exercise. This revelation effectively silenced President Sabi, who had intended to deliver an extensive address. The implication was crystal clear. If your parachutist could sustain such a high casualty rate, then what credibility did your claims of nuclear fusion hold? Surely, Curry Nation does not believe that detonating a hydrogen bomb equates to achieving nuclear fusion. Furthermore, it was evident from President Sabi's speech that this was a product of their own research. Additionally, the transaction with Huaxia had been conducted discreetly with Curry Nation, so they could only accept their misfortune. Don't you feel even a hint of guilt? Though to this day, I still can't fathom how they amplified its power several times over. I made it abundantly clear during the sale. It was only to be used for a maximum of 3 hours. I have acted with utmost integrity. I assure you. As for the situation abroad, it remains uncertain. However, the domestic commentary was rife with a light-hearted atmosphere. As expected of you, Curry Nation. So detonating a hydrogen bomb is now termed nuclear fusion. Enlightening indeed. The formula for the lethal radius of a hydrogen bomb is equal to proportional constant 1. 493,885 multiplied by the cube root of. After undergoing a routine inspection, a throng of journalists hastily brandished their mobile phones, vociferating at their leader. Indeed, This marked the inaugural appearance of Su Yunxin before the global media. Her debut signified the official unveiling of her identity as the chief of the Star Science Institute today. Huaxia is well prepared. The chief of the Star Science Institute is ready. In the special reception hall of the Tiannan Haiqi Guang Pavilion, Emperor Jingpu observed the elderly gentlemen, Lao Bo and Lao Zhong, seated opposite him alongside Su Yunxin, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He had miscalculated. Had he known, he would have brought two more individuals along. For none of the three before him were easy opponents, particularly that young lady, whose aura was not less imposing than that of the elder. He should have seated that wretched Minister of Intelligence beside him, allowing him to truly appreciate the quality intelligence he had been orchestrating. Congratulations to the Star Science Institute for achieving such remarkable accomplishments. Truly an institute that transcends the era, Emperor Jingpu expressed with immense goodwill. Flattering, a sight that left the other attendees feeling somewhat bewildered. Su Yunxin merely nodded slightly, responding with a faint smile. Controlled nuclear fusion, Huaxia Cancel, P.S. Thanks to the esteemed Qinli Guang for the generous gift. Thank you, my esteemed friend. Chapter 64. Chief of the Star Science Institute. The benevolent-faced emperor was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this straightforward? In his heart, he sensed impending trouble. It was well known that such high-level matters, easily obtained, often came with significant costs. Miss Su Yunxin, you are indeed forthright. Then, please, elder, state your price. What must the Bear Country offer? Emperor Jingpu sipped some water, adjusting his posture in preparation for the anticipated exorbitant demands from Huaxia. Excuse me, esteemed Emperor Jingpu, you have mistaken the inquiry. It is not directed at me. You ought to consult her, as the technology does not reside in my possession. The elder gazed kindly at the bewildered expression of the neighboring nation's emperor. Indeed, the emperor silently cursed the Minister of Intelligence once more. Huaxia was no longer playing by the conventional rules. Something felt distinctly amiss, 12 times more amiss. Then, esteemed chief of the Star Science Institute, might I inquire how the Bear Country could acquire nuclear fusion technology? The emperor, fingers interlaced, seated himself, occasionally drumming his thumbs, attempting to discern Su Yunxin and uncover a breakthrough in their negotiations. As a statesman with decades of experience, he had achieved diplomatic victories through keen observation and artful language. Yet today, he was destined to hit a wall. Is it true that the Bear Country can pay any price? Chief, you must understand that territorial integrity is a non-negotiable bottom line for every nation. A flicker of caution flashed in the emperor's eyes. Then what if I assert that I shall insist? Su Yunxin licked the back of her hand, posing the question in a teasing tone. In an instant, the conference room fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What was this? Surely they had not misheard. Even Lao Bo and Lao Zhong tilted their heads towards Su Yunxin. Disbelief etched on their faces. Oh dear, I misspoke. That I meant minerals. Why would I need land? Your nation shares such a good rapport with ours. Controlled nuclear fusion can certainly be shared with the Bear Country, provided a modest offering of mineral resources. Su Yunxin feigned surprise, covering her mouth with 3 fingers. The emperor was taken aback. His eyelids twitched, and he could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the familiar layout of the room and the flags of both nations standing proudly, he would have doubted whether this was indeed a formal state-level discussion. Su Yunxin, however, revealed a fleeting glimmer of delight in her eyes. Victory was hers. She had already won this negotiation. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. After a cordial negotiation, the Bear Country successfully exchanged various rare minerals valued at 300 billion eagle coins for Su Yunxin's advanced controllable thermonuclear fusion technology. Mr. Emperor, I would like to request an individual as well, if I may. Su Yunxin leaned forward, her voice laced with a sweet, tingling tone. State your wish. Whom do you desire? The once mighty emperor now sought only to conclude this absurd meeting expeditiously. The esteemed Professor Alexei Petrov from your nation's Academy of Sciences. Emperor Jingpu pondered briefly before acquiescing, deeming him unimportant. He wished only to end this ludicrous meeting swiftly. However, this meeting was classified at the highest level. Should journalists have been present, their leaders would likely have suffered ruptured eardrums. After all, this meeting, deemed absurd, would yield headlines of monumental significance. Ultimately, the meeting concluded successfully. Huaxia gained abundant resources, and the Bear Country obtained the desired thermonuclear fusion technology. Both parties emerged satisfied, which was indeed commendable. As for the Bear Country's Minister of Intelligence, regrettably, he was to be reassigned to the border the moment the discussions concluded. Emperor Jingpu did not for a moment believe that the distinguished chief scientist of the Star Science Institute would present herself in such a manner. On the journey back, he rubbed his aching forehead, unable to stifle his sighs. He had lost, and lost thoroughly this time. 300 billion eagle coins worth of rare minerals would surely lead to significant losses. Even for the expansive Bear Country. Your Excellency, what is your opinion of Su Yunxin? Intelligent, clever, and dangerously cunning. After the meeting, the elder thoughtfully arranged psychological counseling for Su Yunxin. The result? He drove a top-tier psychologist to the brink of madness. As throughout the entire session, Su Yunxin relentlessly discussed psychological theories, overwhelming him with knowledge and inducing a crisis of confidence. I merely sought to secure additional minerals. Look at the outcome, 300 billion, exceeding expectations by 200. Su Yunxin stood in the elder's office, resembling a remorseful student caught in wrongdoing. Even if you wished to pursue such a course, you could at least have communicated with us. Our acting skills are quite commendable. Lao Bo and Lao Zhong gazed speechlessly at the tearful young woman before them. And what other individuals do you wish for us to request on your behalf? Please refrain from speaking in that tone. Lao Zhong admonished, rapping the table in frustration. The memory alone made him feel queasy. Understood. Actually, you lost today as well, did you not? That Petrov arrived in Huaxia several days ago. Then my efforts were in vain? How could that be? At the very least, I found it quite enjoyable. Oh dear, I still wanted to ask for another individual. Haha. Ah, the wheel of karma turns indeed. The old adage holds true. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. During the negotiations with the Bear Country, Huaxia's Channel 13 quietly aired a special feature titled Chief of the Star Science Institute. Other major media outlets naturally prioritized it in their trending topics. Such companies had grown accustomed to it. If all else failed, they would reserve the top 5 trending slots for official news. The footage commenced with scenes from Su Yunxin's classroom, capturing her diligent teaching demeanor and authoritative presence. Following that, a series of her accomplishments were introduced: Chief Scientist of the Star Science Institute, Controllable Nuclear Fusion, Grand Unified Theory, Chief Designer of the Luanbird Aerospace Plane, Chief Designer of the Lunar Base. As dozens of bold headlines flashed by, the barrage of question marks in the comments grew increasingly abundant. Is this young lady even human? This is the chief? Under 20? I feel as though I just slapped myself twice. Ouch, that hurt. I seriously suspect she is a reincarnated character from a novel. Perhaps she even has a system of some sort. Mom asked why I was kneeling to watch TV again, then angrily slammed the door, saying she would create a secondary account. Of course, the comments also included countless declarations of love, with many professing their infatuation. Until the official release of some casual footage depicting Su Yunxin's daily life and her eccentric behavior during moments of excitement, the barrage of question marks only intensified. Why does this chief speak in such a serpentine manner? Identical serpentine eyes, the same white lab coat, matching aircraft designs, and a similarly mad scientist vibe? Wow, the implications are chilling. What are those upstairs talking about? I already said me who you has a time machine. This is the evidence. Absurd, simply absurd. This week coincidentally marks the first replica of the Mobius pool. Nothing more to say. I must draw a full deck and charge ahead. The parallel world timeline differs slightly. The previous paradise belongs to the 2018 storyline. I just completed the main storyline last night, and now this? Unbelievable. At the same time, a well-known gaming company's name also ascended the trending topics. Netizens clamored for an explanation. Not to mention, a certain character designer's various contact details had already been leaked. Faced with the eager and frenzied gazes of the entire company, he expressed his own bewilderment. Such commotion inevitably caught the attention of the authorities. Dewey and his colleagues were swiftly flown to the imperial capital, where they even experienced a ride on the Luanbird of firsthand. Ordinary citizens could ride as well. Just at a slower pace, even after disembarking, they remained in a daze. What just happened, system? Are you sure you can't provide an explanation? Coincidence. I can't comprehend either. The universe is truly marvelous. The foreign politicians? Of course, were oblivious to this peculiar development. Yet, one by one, they transformed into desktop cleaning masters, cursing within the presidential office. Goodness, we VE just encountered a genius here. How are we supposed to proceed? If an elderly gentleman were to endure for a few years, perhaps his nation might still see brighter days ahead. Now we learn that the chief of the Huaxia Star Science Institute is a mere 19 years old. Is this not a mockery of competence? In the office of the president of the empire on which the sun never sets, the intelligence minister rushed in, flustered. I am not blind. I can see the broadcast, the president bellowed, hurling a decorative object at the individual before him. The intelligence minister was taken aback. After receiving a call from the head of the oil company, he had hurried over to report. Meanwhile, the special segment on the Huaxia News Channel had already been replayed countless times. Huaxia does not adhere to the rules of combat, he remarked, lamenting the surprise assault on the nearly 60-year-old minister, in the office of the president of Sakura country, Baka. Your intelligence division has learned the name? I witnessed the live broadcast myself. Almost all intelligence ministers from various nations had become scapegoats for the president's frustrations. Hey, it was all premeditated. What more do you reporters expect? Huaxia has seized the opportunity to broadcast live before you. In General Fact's private office, goodness gracious, Dr. Siete, you were indeed correct. She truly is a young genius. Her demeanor sends a shiver down my spine. Yet, as they say, fact, it is all a matter of intellect. Chapter 65. Just an ordinary researcher what? These nations wish to apply for the status of subordinate states to Huaxia. The day after the official announcement of the chief of the Star Science Institute, several smaller countries expressed their desire to become subordinate states. This outcome was somewhat beyond Su Yunshin's expectations. Such circumstances had not occurred in previous lifetimes. Upon reflection, while unexpected, it was nonetheless logical. Upon learning that the prodigious chief of the Star Science Institute is merely 19 years old, the mindset of countries around the world underwent a monumental shift. Such capability at such a young age. Given time, no, Huaxia already possesses the power to stand tall among the nations of the world. Though reluctant to admit it, it is undeniable that for countries worldwide, Huaxia's love for peace is the greatest fortune of the 21st century. Should Huaxia harbor such intentions, with the Luanbird A and space-based weaponry, 3 days would suffice. They do not even possess the authority to launch nuclear missiles. AS is well known. The butterfly effect can trigger a chain reaction, albeit with limited scope. In this world, Su Yunshin's butterfly has grown to such a magnitude that it influences not only the geopolitical landscape of Blue Star, but also the trajectory of the entire galaxy. If this continues, it seems humanity may become obsolete. How intriguing! Despite their hopes that Su Yunshin would remain in the capital a few more days to assist in strategizing, she declined. What nonsense! The starship's development is barely at 60. And the hibernation pod project has yet to commence. She must return to the Star Science Institute promptly. A threshold must be established, perhaps requiring a level 5 proficiency in Huaxia language. Note: the highest level in the Huaxia language proficiency test is level 6. This is not the crux of the matter. If the Star Science Institute fails to produce the starship, everyone is doomed. I have a multitude of tasks to attend to, and the time is pressing. Joining Huaxia is up to you to decide. After some deliberation, the elders concurred with this reasoning. The Star Science Institute is of paramount importance, so they allowed Su Yunshin to return first. Diplomacy and research are, after all, two distinct realms. It is best to leave specialized matters to those with expertise. However, the seemingly casual mention of the Level 5 Huaxia language exam would later become a global nightmare, as it became a prerequisite for boarding Huaxia's starship. Upon her return to the Star Science Institute, Su Yunshin was taken aback. Countless scientists from around the globe had besieged the area. Some physicists were frantically clawing at the gates of the institute, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. What on earth is happening? Isn't this your doing? We advised you against announcing the grand unified theory, not even a page of it, Feng Su remarked. His expression dark. Now look, you've driven scientists worldwide nearly insane. It's up to you to manage this, Chief. She miscalculated. Her intention was merely to toss a sweet morsel to foreign scientists. Those 3 pages had been meticulously prepared to ensure they would glean insights without overwhelming them. Who would have thought that even this would provoke such a frenzy? Especially physicists akin to Max, who arrived without even packing their bags. Fortunately, Max and Petrov were among those she had previously notified. The plight of the other scientists was dire. Some had even gone 2 days without food. Why no money? Frozen assets, as they had snuck away. These scientists, who once sought assistance and were ignored, now flocked en masse. The elders had never encountered such a gathering of scientists and thus allowed them all in, sending none back and directing them to the Star Science Institute. Su Yunshin expressed her gratitude. I truly appreciate your enthusiasm. Who told you to unveil the theories of a level 4 technological civilization? You can deal with the ensuing chaos. Himph, at worst, I can handle them one by one. I was just lamenting the lack of manpower. You can be quite stubborn. Su Yunshin promptly issued a notice. Access to the Grand Unified Theory and entry into the Star Science Institute are contingent upon 2 conditions. First, proficiency at level 6 in Huaxia language. Second, acquisition of Huaxia nationality. The requirement for Huaxia nationality was anticipated, yet the first condition posed a significant challenge. Mastering the Huaxia language is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day or 2. This can be easily resolved. Su Yunshin coordinated with relevant departments to establish a Huaxia language academy nearby, providing food and accommodation. Aha, this thorny issue has been deftly resolved. I truly am remarkable. Having addressed the aesthetic concerns surrounding the Star Science Institute, Su Yunshin's next task was to check the inventory of beverages in her office. Ah, splendid. I can finally return to a normal research routine. Next, she decided to visit the military industry department, as Professor Petrov from the Bear Country should have arrived. Having taken the liberty to come and causing her to lose face before the Emperor, Su Yunshin clenched her small pink fist, her expression darkening as she boarded her small flying craft en route to the military industry department. Wait, how is this his fault? You chose to involve yourself. No. This is a waste of my refined image. I must teach him a lesson in the temporary meeting room of the Military Industry Department at the Star Science Institute. Oh no, Professor Petrov. Our next objective is the vast interstellar cosmos. What purpose does your outdated kinetic weapon serve in interstellar warfare? Expand your horizons. Energy weapons are the hallmark of interstellar civilization. Max from the beautiful country regarded the Bear Country professor with a look of pity, as if he were addressing a simpleton. You know nothing. Feeling the scornful gazes, Professor Petrov's face flushed with anger as he removed his jacket, ready to engage Max in a true contest of manhood. Thus, a brute like you cannot comprehend the vision of the Star Science Institute, Max shrugged, indicating he would not stoop to the level of a barbarian. You simply do not understand the romance of man. Petrov shouted at Max, I believe the chief of the Star Science Institute will surely understand me. Romance of man? What on earth is that? How could the chief of the Star Science Institute possibly grasp such a concept? At that moment, a delicate voice resonated from within the meeting room that, of course, it pertains to large-caliber weaponry. Caliber is justice, and range is truth, Professor Petrov instinctively responded. If it cannot achieve the speed of light, it is utterly meaningless. Oh, look at you, primitive man of the Bear Country. Even a little girl understands matters better than you. Max was the first to notice a new presence in the room, his expression one of surprise. What is this flying craft? Anti-gravity. Oh my goodness, what exquisite craftsmanship. Indeed, coming to Huaxia was the best decision I ever made. Ha, Professor Max, you certainly move swiftly. I heard you didn't even pack your bags. Su Yunshin floated over to Max, casually picking up a copy of his experimental application. An interesting idea, but the execution is lacking. You call this an energy weapon? To me, it resembles a squirt gun. As she spoke, Su Yunshin tore the experimental proposal into shreds. You? How dare you? Professor Max's face flushed with indignation, his arm trembling as he pointed at Su Yunshin, furious yet helpless in that moment. Both men united in a common goal, to confront her. Though unaware of the identity of this young lady, they believed it would suffice to teach her a brief lesson. Okay, this is going to be fun. Just don't run away, little guinea pigs. With a flick of her wrist, Su Yunshin issued the command. Arming restrictions lifted. Before them, the compartments of her flying craft opened to reveal several chains of exquisite metal, boom, with the sound of small energy projectiles exploding and the professor's cries of despair. The two foreign scholars were profoundly introduced to the warmth of the chief of the Star Science Institute. Moments later, the two professors lay disheveled on the ground, the blaring alarms of the base ringing in their ears. They could only feel a persistent buzzing in their heads, bewildered by the turn of events. All we wanted was to give that little girl a light smack on the bottom. How did it come to this? Who on earth are you? Professor Max, on the verge of tears, asked, having sacrificed everything to come to Huaxia, not wanting to meet an untimely demise without understanding WHYAS for me. Just an ordinary researcher. Indeed, Su Yunxin gazed contentedly at her personal equipment. Quite impressive. This level of power is sufficient for self-preservation on Blue Star. She is rather fond of life. After merging the Guanghan Xiangang with memory metal, she began to modify her small aircraft. Today presents an opportunity for experimentation. An ordinary researcher? Professor Petrov muttered, bewildered. Is this really the military department of the Star Science Institute? What kind of place have I stumbled into? Even this burly 2-meter-tall man felt a chill creeping from his bones. What is happening? What is going on? Minister Chow of the military department rushed over with a team of special forces after sensing the explosion. Goodness, Dr. Su just mentioned wanting to come and take a look. Could it be that the Star Science Institute is under siege? If anything were to happen to the chief, I would become a historical pariah. It was only when they entered the disheveled conference room that they saw a young lady leisurely reclining with her legs crossed, eyes closed in repose. Su, Chief, what is the meaning of this? Minister Chow swallowed hard and asked with difficulty, You're here? No worries, these two are the talents I specifically requested, so of course, I must personally welcome them, she replied cheerfully. Welcome? Perhaps you should take a look at what you've done. The reinforced walls of the conference room have been blasted open, and the two professors are tied up like pretzels on the floor. You call this welcoming? You? At that moment, the two professors on the ground looked at Su Yunxin in terror. Indeed, I am the chief of the Star Science Institute, Su Yunxin. Welcome to the military department, esteemed professors. Have you felt my enthusiasm yet? Su Yunxin remarked with a smile, perched atop her small flying craft. Looking down at the two men, remember to come to class starting tomorrow. Your current levels are far too inadequate. A firecracker and a water gun. Is that what you call weapons? Minister Chow, I leave them in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now. Su Yunxin floated over to Minister Chow, patted his shoulder, and departed. Instantly, fear coiled around him like a cold serpent, rendering Chow Shujun tremulous and trapped with no escape. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter two words. Take care, Chief. Assisting the two professors to their feet, Minister Chow still felt a lingering dread. He could scarcely fathom what had just transpired. Is she always like this? Max asked in a trembling voice. He had believed himself to be sufficiently insane until now. Minister Chow forced a smile, attempting to comfort them with a gentle tone. You'll get used to it. Dr.Su is truly gentle and kind at heart. Professors, welcome to the military department. Chapter 66. Super Intercontinental Missile. Petrov and Max certainly proved to be valuable aids to Su Yunxin from her previous life. Ever since arriving at the Star Science Institute, they had been filled with an invigorating zeal each day. Professor Max had even been sleeping only 3 hours a night for the past 2 weeks. When they received documents that surpassed their own knowledge, they were not dumbfounded but rather exhilarated. Their fervor for research left many younger doctoral candidates feeling ashamed. Wow, this is the energy weapon of the Lewinbird. Simply magnificent, how cool. Unbeknownst to them, the foreign phrase "oh my god" gradually transformed into a quintessential essence of Huaxia culture. Allow me to correct you, Professor Max. This is merely a laser weapon. Energy weapons are still a ways off for us. Compared to the laser weapons for which we already have plans, the Star Science Institute currently requires a more versatile kinetic weapon. Whether it be laser or energy weapons, if faced with energy barriers or technological oppression far beyond their capabilities, a mere laser would indeed appear as a provocation. Kinetic weapons, on the other hand, are much more straightforward and brutal. The greater the mass, the higher the velocity, the more formidable the force. its akin to shining an infrared pin on your ceramic tiles. There's no discernible change. However, if you were to strike it with your fists, even if imperceptible to the naked eye, the tiles would indeed undergo some deformation. If you disregard your own hands, you might even have a chance to shatter them. Can your laser pin achieve that? Certainly not. It's reminiscent of a certain water droplet detector. How could they dare to insult me with their water guns? Watch as I obliterate them all. Su Yunshin had pondered. How could a mere detector engage with human fleets? Oh, it turns out the human fleet was continuously provoking them. Consider this. If a child were to wave an infrared pin in your face, how would you feel? Oh, esteemed chief of the Star Science Institute, or rather, my dear de Versailles, this blueprint is indeed brimming with a captivating allure. Professor Petrov gazed at the electromagnetic cannon design Su Yunshin had sketched. A 1.5-meter diameter barrel and a 50-meter body stirred the blood of this Russian professor. Oh, I knew you would appreciate the romance of large calibers. Calm down, Professor Petrov. And do I detect a hint of mockery in your tone? Please mind your words when addressing a young lady. Observing the increasingly fervent 2-meter-tall man before her, Su Yunshin discreetly touched the weapon button on her aircraft. Whoa, 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 a young lady. You are quite remarkable. What are you implying something? Let me tell you, I fear nothing, not even death. I shall leave a pure legacy on this earth, unless it involves a delicate embrace. The principle behind the electromagnetic cannon is rather simple. Those of you who have undergone 9 years of compulsory education must have experienced the torment of the left hand and right hand rules. Switching between hands can be quite disorienting, can it not? The electromagnetic cannon first employs the right hand rule. We grasp the rail, pointing the thumb in the direction of the current, while the fingers curl in the direction of the magnetic field. Thus, a magnetic field is generated within the square coil formed by the power source, rails, and projectile. Then, using the left-hand rule, we can ascertain the direction of the force acting on the projectile, by extending the left hand, allowing the magnetic field to pass through the palm, with the fingers pointing in the direction of the current. The direction of the thumb indicates the force acting on the projectile. Under the influence of the ampere force, the projectile will continuously accelerate until it is launched with a whoosh. Simple enough. Isn't it? Currently, the railgun equipped in Huaxia achieves an initial velocity of 5,000 ms with a range of 320 km. The development of the electromagnetic cannon is still constrained by materials and current. Insufficient current intensity fails to reach the desired initial velocity, while inadequate material strength can lead to deformation or even melting. Much like a certain electromagnetic cannon's coin, which disintegrated after 50 meters. However, the Guanghan Xiangang has resolved the issues of material strength and melting point. I believe that with a melting point of 13,000 degrees, we can initially realize an electromagnetic cannon with an initial velocity of 35 Mach. It's worth noting that during re-entry into the atmosphere, the maximum temperature due to aerodynamic heating for intercontinental missiles is only around 9,000 degrees Celsius. So why not employ the theory of spiritual particles and directly implement a coil railgun? This way, the projectile could significantly reduce frictional heat. I believe that even 500, no, 1,000 Mach would not pose a problem. The more Professor Petrov spoke, the more excited he became, inching closer to Su Yunshin. No. Voice cracking. How many times must I reiterate that those advanced civilization concepts are merely for your understanding? Understand, do you? Aside from me, none of you are to even think of touching spiritual particles. Haven't you seen the current state of laser weapons? If they were mounted on a coil railgun, we would likely lose track of where the projectile even went. Su Yunshin pressed her forehead in exasperation. She genuinely felt a pang of regret for having prematurely introduced the concept of the magical spirit law god. Certainly not a good idea. If you continue like this, what difference is there between you and a group of children playing with a missile? And furthermore, Alexei Petrov, kindly maintain your distance from me. Withdraw 5 steps this instant. Now, upon hearing this, the Russian professor sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, Chief. I often forget you are a lady. Now, go back and transcribe the formula collection 10 times. No, that's not what I meant. Oh, by the way, I just had a sudden inspiration. Given that your small-scale nuclear fusion possesses such power, why not convert it directly into a missile? I believe this could yield a super intercontinental missile. Well, that seems plausible. Ever since that incident with the curry explosion, I have felt an inexplicable spark of inspiration. So it turns out that nuclear fusion is essentially a form of nuclear weaponry. Excellent. Very well, Professor Petrov. You shall be in charge of this project. I expect results within half a month. Adjust the computational power of the 7 to the kinetic weapons group. Su Yunshin playfully shook her legs. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that you were just mocking me. Add 10 more copies of the formula collection to your task. Professor Petrov's expression grew increasingly somber as he muddled out of the chief's office, even tripping over the threshold as he exited. If there is anything to fear at the Star Science Institute now, it is undoubtedly the punishment of transcribing Su Yunshin's formula collection. Many newly arrived researchers scoffed at this until they encountered the thick tome of formulas. The most exaggerated of them fainted upon seeing it, prompting Su Yunshin to insist that he copy it multiple times for adjustment. There was no helping it. What can I say? I am merely a kind-hearted young lady. Truly too kind. They were all moved to tears. Currently, all priorities at the Star Science Institute supersede everything else. In less than a month, the first generation of orbital electromagnetic cannons and super intercontinental missiles from the Shinka Institute successfully came to fruition. Chapter 67. On the eve of Christmas, the beautiful country was divided. Among these, the orbital electromagnetic cannon appeared particularly magnificent, boasting a barrel diameter of 1.6 meters and a length of 60 meters, exuding an imposing presence from afar. Currently, due to the petite stature of the Leeuwenbird A, this formidable weapon will not be mounted. This also delineates the direction for future designs of kinetic weapon battleships, which is the U-shaped design necessary to accommodate the cannon's exceptionally long barrel. The orbital electromagnetic cannon, which relies on electromagnetic force to accelerate its projectiles to extraordinary speeds, finds its efficiency in the product of electromagnetic force and acceleration distance. To bestow the projectile with greater acceleration, a longer barrel is required. However, this does not imply that longer is always better. Excessively long barrels can lead to heightened air resistance and friction losses, thereby diminishing the cannon's efficiency. The 60-meter length has been determined to be the optimal length after 3 days of simulations. Currently, this first-generation electromagnetic cannon finds itself in a somewhat awkward position. With a velocity of 35 Mach and an initial speed of approximately 12,000 ms, alongside a range of 2,000 kilometers, its might undoubtedly commands respect on Blue Star, yet in the realm of interstellar warfare, it resembles a snail's crawl. Its moderately distant range has left the military-industrial department at a loss for how to conduct tests. Su Yunshin understands that this is merely a transitional product. In interstellar warfare, the benchmark is measured by how close one can approach the speed of light. 50,000 Mach is roughly equivalent to 5 times the speed of light. Yet, it is indispensable, for the impending meteor showers pose a significant challenge to human civilization. Professor Petrov gazes at this colossal entity, struggling to suppress his reluctance as he places it into storage. He genuinely wishes to fire a shot and witness its power. However, the super intercontinental missile can be set aside for now. Let me see. This military base shall suffice. Maintaining world peace is an obligation we cannot shirk, Max observed as this innocent little sister articulated such grandiloquent sentiments with an air of nonchalance, his expression bordering on disbelief. Teos speak the harshest truths with the gentlest tone. That is perhaps how it feels. Although he had adopted Chinese nationality as a former American, Max silently recited a prayer for the personnel at that secret military base in his heart. All is well, all is well. Professor Max, you know well the misdeeds of that military base in the desert. We are on a divine mission, saving the desert region from calamity. As for that military base, it will be swiftly dealt with, without any suffering. If you hadn't uttered that last sentence, I might have almost believed you gentle and kind. Ah, perhaps this is her unique form of mercy. Max silently recited the prayer once more, wishing that Su Yunshin would not be in heaven. 3, 2, 1. Launched. Su Yunshin's small hand struck the launch button with determination. Indeed, this created a more atmospheric sensation. Several professors from the beautiful country turned their backs, drawing a cross over their chests. Even a demon would not be so unburdened. Did this little sister truly feel no psychological weight in launching this missile today? Humph! Where was your conscience when you bullied the wealthy in the desert? In a military base located in the desert, the general announced, "Sir, an unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching." The situation in the desert was tense. It could not be a missile. Quickly intercept it. Hypersonic? Oh no. How fast is that? Our radar is utterly useless. Time was running out. Interception failed, and then a massive mushroom cloud erupted in a certain area of the desert, signifying the complete obliteration of American hegemony in the region. The rolling sands became their finest grave. China did not conceal the truth, openly acknowledging this military action representing justice, earning unanimous praise from the desert region. Who would have thought that this incident would become the catalyst for the division of the beautiful country? On December 21, 2019, on the eve of Christmas, let America be great again. Let the beautiful country once more stand atop the world. With Biden's declaration of independence, an unprecedented war erupted between the eastern and western factions of the beautiful country. Historically referred to as the What Thing War, the eastern faction, led by the outrageous Chuanbao, advocated for aligning with the times and joining China to forge a new era of human civilization. In contrast, Biden's western faction clung to their pride as Americans, yearning for freedom. Although this civil war in the beautiful country lasted merely 3 days, it employed every military action save for nuclear weapons. Numerous public facilities were destroyed, resulting in 32,000 soldiers' deaths, 80,000 injuries, and impacting over 5 million civilians, leaving countless families displaced. In light of such a tragic conflict, the United Nations could not remain indifferent. Ultimately, it was decided that China would intervene to mediate. Thus, the beautiful country was divided into Sam's country and Me's country, each governing independently and refraining from interference. China, as the guarantor, reluctantly classified Sam's country as a special administrative subsidiary, ensuring no conflict would arise with Me's country. Hence, the What Thing War, which lasted 3 days, came to a close. In subsequent historical evaluations of the war, the Eastern Coalition emerged as particularly significant. Under Chuanbao's wise leadership, Sam's country successfully distanced itself from the bourgeoisie and effectively resolved internal conflicts, paving the way for its entry into the interstellar new era alongside China, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for the once glorious beautiful country. In stark contrast, Biden's Me's country, also known as the Western Civilian Faction, until the very last moment, just before being struck by meteor showers, still shouted freedom. Perhaps to them, freedom was of utmost importance. That is why Su Yunxin remarked that they had already acquired wealth and freedom. What more could they desire? This What Thing War not only redefined the future direction of the beautiful country, but also allowed the world to genuinely perceive the unprecedented deterrence of China, even when both warring factions exhausted their efforts. Upon the arrival of China's Luanbird A, they could only amicably shake hands and sit down to negotiate. Despite this incident propelling China to great heights once more, Su Yunxin felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. At present, the disparity in civilization levels between China and other nations is merely around 0.5 levels. Given such circumstances, who could fathom the bitterness and despair she experienced during her last battle? Where the gap was 2 levels, the existence of the dark forest theory in interstellar warfare, especially among lower-level civilizations, dictates that all low-level civilizations are predators until they truly overcome energy issues. Su Yunxin dared not gamble. She could only prepare as thoroughly as possible to confront the unknown challenges of the future. Chapter 68. At most, add 100 more minorities in the Defense Department of Sam's country. This marked the first meeting after its independence, yet the attending generals found themselves in an awkward situation. Ultimately, it was Chuanbao who broke the tension in the conference room. Of course, he no longer played the accordion. Since the What Thing War of the beautiful country, he had successfully completed his mission and thus had no need to continue his arduous performance. Pig, I can overlook the others, but I truly did not expect you to show up as well. General Fak remarked, puzzled. Fak, while I may not see eye to eye with you, I'm not foolish. It's clear to any discerning individual that aligning with China is the wisest choice. General Pig waved his hand and spoke confidently. Isn't it wonderful? Our little group has managed to maintain its original composition, the naval general mused as he looked around at the familiar faces. So, aside from the minister and Army General Doug, the rest of the Defense Department comprised American traitors, General Fak lamented, envisioning the difficulties faced by the former minister, who had no reliable subordinates. Hey, fact, one cannot say such things, by the way. There's an old saying in China. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. This indicates that our defense department is filled with talents. General Pig asserted, tapping the table. Oh my, Doug, when did your Chinese become so proficient? A general exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Pig. I've told you all along, Pig is quite the schemer. His Chinese is clearly the result of extensive study. General Fack leaned back in his chair, recalling how he often felt inadequate during previous meetings, often feeling unworthy of the beautiful country. Yet it turned out he was the most forthright one. Damn, these old foxes, let us not dwell on the past. Moving forward, we are all comrades, Chuanbao said with a grin from the main seat. Since we are all old friends, let us not discuss state affairs today. We can speak candidly and reminisce. Indeed, the president is right. From now on, we are all on the same side, General Pig quickly chimed in. General Fack rolled his eyes. Pig hadn't he changed one bit. In this defense department, there was still not a single serious individual. Indeed, the decision to refrain from pursuing that nonsensical interstellar pioneer and instead invest in Chinese national bonds has proven to be the most prudent course of action. The repercussions of the recent division in the beautiful nation have been profound, compelling Su Yunxin to return to the imperial capital once more, despite her repeated assertions of being too preoccupied to meddle in political affairs. In a specially convened meeting room, a total of just over 20 individuals were present, including Bo, Zhong, Xu, Ji, Su Yunxin, and several ministers, representing the apex of power within contemporary China. The ongoing conflict in the beautiful nation is not the primary focus. Rather, the world's attention is riveted on China's mediation efforts. Initially, there was no prospect of large-scale warfare. China's advanced technology was primarily reflected in its economic prosperity. However, this mediation has allowed the world to truly grasp China's deterrent capability. Particularly notable was the Luan A, which, in a mere half-hour, flew from China to the beautiful nation, disregarding numerous air defense systems along the way. The automated tracking missiles, once a point of pride for the Eagle sauce, failed to even identify their target, self-destructing after circling in the sky for 50 minutes. The two massive explosions in the desert, coupled with China's mediation, have subtly shifted the global mindset. Just 2 days after Christmas, several countries erupted in unrest. If this continues, a wave of fragmentation could very well emerge. Not to mention, the number of individuals attempting to cross into China illicitly is increasing by the day. With such an extensive border, it is nearly impossible to halt the spread of this situation. Observing the alarming data relayed from the border garrison in recent days, the elders are already suffering from debilitating headaches. It seems that in ancient times, emperors experienced considerable pressure amidst their joy at receiving visitors from myriad nations. Reluctantly, Su Yunxin was brought in to assist in strategizing. Elder, the number of border crossers has risen by 13 points today. The most severe situation is along the western border. All personnel in the Western Theater have been mobilized, yet the circumstances remain dire. You see, we truly lack experience in handling such matters. The elder sipped his tea, gazing at Su Yunxin, his furrowed brow rendering his expression particularly grave, as if facing a formidable challenge. We all understand. So do not harbor concerns at this juncture, even if we were to place you in this position. It would be entirely feasible, old Zhong remarked. All right, then I shall share my perspective, Su Yunxin sighed resignedly, exhaling a breath laden with frustration. Although the Academy of Star Sciences currently possesses the rights to weapon research and usage, she is reluctant to become overly entangled in political affairs. She is genuinely well-intentioned yet powerless. Research and politics represent two vastly different domains, each demanding immense dedication, which has always been the reason for her opposition to relocating the political center near the Academy of Star Sciences. It would be utterly futile. She is acutely aware that she is merely a scientist, not a politician. The following viewpoints represent solely my personal opinions, Su Yunxin stated in advance. Firstly, the current international fragmentation is becoming increasingly severe. Numerous nations aspire to join China. This is undoubtedly a positive development. During the Tang Dynasty, we welcomed visitors from all directions. The attendees nodded in agreement. Go be frank, were it not for the impending need for interstellar migration, we could readily accept all applicants. Worst case, we could simply add another 100 minority groups. This audacity reflects the resolve of the Academy's chief, a glimmer of ambition shone in the elder's eyes. Which leader of a nation could resist the vision of unification? Su Yunxin sighed, took a sip of tea, and continued, however, the Academy has meticulously calculated that this interstellar expedition can accommodate a maximum of 1 billion individuals. Any more would place an untenable burden on our resources. This is precisely the source of the elder's vexation. Under ordinary circumstances, China could have established a genuinely harmonious community of shared human destiny. Yet, what lies ahead is, to put it bluntly, the flight of human civilization. If we were to accept these nations now, what would we do later? Therefore, my recommendation is to adopt a tiered strategy. We can welcome any nation wishing to join China as a subordinate state. But we must not issue them Chinese green cards. A Chinese identity card must not be easily obtained. At the very least, they must attain a proficiency level of 5 in the Chinese language and possess a sense of belonging to China. Furthermore, only those with identity cards will be permitted to board Chinese starships. Our starship tickets cannot be purchased with money. As for the second matter, what measures has your Southwestern Theater implemented regarding illegal crossers? Traditional methods, persuasion and expulsion, a 4-star general began, only to falter mid-sentence, beset by a foreboding sense of dread. Persuasion for 1 or 2 individuals is certainly justifiable, but how many crossers are we speaking of now? This hardly qualifies as mere illegal crossing, especially given that there have been casualties in your Southwestern Theater, with dozens of soldiers sustaining injuries. Su Yunxin exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, her eyes ablaze with fury. For heaven's sake, how can you sustain casualties on Blue Star while I toil away on scientific research? In an instant, the room was taken aback by Su Yunxin's sudden outburst. The elder's expression mirrored a flicker of concern. Indeed, our soldiers defend the homeland and respond to disasters, and while casualties may be expected in such endeavors, to suffer amidst such chaos due to illegal crossers is unacceptable. The battle-hardened general understood Su Yunxin's intent immediately. Just as he contemplated the introduction of tranquilizer rounds and other non-lethal weapons, Su Yunxin's words caused his pupils to dilate in shock. You know? What do you know? Don't assume I am unaware of your thoughts. I will state this plainly. Should there be another instance of thousands collectively crossing the border, send me the coordinates. I will ensure they understand the meaning of a border. Enraged, Su Yunxin hurled her cup of water at the general. The wet clothing did not incite his anger. Instead, it awakened him, reverberating with clarity. It rekindled the fierce ambition he once held on the battlefield. Su Yunxin downed her beverage, her emotions calming somewhat. You must understand that every victory comes at a cost. Our Academy's development of more advanced weaponry is to ensure that our soldiers shed less blood, enabling the survival of human civilization in the cosmos. Following today's meeting, China's foreign policy will undergo adjustments. Though Su Yunxin's suggestions are but recommendations, they hold substantial weight. Within just 3 days, China welcomed 20 subordinate nations. The response to illegal crossers has also turned resolute, with only a few decisive measures. The rampant crossings have significantly improved. Notably, the Sakura nation has similarly fractured into Upper Sakura and Lower Sakura, akin to the beautiful nation. Olji even inquired about this matter from Su Yunxin. But the response left him astounded. You're suggesting we should strive to bring them all under our banner? Why? You may have heard of the Divine Madness Special Operations Team. I see, up to this point, China has amassed over 350 trillion Chinese yuan and 20 trillion eagle currency and resources, yet that remains woefully insufficient. At first glance, these figures seem substantial, but in the context of an apocalyptic scenario, they represent merely the tip of the iceberg. It is worth noting that China's annual GDP alone surpasses 100 trillion. With 2020 fast approaching, time is running short for China. Do not be deceived by the notion of 10 months remaining. Simply constructing starships will consume 6 months, leaving only 1 month for preparation, and ultimately requiring an additional month for departure. Remember, 2 months before the sun extinguishes, the skies will be filled with meteor showers. The optimal strategy is to set off early and position ourselves near the largest planet in the solar system, allowing Jupiter to shield the human fleet. Thus, in 2 months, we will enter the sprint phase of our expedition plan. At that point, with the full force of the nation behind us, foreign politicians, provided they are not foolish, will undoubtedly recognize that China is not merely engaging in interstellar exploration, but is, in fact, preparing for an exodus. Who can predict how the global landscape will transform then, knowing that China cannot take the entire world along, even if they are subordinate states? In 2 months, the world economy may very well collapse in advance. Money, assets, and foreign exchange will become mere numbers. With unanimous agreement among the elders, China's final resource acquisition plan, dubbed the Hamster Plan, has officially commenced. We know that hamsters are creatures that delight in stockpiling resources and possess a strong territorial instinct. Those who have experience raising hamsters will recall that even when food is placed before them, they typically do not consume it immediately but instead store it in their cheek pouches, transporting it bit by bit back to their burrows for later enjoyment in their minds. The food that has been brought back to their burrow is truly theirs, though some hamsters may indeed eat while they collect. What China must now do is akin to the behavior of hamsters, striving to retrieve as many resources as possible. This differs significantly from previous large-scale procurements. The hamster plan is unrestrained and will go to any lengths to gather resources. In simple terms, it is an all-encompassing acquisition. Rare woods, bring them back. Rare animals, bring them back. Antiques and artworks, bring them back. All forms of artistic creations, bring them back. Frankly speaking, it would be ideal to take along the little orb as well. But given our current technology, that may be best left aside. Fleeing with a planet in tow is a feat that can only be accomplished by a civilization of at least level 5. Before one realizes it, the joyous occasion of New Year's Day has arrived. The very first day of 2020, Su Yunxin has made an exception for herself, granting a day of respite to bask in the splendor of this rare golden era. Yearning to behold the precious scenery, with the speed enhancement provided by the Luan Bird A, even with just a single day, she is able to explore several locales. Although her journey is a mere whirlwind tour, the experience is far more genuine and heartwarming compared to the future, where she will only be able to experience such moments through virtual data. Hey, Sister Sue, could you lower your head a bit more? Let your arms droop slightly, she is instructed. Like this? She queries. Oh dear, it still looks quite stiff. Never mind, I'll let Xian retouch the photos when we return. Up until this point, Su Yunxin and Linimo have become the closest of friends. And naturally, Linimo has joined her on this outing in the evening. Su Yunxin fully indulges in the privileges of being a woman, engaging in affectionate embraces with Linimo, during which they partake in activities that, in her previous life, she wouldn't have dared to imagine. Hee, I feel like I haven't lost out at all. Then shouldn't you thank me? Oh, go away, Linimo teases, playfully brushing aside Su Yunxin's bangs. By the way, what was our relationship in the last life? Well, let me think. I know. You were my younger sister, right? So you must be my elder sister in this life. Playing dumb. JPG, Ever since cohabitating with Linimo, Su Yunxin has noticed a significant improvement in her sleep quality. Rested and rejuvenated, the research progress at the Star Science Institute has accelerated by another 20. Naturally, the thickness of Su Yunxin's formula collection has also increased. Oh, and by the way, Su Yunxin has only confided in a select few, including Feng Su, about her past life as a male. Feng Su, in turn, has kept this secret tightly under wraps, aware that if it were to leak, this seemingly harmless little sister could devise 1,000 ways to make him regret it. Every time he recalls the little devil's warnings whispered in his ear, he feels a chill spreading from his marrow. Chapter 70. The first superpower. As the beautiful nation faces fragmentation, an increasing number of smaller countries have allied with Huaxia, leading to a seismic shift in the world order. The independence of Sam's country has resulted in a 25% reduction in the overall strength of the United States. A significant factor contributing to this decline is the exodus of generals from the Department of Defense, leaving the U.S. with only a few relics from the previous century in its aircraft storage. At sea, there isn't even a single aircraft carrier left. On the first day of the new defense minister's tenure, he was utterly dumbfounded to find that the vast conference room was occupied solely by himself and a fourth-class Army officer named Doug. Wait, it's one thing for the others to be absent, but why is the Air Force's pig absent as well? Am I now the sole commander of this defense department? Oh, that's not quite right. There's also a fourth-class Marine unit. Oh my Holy Mary, how advanced! We have such excellent tanks in our nation. Those agricultural countries shall tremble under the might of our formidable deterrence. What year is it? Oh, it turns out to be 2020, not 1920. Haha. Tanks? What a joke. The defense minister gazes vacantly at the chandelier above, his mind drifting as his water cup slips from his fingers and crashes to the floor. Regrettably, this stainless steel cup is not easily shattered and will remain usable for some time. The once dominant eye-covering alliance has seen its influence wane following the downfall of the elder brother. Eagle sauce, leading to a loss of confidence in the European region. A new alliance, the Justice League, has been formed by a coalition of several member states. Though the Justice League outwardly shows deference to Huaxia, they privately deride it, deeming Huaxia weak and exceedingly ignorant. They believe that had they possessed Huaxia's current technology, they would have declared war on the world long ago. Meanwhile, Huaxia lacks the bloodlust to unify the world. The desire for a stable and prosperous life is ingrained in the DNA of rabbits. They believe that as long as their Justice League remains united, they will eventually surpass Huaxia and ascend to the throne of the Blue Planet. Fortunately, none of these remarks have reached Su Yunxin's ears. Otherwise, shall I give them a taste of their own medicine? In your eyes, is that how I am perceived? Su Yunxin merely smiles lightly. We in Huaxia are preparing to embark on a journey through the galaxy. While you can continue to play on the Blue Planet. Of course, you must first withstand the onslaught of meteors, endure earthquakes exceeding 17.9 on the Richter scale, and then endure the eternal darkness that follows. Huaxia has truly emerged as the preeminent superpower and the world's largest economy. The status of the Eagle coin has been steadily declining in the international arena, while the Huaxia coin has gradually become the globally recognized currency. Remarkably, Huaxia's global purchasing spree over the past few months has not led to a depreciation of the Huaxia coin. Instead, it has appreciated further. Most countries have approached trade with Huaxia with smiles and enthusiasm. Given this situation, Huaxia cannot be blamed for being ungracious. Since you also cherish the Huaxia coin, let us bestow even more upon you. On January 15, 2020, the official meeting for the Hamster Project convened in the imperial capital. This meeting not only included department heads but also invited 6,000 business figures from across the nation, along with representatives from major logistics groups involved in air and sea transport. The CEOs of the top 1,000 enterprises were present, including Rand from Huawei, Dong from Jelly, and many other renowned corporate executives. Due to the absolute confidentiality surrounding this meeting, most attendees received their summons only that day. Consequently, many had the fortunate opportunity to experience the formidable capabilities of the Wanbird A. Some even experienced it twice. Does anyone remember who they were? The sudden gathering left the CEOs present sitting upright, their expressions tense. Today's meeting represents the pinnacle of the business elite nationwide, a scene they had never encountered before. Held at the Central Conference Hall of Tiannan High, the scale, suddenness, and the armed special forces present all indicated that today's meeting would be extraordinary. As Minister He of the Ministry of Commerce slowly took to the podium, the commotion in the room ceased abruptly and no one dared to whisper. They were all acutely aware that today's meeting involved national matters of great significance. The comprehensive lockdown of the Third Ring Road in the imperial capital from today alone was enough to signify the severity of the situation. Minister He began by sharing some details of the launch plan, both to provide motivation and to ease the tense atmosphere. Although all present were business luminaries, this was their first encounter with the true content of the launch plan. Compared to the previously publicized Star Harvest plan, the prospect of launching into the galaxy left them utterly astonished. Since Huaxia's lunar broadcast, the world has touted that Huaxia has entered the interstellar age. However, no one took it seriously, as such advancements are typically gradual processes. Even with their utmost imagination, they could not have anticipated that Huaxia would lead 2.1 billion people on an interstellar voyage this very year. The ancient national dream of Huaxia has always been to reach the stars and the ocean. And now it is on the brink of realization. A surge of national pride filled the room, and many silently vowed to spare no expense to support this cause. Seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently stirred, Minister He gestured toward the side door. Director Zhao Hongli of the Security Bureau entered with a team, moving in perfect unison. They immediately began securing the venue, locking all entrances with multiple layers of security. While outside, the signal jammers were set to maximum frequency. This meeting's confidentiality level was only one tier below that of the highest level meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting concerns the utmost national secrets, particularly regarding the upcoming matters. Therefore, I ask that you all sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that today's content remains under wraps. Everyone present was among society's elite and had experienced signing confidentiality agreements before. However, upon seeing the phrase top secret, an air of unreality enveloped them. This was not the highest classification they knew of in Huaxia. Just these 3 words, each one alone was sufficient to denote a high degree of secrecy. And yet now they appeared together. Those with political experience gasped in astonishment. Despite their prominent positions in society, they were, after all, merely larger-scale merchants. What qualifications did they possess to interfere in such deeply classified national affairs? Once the confidentiality agreements were signed, the meeting officially transitioned to the next phase. Signing such an agreement was not merely a formality. It served as a notification, a reminder. Hey, you've just heard something monumental today. No matter how eager you are, keep it under wraps. From this moment on, your every move will be monitored, so don't try to be clever. Now is the time the nation needs you. So you must perform well. Chapter 71. What is money? According to data observed by the National Astronomical Administration and analyzed by artificial intelligence, an unprecedented XX-level supersolar storm will occur in 8 months. At that time, a colossal solar wind, along with high-energy charged particle flows, will sweep across the blue planet. The hundreds of billions of tons of material ejected by the sun will trigger magnetic storms, causing copper wires on all transformers to rapidly heat to the point of melting, ultimately destroying all electronic facilities. Well, this narrative was crafted after much deliberation by the elders. After all, Su Yunxin's version was rather alarming. Simultaneously, this narrative serves as a means of protection for Su Yunxian. In truth, after witnessing Su Yunxin and the research capabilities of the Star Science Institute, the elders felt a sense of relief. Since Huaxia has truly acquired the capability for interstellar navigation, why not venture forth? Even if calamity does not strike, we can always return. With Huaxia's current technology, which transcends the era, it can be said that there would be no losses. Even if disaster does not occur, they would not blame Su Yunxin, for she has undeniably led Huaxia into the interstellar age, realizing the dream of the stars and the sea. The forthcoming supersolar storm is predicted to inflict damage on Blue Star that is 200 times more severe than the Hurricane Katrina of 2005. Minister He, unfazed, continues to expound upon his speech with fervor. The executives present are left speechless, as if caught in an unexpected tempest, bewildered and at a loss. Life in the 21st century is heavily dependent on advanced technological systems, intelligent power supply, GPS navigation, air transportation, financial services, and emergency communication systems. Should such a solar storm indeed occur, not only would these systems be rendered inoperative, but even electronic devices equipped with protective measures might not escape unscathed. Humanity would find itself regressing to a primitive state, with industries paralyzed and fundamental sectors such as food storage, medicine, and water supply facing dire threats. If it comes to that, millions of lives on Blue Star may be lost. Even if Huaxia possesses the capacity to weather the crisis, the economy and society would regress by several centuries. Therefore, given that the Institute of Space Science has developed interstellar travel technology, why not embark on a quest to find a second habitable home? To explore new horizons? As Minister He's speech concludes, the audience erupts into thunderous applause. This announcement resonates like the clarion call of a doomsday judgment, yet Minister He's final words are infused with such passionate fervor that they instill hope for the future. Indeed, since the Institute has the capability to construct a spacecraft that could accommodate all of Huaxia, why not journey to the solar system and explore broader worlds? Ren, the head of Huawei, stands up first to express, if Huawei can assist in any way, do not hesitate to command us. Following suit, President Dong from Jelly solemnly promises, if necessary, all of Jelly's production facilities can be immediately repurposed to ensure we meet our goals with quality and quantity assured. Penguin, with its thousands of exceptional network engineers, pledges to exert their utmost efforts for any networking tasks. The production lines of Shimi Mobile can also be entirely reconfigured. Under the leadership of several industry giants, Candu, Douyin, and various other business elites express their willingness to contribute. I have no interest in wealth. Whatever our conglomerate can do, I will set a modest goal, to strive for all that is beautiful in the world. These titans of industry, standing at the pinnacle of Huaxia's economy, declare their intentions. Today marks their transformation from merely successful entrepreneurs to national business leaders, a testament to their patriotism. Whether through financial contributions or labor, they await Minister He's directives. In the face of genuine peril, the Huaxia people stand united, ready to sacrifice everything. Ha ha, everyone is quite enthusiastic, Minister He remarks with a smile. There's no rush for transformation. The state will organize and allocate resources later. I have convened you today primarily to leverage your channels in gathering supplies for the nation. The large screens illuminate with the current needs of Huaxia, displaying various ores such as iron, copper, nickel, canned goods, semi-finished foods, cotton, plastics, and all manner of essential supplies. Uncertain of the resources and capacities possessed by those present, all required materials are showcased directly on the screens. After all, there had been instances where industrial assessments revealed unexpected outcomes, such as carbon fiber fishing rods. Gazing at the staggering numbers displayed, some executives' eyes widen in disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. Their pupils filled with shock and incredulity. The prospect of requiring material in the tens of thousands of tons indeed startles everyone. With such vast quantities of resources, even if they liquidated all their assets, they might not be able to amass tin. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Minister He calmly states, "You need not worry about the funds for procuring supplies. How much do you need? We will print it directly. Money is merely a number, a piece of valuable paper. What I require from you is to employ every means at your disposal to gather the utmost materials. Just inform the finance department of how much is needed. Oh, by the way, here is a guiding philosophy proposed by the chief of the Institute of Space Science. Please look at the screen." Moments later, silence envelopes the assembly. Some individuals glance at their surroundings, pondering, am I attending a national conference or a multi-level marketing seminar? Others recall Su Yunshin's frenzied demeanor. It is indeed proposed by the chief of the institute. Everything makes sense now. The screen boldly displays. All in is a form of wisdom. Leverage is an attitude. Liquidation is a test. Value investing is a demeanor. Short selling is an opportunity. And arbitrage is a height. This is a bit awkward. Not only are the attendees caught off guard, but even Minister He, despite his prior mental preparation, finds it somewhat uncomfortable to present such a guiding philosophy in this setting. Fortunately, Su Yunshin had not stipulated that her name should not be mentioned. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss in front of so many acquaintances. Since money is not an issue, the subsequent proceedings become relatively straightforward. Each executive quickly estimates the necessary funds and begins to fill out the procurement forms. The minister himself coordinates those with particularly large quantities, while others can simply approach the finance department for funds. What is money? Whatever is needed can be printed. After all, in a few months, it will merely be worthless paper. Later, Su Yunshin erupts in frustration. Goodness, I was just making a suggestion. Do you understand what a suggestion is? You not only used it, but also put my name on it. Minister He repeatedly apologizes and treats her to an extravagant hot pot meal, presenting her with 10 boxes of premium beverages. And only then does the matter settle. Chapter 72. What exactly does Huaxia aim to achieve? What? They want to acquire our company for 50 billion Huaxia coins. Have they lost their minds? Tell them at least 80 billion. A CEO from Maple Leaf Country hangs up the phone, only to receive another call. You are willing to acquire for 75 billion Huaxia coins? A certain gentleman just offered 80 billion. 720 billion. Cash payment. Deal. What a joke. 720 billion Huaxia coins in cash is simply irresistible. The thought of stacks upon stacks of Huaxia coins fills the executives with elation as they begin to envision a bright future ahead. A large corn base in the United States recently received a colossal order from a certain Huaxia group. Sir, this is quite difficult for us. Your order quantity is too large. Fulfilling your needs would offend numerous clients, significantly impacting our credibility. Add 300 billion, cash payment, and provide me with the goods, even if it's just corn seeds. The voice on the other end exudes confidence. Oh, my dear friend, you truly understand trade. Rest assured, even if I have to resort to smuggling, I will ensure these corn supplies reach Huaxia. After hanging up, the chairman immediately gathers his team to get to work. What? Old partners? We are not that familiar. Please, do not contact me again. I fear Huaxia may misunderstand. But President Biden just issued a trade ban against Huaxia. Isn't this? Oh my goodness, Bales, that $300 billion Huaxia coins in cash. With that money, we can retire comfortably in the land of Sam. We are in the free United States. Not even the president can stop us from making a fortune. Understood. I will utilize all connections. Even if it means smuggling, we will ensure the corn reaches Huaxia. Right? Bales, just like that. With so much money, let's clear everything out for Huaxia. We won't need those seeds anymore. Ha ha ha. Such occurrences suddenly unfold across the globe. Initially, various nations' leaders maintain a jovial demeanor, welcoming Huaxia's influx of funds, seizing the opportunity to profit. To facilitate Huaxia's trade, they even open all ports and mobilize personnel to assist in loading ships for Huaxia. What? Tariffs? Are you joking? Apart from the United States and a few obstinate countries, who would dare impose tariffs on Huaxia? However, as days pass, they gradually sense something amiss. The cumulative figures are staggering. They are shocking enough to induce a panic. The finance and resource ministers of Maple Leaf Country, upon seeing the numbers, faint on the spot. In just 1 week, the total sales of grain alone reached 15 trillion Huaxia coins. Have they lost their minds? The entire GDP of Maple Leaf Country is only around 60 trillion Huaxia coins for the year. These capitalists won't even sell their seeds to Huaxia, will they? What will Maple Leaf Country eat next year? Currently, 3 Huaxia coins, 1 Eagle coin. Meanwhile, in Cherry Blossom Country, Pian is shouting at his subordinates. Baka! Aho! A bunch of money-grubbing fools. Have these corporations gone mad? Is there any new intelligence from the information department? I don't know why, but I haven't been able to sleep soundly lately. I have a nagging feeling that Huaxia is plotting something grand. Hi, Mr. President, but currently, Huaxia is almost daily purging. Our spies have been nearly eliminated. Particularly regarding the Xinca Institute, it is surrounded as if by an iron barrel. Thus far, we have not managed to insert a single individual. It is time to deploy our most advanced pieces, as we have little left to lose. In the Northern Bear Nation, within the presidential office, Emperor Jingpu gazed contemplatively at the report before him, resting a hand on his forehead. According to the current intelligence summary, in just 1 week, Huaxia has consumed over 500 trillion Huaxia coins globally. Whence comes such an abundance of cash? It is implausible that there exists such a cash flow. There is but one possibility. The Huaxia government is printing money indiscriminately and without regard for the consequences. With such a massive amount of Huaxia coins, how will they manage it in the future? Strangely, Huaxia is virtually liquidating assets worldwide, demanding nothing in return but equivalent resources, as if preparing for some impending catastrophe. However, if this were a matter of preparing for an apocalyptic disaster, one would only need to stockpile strategic materials. Such frenzied plundering, accepting any and all resources, even packing away exhibits from art galleries, seems illogical. How is our strategic partnership with Huaxia progressing? The emperor inquired, rubbing his balding head, which has been shedding hair more severely of late. His intuition has always been astute. Huaxia's whirlwind scavenging of global resources undoubtedly serves to confront some calamity. But what sort of disaster could possibly necessitate cosmetics and artworks? This puzzles him greatly. Your Majesty, it remains unchanged. We are still an all-weather strategic cooperative partner, and it is exceedingly difficult to elevate our status further. The second-in-command of the Northern Bear Nation spoke, as today the Emperor had only invited 3 trusted aides for this significant discussion. Currently, there is a faction within the country advocating for us to become Huaxias. Something, a certain nation. The foreign minister queried cautiously. That is futile. It is a foregone conclusion that Huaxia is preparing for some disaster. Even being a vassal state would be of no use. If we wish to collaborate with Huaxia, we must possess value, not merely a title. The emperor leaned back in his chair, clapping his hands to his head in an attempt to clear his thoughts. A vassal state. If Huaxia could save the world, they would not need to scavenge for resources in this manner. Has Huaxia requested any assistance? Not as of yet. Even that nuclear expert, Professor Petarov, went to Huaxia on his own accord. we have effectively rendered no assistance. Ah, yes, the Shinka Institute. The crux of the matter lies with Su Yunshin. She holds the key to unraveling everything. From this moment forth, we must find every means to establish contact, no, to implore. She seems to currently have an interest only in our space meteorites. The technology at the Shinka Institute has surpassed global standards by centuries. It is hard to fathom what they might need from US IT. It is even said that the thermonuclear fusion technology offered to us was a discarded, outdated proposal from the Shinka Institute. Whatever she desires, we shall provide. Investigate thoroughly. I refuse to believe she has no peculiar preferences. If you uncover any unusual inclinations, spare no effort in satisfying her. The Emperor issued the unequivocal command. Well, I must say, this nearly 70-year-old Emperor possesses a remarkably clear mind. Indeed. What do you mean by the last remark? Not just the Northern Bear Nation, but in merely a week, 500 trillion is enough to raise alarms across most countries. Numerous nations, including the empire on which the sun never sets, have assembled specialized analytical teams. Yet, Huaxia's acquisitions are exceedingly diverse. They are requesting everything, rendering analysis exceedingly challenging. In a moment, the world's leadership found themselves collectively vexed by a singular question. What on earth does Huaxia intend to do? In General Fac's private office, he exclaimed, "Hey, old Wang, weren't you supposed to send us our identification cards? Why have we yet to receive any news? We are old friends, so let me be straightforward. You must reserve a spot for me on your starship." Huh? Fac, you already know? Know what? It's obvious with your rampant scavenging of resources. Only a fool would remain oblivious to air. Well, there aren't that many clever individuals around. All right then, I will let you in on a little secret. Fac, the starship tickets are essentially Huaxia green cards, or identification cards. Yes, old Wang, I am aware, which is why I inquired about their issuance. Well, the chief of the Shinka Institute proposed that one must possess a Huaxia language proficiency of at least level 5 to obtain it. General Wang Sheng apologized, having previously assured Fac, "Darn it, why is everyone like this? I merely suggested it. If you choose to use it, then so be it, don't drag me into it. I am truly exasperated." Ha ha ha, old Wang, you jest. Do you truly believe my Huaxia language skills are inadequate? You're certainly fine, but hurry and have your family start studying Huaxia culture. A unified examination is forthcoming, and I can only say this much. All right, I understand now. Thank you, old Wang. By the way, may I ask how Chief Su feels about me? Quite positively, rest assured. However, she did ask me to convey a message. Let that brilliant Dr. Shet refrain from speaking ill of her, lest he find himself in dire straits upon arriving at the Shinka Institute. Chapter 73. Not negotiating with you as capitalists around the globe reveled and political leaders grew increasingly anxious. Huaxia's news delivered a stunning blow to those politicians. Various departments have collectively decided, with signatures from leaders such as Boizhong, Xu, and Ji, to issue this decree. Within 1 week, all foreign artifacts pertaining to Huaxia must be returned to the designated locations. Whether national museums or privately held collections, immediate return is requested. Failure to comply will result in Huaxia taking necessary coercive measures. Consider this a forewarning. During the press conference, one audacious individual even inquired whether they could limit the return to items from the past few decades. Our spokesman retorted bluntly, "What do you think? Huaxia is not negotiating with you." Upon the release of this news, the world erupted into chaos. Notably, presidents from various nations began to act as cleanup specialists, randomly selecting a few fortunate members of their intelligence departments to berate. Darn it, again with the forewarning. What they fear most is that very phrase. Huaxia is becoming excessively domineering, refusing to negotiate with us at all. Akin to the previous Eagle Nation. Well, we are compelled to bow beneath the celestial weaponry. Let them take it back. In the span of a mere 3 hours, numerous countries, including the League of Shielded Eyes, the Justice League, and many others, issued statements declaring their unconditional intent to return artifacts, hoping Huaxia would assist in the reception process. Yet, a couple of obstinate nations did voice protests. President Biden of the United States was the first to speak up. This is merely a hoax. The Huaxia official emblem is clearly photoshopped. I urge all citizens of the United States not to overinterpret. Following Huaxia's extensive resource gathering, Biden had imposed strict limitations on internet usage among citizens, especially regarding news related to Huaxia. If the citizens of the United States cannot see it, then nothing will transpire. Yes, for any stray pieces of information that slip through, that is a matter for the brilliance of this president's speeches. He even takes pride in this, believing himself exceedingly clever. Little does he know that the current capabilities of Huaxia's technology, especially with the 5 generations of quantum computers iterated at the Xinka Institute, can provide a computational power exceeding 193 zettameters per second. Not to mention that Huaxia's avatars have long since permeated the internet. Unless one opts to sever all connections, there is little they can do. Now, this Biden thinks he can block it with a plethora of firewalls and password protocols? Who does he think he is underestimating? Huaxia, for now, do not alert the American internet users. Since they have given us an opportunity, let us take this chance to present a welcome gift to President Biden. After all, we have yet to acknowledge his presidency. We cannot allow him to think Huaxia lacks propriety. Understood, Doctor. I will choose a time with fewer people to minimize civilian casualties. Ever since the 2 massive explosions in the desert regions, Su Yunxin occasionally hears whispers about herself as the BT, living Yama, or killer of benevolent beings. She has even shed tears in secret over it. She is wholeheartedly devoted to Huaxia, for the sake of all humanity. Yet, every victory comes at a cost. If possible, she would wish to bring all of humanity along. But this is destined to be impossible. Even if the Xinka Institute possesses such technology, this blue planet cannot achieve such unity. Much like the incident with the Curry Nation, Su Yunxin sought to exchange resources but had no intention of causing that small reactor to explode. She had warned multiple times during the sale, advising a maximum usage of 3 hours. What could she do when the president of Curry Nation disregarded the lives of his citizens for the sake of pride? To be a common man is to bear the burden of wealth, may not be entirely fitting here. However, Su Yunxin has never derived pleasure from the destruction of others. In the cosmos, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Only differing stances. To save a life is far more challenging than to extinguish one. The millennia of interstellar warfare have left her with a slight psychological imbalance. She has witnessed too many sacrifices and the ebb and flow of emotions, as well as the demise of entire civilizations. Nowadays, she frequently reflects on her own insignificance, even though she was once hailed as the light of human civilization. However, this glimmer in the vast cosmos appears so dim that it could easily be dismissed. The 2 nations protesting are none other than Curry Nation and Kimchi Nation. President Sabi of Curry Nation, in an exuberant mood, asserted vehemently, the demands from Huaxia are utterly outrageous, unreasonable, and unfounded. These artifacts have dwelled on the soil of Curry Nation for so many years that they rightfully belong to us. They are our invaluable treasures. Curry Nation will never acquiesce to the barbaric demands of Huaxia. We shall exert every effort to safeguard these gems. Meanwhile, the president of Kimchi Nation resorted to their usual fallacies. In principle, we support Huaxia's current actions. Yes, indeed. It is understandable that Huaxia wishes to reclaim its artifacts. However, how can you claim that Kimchi Nation possesses anything belonging to Huaxia? What is clearly displayed in our museum belongs to Kimchi Nation. Indeed, observing the grotesque speeches of the 3 ostentatious presidents on video, Su Yunxin shook her head and sighed. Some individuals will never comprehend reverence without experiencing hardship. With a heart as still as water, Su Yunxin issued an order to the AI, Quan. Target coordinates have been calibrated. Civilian casualties are anticipated to be below 7. The divine light of retribution is ready for striking. With a gentle press of the Enter key, the Statue of Liberty in America, the Taj Mahal in Curry Nation, and the Seoul Tower in Kimchi Nation were simultaneously attacked and collapsed with a resounding crash. The live coverage of these strikes was broadcasted to the entire world. Witnessing the collapse of their once believed symbols, the first reaction of American netizens was not to curse Huaxia, but to protest at the White House. Curry Nation and Kimchi Nation fell silent. Wasn't it permissible for them to protest, however mildly? Subsequently, numerous countries issued various statements, merely reiterating the sentiment of humanity as one family, coexisting harmoniously on this blue planet, and that peace is a shared aspiration of the world. Notably, one particular nation released yet another video of waving a white flag, utilizing the same official channel and formula. Their nation solemnly promised to gather all of Huaxia's cultural artifacts within 5 days and return them meticulously packaged. They also proclaimed their intention to generously donate a multitude of artistic treasures to Huaxia to foster friendly exchanges between the two nations, hoping for Huaxia's gracious acceptance. Except for that particular artwork known as the Smile. Everything else could be selected at will. However, merely 10 minutes later, an official message from Su Yunxin exploded across the internet. But I particularly desire that artwork known as the Smile, in light of the catastrophic conditions of the iconic structures of those three nations. The president of the flag-waving nation could only grit his teeth and acquiesce to Su Yunxin's request, imploring Huaxia to exhibit and properly preserve the artifact in their museum, reflecting a desperate desire for survival. The chief of the Star Science Institute remains as mischievous as ever. Their proficiency in this act of waving the white flag is quite remarkable. Indeed, it is understandable that tradition can breed familiarity. This time, the AI Quan operated at full capacity, initiating a live broadcast concerning the return of Huaxia's artifacts across the globe. The leaders of nations such as the Eye-Covering Alliance appeared more dismal than if they had consumed something foul. When did the internet become entirely Huaxia's domain? Especially President Biden of America, upon reviewing the report submitted by his aides, fainted on the spot. This was undeniably the internet they had established, yet now engineers reported the inexplicable emergence of a super-administrator named Ling with supreme authority across all 12 root servers worldwide. This highest level of access was merely one tier below the physical keys in their possession, meaning that unless the internet were completely shut down, Ling was, in essence, the true master of the internet. Almost every museum globally was bustling with staff clad in dust-proof attire, working diligently. Following the events of the day, numerous countries adjusted their standards. Not only Huaxia's artifacts but even those of other nations were carefully extracted from their vacuum-sealed display cases and packed securely for preservation. Regardless of fragility, every item was meticulously encased in shock-absorbing materials and bubble wrap. Over 2.7 billion netizens from around the world were supervising their efforts. The reason was simple. Today, there existed only this single channel on the internet. Unless one unplugged their internet connection or turned off their computer, who would have imagined that the internet now belonged to Huaxia? As long as one accessed the internet, this was all they could view. Look, is that not the head of the snake and rooster from the 12 zodiac bronze statues? It turns out they were housed in the Museum of the Sun Never Sets. How excessive. They previously adamantly refused to acknowledge this, oh my. There is even the Imperial Jade Seal. Goodness, how many treasures did the Allied forces plunder? Tears filled the eyes of many as they recalled the stories of their ancestors. They have returned, all of them, sobbing with joy. Countless individuals across the nation watched the television, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Once, due to a fleeting period of desolation, Huaxia had countless treasures stolen by invaders. Yet now, they have all returned, and in splendid fashion in just 2 days, over 80,000 artifacts were repatriated. Chapter 74. Global Evacuation. Gently, gently, these are the treasures of Huaxia. As he watched the exhibit's return, Director Zheng Suani of the Huaxia National Museum, despite nearing 80 years of age and frail in health, insisted on overseeing the event in person. As the lifelong honorary director of Huaxia's museums, countless nights had passed where, upon closing his eyes, he was haunted by the thought of those lost treasures abroad, shedding untold tears. The Suani family had long been a prominent lineage in ancient times, fostering a profound connection to these antiquities. Even though he had long since retired, this venerable elder remained tireless in his quest to reclaim these artifacts, even going so far as to exhaust his family savings to live a life of extreme simplicity. Whenever someone asked him if his efforts were meaningful, he would smile softly and reply, "Meaning? The greatest meaning lies in their return to the land of Huaxia. They are inherently treasures of Huaxia, vital conduits of its cultural heritage. Those foreigners only recognize their monetary value, but cannot grasp the significance they carry, and today, they have all returned." How could he sit idly at home, watching priceless treasures come back? He felt rejuvenated, the weariness of his body evaporating, leaving only tears of joy and a tranquil soul. Nearby, students continuously reassured him not to become too agitated. Yet he paid them no heed. Even if he were to depart now, he would have no regrets, no, there was one more thing. His family must express their profound gratitude to Su Yunxin. Upon returning, he would erect a monument, a gratitude archway, in honor of the chief of the Star Science Institute. Over the years, he had endured the arrogance and ridicule of the West in his pursuit of these artifacts. It was only through Huaxia's resurgence that they learned the true meaning of respect. Ha ha ha, though he understood the sentiment behind it, there was truly no need. How rare it is to hear you speak a kind word to me. Even though it's a gratitude archway, it feels somewhat peculiar. As the saying goes, a storm is brewing. While various countries were still working tirelessly to organize the return of artifacts, Huaxia's news delivered another heavy blow. After research and deliberation, given that Huaxia is on the verge of embarking upon a new interstellar era, starting today, our nation will commence a global evacuation operation. We urge all holders of Huaxia passports, overseas Chinese, international students, and other Huaxia nationals to promptly register at their local embassies. Simultaneously, we welcome all those of Chinese descent to apply for repatriation, with a deadline of 20 days, after which no exceptions shall be made. This news undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to foreign high-ranking officials once again, particularly the presidents, some of whom appeared utterly stunned. Goodness, what is Huaxia up to lately? Have they overindulged in something? This big news seems to come in waves. In the American Department of Defense and the National Conference Room, it was indeed true that America could no longer muster a complete Department of Defense. They decided to gather the president, ministers, and others to bolster morale. Speak up. What does Huaxia intend to do now? President Biden, seated at the head of the table, gripped his hands tightly, his expression grave, resembling the feeling one has when sudden gastrointestinal distress strikes. Your Excellency, the noble president, could it be that Huaxia is about to formally declare war on the entire world? The vice president inquired with a voice that trembled slightly. President Biden emitted a strange sound. What should we do? Our intelligence department has received word that Huaxia's aircraft carrier has already set sail. What do we do? America currently possesses only tanks, the Secretary of Defense exclaimed, panic etched on his face. President Biden tightened his grip further. Mr. President, as the others began to sense the peculiar aroma wafting through the air, they finally recognized that something was amiss with President Biden. Then let us just mobilize all your tanks to the coastline for a show of force. The vice president, quick to respond, issued a simple directive before hastily concluding the meeting. Since New Year's Day, within a mere 30 days, with the robust assistance of the Star Science Institute and the Aviation Research Institute, Huaxia's 3 gigantic transport aircraft, the Defei, were unveiled, also referred to as the Sky Mothership. This marked the precursor to the flagship battleship, Kuanping. Due to the urgent timeline, these 3 aircraft were hastily assembled for the evacuation mission.